Top-tier Providence secretly cultivate for 1,000 years. Chapter 447 to Chapter 522. Inside the congenital cave. Han Yan's lifespan decreased by 1.5 trillion years, and he began to feel dizzy. He had to stop. Fingji Saint was not in his interpersonal relationships, and Han Yan could not know his current situation. This was not a good thing. Should he visit Fingji Saint in his dreams? If I visit Fingji Saint in his dreams, will he see through my true identity? Han Yan asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Dark nightmare is a great Tao theurgy. As long as you don't expose yourself, the heavenly Tao Saint will not be able to see through your dreams. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Since that was the case, he was relieved. He immediately visited Fingji Saint in his dreams. Soon, he entered the dream. This dream was a scene of the future that he had previously evolved. It was a boundless desert, and the wind and sand covered the sky. Fingji Saint was meditating in front of him. He slowly opened his eyes and his gaze fell on Han Yan. Han Yan had already transformed into the dark forbidden lord. He was like a swaying shadow, terrifying and strange. Seeing the dark forbidden lord, Fingji Saint was not confused. Instead, he praised, "This theurgy is amazing. You can forcefully pull me into the dream. Although it can't trap me, I can't see through the karma and fate, and I can't see through you." Han Yan said, "You're pushing for the calamity. You want to destroy all living beings." Fingji Saint's expression was calm. He asked in return, "Why?" "Buddhism is still in the celestial world, and you're the only one who has mastered the Tao extermination theurgy. The calamity will end with someone using the Tao extermination theurgy to wipe out all living beings. Your real goal is to replace Daozu, right? First, destroy the human race and celestial gods supported by Daozu, and then establish a new race." Han Yan said very casually. He did not deliberately mention Su Qi. Fingji Saint said, "Not long ago, 2 people learned the Tao extermination theurgy. How can you be sure that it's me? I'm still preaching in the celestial world, and the heavenly Tao is watching." Han Yan continued, "Daozu is actually everywhere. Everything is in Daozu's eyes. I advise you to take care of yourself. Why hasn't this guy developed hatred towards me? Why does he have to force him?" Saint Fate Secrets smiled and did not reply. "If you insist, then I can only be your enemy," Han Yan said, his heart trembling. He was provoking a saint. Although he was sure that the saint could not predict his future, he still felt a little weak. Saint Fate Secrets asked, "Are you trying to anger me?" Han Yan was silent. As expected of a saint. "Destiny Saint has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star, Saint Fingji said, "Then I'd like to see how you're going to fight against me with that insignificant curse of yours." Han Yan said, "Heaven is watching what man does. Unrighteousness leads to self-destruction. Saints are above all living things, but in the end, they are still men." Saint Fate Secrets was expressionless, but he was muttering in his heart. What did the other party mean? He began to think about which saint the dark forbidden lord was. It was hard to tell from the way he spoke. Just as Han Yan was about to end the dream, Saint Mingji suddenly said, "The measure tribulation is about to end, you don't have much time left." Hearing this, Han Ju was secretly puzzled. Was this a declaration of war or a reminder? The dream shattered. Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. No matter what, since Saint Fate Secrets used Su Qi as a pawn, Han Yan could not let him go. So what if he's a saint? Han Yan will become a saint sooner or later. Han Ju checked his interpersonal relationships and checked the information of the Saint of Destiny. Saint Fate Secrets, Cultivation unknown. Saint of Heaven, innate spirit, immeasurable emperor, suspected that you are the mastermind behind the immeasurable calamity, developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star, HM, suspected me? You're not? Han Yan frowned. Saint Fate Secrets' hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 2 stars, it increased again. Seems like this guy came up with more schemes after returning. Han Yan recalled Saint Fate Secrets saying that the measure tribulation was about to end. He couldn't help but ask, "Can I calculate how long until the measure tribulation ends?" 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? That much, but compared to the curse, it was nothing. Continue, Han Yan thought silently. Unknowingly, he didn't even care about 10 billion years of lifespan. He felt that he had become arrogant. Who asked him to be so strong now? According to the level of the heavenly Tao's negative karma, the heavenly Tao will shrink in at most 1,000 years. The measure tribulation will definitely end unless the heavenly Tao collapses. 1,000 years, so fast, Han Yan frowned. 1,000 years had passed. He might not be able to reach the perfected golden immortal realm of Daluo. It was almost impossible for him to curse Saint Fate's secrets. Why was it so fast? Could it be because of the saint's involvement? Han Yan felt that this was the reason. He checked the emails. Your good friend Zhou Fan sacrificed his luck and was enlightened by the heavenly Tao. His cultivation has skyrocketed. Your good friend Zhou Fan was suppressed by the heavenly Tao saint and died. Your good friend Qiu Shilai was attacked by the heavenly Tao saint. Your disciple Su Qi spread misfortune. The luck of the heaven and the human race has decreased. Your good friend Ji Xianxia was attacked by your disciple Long Hao and was seriously injured. Your grand disciple Feng Liang used the power of Providence in heaven to resist the heavenly Tao saint and was suppressed. Only a wisp of his remnant soul is left. Your good friend Zhou Fan was saved by a mysterious existence and was revived. Your good friend celestial ruler's killing intent increased because of his negative karma. Zhou Fan was killed by the saint, then, he was revived. As expected of Shikido Sei's Dharma idol, Shikido Sei was in existence on the same level as Patriarch Shi Tian. If he made a move, the heavenly Tao saint might not be able to detect it. Patriarch Shi Tian was indifferent to the heavenly Tao. Why did Shikido Sei keep helping Zhou Fan? Why did he arrange for Zhou Fan to enter the cycle of reincarnation? Han Yan felt that the measure tribulation was deep. I can't go out again. I'll stay here and curse. If I really can't interfere, then forget it. Han Yan thought silently. He was not as tenacious as Zhou Fan and had the protection of a great Tao divine spirit. Saints ran amok in the celestial world. They would die if they went out. Han Yan made up his mind to survive this measure tribulation. Should I calculate my own foundation and then calculate the origin of the system? A bold idea appeared in Han Yan's mind. He immediately tried it. Then, his stats interface popped up in front of him. He was speechless. Cultivation knows no time, and dreams are separated by thousands of years. Another 50 years passed. Han Yan cursed Fengji Saint every 10 years, but the effect was minimal. He also paid close attention to his emails. From time to time, he would see the saint's updates. Zhou Fan, Ji Xianxia, Feng Liang, Duan Hongqian, Celestial Ruler, Pan Xian, and the other tribulation takers appeared more and more frequently. The heavenly Tao tribulation was about to shrink. A shocking battle was brewing. On this day, Zhao Xianyuan visited Han Yan. After entering the cave, he directly told him the reason for his visit. Master, I've been feeling uneasy recently. I keep feeling that something big is about to happen. I can't cultivate in peace. Zhao Xianyuan frowned. Han Yan said calmly, the measure tribulation is about to end. The fate of the human race is affecting you. Zhao Xianyuan was moved. So soon? Doesn't that mean a great battle is about to erupt? Can you calculate the fate of the human race? The human race is in danger. Han Yan said calmly, causing Zhao Xuanyuan's expression to turn ugly. Although he had left the human race and hid in the hidden sect, he was still concerned about the human race. Zhao Xianyuan muttered, could it be that even Saint Fuxi can't save the human race? Han Yan did not reply. He believed that Zhao Xianyuan could enlighten him. This fellow had come here because he was afraid of death. At this time, he probably would not agree to force Zhao Xianyuan out with a supreme treasure. After the two of them chatted for a while, Zhao Xianyuan left. A few months later, someone visited Han Yan again. This time, it was Morong Qi. Similarly, it was because he was uneasy. Han Yan thought for a moment, stood up, walked out of the Khanate cave abode, and gathered all the disciples. In at most 1,000 years, the calamity will end. No matter who wins or loses, countless living beings will be buried with them. Your current state of mind is affected by the karma of the heavenly Tao. You don't want to enter the calamity, right? Han Yan went straight to the point. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Tengu said, "Anyway, I don't want to go out. I'll stay here from now on." The others followed suit. The calamity this time is a little fast. It's indeed fast. In the past, the calamities would last tens of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Millions of years? Is it that scary? Legend has it that a long time ago, the celestial world was countless times larger than it is now. There were countless living beings, and any ordinary stone could turn into a living being. It's finally going to end. After it ends, can we go back? Hearing the disciples' words, Han Yan smiled and said, "If there is no danger after the calamity, the dojo will be moved back to the celestial world. However, when you are there, you have to work hard to cultivate." After the calamity, saints could not enter the celestial world again. They would be expelled by the heavenly Tao. Han Yan did not have many enemies. He did not even have any enemies on the surface. Naturally, he was not afraid when he returned to the celestial world. It was still very early for Han Yan's stellar world to evolve into a heavenly Tao world. Who knew how many years it would take? As for the reroll world, Han Yan did not plan to let it out. In the future, he would let the reroll world guide his heavenly Tao world to evolve and develop. The current reroll world had already become a world of its own. Just like Earth in his previous life, there was no such thing as ascension. In peacetime, the Daluo Golden Immortals were the top existences in the immortal world. As long as Han Yan did not stir up trouble, it would not be difficult for him to monopolize a region. It was a good opportunity to develop the hidden sect and deal with the next immeasurable calamity. As for the secret order, Han Yan's plan was not to fight for hegemony. Instead, it was to accumulate power and gather like-minded cultivators to pursue the great path together. If he wanted to do something in the future, he could also let his disciples do it. The secret order wanted to walk the path of the elite. "Master, where is Yang Tiandong? When will you summon him back?" Tengu asked. After all, they had been together before. They had been beaten up together. They would never forget each other's companionship. Han Yan said, "When the time is right, he will naturally return." Yang Tiandong had temporarily escaped the cycle of reincarnation. He was in the human camp, fighting against the immortals. His cultivation was not high, and he was at the level of cannon fodder. After comforting everyone, Han Yan returned inside the congenital cave. No matter when the cataclysm would end, Han Yan had to seize the time to cultivate. Without absolute power, he did not dare to return to the immortal world. In a cave, Long Hao was meditating on a huge rock to heal his injuries. His complexion was not good. It was obvious that he had just been seriously injured. Suddenly, the mountain shook violently. Countless rocks fell and turned into ashes when they were about to hit Long Hao. Long Hao opened his eyes and looked at the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, there were two figures that were as huge as mountains fighting. On one side was a giant. He was covered in scales and held a huge axe. On the other side was a huge bird. Its body was like a rock and its head was like a tiger or leopard. Its claws were as sharp as molten iron, shiny and cold. Long Hao frowned and muttered, "Have these guys lost their minds?" A soul shadow flew out of his body. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian's expression was grave. "I didn't think that the cataclysm would progress so quickly. It looks like a sage has massacred all living beings, causing the negative karma to reach the limit of what the heavenly Tao can bear. Now, the negative karma has invaded the Tao hearts of all living beings. The great elimination is about to begin." Long Hao was getting a headache. "Then what should we do? I feel like we can't cause any more trouble. It's already good enough that we're still alive." He had joined the heavenly sect and fought for the heavenly sect. The dragon court that he led was completely annihilated by the sages, and he was the only one who managed to escape. The sages didn't kill him out of respect for Hao Tian. No sh*t, we can only think of a way to survive. When the sages enter the cataclysm, all of our plans will be for naught. Hao Tian shook his head. He thought for a moment. The most important thing right now is to stabilize our Tao hearts. Don't let the negative karma fuel your killing intent and cause you to lose your mind. Long Hao sighed and said in confusion, Why do I feel like the sages are cleaning up the living beings under each other's command? They appear regularly and use the excuse of protecting their own forces to slaughter the living beings under them. Furthermore, the sages themselves don't seem to be fighting. The struggle for supremacy had already turned into a massacre. Even Long Hao was worried about this. He was often worried that the sages would suddenly appear. You're right. The massacre of the living beings is to intensify the negative karma of heaven and earth and push forward the cataclysm. The sages will also fight, but they're still sages after all. No one can kill each other. They're just putting on a show for the human race and the heavenly sect, Hao Tian said calmly. After all, he had also experienced the cataclysm and could see many things clearly. Long Hao was still very confused. What do the sages gain from doing this? Hao Tian shook his head. I don't know either. He looked at the terrifying battle outside the cave and frowned. He actually had some guesses, but he didn't dare to say them out loud. If it was true, then this cataclysm was just a prelude. The true terrifying cataclysm was still brewing. Could it be the legendary cataclysm of the Great Tao? Hao Tian was frightened. Fear filled his heart. 70 years passed. Perhaps because there was no one to disturb him, Han Yan felt that these 70 years had passed very quickly. It was as if he was cursing Sage Fengji every day. Until one day, Han Yan saw an email. Your disciple Su Qi has been suppressed by your enemy, Sage Fengji. He's imprisoned in the Buddhist sect. Endless misfortune is spreading. Sage Fengji suppressed Su Qi, killing with a borrowed knife, Han Yan cursed in his heart. He wanted to use Su Qi to destroy the Buddhist sect. Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Sage Fengji. However, his curses were useless. Sage Fengji was not affected. About 30 years passed. Han Yan saw another email, and his expression changed drastically. Your disciple Su Qi has spread misfortune, causing the Buddhist sect's luck to be destroyed. All the divine Buddha Tao fruits are destroyed. Buddhism no longer exists. Buddhism no longer exists. Su Qi is so powerful? No, it must be Sage Fengji's doing. Han Yan frowned. Su Qi had offended Qiu Shilai. He didn't know if Qiu Shilai could see that Su Qi was being used by other sages. Just as Han Yan was worried, Qiu Shilai has spoken to you in your dream. Do you want to continue? Qiu Shilai has spoken to you in your dream. Do you want to continue? This guy started spamming again. Seeing Qiu Shilai's message, Han Yan's first reaction was to ignore it. However, when he thought about the destruction of Buddhism, Qiu Shilai was probably not looking for him for Buddhism. It probably had something to do with Su Qi's actions. His favorability towards him had not decreased, so he could accept it. If he ignored it, would this guy get angry and take revenge on Su Qi? Han Yan took a deep breath, adjusted his state of mind, and accepted Qiu Shilai's message in his dream. In the splendid main hall, Qiu Shilai maintained the posture of a lofty golden Buddha, looking down at everything in disdain. Han Yan asked, Senior, why are you looking for me? Qiu Shilai said, do you want to be the Buddha? Han Yan was confused. Damn you, Buddhism is gone, and you want me to be the Buddha? Qiu Shilai continued, the Buddhism in the immortal world has been disbanded, and their luck has dissipated. After the calamity, I will personally appoint 3 Buddhas to rebuild the Buddhism and avoid the calamity. He had been schemed against, but he made it sound like it was his own plan. Han Yan pretended to be shocked and asked, why is the Buddhism disbanding? It's just disbanding the luck. The Buddhas are still here. This can reduce the loss of the calamity. You are, Qiu Shilai, the sage of Buddhism. Sage? Han Yan pretended to be terrified. Qiu Shilai snorted, stop pretending. You've already guessed that I'm a sage, right? Han Yan smiled helplessly and said, the Buddha's identity is too important. I'm afraid I can't bear it. I just want to cultivate. I don't want to manage the Buddhism. It's okay if you don't want to. I can let the Supreme Buddha take charge of the Buddhism. Hearing this, Han Yan understood that Qiu Shilai was determined to be tied to him. Han Yan asked, what's the situation in the immortal world now? When will the calamity be disbanded? The sages are fighting, and all living beings seek survival. When a sage falls, the calamity will be disbanded. Qiu Shilai's tone was extremely indifferent, as if he did not take the fall of the sage seriously. Han Yan frowned. Has the battle between the saints reached such a level? Which saint would fall? Han Yan's intuition told him that she was most likely a Fushi Tian. The Fushi Tian only had Nuwa as a helper. The other sages were all on the same side. Qiu Shilai continued, let's return to the immortal realm after the cataclysm ends. The order of the heavenly Tao has been restored. The sages cannot directly attack the living beings of the immortal realm. Otherwise, they will be devoured by the heavenly Tao. Han Yan nodded. That was his plan as well. The heavenly Tao has the immeasurable calamity, but now there is not only one heavenly Tao. There is also the great Tao above the heavenly Tao. The great Tao calamity will come in the next few calamities. The dark forbidden zone will no longer be safe. Sooner or later, you will not be able to avoid the calamity. After hearing this, Han Yan looked up at Qiu Shilai and asked, why does the sage value me so much? Qiu Shilai said, it's not because of you. It's because of Daozu's choice. You are the variable identified by Daozu. You represent the unknown, just like the impending great Tao calamity. Han Yan was deep in thought. The so-called variable was the unknown, not the savior of the world. Why did Daozu leave such remarks against him after disappearing? Qiu Shilai said, Suqi is also your disciple. He was used by the other sages. If not for your sake, I would have killed him directly. In this cataclysm, I will try my best to protect the living beings who have good karma with you. Consider it my sincerity. Han Yan had to thank him. Although I don't know what Suqi has done, thank you very much, sage. After this cataclysm, if the Buddhist sect is in trouble, I will definitely help if I can. With Qiu Shilai's help, Suqi, the celestial ruler, Xianxia, and the others would also be able to survive the cataclysm. Okay. Qiu Shilai responded. The dreamscape shattered, and the message ended. Qiu Shilai's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 2 stars. After returning inside the congenital cave, Han Yan immediately asked in his heart, is Qiu Shilai's promise to me sincere? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, sincere. Unless you are his enemy. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. The sages of the Buddhist sect were not as petty or hypocritical as he had imagined. I want to know why Qiu Shilai is so good to me. Han Yan continued to evolve. 1 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 1 trillion years, that's even more valuable than Patriarch Shi Tian. Is it really related to the Daozu? However, 1 trillion years was nothing to Han Yan. He could only feel his heart ache slightly. Continue. Han Yan felt uneasy if he did not understand clearly. He did not want to be used as a pawn. Soon after, Han Yan fell into an illusion. In a magnificent palace, 9 heavenly Tao sages sat side by side. Han Yan recognized the Sage of Destiny and deduced the identities of the 9 of them. There was an extremely tall old Taoist in front of him. Han Yan looked up and could not see his head. He was too tall. He was a Daluo golden immortal, but he could not cross the height. This meant that there was a limit to his realm. Is he the legendary Daozu? The great Tao cataclysm is about to begin. The primordial chaos fiend celestial is about to attack. A loud voice sounded, making one feel reverent. A primordial chaos fiend celestial? Han Yan's heart skipped a beat. Isn't he a primordial chaos fiend celestial? Qiu Shilai was the first to ask, Daozu, what is a primordial chaos fiend celestial? Daozu replied, you only know that Pangu created the heavenly Tao. Before the heavenly Tao was created, there was chaos. Chaos was the beginning of all things, and primordial chaos was the end of all things. After the chaos was primordial chaos, and before the chaos was primordial chaos. Both of them are eternal. The primordial chaos fiend celestial was born, and the great Tao calamity began. All the sages fell, and everything returned to the beginning. The sages looked at each other when they heard this. Han Yan frowned. He could not expose his identity as a primordial chaos fiend celestial. Otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. However, he did not intend to kill the sages. Was this Daozu's guess, or had Daozu deduced the future? The Tianjua sect master asked, Daozu, how many primordial chaos fiend celestials are there? I don't know. Daozu's answer was very simple. Another sage asked, has the primordial chaos fiend celestial been born? I don't know. Even you can't deal with the primordial chaos fiend celestial? I no longer exist. I have merged with the heavenly Tao. From now on, Daozu is no more. You can only rely on yourselves to face the great Tao calamity in the future. The sage's expressions changed. Daozu continued, a variable has appeared in the heavenly Tao. Even I can't see through this variable. Perhaps it's also a variable in the great Tao calamity. As soon as he finished speaking, the illusion he created shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. His state of mind was extremely unstable. Daozu's words pushed Han Yan into an extremely dangerous situation. He was the primordial chaos fiend celestial, and he was the variable. What was Daozu doing? I want to know if Daozu knows that I'm the primordial chaos fiend celestial? Han Yan asked in his heart. Unable to deduce karma that exceeds the system's current limit. It can't, then just now. The evolution just now is already the system's current limit. When Han Yan saw this notification, he could not help but fall into deep thought. Han Yan's evolution was equivalent to looking at other people's plans from the perspective of God. The primordial chaos fiend celestial would destroy all the sages. It sounded like Han Yan was very dangerous, but in reality, he was not. Under the heavenly Tao, Han Yan's sense of existence was extremely low, even lower than ordinary mortals. It was as if he was watching a movie and fast-forwarded to the ending. However, this gave Han Yan more confidence. As long as Han Yan did not expose his identity as the primordial chaos fiend celestial, he did not have to worry about anything happening. After all, the sages did not know what a primordial chaos fiend celestial was. Han Yan did not think too much and continued to cultivate, patiently waiting for the end of the calamity. Xianxia had promised to protect the people around Han Yan. If he could not do so, Han Yan would not have any relationship with the Buddhists. As for those friends who died in the calamity, they only had themselves to blame. Han Yan had already reminded them that they were the ones who wanted to fight. Han Yan could help them, but he would not risk everything to save them. Xianxia said that sages would fall. Is it really Fushi Tian? Han Yan was secretly curious. Daluo's fall would cause the world to rain golden sages to fall. What kind of scene would that be? He set a goal to reach Daluo's golden immortal realm before the end of the calamity. He would then return to the celestial world after becoming a quasi-sage. The fall of the Buddhists caused a huge commotion in the various worlds. First, the Buddha of the celestial world announced the disbandment of the Buddhists. The branches of the Buddhists left behind in the various worlds also disappeared one after another. The colossus that once covered the heavenly Tao no longer existed. It made people sigh. For a moment, all the major forces were in a state of panic, including the human race and the heaven. Lingxiao Palace. Feng Liang was discussing the war with the immortals when a heavenly soldier rushed in. Report, Goddess Nuwa has descended to the mortal world and is preaching the Tao to the human race. As soon as this was said, all the immortals were moved. Feng Liang also frowned. Fushi Tian was already enough to make the immortals despair. If another heavenly Tao sage came, how many immortals would die? They could tell that even though there were saints in heaven helping them, the saints never saved them. They only slaughtered the human race. The number of humans and heaven's living beings had been decreasing. In the long run, both sides would suffer heavy losses and fall together. Feng Liang asked, have there been any new races in the immortal realm recently? An old immortal replied, yes, there are dozens of them. None of them pose a threat. The deities and immortals exchanged glances. They weren't stupid and understood why Feng Liang was paying attention to this news. The actions of the saint made the hearts of the humans and immortals turn cold. They could guess the saint's intentions. He wanted the two factions to kill each other and elect a new heavenly Tao protagonist, even if they knew, they did not dare to refute, fearing that the saint would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Moreover, the two forces had been fighting for so many years. The blood feud was so deep that it could not be resolved. The low-level cultivators and heavenly soldiers did not know the intentions of the saints. They only thought that the higher-ups had compromised. This was the general trend, they could no longer retreat. Li Daokong asked, when are we going to rescue Su Qi? Not far away, the martial god general shook his head and said, he's being suppressed by the saint. It's not easy to rescue him. Li Xuana mocked, then if you're suppressed by the saint, do you need us to save you? The martial god general was angry, but he did not dare to answer. At this moment, another heavenly soldier rushed in. Report, a new human emperor has appeared in the human race. It's Zhou Fan, who fought against the god of misfortune previously. The immortals were in an uproar. Isn't Zhou Fan dead? He can actually escape from the hands of the saint. He's probably the first person to do so since ancient times. Isn't he only an immortal emperor? Not only an immortal emperor, he has already stepped into the deity realm. Could it be that the saint showed mercy? Then what's going on with us? The saint is putting on a show for us and using us as whetstones for the human race? After learning that Zhou Fan was still alive, the immortals were furious. They felt that they had been played by the saint. Apart from the saint, how could anyone escape from the hands of the saint? Fang Liang's expression was complicated, and his mood was even more so. He hoped that Zhou Fan was alive, but he was also angry at the saint's reckless actions. Could it be that the ones destined to be destroyed are not the human race, but the immortals? Fang Liang smiled bitterly. The hundreds of years of battle were almost too much for him. He had not rested much, let alone cultivated. 40 years had passed in the process of Han Yan's cultivation. On this day, he cursed Saint Fate's secret while checking his emails. Your good friend Han Ming chanced upon the ruins of the ancient sacred land and obtained a supreme treasure. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a human deity realm cultivator and was seriously injured. He broke through in the midst of adversity and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your Dao companion Xianxia was attacked by a human cultivator, X4309, your good friend Almighty was attacked by a human cultivator, X122382, your good friend Celestial Ruler was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Su Qi has broken through due to bearing a huge amount of negative karma. His power of misfortune has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a saint and was seriously injured. Your good friend Xiao Shilai was cursed by a mysterious curse. Along the way, Han Yan only saw 2 words. Tragic. They were all fighting, everyone seemed to have gone mad. They kept on fighting until they died. Only then did they stop. Han Yan noticed that Xiao Shilai was cursed by a mysterious curse. This was a good thing. This meant that other than him, there were others cursing the saint. In other words, there were saints among saints causing trouble. Han Yan thought silently. At this moment, Hidden Sect Island suddenly shook. They were attacked by an ominous evil once again. Because it was not the first time, everyone was very calm. Han Yan suddenly sensed something and put away the Book of Misfortune. Then, he took out the strange deity from the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The strange deity floated in front of Han Yan and kept wandering around, seemingly very anxious. Han Yan could not help but think of the scene when the subpar strange deity appeared last time. Could it be that another subpar strange deity had appeared? Han Yan checked the surrounding strong enemies. As expected, ominous deity, cultivation unknown, mysterious existence, born in the dark forbidden zone. It is formed from the accumulation of countless resentment over a long period of time. It is filled with killing intent and hatred. The ominous deity was not a strange deity, the strange deity was formed from the luck of the chaos fiend god, while the ominous deity was formed from resentment. Han Yan did not panic. The ominous deity was temporarily unable to break through the array defense of the dojo. What is the price for subduing the ominous deity? Han Yan asked in his mind. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, the ominous deity is an extremely evil existence. It cannot be tamed. Staying with it is easy to induce inner demons. So troublesome? Han Yan frowned. There was a loud bang, the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain shook violently. Heiyuji's exclamation came from outside the cave. What is that? The ominous deity had broken in. Han Yan immediately dispersed his divine sense and saw that in the sky above the ocean at the edge of Hidden Sect Island, Lubu was fighting a black shadow. Both sides were very fast, but in Han Yan's observation, the black shadow was faster. Lu Bu's magic power was directly devoured when it collided with the black shadow. The dojo's formation was at the quasi-sage level. The ominous deity was stronger than a quasi-sage. Han Yan was shocked and immediately left with the 36th grade reincarnation Black Lotus. The disciples of the Yin sect all flew into the sky and prepared to fight. Ma Chao also joined the battle and joined forces with Lu Bu to fight against the ominous deity. They were equivalent to Tuzu too, but they were still no match for the ominous deity. What's that? It's so fast. Something's not right. It's not a living thing. What a terrifying resentment. Everyone, calm down. What's going on? I can't see it, but I'm hearing the voice of my inner demon. Master is here. The disciples of the Yin sect panicked. When the ominous deity entered, a few of them felt their inner demons growing, including Xianxia. Those who could easily form inner demons were those who were unwilling. If one's Tao heart was unstable, it was easy to form inner demons. Han Yan stepped on the 36th grade reincarnation Black Lotus and flew to the edge of the Yin sect island. The ominous deity followed on his shoulder. Looking at the ominous deity, Han Yan was full of vigilance. If he wasn't worried about the others, he would have used the simulation trial to test it. Although the ominous deity was strong, it couldn't instantly kill Lu Bu and Ma Chao. However, Han Yan could. This meant that Han Yan was stronger than the ominous deity. After all, Han Yan could now compete with a quasi-sage. Han Yan didn't say anything and directly used the Tai's Eye Dharma form to form 5 chaos demon gods. 5 terrifying figures stood in the sky above the Yin sect island. The disciples widened their eyes. What was that? Zhao Shan and the Supremacy Tao trembled subconsciously. They couldn't forget the memory of being ravaged by the chaos demon gods. The ominous deity was like a human figure without a true form. It turned its head and charged at Han Yan. Lu Bu and Ma Chao relaxed. The wind-shaking demon god punched and the wind held. The ominous deity's speed decreased sharply. The ocean in the distance was directly pushed up by the pressure. It was like a sea wall blocking the sky. The void demon god followed and 2 black rays shot out from its eyes, directly covering the ominous deity. The inauspicious deity roared. Although it was silent, its posture was incomparably malevolent. Even Han Yan felt uncomfortable when he saw this. Facing the power of the void demonic god's great Tao, the ominous divine spirit began to turn into nothingness. At this moment, the strange god spirit on Han Yan's shoulder immediately rushed out and came in front of the ominous god spirit. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the ominous god spirit. The others could not see the strange god, but from their perspective, the ominous god seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They could not help but feel nervous. Just like that, the ominous deity was destroyed. The hidden sect island then regained its peace. Han Yan finally understood. Although the ominous divine spirit was strong, it was still weak in the face of the great Tao. The most important thing was that the ominous gods had no sense of reason and only fought based on their instincts. Han Yan looked up at the horizon. The array formation of the dojo was beginning to recover. The strange spirit returned to Han Yan, and it was very happy. Perhaps swallowing the ominous spirit was very helpful to it. After saying that, Han Ju returned to the cave abode. The crisis has been resolved. You can all continue with your cultivation. The members of the Yin sect and the 10,000 fiends were still in a daze. It was resolved just like that. Xianxia could not help but ask, what was that mystical power? An aspect mystical power? The Supremacy Tao took a deep breath and said, that's right, we were. Before he could finish, Xianxia could not help but shudder. If he were to face the fiend celestial aspect, he could not think about it. After this battle, the members of the Yin sect were even more convinced that those mighty figures in the simulation trial were all defeated by Han Yan. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was observing the strange god spirit. His divine will could not penetrate the strange god spirit, so he did not know the specific situation of the strange god spirit. He had to use his evolution ability to investigate. What will happen to the strange god spirit after swallowing the ominous god spirit? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. The The strange god spirit can become stronger by swallowing the ominous god spirit. To be precise, the strange god spirit can become stronger by swallowing all non-living beings. Non-living beings, Han Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had found a treasure. The strange god spirit not only restrained the ominous god spirit, but also other unknown strange existences. Of course, the premise was that Han Yan could help the strange god spirit suppress those strange existences. If the strange god spirit could not defeat the enemy, it would not be able to swallow the enemy. Han Yan's thoughts returned. He began to control the insect island, afraid that other ominous god spirits would appear. He suddenly felt very uneasy. The dark forbidden zone was no longer safe. I want to know how many ominous god spirits there are in the dark forbidden zone? Han Yan asked in his mind. He had begun to squander, but he had not spent all of his lifespan yet. It was just a drizzle. Daily expenses. 10 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? So many? Then he had to calculate it. Han Yan gritted his teeth and chose to continue. Ominous god spirits are constantly being born, and their numbers are steadily increasing. They are related to the saints of the Great Path. Saints of the Great Path. Han Yan felt that he had triggered another major storyline. However, he did not continue calculating. It was useless to know. He could not come into contact with the saints of the Great Path at all. There was one thing he knew. The dark forbidden zone would become more and more dangerous in the future. He did not know when the dojo would be upgraded. He would probably have to wait for the next major event to appear, or for him to break through to the sage-to-be. Han Yan calmed down. After flying for a few more months on the insect island, he stopped and focused on cultivation. After the attack of the ominous god spirits, another 60 years had passed. The insect island was very peaceful. In these 60 years, the insect island was not attacked by the ominous god spirits again. Han Yan did not receive any messages in his dreams. Han Yan focused on cultivation. He was still far from Daluo's perfected golden immortal. However, he was confident that he could break through within 1,000 years. Sigh. The breakthrough speed was really slow. Han Yan had to check his interpersonal relationships and compare them with his other good friends to comfort himself. Niwa has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? Han Yan directly ignored it. He had already met Xianxia. If he met more saints, he would easily fall into a dilemma. Moreover, at this juncture, he would definitely be forced into a calamity. A new heavenly Dao race has been detected. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately appear in the world and slaughter this race. Help the human race stabilize their status as a heavenly Dao race. You will receive 1 mystical power transmission, 1 great Dao fragment, and 1 system upgrade. 2. Keep a low profile and never enter the celestial world before the end of the calamity. You will receive 1 great Dao fragment and 1 supreme treasure. Han Yan frowned and directly chose the second option. If he went to slaughter that race now, wouldn't he be courting death? You chose to keep a low profile and received 1 great Dao fragment and 1 supreme treasure. Congratulations on receiving the Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure, Yin Yang Protection Birthday Moon. Yin Yang Protection Birthday Moon, Heavenly Dao Supreme Treasure, Defensive Supreme Treasure. It can block all attacks below the saint level. It can absorb the essence of the sun and moon and convert it into dharmic powers. What a treasure, a defensive supreme treasure, how wonderful. Not only that, Han Yan had already accumulated 8 great Dao fragments, he was only 1 fragment away from 9. Han Yan took out the Yin Yang Life Moon. This treasure was made of 2 circles of light. It was impossible to tell which was the sun and which was the moon. He began to make it recognize him as its master. After a few days, it finally recognized him as its master. The Yin Yang Life Moon flew behind Han Yan on its own and floated in the air, emitting light. The strong light drowned out Han Yan's figure. He could only see his rough figure and could not see his true appearance. This kind of strong light could only affect others, but it did not affect Han Yan's vision at all. Not bad, it was a very cool mystical power. A mighty figure had to be a mighty figure. Han Yan did not want to appear as a Daluo golden immortal like a mortal. He had to be cool. Look at the celestial ruler. Previously, when he stood in the Lingxiao treasure hall, all the gods seemed insignificant. There was also Qiu Shilai, who only showed his image and did not show his true body. When he returned to the celestial world in the future, the world would not be able to see Han Yan's true appearance. How could a mortal see the Daluo golden immortal's appearance, Han Yan thought in boredom. Although it was useless to imagine, it was interesting. Han Yan began to wonder what the new heavenly Dao race was. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, celestial, originally a human, after the heavenly Dao baptism, became an immortal. After the supreme Dharma power of the saint, it became a new race. This race has human nature, divinity, and powerful talent comparable to the Khanate races. Han Yan was stunned. The human immortal was a new race? How vicious, this plan was too vicious. It pleased the human race and heaven and wiped out most of the living beings in the two forces. Since it was both a human and an immortal, there were definitely very few of them. Other than the celestial, all living beings were annihilated. The heavenly Dao tribulation was over. The celestial world would return to its original point and develop again. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships. Ji Xianxia, Xianqing, Feng Liang, the divine general, and Su Qi had all become celestial. The pitiful Zhou Fan and Mo Fuzhou missed the opportunity to escape. To be precise, Mo Fuzhou was the most pitiful. Zhou Fan had a powerful background, so he definitely wouldn't die. However, this was none of Han Yan's business. Since they wanted to fight, they had to bear the consequences. Han Yan closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Another 50 years passed. Ever since he knew that the cataclysm was about to end, Han Yan seemed to have been bewitched. He kept wondering when the cataclysm would end. With such a mindset, time passed very quickly, faster than any of the previous stages. Han Yan cultivated every day and cursed Fate Saint once every 10 years. Other than that, he had nothing else to do. He even checked his emails less often. He didn't want to be swayed by emails. The later stage of the cultivation tribulation, the more one should not enter the tribulation. If he were to enter now, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. Han Yan had already done what he could. Even if his friends died, there was nothing he could do. On this day, Han Yan focused his attention on the Chaos Origin Stone in Star World. After so many years of accumulation, the chaotic aura produced by the Chaos Origin Stone had reached a boundless level. Coupled with the nebulous aura produced by the stellar primordial body, the entire star world was shrouded in fog. Han Yan discovered that hundreds of new stars had been born in Star World. This was only the beginning. There would definitely be more in the future. What was worth mentioning was that other than the white-robed Buddha, an immortal emperor had finally been born in the reroll world. The spirit chi of the reroll world had already surpassed that of most mortal worlds. It might even have surpassed all mortal worlds. Under the circumstances where resources were not scarce, reaching the immortal emperor realm depended on one's aptitude. After all, the human race was once the main character of the heavenly Dao. There were also geniuses in the small mortal world. Han Yan did not rope in this genius, so the reroll world had to develop on its own. At the moment, there were enough geniuses in the hidden sect. He would wait until this batch of disciples developed. Everything was getting better and stronger. Han Yan warned himself that he had to abide by his heart and maintain his current pace. He should not provoke the saint easily. Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you want to continue? Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you want to continue? Li Mui has spoken to you in your dream. Do you want to continue? Li Mui began to flood the screen. Han Yan's good mood instantly disappeared. Ignored, Han Yan checked his emails to divert his attention. Your good friend Ji Xianxia has become the leader of the celestial race. His providence has transformed. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has fused with the providence of heaven. His cultivation has increased tremendously. Your good friend Zhou Fan has obtained the Dharma powers of a saint. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Shui Mingyi was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and died. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu and was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was severely injured. Your good friend Di Lan Tian was attacked by your good friend Pan Xian and was severely injured. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was suppressed by a saint and was severely injured. So many people were seriously injured, Shui Mingyi had even died. Han Yan was filled with emotions. Although he did not have a good impression of Shui Mingyi, this fellow had a good attitude towards him and listened to him. He still felt a little uncomfortable that he had died just like that. However, there was nothing he could do. Shui Mingyi had entered the tribulation on his own accord. Cultivation was a heaven-defying matter. It was normal for him to die on this path. Celestial Ruler was also severely injured, but he did not die. If the saint wanted to kill the Celestial Ruler, the Celestial Ruler would definitely not be able to survive. Apart from that, Xianxia had actually become the leader of the celestial race. He did not know if it was related to Han Yan. Han Yan always suspected that his good friend's great fortuitous opportunities were related to him. It was not that he was narcissistic, but he was afraid of being schemed against by the saint. Han Yan thought about it and decided to visit Jing Tiangong in his dream. Firstly, he wanted to comfort Jing Tiangong. Secondly, he wanted to know about the situation of the calamity. Soon, the two of them entered the dream. Jing Tiangong suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the black figure in front of him, he was pleasantly surprised. He hurriedly knelt down and bowed to Han Yan. Forbidden Lord. You're finally here. You're right. This calamity is completely a setup. We shouldn't have entered the calamity. His face was filled with regret. It was obvious that Jia Jiao had suffered heavy losses. Han Yan said, Shui Mingyi is dead. I already know. What do you think of the current calamity? Jing Tiangong secretly admired the Dark Forbidden Lord's great power. He even knew about this. He thought about it and said, Saint Jinan used the human race's celestial gods to create the celestial gods. He changed the situation of the calamity. The human race and heaven have reached an agreement. The human race wants to become the celestial race. To become the celestial race, they have to rely on the investiture of the gods of the Feng celestial ruler. However, the other races can't become the celestial race. Now, the human race and heaven are being attacked by the other races. The situation is not good. The most important thing is that the saints' attitude is unclear. They appear from time to time and sweep through the various battlefields. They even fight among themselves. Previously, the saint fought in the ninth heaven, causing the ninth heaven to collapse and the Lingxiao palace to collapse. To be honest, I don't understand the situation anymore. Jing Tiangong looked ashamed. Han Yan said, You don't have to worry. Think of a way to avoid the calamity. Jia Jiao won't die. The Jia Jiao has 2 heavenly saints. Jing Tiangong asked in surprise, 2 heavenly saints? Saint Jinan is also a Jia Jiao. What? Jing Tiangong was shocked. He obviously didn't know about this. Han Yan said meaningfully, It's fine if you know about this. Jing Tiangong was shocked when he found out that the creator of Celestial was the Jia Jiao saint. He could not calm down for a long time. He was not surprised, only frightened. He was the Jia Jiao's acting leader, but he did not know about this. What did this mean? It meant that he was just a pawn of the Jia Jiao. It could even be said that all the Jia Jiao in the celestial world were pawns. The more Jing Tiangong thought about it, the more complicated his feelings became. Han Yan said, That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. The dream realm shattered. Han Yan did not care about what Jing Tiangong was thinking. Jing Tiangong had a good impression of him, so he would not betray him. Even if he did, it would be fine. Han Yan had already shown him the way. Whether he could survive this tribulation depended on himself. Han Yan began to hesitate whether he should visit the celestial ruler in his dreams. Let's do the math first. I want to know if there are any saints around the celestial ruler. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, yes. Han Yan sighed and could only give up. He had already done what he could for the celestial ruler. If the celestial ruler really died, then Han Yan could only try his best to support the people in heaven after the tribulation to fulfill the celestial ruler's last wish. Han Yan calmed down and continued to cultivate. He had to reach the golden immortal realm of Daluo first. After entering the state of cultivation, Han Yan lost track of time again. As his cultivation became more profound, his understanding of the great Tao of life and death also increased. However, he did not dare to delve too deeply into the great Tao of life and death. He was afraid that this Tao had already been mastered by a certain Almighty. He was waiting to collect the 9 great Tao fragments and create his own great Tao. He was only missing one great Tao fragment. Time flew. Year after year passed. Although the Yin sect was peaceful, the celestial world had become a purgatory. The green mountains and clear waters were razed to the ground, the boundless ocean turned into a sea of blood, and the various regions and wastelands were covered in corpses. It was a shocking sight. Boundless karmic power of heaven and earth permeated the air, and countless vengeful spirits roamed the immortal realm. Some of them came from the 9 hells purgatory, and some were living beings who had fallen in the calamity. Ghosts were everywhere, and the immortal realm had become the netherworld. 70 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation took another big step forward. Sun Chang'an and Han Ba stepped into the great emperor realm one after another, while the others all reached the grand unity golden immortal realm. At this rate, it would not be difficult for them to reach the emperor realm before the end of the calamity. The spirit chi in the training hall was extremely abundant and had already surpassed the level of the Holy Lands. In addition, Han Yan often preached about the Tao. Even a pig could cultivate and become an immortal here. Everyone who stepped into the great emperor realm would be called into Han Yan's cave abode, where they would be given special treatment. At the very least, they would be able to learn a great divine ability. After learning the great divine ability, the strength of these disciples began to increase by leaps and bounds. Sometimes, one didn't have to have a lot of divine abilities. One killing move was enough. No matter how many divine abilities he had, it was all useless if he couldn't kill his enemy. On this day, Han Yan stepped out of the cave once again to preach the Tao to the entire secret order. 10 years of preaching passed in the blink of an eye. After the lecture, the disciples were still immersed in it. Han Yan went to the Fusang tree. He wanted to see the situation of the space-time vortex. Ma Chao was still guarding in front of the vortex. He was meditating on the tree trunk like an old Buddha. He was as firm as a rock and as immovable as a mountain. Seeing Han Yan appear, he did not get up because there was no such courtesy in his mind. He only had one mission, and that was to guard the training hall. He did not even need to cultivate. Han Yan was very curious about the situation of the upper-class world on the other side of the space-time vortex. The upper-class world belonged to another heavenly Tao and was far away from the heavenly Tao's calamity. However, it must have its own calamity. Should he send someone to investigate? Would the heavenly Tao world of the upper-class world notice? Forget it. Before he had the strength to fight against a saint, Han Yan would try his best not to provoke a saint. At this moment, Morongqi suddenly came to Han Yan's side. "Grandmaster, there's something strange about that world," Morongqi said. The other disciples were still in a state of enlightenment. It was not easy for him to be the first to wake up. Han Yan asked, "Why do you say that?" Morongqi said, "It's a kind of intuition. I felt a mysterious and strange power pass by this vortex, but it didn't enter." Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the hidden sect island had been targeted? Han Yan asked in his heart, who in the upper-class world discovered the space-time vortex? 2 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, ominous deity, another ominous deity. Wait, how could there be an ominous deity in the upper-class world? Aren't the ominous deities staying in the dark forbidden zone? Han Yan continued to ask and deducted another 4 billion years of lifespan. The destiny of the upper-class world is declining. A large number of ominous deities are pouring into the upper-class world. Han Yan was secretly shocked. The ominous deities had invaded the upper-class world. Wasn't that also a calamity? Fortunately, he did not go to the upper-class world. Otherwise, he would be in another trouble. Han Yan said, "It's okay. As long as you don't go in, it's fine. There's also a great calamity there." Hearing this, Morongqi frowned. Han Yan looked at it for a while and left. For the time being, he could not block the space-time vortex. He could not really cut down the Fusang tree. If the ominous deities barged in, they would be food for the strange deities. In the Lingxiao Palace, Feng Liang sat on the emperor's throne with a solemn expression. There were not many immortals in the hall, and they all looked nervous. A heavenly soldier rushed in and shouted in horror, "The Fushi Tian and goddess Nuwa are besieging the heaven sect master. The battle will soon endanger the heavens. The 10th level of heaven is about to be lost." As soon as these words were said, the immortals were in an uproar. A heavenly general immediately looked at Feng Liang and said, "Your Majesty, let's retreat. There's no need for us to guard the sky now. The 9th level of heaven has been destroyed, and the saints have been fighting in the sky. If we stay in the sky, we will definitely suffer." The others tried to persuade him. Now, they had already lost their ambition to slaughter the human race and dominate the heavens. They only wanted to survive. Feng Liang frowned and did not speak. The divine general asked, "Your Majesty, what does the South Pole Heavenly Venerable mean?" Currently, there were 2 saints who supported heaven. The Jiejiao sect master and the South Pole Heavenly Venerable of Chan School. This was only on the surface. Unfortunately, the 2 saints did not really support heaven. They only used heaven to clean up all living beings and pave the way for celestial. Now, the heavenly courts were in a dilemma. No matter how angry the immortals were, they did not dare to contradict the saints. This feeling of grievance made them go crazy. Feng Liang replied, "The heavenly venerable asked heaven to wait quietly. He said that the human race will change drastically." Drastic change? The immortals looked at each other, not understanding what kind of drastic change would happen. Dong, a deafening bell sounded. The expressions of Feng Liang, the divine general, and all the immortals in the hall changed drastically. They felt their souls tremble. The immortals with weaker cultivation levels vomited blood on the spot, and their auras quickly weakened. "What bell is this?" Feng Liang was shocked. He seemed to have thought of something and looked terrified. Could it be that they're crazy? Feng Liang's loss of composure made the immortals even more terrified. The divine general asked, "Your Majesty, do you know?" Feng Liang circulated his energy to stabilize his soul. He gritted his teeth and replied, "The heavenly Tao's fiendish treasure. A saint is preparing to kill a saint." Kill a saint? The immortals were in an uproar. They had always thought that the saints were acting, but they didn't expect that the saints really had killing intent. The divine general frowned and asked, "Really? Could it be just to intimidate?" Feng Liang said in a deep voice, "Once this treasure is used, heaven and earth will be silent, and it will also cause a backlash to the saints. It should be more than just intimidating." The Lingxiao Palace was about to fall into chaos. It would be fine if it was the South Pole Heavenly Venerable or the Tianjua sect master who used this treasure, but if it was the Fushi Tian or goddess Nuwa, then heaven would be completely finished. Despair began to spread, and every immortal was uneasy. Another 20 years had passed since the end of the last sermon. Inside the congenital cave, Han Yan was cultivating. Detected that the heavenly Tao saint, the Tianjua sect master, used the heavenly Tao fiendish treasure to advance the calamity. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately enter the calamity and stop the Tianjua sect master. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the system. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and stay away from the calamity. You can obtain a chance to upgrade the dojo. Heavenly Tao fiendish treasure, what's that? Forget it, it's not important. Han Yan directly chose the second option. Dojo upgrading. Han Yan was in a good mood. After the dojo was upgraded, he would be safer. This time, the dojo's array should be upgraded to the saint level, right? At that time, the saints wouldn't be able to break in, and he could cultivate in peace. It took time for the dojo to upgrade. Han Yan didn't wait and continued to cultivate. The next year, Han Yan, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. For some reason, he was uneasy and his mood was inexplicably gloomy. He noticed that the hidden sect disciples outside the cave were the same. What's going on? I feel so depressed. You guys too? This feeling. Something big has happened in the immortal world. To be precise, something big has happened in the heavenly Tao. Could there be danger approaching us again? I'm not sure, but the sect master hasn't come out. What are you afraid of? Listening to the conversation outside, Han Yan frowned, not understanding what was going on. He was about to use the evolution function when the hidden sect island shook violently. It was more intense than any previous evil attack. The ocean around the island churned wildly, the mountains shook, and countless rocks fell down. Han Yan's eyes narrowed. His magic power enveloped the entire dojo, stabilizing everything. He could clearly feel an extremely terrifying impact sweeping across the hidden sect island, rolling the hidden sect island in an unknown direction. Xiao Shilai has spoken to you in your dreams. Han Yan directly ignored it. Hidden sect island was in trouble, so he couldn't accept it in his dreams. Xiao Shilai began to flood the screen. Han Yan cursed inwardly. There was something wrong with this guy. How could he be so impatient? He didn't look like a saint at all. Han Yan asked in his heart, what is attacking Hidden Sect Island? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, this net worth, sage, goddess Nuwa has fallen. The impact of the explosion of the heavenly Dao Saint's Dao fruit swept across Hidden Sect Island. Goddess Nuwa had perished. Han Yan widened his eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air. The saint had really fallen. The most important thing was Goddess Nuwa. Perhaps it was because of the Huaxia mythology, but Han Yan always felt that Goddess Nuwa was of a higher level than the other heavenly Dao saints. He didn't expect her to be the first to perish. The calamity should be over now that a saint had fallen, right? About an hour later, the calamity on Hidden Sect Island finally stopped. Xiao Shilai's messages continued to flood the screen. Han Yan checked his surroundings. After confirming that there were no powerful enemies, he accepted Xiao Shilai's message in his dreams. It was still the same hall. Xiao Shilai was still the lofty and majestic golden Buddha. Han Yan did not reveal the yin-yang shield. After all, it was a heavenly Dao treasure. If he had another treasure for no reason, the saints would be suspicious. Xiao Shilai said, Goddess Nuwa has fallen. One of the 9 heavenly Dao saints is missing. After this calamity, everyone will compete for a heavenly Dao saint. You can prepare in advance. A heavenly Dao saint, I don't care, Han Yan pretended to be shocked and asked, even a saint can fall? Xiao Shilai said, under the protection of the heavenly Dao, the saints are immortal. However, in the calamity, the heavenly Dao will be obscured by karma. The saints' luck will weaken and there is a possibility that they will fall. The Jiejiao's Tianjue sect master used the heavenly Dao treasure to kill Goddess Nuwa. The Fushi Tian was also severely injured. It can be considered that they have left the calamity in advance. Tianjue sect master, Han Yan could not help but think of the Tong Tian sect master in the investiture of the gods. He was also the master of Jiejiao. When he was forced, he used the fairy-slaying sword formation to kill the saints. The Jiejiao saints were so ruthless. Could this be the inheritance? Han Yan asked. Does this mean that the calamity is about to end? Xiao Shilai said, yes. When the number of living beings is lower than the number set by the heavenly Dao, the saints will work together to clear the karma of the heavenly Dao. Han Yan was silent. In other words, there would be a massacre. Nuwa had fallen, and the Fushi Tian had retreated. The human race was finished. Han Yan was not in a good mood. After all, he was also a human. Although he did not have a sense of belonging to the human race in this world, he still felt sorry for them. After the calamity is over, let's return to the immortal realm. The Dark Forbidden Zone is undergoing great changes, and it will be extremely dangerous in the future. Those below the saints can only rely on the protection of the heavenly Dao to avoid the dangerous attacks of the Dark Forbidden Zone. Han Yan nodded. The heavenly Dao saints probably did not know about the plans of the saints of the Great Path. Han Yan also did not say that the riots in the Dark Forbidden Zone were caused by the saints of the Great Path. It was useless to say so, and it could easily offend the saints of the Great Path. The heavenly Dao saints were already extremely terrifying. Who knew what kind of existence the saints of the Great Path were? Han Yan asked, what will happen to the celestial ruler? Xiao Shilai replied, he no longer belongs to the heavenly Dao. If we want to protect him, we can only expel him from the heavenly Dao. As for whether he can survive, it will depend on his luck. Han Yan was silent. Perhaps this was the best ending. After the calamity was over, he would ask the celestial ruler if he was willing to follow him. Do you know the Dark Forbidden Lord? Xiao Shilai suddenly asked. Han Yan said, I've heard of it. Xiao Shilai said, after the calamity is over, the saints will find a way to find the Dark Forbidden Lord. If anyone around you wants to follow the Dark Forbidden Lord, it's best to cut off all ties with him. The Dark Forbidden Lord is probably not a heavenly Tao saint, but an evil existence outside the heavenly Tao. He has been interfering with the calamity. If he did not take action, the calamity would not have caused the saints to take action, and it would not have ended so quickly. Han Yan was shocked and asked in horror, an evil existence outside the heavenly Tao? Doesn't that mean the Dark Forbidden Lord will threaten all living beings? Yes, but don't worry, the saints have their own plans. It's really one trouble after another. Han Yan sighed with emotion. His acting was very natural. Xiao Shilai did not say anything more and ended the dream. After returning to the Khanate cave abode, the first thing Han Yan did was to ask if any heavenly Tao saints suspected that he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. After spending 4 billion years of his life, he got the answer, no. Han Yan was relieved. As long as they did not suspect him, the saints could deal with the Dark Forbidden Lord. After knowing that the calamity was about to end, Han Yan became calmer. The only thing he hoped for now was for the dojo to be upgraded as soon as possible. It had been a year, but he had not succeeded. However, as long as he could upgrade the dojo's array to the heavenly sage level, he would not mind waiting for another 100 years. Not long after, Hidden Sect Island fell into peace again. 8 years later. Dojo upgraded. Array upgraded to the heavenly sage level. Expand the internal space of the dojo. Dojo's immortal chi increased 10-fold. Khanate chi increased 5-fold. Dojo can block the prying of great Tao level existences. A new guard has been added to the system. It can completely replicate a quasi-sage expert from the simulation trial as a guard. It will listen to everything you say. The guard must not leave the dojo for more than an hour. Otherwise, it will melt away. Heavenly sage level, Han Yan was pleasantly surprised. It was finally here. Not only that, it could also block the prying of great Tao level existences. It was completely stable, at least under the heavenly Tao. Han Yan was very stable. The new guard could choose to be a quasi-sage expert. Han Yan asked silently, among the quasi-sages in the Taiji Palace, who is the strongest? There were many listeners in the Taiji Palace, but most of them had not interacted with Han Yan. Therefore, Han Yan had not seen them in the mail. As for the simulation trial, there were a few quasi-sages. Han Yan could not defeat them no matter how hard he fought, so he could not figure out who was stronger. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, a figure appeared in Han Yan's mind, and a sentence appeared before his eyes. Sure Du Dao, quasi-sage perfection, immeasurable emperor, great Dao inheritor. Han Yan remembered this guy. He had mastered a strange and domineering great divine power. When Han Yan's magic power approached him, it would automatically dissipate. When the divine power hit him, it would directly disappear. Han Yan had already thought that Sure Du Dao was very strong, but he did not expect him to be the strongest quasi-sage. He was equivalent to the number 1 person below the sage level. Han Yan immediately chose Sure Du Dao as the guard template. Begin replication of guard. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that his future was bright. His dojo was equivalent to a sage's dojo. Even if a sage came to attack, they might not succeed. At least, they could delay it. He no longer had to worry about being spied on by saints of the Great Path. In addition to Sure Du Dao, Han Yan could use an hour to turn Sure Du Dao's guard into his killing weapon. Han Yan was excited just thinking about it. At this moment, Goddess Nuwa has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? Didn't Nuwa fall? Han Yan was stunned. Acting again, Han Yan asked in his heart, if I accept Nuwa's message in my dreams, will I be in danger? 30 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 30 billion years, this was 10 times the value of a heavenly Tao sage. Han Yan suddenly remembered that when Tai Sutian barged into his and Xing Hongshuan's dream, she mentioned that Nuwa was about to jump out of the heavenly Tao sage realm and wanted Han Yan to inherit the position of the heavenly Tao sage. Could it be? Continue. Han Yan gritted his teeth and made his choice. the dojo can block the prying of great Tao existences. Saints of the great Tao can't kill you in your dreams. It's done. It just so happened that the dojo had been upgraded. Han Yan chose to accept Nuwa's dream. Immediately after, Han Yan entered the dream realm. This was a place with green mountains and clear waters. There was a small river, and there was a large waterfall between two mountain peaks. It looked like the Milky Way. Goddess Nuwa stood by the river. She was like a legend. She had a human body and a snake tail. She wore a colorful lotus dress and had a dignified posture. A gentle smile appeared on her perfect face. She was waving at Han Yan. Han Yan was stunned for a moment. He didn't walk forward. Instead, he asked cautiously, "You are?" Goddess Nuwa smiled and said, "Nuwa. Have you heard of me?" "Sage." Han Yan was shocked and hurriedly bowed. Goddess Nuwa stared at Han Yan and said with a smile, "Han Yan, it's really difficult to send you a message in your dreams." Han Yan asked in shock, "You've sent me a message in my dreams before? Why did I only feel it now? Is it because I'm in the dark forbidden zone?" Goddess Nuwa said with a faint smile, "Perhaps, but it's not important." "Have you heard of my death recently?" Han Yan answered truthfully, "I heard the sage mention it." Goddess Nuwa smiled and said, "They can't wait." Han Yan had a lot of thoughts. Was this a scheme of the sages, or was Nuwa lying to the sages? I've long transcended the heavenly Tao and stepped into the great Tao realm. However, I've been looking for a successor. I hope that someone with good intentions can inherit my heavenly Tao sage title. In this calamity, the sage's ambitions were exposed. I took this opportunity to jump out of the heavenly Tao's chessboard. The other sages thought that I've really died, but that's not the case. Don't tell anyone about this. Goddess Nuwa smiled. Han Yan said carefully, "If I don't say it, the sages won't know?" Goddess Nuwa replied, "The heavenly Tao no longer has any traces of me. The sages are conceited and only believe in themselves. Many people in the world believe that I'm not dead. How can the sages believe that?" That's true, the difference in realm made the perception different. Han Yan took a deep breath and said, "Do you want me to be a heavenly Tao sage? I don't have such talent." "Thank you for your good intentions. Why do all of them want me to be a sage? I'm different. I've already transcended the heavenly Tao. Even if you become a heavenly Tao sage, it won't do me any good. I only hope to leave a chance for the heavenly Tao created by the Daozu. In this calamity, the sages have been fighting non-stop. In reality, they're just putting on a show. Their goal is to destroy the Daozu's heavenly Tao fate and break free from the Daozu's restraints. The humans are the race of the heavenly Tao established by the Daozu, but they've also overthrown it. For their own benefits, they might do something even more unscrupulous. I have to choose someone with a kind heart. You are that person. I've been observing you for a long time. Although you don't have much karma, you've always done your best to protect the people around you. The Yuching of the mortal realm didn't help you much, but you've always repaid her kindness. The same goes for the celestial ruler. Although I don't know what methods you've used, the celestial ruler's calamity has been constantly changing because of you. The other heavenly Tao sages can't sense this. Goddess Nuwa's words caused Han Yan's heart to turn cold. She can see through this. Patriarch Shitian also sensed that Han Yan's fate was changing. Could it be that he's a transcendent Tao sage? Han Yan smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid of trouble. I only want to cultivate. I don't want to fight with the sages. How about this? I'll choose one of my disciples who meet your requirements to become a sage." Goddess Nuwa smiled and asked, "Han Yan, do you think becoming a sage is child's play?" Han Yan fell silent. However, he really didn't dare to accept the position of a heavenly Tao sage. "Fine. If you want to become a sage, your cultivation must first reach the quasi-sage realm. You also need the primordial violet aura. The heavenly Tao has 9 strands of primordial violet aura. My primordial violet aura is somewhere, and the heavenly Tao sages are probably still looking for it. When the time is right, I'll hand it over to you." Goddess Nuwa's words made Han Yan heave a sigh of relief. Goddess Nuwa has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 2 stars. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. I will definitely choose a good person to inherit this position. Han Yan cupped his fists and said sincerely. Goddess Nuwa smiled, let's leave this matter as it is for now. In the future, there will be no Nuwa in the heavenly Tao. You have to rely on yourself. I can't interfere with the heavenly Tao. Han Yan nodded, I understand. I don't dare to trouble you, your majesty. Goddess Nuwa waved her sleeves and the dream realm shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He let out a long sigh. The saints really knew how to play. Who would have thought that Nuwa didn't really die? Even the saints didn't know. No matter what, at least I didn't take the position of heavenly Tao saint and didn't offend the saints. This is considered a success. Han Yan thought about it. So far, he hadn't offended any saints. Saint Fingji aside, the one who offended Saint Fingji was the Dark Forbidden Lord. What did that have to do with him? Han Yan sighed and didn't know what to say. Everything was arranged and he even got the position of saint. Han Yan now had to continue cultivating. Before entering the celestial world, he had to become invincible. Even if he couldn't do that, it was fine. As long as he stayed in the dojo, the saints wouldn't be able to break in. Wait. He had to be careful. Can the dojo's formation completely block the invasion of the heavenly Tao saints? Han Yan asked in his heart. Unable to block the invasion of multiple heavenly Tao saints at the same time. Han Yan's eyelids twitched. It was still not stable. It seemed that before the dojo leveled up again, he still couldn't offend the saints. He had to treat them politely and carefully. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. He continued to cultivate. Nuwa's death made the heavenly Tao even crazier. After everyone knew that the saints weren't immortal, they became bolder and bolder. They all wanted to fight for Providence in the calamity and even become a saint. Heaven and the human race had stopped fighting, but the various factions that supported them started to kill each other. Those who had grudges took revenge and those who didn't fought for resources. All of a sudden, the celestial world became even more chaotic. All of a sudden, more and more factions appeared and more people became famous. As for Celestial, there was no trace of her. The Dark Forbidden Land also started to become chaotic. 45 years later, the Hidden Sect Island was once again attacked by an ominous spirit. Han Yan directly let the ominous god spirit in and then let Zhao Yun go and deal with this ominous god spirit. Zhao Yun was the new guard, a replica of Shi Dudao. This was also Zhao Yun's first battle. With a raise of his hand, the ominous god was directly suppressed on the beach, unable to move. The disciples of the Yin sect were dumbfounded. This new guard is stronger than Lu Bu and Ma Chao. After Zhao Yun suppressed the ominous godly spirit immediately devoured it and became stronger. The disciples of the hidden sect could not see the strange divine spirit. They thought that Zhao Yun had used some kind of divine ability to destroy the ominous divine spirit. After dealing with the ominous deity, Zhao Yun expressionlessly returned to the Fusang tree to guard the space-time vortex. Shi Dudao's appearance was not as domineering as Zhu Tu's, and he even appeared slightly thin and weak. However, his eyes were incomparably cold, and no one dared to look him in the eye. On the other side, inside the congenital cave, Han Yan looked worried. This time, the ominous god spirit seemed to be stronger than before. If this continued, the dark forbidden zone would really be filled with ominous gods. If one day, an ominous god spirit that surpassed the heavenly sage appeared, it would not be good. Han Yan moved the hidden sect island again. If there was some kind of connection between the ominous gods, it would not be good. A few days later, the hidden sect island stopped. Han Yan continued to cultivate, trying to break through to the golden immortal stage of Daluo. In the immortal realm, at the edge of the boundless ocean, there was a cliff across the sea, as if it was blocking the ocean. Two figures stood on the cliff. They were Zhou Fan and Su Qi. Zhou Fan was dressed in black, with a black dragon crown on his head. He was holding a large cauldron with one hand, and his killing intent was soaring. Su Qi was also dressed in black, but his hair was disheveled, his eyes were pitch black, and his forehead was covered with wriggling strange runes. The two looked at each other and did not attack for a long time. Zhou Fan slowly said, "I didn't expect that my final opponent would be you." Su Qi said, "I also didn't expect that the small scarlet cloud world would hide so many naysayers." If Han Yan knew that you and I were fighting, what would he think? Perhaps he would sigh, but it wouldn't affect his Dao heart. The battle between us might be child's play in his eyes. That's right, he should be trying to break through to the golden immortal stage of Daluo now. Of course, my master's aptitude is unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled in the world? Do you know about the chaotic physique? I do, aren't you the same? Haha. Zhou Fan laughed wantonly. Streams of yellow qi flowed out of the cauldron into his body, and his aura began to skyrocket. Su Qi's robe fluttered, and the aura of misfortune erupted. Zhou Fan needed immeasurable merit to continue defying the heavens. Su Qi needed great providence to wash away his own misfortune. Neither of them wanted to avoid this battle. They were not considered acquaintances, and they only knew Han Yan. Han Yan was not enough to make them give up on hunting each other. 10 years later, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Saint Fate's secrets. At the same time, he habitually checked his emails. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was expelled by your good friend Xiao Shilai and entered the void returning deity realm. Your good friend Huang Zuantian received guidance from the saint and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Huang Zuantian joined Celestial and his providence transformed. Your good friend Zhou Fan was attacked by your disciple Su Qi and was seriously injured. Your disciple Su Qi was attacked by your good friend Zhou Fan and was seriously injured. Your good friend Mo Zhu learned the immeasurable cultivation technique because of the saint's guidance. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. Seeing Celestial Ruler's situation, Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Shilai had indeed fulfilled his promise. However, would Celestial Ruler be in danger when he went to the void returning deity realm? He had to calculate before appearing in his dream. Han Yan noticed that Mo Zhu finally had some movements. Previously, he had learned that Mo Zhu had been accepted as a disciple by the sect master of Ren school, which meant that he had been accepted by Li Mui. Now that he had learned the immeasurable cultivation technique, it could be considered a good opportunity. If not for Li Mui wanting to rope in Han Yan, Mo Zhu would have died in the immortal world long ago. Han Yan hoped that this beauty would be well, but he would not take it to heart. Back then, he had already tried to persuade her to stay, but she insisted on leaving. Since that was the case, she had to be responsible for her choice. Time can erase everything, but it can also prove everything. 5 days later, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and asked in his heart, is there a saint by Celestial Ruler's side? 2 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, yes. Han Yan was depressed. Why was there still one? Could it be that Xiao Shilai had been following Celestial Ruler all this while? Forget it, he would appear in his dream again in the future. Han Yan prepared to continue cultivating. At this moment, he suddenly felt a powerful aura attacking him. It came from the Fusan tree, space-time vortex. At the same time, on the Fusan tree, Zhao Yun and Ma Chao stood up at the same time and blocked the space-time vortex. A pair of cold eyes appeared in the vortex. I didn't expect to discover a space-time barrier by chance. It's just nice for me to establish a Dao field. A cold laugh came from the space-time vortex. Humph, impudent. Ma Chao shouted angrily and immediately rushed into the space-time vortex. That sneer followed. Golden Immortal Daluo? No wonder there's such a barrier. But it's not enough. I want this place. His words made the disciples of the hidden sect nervous. They had been hiding in the hidden sect island for a long time, so they were a little timid. At this moment, Zhao Yun suddenly stepped into the space-time vortex. In less than 3 breaths of time. How is this possible? Who are you? Fellow Taoist. I was wrong. I'll leave right away. Hearing these 2 sentences, the people of the hidden sect heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed out loud. Hey you cursed, that's it? That gave me goosebumps. Tengu shouted, Senior Zhao Yun is amazing. He's my big brother from now on. The others also began to discuss. Zhao Yun carried a white-haired man and stepped out of the space-time vortex. Ma Chao followed closely behind. The white-haired man curled up as if bound by an invisible rope. Zhao Yun threw him on a tree trunk. On the other side, Han Yan used the simulation trial to test this person's cultivation. Wu Daoist, Daluo Golden Immortal, Human Rogue Cultivator. No background? Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Daoist could suppress Zhu Tu's Ma Chao, so his strength was extraordinary. Dao Zhu was the strongest cultivator in the immortal world, equivalent to the strongest Daluo. How should he deal with him? He definitely couldn't release him. Otherwise, the space-time vortex might expose his location. Han Yan transmitted his voice to Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun looked down at Wu Daoist with killing intent in his eyes. Wu Daoist was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted. "Senior, I was wrong. I'm also being hunted and have nowhere to go. Let me go, I'll never come back. It's fine if you don't let me go. I'm willing to be a slave. Don't kill me." The higher one's cultivation, the more they cherished their lives. Wu Daoist didn't seem to have left any life-saving methods elsewhere. He was extremely afraid. Zhao Yun carried Wu Daoist and flew inside the congenital cave. Then, he returned to the Fusang tree alone. The disciples were not worried about Han Yan. Instead, they began to discuss whether Wu Daoist could live. Li Yao said, "It's best to kill him to prevent future troubles." Chu Shiren frowned and said, "Your evil aura is very strong." Wu Daojian snorted, "Wasn't that guy very arrogant just now? If we can't beat him, do you think he will let us live? He didn't say he was going to kill us. It was just too late. It's not good to kill too much. If you do this for too long, you'll lose respect for life and death." Seeing that the three of them were about to quarrel, Heyu Devil smiled and said, "Perhaps he can survive. After all, I was also beaten into submission." Zhao Xianyuan said proudly, "I'm different. I have a good eye and took the initiative to join." It has been some time since Zhao Xianyuan joined the secret order and he could not help but sigh with emotion each time he recalled the past. This was the best decision he had ever made in his life. In the past, he had always listened to the arrangements of his elders and rarely made his own decisions. Leaving the human race and becoming Han Yan's disciple was definitely the most important decision he had ever made as the #1 prodigy of the human race. On the other side, inside the cave, Han Yan stared at Wu Daoist and asked, "How's the situation in the great wide world? Who are you being hunted down by?" Wu Daoist replied nervously, "The great wide world has been very chaotic recently. The various great fortune sects have been fighting non-stop, and the saints have not appeared. I'm being hunted down by my enemies. I really know my mistake. Let me go." Han Yan asked, "If I let you go, will you hate me? How is that possible? Wu Daoist has developed hatred towards you." Current hatred points, 3 stars, Wu Daoist cursed in his heart. How could he not hate you? He was also a famous mighty figure in the great wide world. During his heyday, millions of disciples listened to him preach the Tao. If it weren't for the fact that he was now in dire straits, the more Wu Daoist thought about it, the sadder he felt. Han Yan sighed and directly put Wu Daoist into the star world before killing him. Wu Daoist did not even have time to react. As soon as he appeared in the star world, he was killed by the celestial dipper demon god with a punch, his body and soul destroyed. "Unfortunately, you're not kind enough. You came looking for trouble, and I wanted to let you go. Shouldn't you be grateful to me?" Han Yan thought expressionlessly. The current hidden sect no longer needed to absorb powerhouses. Instead of absorbing unstable foreign powerhouses, it was better to nurture them internally. Apart from his disciples, the 10,000 Nether people also had great potential. Ever since the Lady of Earth entrusted the Nether race to Han Yan, the Nether race had regarded Han Yan as their father. They even built stone statues to worship Han Yan in their territory. At present, the Nether race and the hidden sect had not completely merged for the time being. However, they would occasionally interact. Heiyuji and Tengu liked to play with them the most. Han Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. He did not move the hidden sect island. After all, the space-time vortex was located at the end of the great wide world and could not be moved. A few months later, before Wu Daoist walked out of the cave abode, the disciples knew that he was gone. Heyu Devil guessed that Wu Daoist must have resentment in his heart, and Han Yan had sensed it. He had previously communicated with Duan Hongchen and felt that Han Yan had the ability to see through people's hearts. His conjecture convinced the others as well. Han Yan would not kill the innocent, but once he was threatened, he would not show mercy. Chu Shiren did not say much. He did not believe in others, but he believed in Han Yan's judgment. Ever since they followed Han Yan, they had not encountered any danger and could cultivate in peace every day. This was even safer than the Buddhist sect. Under the rolling thunderclouds in the sky, the ground was stained with blood. The mountains and rivers were broken as if they had been bombarded by a terrifying force. There was no place on the ground that was intact. Su Qi leaned against a huge broken rock. He gasped for breath and stared at the sky. Countless living beings gathered in the sky and on the ground, surrounding him. Looking up, there were human cultivators, demons, dragons, Suzaku, Qilins, and so on in all directions. All the living beings looked at Su Qi with killing intent, hatred, and anger. Su Qi had fought for the heaven for so many years. His bad luck had spread to almost every corner of the immortal world. He had offended too many enemies. Now that the heaven had been defeated and was preparing to retreat, Su Qi had become the vent of all the living beings' anger. Su Qi, you can't escape. The immortal gods will not come to save you. A human cultivator laughed angrily. His voice resounded between heaven and earth, causing the other living beings to curse. All kinds of unpleasant words entered Su Qi's ears. Su Qi was not angry. Instead, he smiled. You want to take revenge on me? But do you remember how many sins you have committed? Sins are sins, regardless of whether they are big or small. I, Su Qi, admit what I have done. But if you want to kill me, just do it. Don't talk nonsense to comfort the uneasiness in your hearts. As Su Qi spoke, he flew up. The aura of bad luck overflowed again and surrounded him. This scene scared the living beings into retreating. They did not dare to be the first to attack Su Qi. Boom. Boom. Boom, the ground shook violently. Terrifying footsteps came from the sky. Everyone turned their heads and saw a 10,000 feet tall figure walking over. Su Qi, you slaughtered my race. Today, I will destroy your soul. A roar filled with anger exploded, deafening everyone's ears. Su Qi frowned and felt the pressure. At this moment, a voice sounded in Su Qi's ears. Do you want to end everything? As long as you are willing to use your divine power, the calamity will end. The living beings who survive will be grateful to you. You can even obtain heavenly merit points because you stopped the endless calamity. Su Qi frowned. He knew that Saint Destiny was trying to bewitch him. However, he remembered Han Yan's words. This was a trap. Su Qi looked up and saw huge figures appearing in all directions. These figures were at least at the immortal state. At this moment, Su Qi felt sad. Others would always fight in groups, but he would always fight alone, whether it was for himself or for the heavenly court. Su Qi thought of the invocation technique. He could ask Han Yan for help. Although Han Yan didn't care about them, he believed that if he used the invocation technique, Han Yan would definitely help. No, how can I have such thoughts? Master has already helped me a lot. How can I drag him into this? Su Qi's eyes became more and more ruthless. In that case, he could only fight it out. At most, he would die. He had lived long enough in this life. Su Qi raised his right hand and laughed wildly. Today, I want to see who can kill me. As soon as he said that, all the living beings in the world flew into a rage and rushed toward him. The scene froze. Su Qi, who was surrounded by all the living beings in the world, was so insignificant. He was like a piece of gravel in the forest that would be drowned in the next moment. In the blink of an eye, another 40 years had passed since he killed Daoist Wu. On this day, Han Yan was feeling uneasy. He was a Daluo. He wouldn't be emotional for no reason. Something must have happened. He immediately checked the emails. Your disciple Su Qi used the Dao Annihilation divine power. His providence has plummeted. Your good friend Mo Fuzhou was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Xu Jingxing was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a mysterious force. Fortunately, celestial providence protected her. Your good friend Flame Lord Emperor was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a mysterious force. Fortunately, celestial providence protected her. Your good friend Han Ming was attacked by a mysterious force and died. Your good friend Han Ming was revived by a saint. The last trace of his soul was revived. Along the way, many people died, his good friends in heaven were almost all dead. Han Yan frowned. Why was Su Qi still using the Tao annihilation divine power? Han Ju asked. How many living beings have died in the heavenly Tao? 1 billion years of your lifespan. Continue? Continue, 90% of the living level. Han Ju remained silent. So. Han Ju checked Su Qi's cultivation level. He was still a rank 1 immortal emperor. However, after using the Tao annihilation mystical power, he would drop a major realm. In other words, Su Qi had already reached the deity realm. It was too ruthless. Was this the Tao obliteration divine ability? If the saint used it, wouldn't all living beings in the heavenly Tao die? Qiu Shilai. Qiu Shilai. He could not wait any longer. Except, Han Yan entered the dream realm. He saw the familiar hall and the familiar golden Buddha statues. Qiu Shilai said in a deep voice, your disciple Su Qi used the Tao annihilation divine power and killed all living beings, forcefully ending the immeasurable calamity. Han Yan was shocked. Tao annihilation divine power? What's that? How can he be so capable? He became more and more terrified, as if he had just heard a terrible nightmare. How big of a sin is this? Han Yan muttered to himself. Regardless of whether Qiu Shilai believed him or not, he believed that he did not know about this at all. Qiu Shilai sighed. It's not just the celestial world. The other mortal worlds are the same. They are dead silent. Your disciple is dead. I can't save him. Han Yan frowned. Qiu Shilai changed the topic and said, he must die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to appease the anger of the other sages, and we won't be able to answer to the heavenly Tao. I can only help her keep a trace of his remnant soul and hand it to you in the future. From now on, he can't appear in the heavenly Tao's territory. Otherwise, his body and soul will be destroyed. Han Yan understood that this was the best ending. He hurriedly thanked Qiu Shilai. At the same time, he asked in confusion, where did my disciple learn such a powerful divine power? Qiu Shilai sighed. The Daozu taught the Tao annihilation divine power to the sages. I'm sure your disciple is being used by other sages. As for who it is, I can't tell you for now. You can't bear the karma of the sages for now. I'm doing this for your own good. Han Yan was silent. It seemed that Qiu Shilai was in cahoots with Sage Fengji. He would go back and think about it. Anyway, he did not fully trust Qiu Shilai and Goddess Nuwa. He could only pretend to trust them because he was not strong enough. Qiu Shilai continued, the cataclysm is over. In 10 years, the sages will disperse the karma of the heavens and earth. After that, you can return to the celestial realm at any time. Han Yan asked, when will the celestial realm be filled with living beings? Qiu Shilai said, when the heavens and earth give birth to all kinds of living beings, you can also use this opportunity to preach and establish a religion. Thousands of years later, you will be a mighty person respected by all living beings in the world, just like the Buddha, the celestial ruler, and the goblin emperor of the past. Han Yan sighed. The cataclysm of death, only a few people could escape this cataclysm, the living beings who survived could cultivate in peace. With the accumulation of time, they would surpass all living beings sooner or later. It was equivalent to cultivating countless years ahead of all living beings. Even ordinary living beings could become mighty people. After the cataclysm is over, the sages will no longer be able to attack under the heavenly axiom. You can rest assured about this. The one who controls all living beings is celestial. Their leader is an old friend of yours. You will know in the future. In other words, you can return with peace of mind and will not be in danger. As soon as Qiu Shilai finished speaking, the dreamscape shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He asked, is what Qiu Shilai said true? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, yes. Han Yan breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he returned to the celestial realm, he would have to think about it. Han Yan continued asking, what is the relationship between Qiu Shilai and Sage Fengji? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. According to the favorability scale, they have a 3-star favorability scale. 3-star, in other words, they were on the same side for the time being, but there was a possibility of them breaking up. As expected, Xiao Shilai could not be trusted completely. Han Yan thought silently. Han Yan felt emotional when he thought about the end of the cataclysm and the reactivation of the heavenly axiom. Fortunately, he had moved the reroll world out in advance. Otherwise, it would have been gone. Wait, if that was the case, wouldn't the reroll world be the only mortal world under the heavenly axiom? If it was developed a little, Han Yan's heart raced. He did not dare to think about it. He could already see endless power and benefits surging towards him. As long as he worked a little harder, he might be able to become the most powerful existence below the sages. He was even more powerful than the celestial ruler, Zhu Tu, and Tendo Buddha of the past. Something's wrong. This is a trap. If you want to destroy someone, you have to make them go crazy first. The sage wants to harm me. I can't appear in the open, but I can support my disciples. Before the next cataclysm, if I attain the Tao and become a sage, the other heavenly axioms will definitely not be my match. Furthermore, all the major factions under the heavenly axiom are branches of the hidden sect. Wouldn't that mean, the more Han Yan thought about it, the faster his heart beat. After being controlled by the sage for so long, it was time for him to rise. No. I still have to be careful. How can I compete with the saints? Unless I can kill them instantly, I can't compete with them. Before that, I can't have such intentions. It's easy to be detected. Daozu is my role model. When he was born, he was invincible. Han Yan kept adjusting his mentality. It had to be said that Qiu Shilai's words were too bewitching. Not to mention a cultivator like him, anyone else would not be able to withstand it. Han Yan decided that before surpassing the heavenly Tao saints, he would not compete with them. Before that, he would maintain a low-profile attitude and cultivate. Then, Han Yan continued to cultivate. He had to break through to the late stage of the golden immortal Daluo realm before he could break through to the quasi-sage realm. 10 years passed quickly. A pillar of light suddenly descended on the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Han Yan, who was in the cave abode, was also enveloped by the strong light. Detected that the heavenly Tao calamity has ended and the heavenly Tao has been reactivated. You have obtained the providence of the immeasurable emperor. You have the following choices. 1. Return to the heavenly Tao immortal world and pave the way for becoming a legend in the future. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a chance to activate a new function of the system. 2. Never return to the immortal world and stay in the dark forbidden zone. You can obtain a mystical ability inheritance and a great Tao fragment. The immeasurable emperor, Han Yan decided not to choose for the time being. He would choose when he returned to the immortal world. The new function of the system was too attractive. He focused his attention on the immeasurable emperor. The immeasurable emperor said that he had already entered the calamity and had survived. What's the use of the immeasurable emperor's providence? It can help you resist the temptation of the heavenly Tao's negative karma and not lose your mind during the next immeasurable calamity. That's it, Han Yan was secretly disdainful. Han Yan checked his interpersonal relationships and found that Zhao Xianyuan, the supremacy Tao, Jiang Yi, Morong Qi, Xing Hongxian, Fang Liang, Ji Xianshen, Su Qi, Huang Zuantian, and the others had also obtained the title of the immeasurable emperor. Almost all the existences who survived the cataclysm had obtained the fate of the immeasurable emperor. On the other hand, people like Heyu Ji and Sun Chang'an, who had been staying in the Tao Hall all this time, didn't manage to obtain it. This was because they didn't even leave the Tao Hall after the calamity started. The dark forbidden zone doesn't belong to the heavenly Tao. How can the heavenly Tao's providence reach me? Han Yan was secretly surprised. The ability of the heavenly Tao was really strange. Wait a minute. Does the immeasurable heavenly emperor's karmic luck come from the heavenly Tao or the grand Tao? Han Yan asked. 5 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, Great Tao. As expected, the Great Tao was everywhere, and it was higher than the heavenly Tao. Although the dark forbidden zone was far away from the heavenly Tao, it was still below the Great Tao. Han Yan continued to ask, if I return to the heavenly Tao now, will I be killed by the saint? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, detected that the order of the heavenly Tao has been restored. The heavenly Tao's restrictions on the heavenly Tao saints have also been restored. The saints can't enter the myriad worlds with their true bodies, and they can't directly kill the living beings in the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they will suffer a backlash from the heavenly Tao. No wonder the saints had to fight during the cataclysm and usually stay in the 33 levels of heaven. It was because of the heavenly Tao's rules. They really couldn't be a heavenly Tao saint, although they were immortal and indestructible, they had also lost their freedom. Then again, if the heavenly Tao saints couldn't fight under the heavenly Tao, could they do it in the dark forbidden zone? Was the dark forbidden zone more dangerous? Han Yan decided to return after reaching the golden immortal Daluo realm. Before the cataclysm, even if a saint wanted to kill Han Yan, they could only ask other mighty figures to do it. However, quasi-sages couldn't barge into Han Yan's Tao hall. Han Yan said, "Everyone, make good use of your time to cultivate. After a while, prepare to return to the immortal world." His voice resounded throughout the entire Tao hall. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Some were also very nervous. We're finally going back. Has the cataclysm ended? That's right. I just received great Providence and learned that the cataclysm has ended. This cataclysm is really fast. It's unprecedented. It's only been a few thousand years, right? It's very likely that a saint entered. It can't be helped. A saint is too powerful. Once they enter the cataclysm, how are we going to survive? After confirming that he was ready to return to the immortal world, Han Yan made good use of his time to cultivate. It had been more than 500 years since his last breakthrough. According to his estimation, he should be breaking through soon. The golden immortal Daluo realm was really difficult to cultivate. Han Yan couldn't imagine how determined those cultivators who spent millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years to break through a small realm were. After Suchi used the Tao obliteration divine power, Han Yan's mail became much quieter. There might not even be a single mail in a year. After the cataclysm, it was really quiet. Time flew by. After 97 years, Han Yan finally had the opportunity to break through. It took him 6 years to successfully break through. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 79091009999999999999999, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation, Daluo perfected golden immortal realm, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao. His lifespan had broken through the limit again, 109. 9 trillion years, Han Yan was in a good mood. The lifespan that he squandered previously was refreshed. He wondered if he could reach the quasi-sage realm before he turned 10,000 years old. Han Yan began to consolidate his cultivation. After spending 5 years, he completely stabilized his cultivation and then began to improve his sword Tao divine power. Half a year later, Han Yan's sword Tao divine power had all reached the quasi-sage realm, his divine power had already reached the quasi-sage level. He only needed to improve his cultivation. Han Yan began to cultivate the Supreme Freedom Dharma form. The 6th Fiend Celestial Dharma form, Fiend Celestial Red Clear, had the power of the sun that burned all things. The 7th Fiend Celestial Dharma form, Fiend Celestial Weak Water, had extremely heavy water that could drown all existences. The 8th Fiend Celestial Dharma form, Fiend Celestial Extreme Darkness, had the great Tao of darkness, allowing darkness to envelop all living beings' senses. In 2 years, Han Yan had cultivated 3 Fiend Celestial Dharma forms. After that, he did not obtain the cultivation memory of the 9th Fiend Celestial Dharma form. With 8 Fiend Celestials attacking together, who could fight against them, Han Yan began to simulate the trial. This time, he really became invincible below the sage realm. However, Han Yan could not instantly kill existences whose cultivation had reached the late quasi-sage realm. For example, Han Yan only managed to kill Shi Dao after an incense stick's worth of time. Shi Dao could devour all divine power, but he could not devour the power of the great Tao. He also had a defensive treasure. The 8 Chaos Fiend Celestials only managed to destroy it after attacking him for an incense stick's worth of time. As for people like Li Daokong, they had already become Han Yan's targets. Below the Sage Realm, there should not be anyone who could kill Han Yan. Of course, this was only Han Yan's guess. After all, he was referring to the audience of the Taiji Palace. Perhaps there were still many powerful existences hidden within the Heavenly Dao, or perhaps there were other Heavenly Dao worlds. No matter what, Han Yan could return to the immortal world. He immediately controlled the hidden sect island to fly to the immortal world. In the dark forbidden zone, his senses could not work. However, he could sense the Six Paths mark. Fang Liang, Huang Zuantian, and the others had the Six Paths mark in their souls. They were all in the same direction, which was probably the immortal world. Is it dangerous for me to return to the immortal world now? Han Yan asked in his heart. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, not yet. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. After all, on the surface, he no longer had any enemies. Those who hated him, except for Sage Fingji, were almost all dead. During the flight, Han Yan silently selected the first option of the system. You need to arrive at the Heavenly Dao Immortal Realm to select this option. Han Yan could only give up. Although he could sense the existence of the Six Paths mark, Hidden Sect Island had moved many times in the dark forbidden zone and was too far away from the immortal realm. Thinking of the Six Paths mark, Han Yan could not help but think of Immortal Emperor Samsara. This guy had not made any moves for a long time, and from his interpersonal relationships, he could see that he was still alive. It was worth mentioning that Immortal Emperor Samsara's cultivation was Daluo's middle stage golden immortal realm. To be able to lurk beside the celestial ruler without being detected, his cultivation was naturally not lower than the celestial ruler's. However, he was no longer in Han Yan's eyes. Since he began to curse Saint Fingji, Han Yan did not take Daluo's golden immortal seriously. Looking back, Han Yan could not help but shake his head and laugh. Once upon a time, he also regarded Immortal Emperor Samsara as a strong opponent. Unfortunately, with the passage of time, Immortal Emperor Samsara had also withdrawn from the stage of hegemony in Han Yan's eyes. This was aptitude. Han Yan did not need to fight for anything. As long as he hid in a place and cultivated in peace, the enemy would probably be surpassed by him before they could react. Before the next immeasurable calamity comes, I must prove my Dao. Han Yan set a goal for himself. When the immeasurable calamity begins, the Heavenly Dao will be concealed and the saints can descend. At that time, the Heavenly Dao Immortal Realm will become dangerous. According to the past, the next immeasurable calamity was still far away. After all, the Divine Palace rose during the end of the immeasurable calamity and its name shook the heavens. Its development time could not be short. 7 years later, Hidden Sect Island finally entered the Immortal Realm. Han Yan controlled Hidden Sect Island to continue moving forward while using his divine sense to observe everything along the way. The earth was desolate and there was no greenery. Many blood lakes had not completely dried up. The sky was dim and there was no sun. Everything seemed so silent and desolate. Han Yan secretly sighed. Along the way for several days, Han Yan did not see a single living soul. One had to know that the flying speed of Hidden Sect Island was not slow. In a few days, if it was in his previous life, they could circle around the Milky Way. This was also the first time Han Yan truly felt how vast the immortal realm was. It was far beyond his imagination, boundless and limitless. For such a vast land to carry out a great slaughter that lasted for thousands of years until all living creatures were wiped out, it was truly terrifying. Hidden Sect Island continued to move forward. Han Yan had to choose a clean place to land. As for spirit qi, he didn't think much about it. In the entire immortal world, there was no place with denser spirit qi than his Dao Hall. After a full year, Han Yan finally found a clean stretch of mountains and rivers. It stretched for millions of miles, with undulating mountains and forests. It was full of vitality, but there were no traces of living creatures. The Hidden Sect Island fell into a forest, like a small stone falling into a pile of fallen leaves, inconspicuous. Han Yan walked out of the Xianxia cave dwelling and waved his right hand, moving everyone out of the training hall. The people of the Nether clan and the disciples of the Hidden Sect were all stunned when they landed in the forest. This is the immortal realm. From now on, we will settle here. You are not allowed to leave a radius of millions of miles. Build a residential building nearby and call it the Hidden Sect Mountain Gate. Han Yen spoke, and his voice reached everyone's ears. As soon as these words came out, everyone became excited. They had finally returned to the immortal realm. Those disciples who had never been to the immortal realm were still a little nervous. Han Yen returned to Hidden Sect Island. You have chosen to return to the Heavenly Tao immortal realm. You have received a great path fragment and a chance to activate a new system function. The system has activated the Absolute Purification function. Absolute Purification can help Dharma treasures, living creatures, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures to purify any harmful factors, including restrictions, curses, and other effects. The price is the deduction of lifespan. Purification. Han Yen was disappointed. That's it? He thought about it and asked in his heart, are you sure it's not harmful factors? If a saint of the Great Path curses me or casts a forbidden technique on me, can I purify it? Yes, as long as you are willing to pay enough lifespan. That's fine. Han Yen didn't have many things, but he had a long life. Let me try it myself first, Han Yen thought to himself. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? The price was about the same as the evolution function, so Han Yen could still accept it. If a purification easily took trillions of years, or even more, how terrible would that be? A strange heat flowed in Han Yen's body. It was warm and comfortable, and it was slightly itchy. 10 minutes later. Purification complete. Perfect state. Han Yen smiled and stopped studying this function. He had already gathered 9 great path fragments. Next, he would start fusing them. He took out the 9 great path fragments and began to fuse them. This time, his goal was to create a great path that belonged to him. An hour later. After the 9 great path fragments fused, Han Yen entered the state of enlightenment. Endless inspiration and wonderful ideas burst forth in his mind, but he kept a single thought in his mind all the time. A new great path. In the rolling mountains, the hidden sect disciples and 10,000 fiends were wandering in their own groups. Among them, Xianxia, the Supremacy Tao, and Xianxia were walking together. They were wandering aimlessly and leisurely. The 3 of them used to be the top prodigies of their respective factions. They had something in common, so they were close. The karma between heaven and earth has dissipated. The calamity is really over. The Supremacy Tao was filled with emotion. He was the last to join the hidden sect. When he left, the karma between heaven and earth was so dense that it was visible to the naked eye. It was like hell. Zhao Xianyuan smiled. Fortunately, we joined the hidden sect. Otherwise, how could we have obtained the immeasurable Emperor's providence? Jiangyi looked around and interrupted the 2 of them. This area doesn't seem simple. I feel like I've been here before. Zhao Xianyuan and the Supremacy Tao also began to observe carefully. After a while, the Supremacy Tao suddenly said in surprise, this seems to be the old site of the Qilin tribe. No wonder the mountains in this area weren't affected. The Qilin aura resisted the karma of heaven and earth. Jiangyi asked in confusion, why don't I see a single Qilin? Zhao Xianyuan followed up. Don't tell me they're all dead? The Supremacy Tao and Jiangyi's eyelids twitched. Their cultivation wasn't weak, and their divine senses could cover more than 1,000,000 miles. Other than the hidden sect, they couldn't find any traces of living beings. They suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that all living beings in the celestial world were dead? They looked at each other and flew up to observe their surroundings. Han Yen didn't allow them to go beyond 100 miles, but they could use their clones to investigate. A year later, the 3 of them came to a conclusion. All living beings in the heavenly Tao were really gone. Their clones had traveled through several regions and didn't see a single living being, let alone 1,000,000 miles. They told the rest of the hidden sect about this, which shocked them. After a while, they began to feel lucky to have followed Han Yen. If they hadn't cultivated with Han Yen, they would have died in the calamity. Han Yen spent nearly 10 years comprehending the great Tao before he finally created a great Tao that belonged to him. When he comprehended his own great Tao, Hanju's aura transformed. A wisp of black aura wrapped around him, scaring the strange deities so much that they didn't dare to approach him. They hid in the corner and trembled. At the same time, A ball of light appeared in the darkness and kept expanding. Figures appeared in the darkness and looked at the ball of light from afar. A new great Tao? I can't figure it out. I wonder who created it. Perhaps it's a natural evolution of the great Tao. We still have to wait a few more eons, or even longer, before this great Tao can form its own laws and produce living beings that belong to it. Do you want this great Tao? If this great Tao was really created by a cultivator, be careful not to waste your efforts. Let's wait and see. Han Yan didn't know that when he created his great Tao, a new creation was appearing in the depths of the unknown darkness. He slowly opened his eyes. He could sense a new great Tao power in the stellar world. It was like a black fog that surged at the periphery. This great Tao combined the characteristics of the 8 Fiend Celestial Dharma characteristics that he had already grasped. Fiend Celestial Astral, Fiend Celestial 9 Yin, Fiend Celestial Windquake, Fiend Celestial Shadow Flood, Fiend Celestial Void, Fiend Celestial Scarlet Clear, Fiend Celestial Weak Water, and Fiend Celestial Extreme Darkness. In the future, he could still use the other Fiend Celestial Dharma characteristics to inject more creation into the new Great Tao. This would be an unprecedented Great Tao, and also the most powerful Great Tao because it combined the characteristics of the other Great Tao. I'll call it the Extreme Source Great Tao. Han Yan muttered to himself as he gave the new Great Tao a name. Extreme was the limit of the 3000 Great Tao. Source was the source of the 3000 Great Tao. After fusing the 3000 Great Tao, he could also create another 3000 Great Tao. Vaguely, Han Yan sensed that the Extreme Source Great Tao was responding to him, acknowledging the name of the Great Tao. Detected that you are creating a Great Tao for the first time. You have the following choices. First, you can preach the Tao and let everyone cultivate the Extreme Source Great Tao. You can obtain a divine power inheritance, a Tao fragment, or a supreme treasure. Second, you can cultivate in a low profile and not reveal the existence of the Extreme Source Great Tao. You can obtain a Tao of Tao fragment or a random treasure. I haven't even made a name for myself yet, so how can I impart the Tao? Han Yan chose the second option. Once the Extreme Source Great Tao spread, it would definitely arouse the suspicions of the heavenly Tao saints, great Tao divine spirits, and even transcendent Taoists. Han Yan was not stupid. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment and a random natural treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Traceless Breeze Lotus, an innate spiritual item. Leaves no trace when planted. Sows billions of seeds and produces boundless innate qi. Not bad, he could plant them outside the hidden sect island and increase the innate qi nearby. As for the interior of the dojo, there was no need to increase the connate qi anymore. It was already extremely rich. In the future, the disciples and the Nether clan members could stay outside. As for the hidden sect island, it would be kept in a secret place for when they needed to escape. Han Yan no longer needed spirit qi or connate qi for his cultivation. He only needed to absorb the negative karma from the 36th grade reincarnation Black Lotus of world destruction. Han Yan stood up and jumped out of the hidden sect island. When he came outside, he found that there were fewer trees in the surroundings. Within a radius of 100 steps, there were many tall palaces, Taoist temples, and other temples. Han Yan could sense the auras of the disciples. They had already found their own places to stay. He took out the Traceless Breeze Lotus. It was a peanut-sized seed. He threw it on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the seed disappeared. Han Yan probed the soil with his divine perception. He saw that the Traceless Breeze Lotus was rapidly splitting. Next, he just needed to wait for the Traceless Breeze Lotus to grow. Han Yan revealed his aura. Under the concealment of the system, he suppressed his cultivation to rank 1 immortal emperor. Soon, the disciples of the hidden sect gathered and all knelt in front of Han Yan. Even Xianxia, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer came. Sun Chang'an, Wu Dao Jian, Li Yao, Tu Ling Zhao Xianyuan, Supremacy Dao, Jiang Yi, the 8 Han brothers, Heyu Ji, Tengu, Chu Shiren, Morong Qi, Jin Gang Nu, Lu Huaxiu, Zhou Mingyue, and others. No one believed that Han Yan was a rank 1 immortal emperor. Jiang Yi could not help but think of his first meeting with Han Yan. He cursed in his heart, trying to lie again. The heavenly Tao and all living beings were gone. Who was he trying to lie to? Han Yan asked. How do you feel about this area? Moronchi was the first to answer. I heard that this was the old land of the Qilin clan. It has abundant spirit energy and is indeed suitable for living. Grandmaster, do you want to give this area a name? The others all agreed. Without a name, they felt that something was missing. They did not dare to make a decision on their own. Han Yan thought for a while and said, let's call it Bayou Immortal River. What's the meaning? Xianxia asked. Han Yan glanced at him and said, no meaning. Xianxia was stunned. Just as he was about to ask, Heiyuji shouted, whatever master says. Xianxia, are you not happy? Master, let him kowtow for 100 years and say that he was wrong. Xianxia almost died from anger. This dog was too despicable, Han Yan said. In the future, all of you will live nearby. I will stay in Hidden Sect Island. Call me if you need anything. The heavenly Tao and all living beings are almost all dead. Those who survived are all existences surpassing the deity realm. If you meet them, be careful. I will let Lu Bu and Ma Chao come out to guard Bayou Immortal River. Don't leave Bayou Immortal River unless you get my permission. Cultivate well. When a new heavenly Tao living being appears, all of you will be like a legend. This is the greatest opportunity after the calamity. Everyone had different reactions when they heard Han Yan's words. They had long guessed that this would be the situation, but they were still shocked when they heard it from Han Yan. Xianxia asked, my Jinwu is also extinct? Han Yan said, the Daluo might still be alive. Zhao Xuanyuan's expression was gloomy. There were very few Daluo in the human race. Fairy Xixian and Chongyuer seemed to have thought of something and became dazed. Han Yan noticed their expressions and said, the Scarlet Cloud world is still here. It's under my protection. It's now called the Reroll world. Lu Huaxi nodded and said, that's right. I came from the Reroll world. The Reroll world doesn't seem to be in the void. Some ascenders mentioned that after leaving the Reroll world, they would encounter a terrifying fog that would obstruct their progress. Han Yan did not say much about where the Reroll world was. However, speaking of ascension, Han Yan remembered that he had never ascended before. With his current cultivation level, the ascension tribulation was meaningless. Ascension could only help those of lower realms increase their cultivation level. If the Daluo Golden Immortal ascended and became a quasi-saint, the other Daluo would have long thought of a way to ascend again. Master, if we preach the Tao to the first batch of heavenly Tao living beings, will we obtain endless merit and even have a chance to become saints? Zhao Xianyuan suddenly said, his eyes shining. The others also became excited. They had heard of many legends of saints. Most saints were called heavenly Tao saints because they had great merit for all living beings. It's not that easy. If you can't become a saint, the heavenly merit that you've obtained might restrict you. How are you going to avoid the next immeasurable calamity? If you don't become a saint, you'll turn into ashes in the calamity. Han Yan said calmly. His words caused everyone to fall into deep thought. Heiyuji shouted, what's there to fight for? Don't you feel good following Master and constantly improving your cultivation and staying away from danger? Think about your cultivation. Is it really not as fast as fighting for Providence? Hearing this, everyone was startled. Yes, surviving is the most important thing. Now, we're already the minority. When the heavenly Tao appears, we'll be the big shots. Once you want to become a saint, it'll be difficult to retreat in the future. Anyway, I'll listen to Master. Me too. Everyone discussed animatedly. Han Yan smiled and did not continue to participate. He began to look around, preparing to build a Taoist temple that belonged to him nearby. As for the Hidden Sect Island, he would treat it as a mystic realm. The heavenly Tao was reactivated, and time was no longer pressing. Han Yan found a location and waved his right hand. A medium-sized Taoist temple condensed and appeared in the forest. Cultivate on your own. Although there are no more heavenly Tao beings, don't waste time. Han Yan spoke, and the disciples immediately dispersed. Xing Hongxian came over and asked with a smile, husband, can I stay in your Taoist temple? Han Yan said, move next to me. It's not convenient for me to stay with you. Xing Hongxian pouted and could only nod. It was a good thing to be closer to Han Yan. Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she chose to leave with Fairy Xixian. The two women's cultivation was not as good as Xing Hongshuan's, so they were not as courageous as Xing Hongxian. Han Yan did not return to the Taoist temple. Instead, he began to wander around the 100 Mountains celestial river. Although he was almost 8,000 years old, he had not really been to any place. When he came to the celestial world in the past, he did not stay long before running away. He was afraid of encountering danger. Now, no one under the heavenly Tao could threaten him. Naturally, he could be bolder. The others did not follow Han Yan. They understood that Han Yan wanted to walk alone. Wu Daojian stared at Han Yan's back and muttered, "I wonder how strong Master is now." Li Yao said calmly, he was able to understand the situation of the calamity even when he was in the dark forbidden zone. I suspect that he is not far away from becoming a saint. Perhaps he has already proven his Tao and become a saint. However, he doesn't seem to be interested in becoming a saint. Wu Daojian could not help but nod in agreement. As Han Yan strolled forward, he spread out his divine sense. He felt that there might be something special about this area. For it to be able to preserve the landscape of the mountains and rivers, it must have been a holy land before the end of the cataclysm. The spirit qi here was abundant, almost comparable to the spirit qi Xing Hongxian had in the sacred land of the human race. Of course, it was still a far cry from his training hall. Not long after, Han Yan discovered a mysterious restriction hidden underground. He immediately dived underground and came to a mysterious cave. In front of him was a huge stone door. It was majestic and majestic. There were many strange patterns engraved on the door. The stone door contained a powerful restriction. Unless a golden immortal Daluo's divine sense was nearby, he would not be able to sense its existence, let alone the inner sect. Han Yan condensed the Void Fiend Celestial Dharma form. The Void Fiend Celestial waved its hand and the power of nothingness hit the stone door. The restriction on the stone door was reduced to nothingness. Even the stone door itself was reduced to ashes. Han Yan focused his gaze and found that behind the stone door was a huge dark cave. There were huge eggs hidden inside. Han Yan scanned with his divine sense and found that these eggs contained life. Most of them were still alive. How did they avoid the path obliteration divine power? He immediately asked in his mind. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Golden Immortal Daluo of the Kirin clan sacrificed his cultivation and Providence to isolate this cave from the heavenly Tao. It will not be affected by the path obliteration divine power. The Kirin clan, Han Yan was secretly on guard. His divine sense did not detect the existence of other mighty figures. He had to use the simulation trial to check, but he did not detect the existence of the Kirin clan's Golden Immortal Daluo either. In other words, that fellow was really dead. Han Yan walked into the cave and counted the Kirin eggs. Excluding the eggs that had lost their vitality, there were still more than 1,200 Kirin eggs that were still alive. There was some kind of restriction hidden in the cave that could transport underground spirit qi into the Kirin eggs, allowing them to continue growing. Will subduing these Kirin eggs create karma with the sage? Han Yan asked in his mind. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, not for now. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. In that case, he would take these Kirin eggs. He carefully checked the cave. After confirming that there was no danger, he called Murongqi and the Supremacy Tao over. Murongqi could be considered the manager of the Yin sect. He was the one who organized the Centennial Tournament. He was very talented in management. The Supremacy Tao was the strongest disciple. These Kirin eggs belong to the Yin sect. Take care of them in the future. Han Yan instructed. Murongqi and the Supremacy Tao looked at the 1,000 Kirin eggs in the cave and were stunned. The Supremacy Tao sighed. It really is the Kirin clan's ancestral land. Murongqi asked, has the Kirin clan been destroyed? Han Yan had to use another 2 billion years of lifespan to confirm that the Kirin clan had been destroyed and that only these eggs were left. Yes, only these are left. They will be merged into the Yin sect in the future. Han Yan replied, then turned and left. Murongqi and the Supremacy Tao walked into the cave and clicked their tongues in wonder. After leaving the underground, Han Yan continued to wander around. A few days later, he returned to the Taoist temple to cultivate. He sent out a heavenly puppet to scout the situation outside. Although he was strong enough, he still did not want to wander around blindly. What if he was attacked by 100 quasi-saints? Cough cough. That was an exaggeration. How could there be 100 quasi-saints? In any case, Han Yan did not want to leave the vicinity of the dojo unless it was absolutely safe. He enveloped the new Taoist temple with the system barrier so that the outside world could not spy on everything inside. The excitement of their first arrival was quickly wiped away by the passage of time. The insect disciples also began to cultivate in seclusion. In the blink of an eye, several decades passed. In the Taoist temple, 3 lines of words suddenly popped up in front of Han Yan's eyes. Detected that you have reached 8,000 years old. You have taken another step forward in your life. You have the following choices. 1. Come out immediately and preach to the world. Leave your name for eternity. You will receive a great Tao fragment and a divine ability inheritance. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and do not participate in disputes. You will receive a dojo guard. Han Yan did not hesitate and directly chose the second choice. This dojo guard could only be a quasi-saint, so he chose Shirdu Dao. Dojo guard beginning replication. Han Yan thought for a moment and asked in his heart, "Can I move the dojo out of the insect island?" The dojo covered a large area. It was not appropriate to limit it to the insect island. 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? So expensive? Han Yan cursed in his heart. Endure it, for safety reasons, it was better to move out. Continue. When Han Yan chose to move his dojo out and cover the 100 Mountains Immortal River, the spiritual energy in the 100 Mountains Immortal River began to increase. Almost everyone could sense it. They were very familiar with this spiritual energy increase. They had felt it before on Hidden Sect Island. They expected that Han Yan was using a divine ability, so they weren't surprised. After confirming that the dojo was moved out of Hidden Sect Island, Han Yan suddenly had a bold idea. Since the training hall could be moved now, did that mean that he could move the training hall wherever he went in the future? No. 100 billion years was too long. Han Yan still had to use the evolution ability. In the future, he might even have to curse his enemies. With so many aspects added together, there were too many places that consumed his lifespan. He couldn't make it a habit. Can the dojo be moved all the time? Han Yan asked in his mind. Every time the dojo is moved, the lifespan cost will double. The cooldown time is 100 years. And it would double? Han Yan made up his mind not to move the dojo so easily in the future. Then, Han Yan continued to cultivate. The spiritual energy in the 100 Mountains Immortal River continued to increase. After 10 years, it reached its peak. Although it wasn't as good as Hidden Sect Island, it was still much stronger than before. Han Yan also moved the Fusang tree out. It was located among the mountains, towering into the clouds. Zhao Yun and the new guard Dianwei stood guard in front of the spacetime vortex. Lu Bu and Ma Chao stood guard at the east and west borders of the 100 Mountains Immortal River. After the Fusang tree appeared, He Yuji, Da, and Xiao Er immediately moved to the tree. They were still used to staying on trees. This time, they were completely safe. Han Yan put Hidden Sect Island into the star world in the depths of his soul and continued to cultivate. Strive to step into the Sage-to-Be realm as soon as possible. After the heavenly Tao was reactivated, the immortal world was incomparably lonely. The bloodstains from the battles of the calamity hadn't completely disappeared. After all, the cultivators who participated in the calamity weren't weak. Their blood was sacred and evil to mortals. Heaven and earth couldn't erase it in a short time. In the blink of an eye. 30 years passed. There was a loud bang that shook heaven and earth. Han Yan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. His gaze passed through the Taoist temple and the mountains. He saw a huge finger falling from the sky and smashing into the horizon. That was a human finger. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and one could even see the white bone at the end. Han Yan frowned. The finger of a quasi-sage, this aura was much stronger than Daluo's. Soon, the finger disappeared into the horizon. Then, a terrifying gale swept over, shattering all the mountains in its path. It swept across millions of miles and even affected the 100 Mountains Immortal River. The dojo's spell formation automatically defended itself, and the strong wind was blocked off, forming a huge wind wall that was visible to the naked eye. It was a spectacular sight, and all the disciples of the hidden sect and the Nether tribe could see it clearly. What's that? Whose finger fell off? Looks like there's a huge battle in the sky. If we get hit, Sect Master, when did you set up the array formation in the 100 Mountains Immortal River? I didn't even notice it. Just as the disciples of the secret order were discussing amongst themselves, many gigantic severed limbs appeared in the sky and rained down on the mortal realm. They were accompanied by blood which dyed the skies and the sea of clouds red. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at them. He could feel that the aura of these broken limbs were different. The strongest was at the level of a sage-to-be, and the weakest was at the level of a primordial unity golden immortal. How could there be so many of them? Han Yan looked at the sky. Through 30 layers of the sky, he saw a mysterious black-robed man whose face could not be seen clearly waving his sleeves. Countless severed limbs fell out of his sleeves and rained down on the mortal realm. He was waving them in different directions. It was obvious that he wanted to set up the entire heavenly Tao. Han Yan asked secretly, who is this person? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. It seemed like he was a sage, Xiao the Great, cultivation level unknown. Heavenly Tao sage, Daozu's disciple, one of the demon ancestors. A heavenly Tao sage, Han Yan frowned. This person was one of the demon ancestors, and he was Daozu's disciple? The known heavenly Tao sages were Nuwa, Fushi Tian, Celestial Venerable of the South Pole, Qiu Shilai, Sect Master Qianjue, Sage Destiny, Sage Jinan, and Xiao the Great. They were still missing one, and all 9 sages were gathered. I want to know why Xiao the Great is doing this. Han Yan asked in his mind. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Why was it 1 billion more expensive? Han Yan chose to continue. Immediately after, he entered the illusion. This was a dim hall. 2 figures were sitting opposite each other. One of them was Xiao the Great, and the other was several times larger than Xiao the Great even though he was sitting down. His body was surrounded by black flames. Have you prepared the remains that I asked you to collect after the heavenly Tao was reactivated? The figure in black flames asked. Xiao the Great replied, yes. Yes, scatter them in the heavenly Tao. Why? These remains are all living beings that contain monstrous negative karma and resentment. After the heavenly Tao was reactivated, they have been abandoned by the heavenly Tao. Taking advantage of the heavenly Tao's evolution, they can scatter them in the heavenly Tao and become cursed objects. They curse the heavenly Tao and prepare for the demon to appear in the future. Will the sages stop me? I will lure them away. Okay. The image shattered. Han Yan frowned. It was the demon again. He looked up again. Xiao the Great was still scattering the remains. It was hard to imagine how many corpses this guy had collected. Xiao the Great suddenly looked at Han Yan. Their gazes collided in the void. Han Yan immediately looked away. Above the 30th layer of heaven, Xiao the Great frowned. Strange, I can't see through that person's dojo just now, Xiao the Great muttered to himself. He pinched his fingers to calculate, and his expression became more and more strange. This person's karma is so little, he's even worse than a mortal. How did he cultivate to such a level? Xiao the Great became interested in Han Yan. At the same time, he had a premonition that this person would be an obstacle to the rise of the demon. Xiao the Great has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 0, 5 stars. 0, 5 stars. Han Yan looked at the notification in front of him with a strange expression. This was the first time he had encountered a 0. 5 star. With such a low favorability, it was very likely that he would become an enemy. However, Han Yan wasn't worried. Xiao the Great couldn't enter the celestial world with his true body, so he couldn't threaten him. Xiao the Great was scattering too many remains. Han Yan couldn't be bothered to stop him. It was a thankless task. He would leave it to the future generations to deal with. When the sages returned, they should be able to think of a way to deal with it. Han Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. After half an hour, the huge remains stopped falling from the sky. The celestial world returned to peace. In the blink of an eye. 32 years passed. Xiao Shilai has spoken to you in your dream. Do you want to continue? This notification began to appear crazily. Han Yan cursed in his heart. This bastard is inhumane. He chose to accept Xiao Shilai's message in his dream. It was still that familiar hall. Xiao Shilai spoke first. Have you seen the remains falling from the sky? Han Yan nodded. *T, don't tell me this bastard wants me to deal with him? Just pretend you didn't see it. Continue to cultivate as usual. Don't tell the other sages about this, Xiao Shilai continued. Han Yan was stunned. Don't tell them, this bastard is colluding with the demon, Han Yan said. At present, other than you, no other sages have contacted me. Yes. Xiao Shilai responded to Han Yan's answer. It was unknown whether he believed him or not. Han Yan asked, my disciple Su Qi, he did not finish his sentence. He believed that Xiao Shilai would understand. Xiao Shilai answered, he is imprisoned in the celestial prison. He will be executed in 100 years. I will protect his soul and hand him over to you. Remember, you cannot leave him in the heavenly axiom. Han Yan thanked him immediately. As long as he could give Su Qi a chance to live, it was fine. Su Qi deserved to die. His path obliteration superpower slaughtered all living beings. If he was not punished, who knew if his mentality would be distorted and he would become arrogant in the future? Xiao Shilai did not waste any more time and removed the message in his dream. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He suddenly realized that Xiao Shilai's attitude towards him was not as warm as before. Xiao Shilai did not talk much to him. Perhaps it was related to the end of the calamity. Xiao Shilai felt that he had won and did not care about the so-called variables that Daozu mentioned. Han Yan smiled. This was a good thing. The less Xiao Shilai valued him, the better for him to grow. When Xiao Shilai suddenly realized that Han Yan was already a sage, how shocked would he be? Han Yan did not think too much and continued to cultivate. According to the inheritance of the Hongmeng Samsara Great Path, one had to understand the Great Path in order to achieve the sage-to-be realm. Han Yan absorbed the negative karma of the 36th grade reincarnation Black Lotus of world destruction while comprehending the Great Path of extremity. Han Yan planned to give up on the Great Path of life and death. If someone had already cultivated the Great Path of life and death, Han Yan would not be able to surpass them. The Great Path of extremity was different. It was Han Yan's Great Path. He could cultivate it without worry. Soon, Han Yan entered the state of enlightenment. The Great Path of extremity was unfathomable. Even though it was created by Han Yan, it would take a long time to completely understand it. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Han Yan finally saw Su Qi's email. Your disciple Su Qi was punished by the celestial heavens and died. Fortunately, his soul was saved by the saint. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xiao Shilai had a hidden conspiracy, he was a man of his word. Recently, his email had become active again. Almost all of them were from celestial friends who had obtained opportunities. With the fall of all living beings in the heavenly Tao, there were too many magic treasures left behind in the mortal world. Han Yan thought for a moment and gathered his disciples. Do you all want to go out? Han Yan asked. Hearing this, the disciples were stunned. No one said a word, thinking that Han Yan was being sarcastic. Han Yan smiled and said, the heavenly Tao has been reactivated. There are too many treasures left in the world. If you have any ideas, you can go out and search for them. The magic treasures will belong to you. If you find any natural treasures, bring them back and plant them in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Remember, if you encounter those huge broken bodies, detour. Those broken bodies have already become evil and contain the power of curses. They might even possess you. Everyone's eyes lit up. They had already had such an idea, but without Han Yan's consent, they did not dare to act recklessly. Zhao Xianyuan, the Supremacy Dao, Jiang Yi, Morong Qi, Sun Chang'an, and the others spoke one after another. Han Yan agreed to all of them. In the end, only Heyu Ji, Tang Gu, and Li Yao stayed. Even Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer went out. It was Wu Daojian's first time going out, so he was very nervous. However, with others accompanying him, he should be fine. Han Yan did not allow them to act alone and had to form groups of 3 or more. Han Yan looked at Tengu and asked teasingly, "Why don't you go?" Tengu shook his head in fear and said, "I'm not going out. I won't go out even if I die." Han Yan smiled. It seemed that Li Xuanao had traumatized Tengu too much. Thinking of Li Xuanao, he had not seen Li Daokong's movements recently. That guy had just reached the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm not long ago. He was probably in seclusion somewhere. Heiyuji smiled and said, "Son of a dog, you're quite self-aware." Tengu grinned and was quite proud. Han Yan looked at Li Yao and asked, "You don't dare to go out either? Although your aptitude is not bad, you have too few treasures." Li Yao shook his head and said, "Treasures are ultimately external objects. I only believe in my own mystical power." Han Yan had nothing to say about this. The 4 of them dispersed and went back to Cultivate. 5 years later, Qiu Shilai appeared in Han Yan's dream and said that he wanted to hand over Su Qi's soul to him and let him go outside the 33 layers of heaven. The 33 layers of heaven was a place that even the heavenly Tao could not control. Han Yan thought about it and let his heavenly puppet take over. After the heavenly puppet was injected with his magic power, it was equivalent to a Daluo Golden Immortal. It would not be difficult for it to fly to the 33 layers of heaven. Half a year later, the heavenly puppet returned with Su Qi's soul. Han Yan directly kept it in the stellar world and suppressed it in a star to contain its misfortune. He would wait for the right time to release Su Qi to reincarnate. Only Han Yan was left in the Taoist temple. The strange spirit liked to wander around the 100 Mountains Immortal River recently and rarely came back. However, it could already control its power and would not harm others. Therefore, Han Yan allowed it to move freely as long as it did not leave the Taoist temple. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Saint Fengji. The 100 Mountains Immortal River was isolated by the Taoist temple and the Taoist temple was isolated by the system enchantment. Han Yan was not worried about being discovered by others. After so many years, he did not miss the mission of cursing Saint Fengji. It happened once every 10 years. Time flew. 300 years passed quickly. One of the Qilin eggs in the 100 Mountains Immortal River finally hatched. Han Yan asked Liu Bei to take care of it. Liu Bei immediately informed Han Yan. Han Yan transmitted his voice to Liu Bei and asked him to take care of the Qilin. Liu Bei was naturally happy. Once he nurtured it well, this Qilin tribe might listen to him in the future. By then, he would have the right to speak in the Yin sect. Although Liu Bei was Han Yan's clone, he had his own independent thoughts. Other than never betraying Han Yan, his heart was the heart of the people. After so many years, the Yin sect disciples who went out had yet to return. They were probably still collecting the treasures. No one was injured. Han Yan was still far from the quasi-sage realm. However, he was not in a hurry. What he lacked the most now was time. On this day, Han Yan's heavenly Tao token transmitted his divine will. Han Yan took out the heavenly Tao token and connected with his divine will. Grandmaster. Fang Liang's respectful voice was transmitted. Han Yan smiled. "You're still alive." Of course, he knew that Fang Liang was still alive. He purposely teased him. Fang Liang said awkwardly, "Cough, cough. I've made it through." The heavenly Tao now respects Celestial. The leader of the Celestial tribe is Xianxia. "Grandmaster, you can return to the immortal world. It's very safe." Han Yan replied, "I'm already back." "Oh? Where is it? Can I come and visit?" "I can't say for now." "Is there anything else?" Han Yan was very cautious. He did not completely trust his own grand disciple. Fang Liang said, "The heavenly Tao has been reactivated. I want to invite the Yin sect to enter the heavenly Tao and become celestial immortals. In the future, they will have the chance to become celestial again. The celestial race is the heavenly Tao race. They will not be affected in the next few catastrophes." Han Yan raised his eyebrows. From this, it seemed that the heavenly race had become a subordinate force of the celestial race. "Heaven now respects celestial?" Han Yan asked bluntly. Feng Liang was silent for a moment and said, "This is the best idea I can think of. Xianxia and I have a close relationship. If we join forces, it's equivalent to controlling the heavenly Tao race and heavenly Tao forces. In time, we won't have to look at the saints." Han Yan could not help but recall that Xianxia and Feng Liang had a good relationship. They had been together for thousands of years. However, if it was Han Yan, he would definitely not rely on others. "Forget it. As long as there are risks, I won't let your sect members get involved easily," Han Yan said calmly. Feng Liang sighed and was not surprised. He asked curiously, "Who is the strongest disciple in the Yin sect now?" Han Yan said, "The strongest is only an immortal emperor." "That's not bad. Indeed, cultivation is very useful. Grandmaster is right." The two of them chatted for a while before cutting off the connection. Lingxiao Treasure Hall. Feng Liang put down the heavenly Tao token and sighed silently. The Grandmaster became polite, and the relationship between the two of them seemed to be distancing. To be precise, the Grandmaster was worried that he would drag the Yin sect disciples down with him. Feng Liang could not help but reflect. Was he really walking the right path? He did not believe that the strongest disciple of the Yin sect was only an immortal emperor. There must be someone who had reached the immortal realm. At this moment, the Divine General walked into the hall. He came to Feng Liang and bowed, "Your Majesty, the Buddhist sect, Jiejiao, Chan School, Ren School, and Celestial rely on the human holy lands to appear one after another. They are all making arrangements. What should we do in heaven?" Feng Liang said, "The heavenly Tao has been reactivated. All living beings have yet to appear. How can we make arrangements now? We can only occupy territory." The Divine General said, "Your Majesty, you can ask the Feng clan to descend to the mortal world first and continue to reproduce. In the future, they will form their own clan." "Yes, that's a good idea." Feng Liang changed the topic and asked, "What about the heavenly god generals and martial god generals?" The Divine General said calmly, "They have already joined the Ren school." Feng Liang was silent. After experiencing the immeasurable calamity, there were less than 100 immortals and gods in the heaven. All the heavenly soldiers and generals had died because of the Tao annihilation divine ability. Shabby and destitute, this was the current heaven. The immortal general seemed to see that Feng Liang was not in a good mood, so he comforted him, "Your Majesty, it is already a great lucky chance to survive in heaven. We have experienced the calamity of the Great War of the Sages. Your contribution is great enough. You don't have to blame yourself." Feng Liang revealed a smile and said, "I have the great Divine General, so I naturally have expectations." Another 10 years passed. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Sage Fate secrets as he checked his mail. "Your disciple Zhao Shenyuan has obtained a supreme treasure of the human race. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong has received guidance from the saint. His luck has been enlightened, and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Wu Daojian has obtained the heavenly Dao numinous treasure. His luck has increased greatly. Your good friend Supremacy Dao has mistakenly entered the land of the ancient races. Your good friend Ada has devoured the spirit meridian. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Little Fool has devoured the spirit meridian. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Zhou Fan has been resurrected by a mysterious mighty figure and returned to the immortal world. Your good friend Goddess Hudu has recovered the 6 paths of reincarnation." It was all a fortuitous opportunity. Han Yan was not surprised to see Zhou Fan revive again and again. It was enough to see that the great Tao deity Shikido-sei had thoughts about the heavenly Tao. That was why he revived Zhou Fan again and again. Poor Mo Fuzhou had been buried with him. 5 days later. Han Yan finished cursing and was about to continue cultivating. Detected Connate Providence, check its origin. Han Yan had not seen such a notification for a long time. He felt that it was new. He immediately checked. Fallen Stone, Connate Life Form, the first stone spirit after the Heavenly Tao was reactivated. It contains the providence of the Heavenly Tao. The first stone spirit of the Heavenly Tao should be the first stone spirit. Han Yan immediately checked the location of the fallen stone. It was in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. It was a black stone. Han Yan could already sense its intelligence. After thinking about it, Han Yan decided not to disturb it for the time being. He would wait until it was about to transform. In the future, more and more Khanate lifeforms will appear. It feels like the sky has just been opened. Han Yan thought silently and looked forward to it. Countless years later, he would be the legendary patriarch. Thinking about it was quite exciting. On a cliff, Zhao Xianyuan, Chu Shiren, Zhou Mingyue, and Lu Huaxi were meditating and cultivating. Zhou Mingyue couldn't help but open his eyes and ask, "Grandmaster Zhao, what are we waiting for?" Zhao Xianyuan was a second-generation disciple of the hidden sect, while Zhou Mingyue was a fourth-generation disciple. That was why he was called Grandmaster. Zhao Xianyuan said, "An old friend." Chu Shiren glanced at Zhou Mingyue, scaring him into shutting up. Several hours later, a figure flew over from the horizon. It was Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan was dressed in a purple robe with golden edges and a jade crown on his head. He had an extraordinary temperament and was no longer immortal. He landed in front of Zhao Xianyuan and smiled. "Brother Zhao, long time no see. I didn't expect you to have survived the tribulation. Have you entered the celestial realm?" Zhao Xianyuan smiled indifferently. "No, but I have a powerful master. Our entire sect successfully avoided the tribulation and even obtained the providence of the immeasurable arch." Zhou Fan couldn't help but be curious. "Who?" He turned to look at Chu Shiren and the other two. After calculating with his fingers, his expression changed drastically. He asked in shock, "You are all from the Scarlet Cloud world? Wait, do you know Han Yan?" Anyone who rose from the Scarlet Cloud world was inextricably linked to Han Yan. Including him. "How dare you call my grandmaster by his name?" Zhou Mingyue said unhappily. Although Zhou Fan looked very strong, he couldn't be stronger than Zhao Xianyuan. Zhao Xianyuan also revealed a dissatisfied expression. Zhou Fan looked at Zhao Xianyuan and asked in surprise, "Your master can't be Han Yan, right?" Zhao Xianyuan said coldly, "Be more polite. Isn't my master your senior?" Zhou Fan was shocked. Zhao Xianyuan and the Supremacy Dao both had the chaotic physique. He had heard the two of them mention that they had the same master, but they didn't say who it was. He didn't expect it to be Han Yan. After Zhou Fan's shock, he became excited. "How strong? How strong is Senior Han now?" Zhou Fan asked with a burning gaze. Zhao Xianyuan saw through his thoughts and said bluntly, "Did anyone from the Church of Providence survive?" In other words, Han Yan was stronger than a saint. Zhou Fan said, "Can you bring me to him? We are from the same sect. We knew each other when we were still mortals." Zhao Xianyuan said, "Let's talk about the ancient mystic realm first. The restrictions inside are too strong. I need you to work with me." "Okay." Zhou Fan agreed readily, but his thoughts had already drifted to Han Yan. Another 100 years passed. Han Yan arrived in front of the fallen sky stone. The fallen sky stone could already move. Its growth was extremely fast, all thanks to the dense spirit chi in the training ground. Seeing Han Yan appear, the fallen sky stone was so scared that it immediately hid like a crab. Han Yan was amused. After it hid, Han Yan appeared in front of it again, scaring it so much that it continued to hide. Han Yan told it to hide first before looking again. The cycle repeated. After dozens of times, the fallen sky stone was tired and stopped in front of the grass. Han Yan stood in front of it and asked with a smile, "Why aren't you running anymore?" The fallen sky stone was silent. Han Yan raised his hand and pointed. A bright light entered the fallen sky stone, helping it gain the ability to communicate. Han Yan stopped and patiently waited for the falling sky stone to absorb Han Yan's language memory. After a long time, the falling sky stone suddenly cursed, "Your mother." Han Yan was stunned. Only he would say that. In this world, there was no such thing as a mother, only a mother. He was not angry. Instead, he was happy. As expected of a Khanate life form, its fusion ability was very strong. Han Yan smiled and asked, "Are you angry?" The falling sky stone asked, "If it were you, wouldn't you be angry? Then can I kill you?" After receiving Han Yan's guidance, the falling sky stone knew what death meant. It was so scared that its stone body trembled. It said angrily, I didn't provoke you. Then why are you hiding? You suddenly appeared, and I didn't hide? If it were you, wouldn't you hide? Then why don't you try? You are going too far. Are you human? The falling sky stone was so anxious that it wanted to cry. If it wasn't a stone, it would have cried. Han Yan smiled and said, "Follow me in the future. I'll arrange a master for you." The falling sky stone was stunned. It was ecstatic and hurriedly thanked him. Continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There won't be any danger in this area. Han Yan left after saying that. With his current status, there was no need for him to personally take in a disciple. In the following period, the disciples of the hidden sect returned one after another. After about 200 years, all the disciples returned. Zhou Fan also returned. Han Yan was not surprised by this. Zhao Xianyuan had already asked through the chaotic domain, and Zhou Fan had not entered the chaotic domain. After entering the 100 Mountains Immortal River, Zhou Fan looked around in surprise. Morongqi was very surprised to see him and asked, "Why are you here?" Zhou Fan sized up Morongqi and was secretly shocked. This guy was already an immortal emperor. In his memory, Morongqi was his junior brother in Yuqing. "I'm here to visit your grandmaster," Zhou Fan replied. Zhou Fan's arrival attracted the attention of the others, and they all came to check. Zhou Fan was secretly shocked. Lu Bu and Ma Chao made him unable to see through them. He also met Jiang Yi. He had seen Jiang Yi before. At that time, Jiang Yi was high-spirited and was a genius whose name shook the celestial world. He did not expect him to join the Yin sect. Zhou Fan was even more shocked when he noticed the 10,000 fiends. Even the weakest among them was a primordial unity golden immortal. A few of them had already reached the immortal emperor realm. How could this be? Was the secret order already so powerful? When Zhou Fan was brought to the front of Han Yan's Taoist temple, he regained his senses. "Go and buy yourself." Zhao Xianyuan turned around and left after saying this. He still had to make the best use of his time to cultivate. Zhou Fan took a deep breath and carefully walked into the Taoist temple. A dazzling divine light blinded his eyes, and he saw Han Yan. Han Yan was meditating on the 36th rank reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. The yin-yang life and death moon floated behind him, like two suns spinning behind him, emitting a dazzling light. Zhou Fan's heart was in turmoil. He was already at the too profound divine essence level, but he could not see Han Yan's true appearance. He was even stronger than those unparalleled experts. Zhou Fan immediately thought of the sage. When he first met the sage, he could not see his true appearance either. Han Yan asked, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Zhou Fan smiled bitterly. He had suffered a great blow to his heart. He felt that his thousands of years of hard work were a joke in front of Han Yan. Look at Han Yan. He had been cultivating in seclusion all this time, and the gap between their cultivation levels was getting bigger and bigger. Zhou Fan forced a smile. "Han Yan, you're really powerful now. You're about to reach the Dao validation level, right?" Han Yan smiled. "How could I? It's still early. Did you come to find me to join the Yin sect?" "Sure. Do you want to take me in as your disciple?" "It's not impossible, but you have to go out less from now on." "Do you think I'm just going around? The gap between our talents is too big. I can only fight." Sigh. Zhou Fan fell into depression. Han Yan's divine light shone brightly, and his voice was unfathomable. "You already have the chaotic physique and are no longer the same as before. Why don't you join the Yin sect and cultivate in seclusion?" Zhou Fan's future was limitless. If he could mend his ways, he would definitely be a powerful force in the Yin sect in the future. Hearing this, Zhou Fan fell into a trance. A few days later, Zhou Fan walked out of Han Yan's Taoist temple. He looked up at the blue sky, and a long-lost sunny smile appeared on his face. Heiyuji flew over and shouted, "Brat, are you still leaving?" He remembered Zhou Fan, who had come to visit Han Yan more than 8,000 years ago. Zhou Fan also remembered Heiyuji, and smiled. "I'm not leaving. In the future I'll be the 8th disciple of the Yin sect's 2nd generation. Show me some respect." "Hehe, I don't even respect Xiao Xianyuan. What right do you have? Do you think I won't beat you up? If you have the ability, go to the simulation trial. You'll only have the right to compete with me after you've defeated everyone in the Yin sect. Humph, that's exactly what I was thinking, Zhou Fan said proudly. Han Yan had already pulled him into the simulation trial, and he wanted to give it a try. After bidding farewell to Heiyuji, Zhou Fan casually found an empty plot of land to build a Taoist temple, and then began the simulation trial. The first person he challenged was Han Yan. He was instantly defeated. Zhou Fan was stunned. How is this possible? Zhou Fan gritted his teeth. He refused to believe it and challenged Han Yan again. After hundreds of challenges, Zhou Fan despaired. He took a step back and began to challenge the other disciples. He first challenged Heiyuji. Damn it, isn't this dog too weak? Why is he so arrogant? Just like that, Zhou Fan was engrossed in the simulation trial, unable to extricate himself. On the other side, Zhou Mingyue found the fallen stone and lifted it up. Hey, what are you doing? The fallen stone shouted. Zhou Mingyue snorted. Grandmaster asked me to take you in as a disciple. From now on, you will be my disciple. My name is Zhou Mingyue. I see. What's your grandmaster's name? Han Yan. You can't call him by his name. Han. Ju. From now on, I'll be called Han Sun Qion. Yo, you really know how to suck up to someone. That's a good name. Zhou Mingyue chuckled. He had no objections to this. Instead, he was very satisfied. Not to mention the fallen stone, even he wanted to change his surname to Han. However, without Han Yan's consent, he was too embarrassed to change it. Moreover, his master, Chu Shiren, did not allow it. The first fifth-generation disciple of the hidden sect appeared. Khanate spirit, Han Sun Qion, 20 years later. Xianxia came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan let him enter the cave abode. Like Zhou Fan, he was blinded by the strong light of the yin-yang protection moon. He knelt in front of Han Yan and said, Sect Master, I'm still unable to break through to the deity realm. Can you give me some pointers? What kind of light is this, so domineering? Xianxia secretly decided that he would do the same when he returned. Han Yan said, then I'll preach the Tao to you. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Han Yan began to preach. With Jiangyi's talent, it was not difficult for him to break through to the deity realm. He was originally the #1 prodigy of Jinwu, but he lacked guidance. Speaking of which, Zhou Fan had surpassed Jiangyi and reached the deity realm in advance. This made Han Yan sigh. Sometimes, it was quite important to roam the world. Unless Jiangyi's talent was as unparalleled as Han Yan's, he would not be able to compare to Zhou Fan just by cultivating. The second-generation disciples were Yang Tiandong, Su Qi, Sun Chang'an, Tu Ling'er, Long Hao, Zhao Xianyuan, Supremacy Dao, and Zhou Fan. The third-generation disciples were Murong Qi, Fang Liang, and Chu Shiren. The fourth-generation disciples were Zhou Mingyue and Lu Huaxiu, and the fifth-generation disciple was Han Sun Qion. These were all Han Yan's legitimate disciples. Other than that, Li Yao, Jiang Yi, Jin Nu, Heiyu Devil, Wu Dao Jian, the 8 Han brothers, Ada, Shao Heiyu Ji, Tengu, three-headed Wyrm King, Xing Hongxian, Fairy Shixian, and Chang Yu could only be considered disciples of the hidden sect. They were not Han Yan's disciples. Now, the weakest disciples of the hidden sect, including the Nether clan, were at least primordial Unity Golden Immortals. Although Fairy Shixian and Chang Yu were mortals, they often listened to Han Yan's preaching. Coupled with the rich spirit chi in the training hall, they had reached the primordial Unity Golden Immortal realm. However, whether they could reach the Arch realm depended on their luck. After reaching the primordial Unity Golden Immortal realm, it was hard to say what would happen after that. Even if Han Yan was a Daluo Golden Immortal, he could not create an immortal emperor. After Zhou Fan joined, the loosened hidden sect became tense again. This was because Zhou Fan's cultivation was at the second profound divine essence realm. This guy was not even 9,000 years old. This kind of talent made Jiang Yi, Li Yao, Tu Ling'er, and the other disciples feel pressured. Han Yan would still preach to the disciples when he was free. 50 years later, Jiang Yi had reached the immortal state. He did not need to go through the tribulation in the training hall, but everyone could feel his powerful aura. The next disciple to break through to the immortal state should be Li Yao. This woman was very close. If not for her terrifying cultivation speed, Xianxia might not have broken through so quickly. On this day, purple clouds appeared in the sky, boundless and picturesque. Han Yan felt a powerful aura. Someone has proven to be a Daluo. The heavenly Tao annihilated all living beings, and those who survived were almighty figures who surpassed the mortal realm. They would also become legendary figures whose names would shake the world in the future. Han Yan didn't try to find out who would become the Daluo. At present, he had no enemies other than Fengji Sage. The Saint of Destiny was a saint, it was impossible for him to become a Daluo. Han Yan continued to cultivate, trying to break through to the quasi-saint realm. It had been close to 1,000 years since the last breakthrough, but Han Yan was still some distance away from the quasi-sage realm. His cultivation speed was still too slow, however, Han Yan did not have a faster way. He could only remind himself to be down to earth. On this day, the earth shook violently. The 100 Mountains Immortal River was not affected because of the dojo, but Han Yan could clearly feel that the ground outside the dojo was shaking. Han Yan scanned the area with his spiritual will. Its range was equivalent to dozens of reroll realms. Earthquake? Or was something big about to happen? Han Yan was secretly curious. He immediately asked in his heart, I want to know if there are any mighty figures in the current celestial world who have the strength to kill me? 2 billion years need to be deducted. Continue? Continue, not yet. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. That meant everything was fine. He closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Beneath the sea of clouds, the boundless earth shook, and the mountains and rivers cracked. A bottomless canyon spanned thousands of kilometers. A huge eye appeared in the depths of the canyon. It was cold and sinister, and its pupils were constantly trembling. Roar, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the world. A huge dragon head emerged from the sea of clouds. The dragon's eyes were bigger than mountains, as if they could swallow the world in one gulp. Looking at the dragon head, it was a black dragon. The black dragon looked down at the eye in the depths of the canyon, its eyes filled with killing intent. Boom, the black dragon suddenly swooped down, stirring up a terrifying wind that tore the sea of clouds apart. The ground was directly pierced through by its huge body, and debris flew tens of thousands of feet high. 100 Mountains Immortal River. A group of hidden sect disciples gathered on the highest mountain peak. Their eyesight was extraordinary, and they could see the terrifying battle in the distance. That dragon is so huge. Could it be the Daluo Golden Immortal? Zhou Mingyue asked in shock. Chu Shiren frowned and said, True Dragon Tribe, 9th Heaven's AOU. Heyu Ji asked curiously, is 9th Heaven's AOU very strong? The rare Daluo of the True Dragon Tribe, and he is in the same generation as the celestial ruler. Chu Shiren seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was extremely ugly. Xianxia scolded, I know him. That dog used to bully our Jinwu. I'm curious about the existence of that ferocious beast he's fighting. Zhao Shangyuan frowned and said, this beast's body is like a black fog, and it changes shape from time to time. Could it be one of the 4 ferocious beasts in the primordial legends, Hundan? Hundan, everyone was shocked. The 4 ferocious beasts were an extremely distant legend. It was said that when the world was first opened, there were no saints to preach, no races, and all living beings were ferocious beasts. There was no civilization, no communication, and only the strong preyed on the weak. The 4 ferocious beasts were the strongest among the endless ferocious beasts. It was not a problem for them to swallow the sun and the sea. Heyu Devil sighed and said, it seems that the reopening of the heavenly Tao is not as beautiful as we imagined. The terrifying existence that was once suppressed might also be reborn. Before the races are established, it will first guide the killing instinct of the connate lifeforms. Everyone continued to discuss. They were not nervous or uneasy. Nothing would happen to them if they stayed in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Time passed. Another 100 years passed. 3 lines of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan, who was cultivating. Detected that the era of the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts is about to arrive. You have the following choices. 1. Appear immediately and kill all the ferocious beasts. You can obtain a mystical power inheritance, a great Tao fragment, and the hatred of the heavenly Tao saint. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and not participate in the battle between the ferocious beasts. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Was there a need to say more? Han Yan definitely could not offend the saint, so he directly chose the second option. He only wanted to cultivate and not cause trouble. You chose to cultivate in a low profile. You have obtained a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Tao Mystical Power, Myriad Life Sword. Myriad Life Sword, Great Tao Mystical Power. Turns everything in the world into a sword. Its offensive power is vast and terrifying. It had been a long time since he had comprehended a Sword Tao mystical power. Furthermore, it was a great Tao mystical power. Not bad, not bad. Han Yan immediately inherited the Myriad Life Sword. He had currently obtained 2 great Tao mystical powers. They were the Grand Freedom Dharma form and the Myriad Life Sword. Han Yan had already experienced the power of the Grand Freedom Dharma form. Now, when facing enemies, he directly used the Chaos Fiend God Dharma form to suppress them. It was simple, crude, and extremely satisfying. It had an invincible aura. The Myriad Life Sword was also a great Tao mystical power. It meant that it was not inferior to the Grand Freedom Dharma form. Han Yan was looking forward to it. An extremely large amount of memory surged into Han Yan's mind. Even though Daluo was at the perfected golden immortal realm, he felt like his head was about to explode. This comprehension took a total of 3 years. Han Yan finally mastered it and grasped the Myriad Life Sword. The Myriad Life Sword could turn everything in the world into a sword that listened to his orders and killed his enemies. If his cultivation was strong enough, he could turn everything in the heavenly Tao into a sword with a single thought. It was extremely domineering. Han Yan began the simulation trial. The simulation trial could be created based on the trial taker's imagination. Han Yan imagined a vast world. With a thought, the mountains and rivers turned into giant swords that soared into the sky. The trees on the ground turned into wooden swords. Even the lakes and oceans turned into swords. In the blink of an eye, everything in front of him turned into swords of different colors. It was as if the entire world was built by swords. The scene was extremely shocking. With the All-Life Sword alone, Han Yan could still dominate those below the saint level. He tried to challenge the saint, but the saint shattered his theurgy with a single slap and killed him. Although the All-Life Sword was strong, it could not break through the essence of magic power. In addition, the All-Life Sword had a fatal flaw. It could not be used in the void. There was nothing in the void, so it could not be turned into a sword. In the world, the All-Life Sword was more destructive than the Tai Mahasvara form, but it was not as stable as the Tai Mahasvara form and could be used anywhere. In any case, Han Yan had mastered 2 great Tao theurgies, so he could be considered as the number 1 below the saint level. Han Yan did not become arrogant and continued to cultivate. It was more important to reach the pre-saint level as soon as possible. In the blink of an eye, another 17 years had passed. One day. Heyu Ji, Tengu, 3-headed Wyrm King, Heyu Devil, Jiangyi, Ada, and Xiao Er came to visit. Han Yan let them into the Taoist temple. With so many people looking for him at once, it was not a simple matter. Han Yan looked at them and was not in a hurry to speak. Jiangyi took a deep breath and said, "We want to go out." Han Yan asked, "Why?" Jiangyi said, "There are many ferocious beasts in the world that have broken the seal. We can feel that if we devour those beasts, our aptitude will increase." Han Yan realized that they were all demonic beasts. He looked at Heyu Ji. Heyu Ji stood behind the crowd, trembling and extremely nervous. Han Yan smiled and asked, "You want to go out too?" Feeling Han Yan's gaze, Heyu Ji swallowed and said, "I don't really want to." Heyu Devil said, "Let it go with us. If we move together, nothing will happen. Otherwise, with its aptitude, it will be difficult for it to achieve anything in the future." Han Yan did not agree immediately. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The 3-headed Wyrm King smiled and said, "Master, let us go. Although those beasts are strong, they are not Jiangyi's match. We have already agreed to eat all the beasts together." Han Yan asked in his heart, if they go out to hunt ferocious beasts, will they be controlled by the heavenly Tao? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. No, this is just the evolution process of the heavenly Tao. It has awakened their instincts and is not a calamity. Han Yan thought for a moment and said, go. Be careful. The demons were pleasantly surprised and promised one after another. Han Yan suddenly remembered that this was Heyu Ji's first time out. He didn't know if it could overcome its psychological barrier. On that day, the demons from the Yin sect left. Heyu Devil brought the other dark infernal phoenixes with him. 5 years later, Han Sun Qion, who was also known as Fallen, was successfully petrified. Just like that, Zhou Mingyue had an extra handsome young man by her side. Wherever Zhou Mingyue went, he would follow. The other disciples were very interested in this new disciple of the Yin sect. They often came to see Han Sun Qion and even guided him in his cultivation. Although Han Sun Qion was Zhou Mingyue's disciple, he was taken care of by the entire Yin sect. Tu Ling'er always felt sad when she saw him. She thought of Long Hao. Back then, she had watched Long Hao grow up. Now that the calamity was over, Long Hao had not returned. It was highly likely that he had died. Zhou Fan had said before that other than the celestial ruler and the Fate sect, almost all living beings under the Daluo clan had died. The True Dragon clan had also suffered countless casualties. The celestial ruler had already fallen. It was likely that no one could protect Long Hao. Not only Long Hao, but Su Qi and Yang Tiandong had also disappeared for a long time. Nearly half of the Yin sect's second-generation disciples had died. The disciples were worried that Han Sun Qion would follow in Long Hao's footsteps. Therefore, they often used Long Hao as an example to warn him. Fortunately, Han Sun Qion had a gentle personality and was not very ambitious. He also did not have an extreme desire to cultivate. He probably did not want to go out. After the calamity was over, Han Yan truly understood what it meant by the saying time flies. The immortal world was lonely. After returning for so long, he did not see any danger attacking the 100 Mountains immortal river. The entire Yin sect lived very peacefully. This might last for a long time. Chu Shiren guessed that it might take millions of years before the first batch of Khanate lifeforms appeared in the immortal world. Han Sun Qion could transform so quickly thanks to the spirit chi in the training hall. However, other than here, there was no other place in the immortal world that could compare to the 100 Mountains immortal river. More than 10 years later. Detected that you have reached 9,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Enter the world to enlighten all living beings and compete for heavenly merit. You will receive a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Temporarily stay out of the world and cultivate in peace. You will receive a heavenly Tao spirit stone and a training hall guard. Han Yan was very emotional. Unknowingly, he was already 9,000 years old. However, why did it sound like he was scolding someone? Han Yan directly chose the second choice. It was also a quasi-sage guard. Han Yan suddenly had a bold idea. Can I choose to clone myself? No. Han Yan's excitement was instantly doused by a basin of cold water. He could only obediently choose to clone Sherdudao. The new guard would be called Sima Yi. At this point, Han Yan had 3 Sherdudao guards, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Sima Yi. The training hall's safety factor increased again. Han Yan took out the heavenly Tao spirit stone and the Book of Misfortune and began to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune contributed greatly to his success today. It had to be upgraded. The Book of Misfortune was too effective against enemies who were far stronger than him. Several days later, the Book of Misfortune was successfully upgraded from a Daluo Numinous Treasure to a Daluo Supreme Treasure. In order to test the effect, Han Yan directly cursed Sage Destiny and gave him 1 trillion years of lifespan. In the end, he did not see Sage Destiny's email. It was free. Han Yan was not disappointed. In any case, it was right to mess with him. Sooner or later, he would cause trouble. After cursing, Han Yan continued to cultivate. Outside the 33rd heaven, in a large hall, Sage Destiny opened his eyes and frowned. Who exactly is the Dark Forbidden Lord? The power of the curse has increased again. He can't cultivate so quickly. He must be very strong. Previously, I was just lowering my guard against him. He's definitely a sage. Sage Destiny first suspected Xiao Shilai. Among the heavenly Tao sages, they were the only ones who had mastered the Tao annihilation mystical power. They were the greatest threat to each other, so they had to befriend each other to prevent each other from acting recklessly. Of course, he could not rule out other heavenly Tao sages, especially the heavenly Tao sages of the three Taoist sections. The three Taoist sects were the orthodox Daozu. They had always held the main authority among the heavenly Tao sages. They often colluded with other sages. Sage Destiny was not from the three sects and had little to do with the Daozu. Now that he had mastered the Tao Annihilation Sage, he would definitely be targeted. Sage Destiny felt that he had to find out the identity of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem in the future. Why don't I curse the other sages and pretend to be the Dark Forbidden Lord? I'll make the sages panic first. That way, that guy will easily expose himself. Sage Destiny thought silently. If he was the Dark Forbidden Lord and was cursed instead, he would definitely be worried. He would think that he had been discovered. He would either restrain himself for a while or directly fall out. If he really fell out, Sage Destiny was not afraid of the other heavenly Tao sages at all. He was confident in one-on-one. Destiny Saint's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Han Yen could not help but feel relieved when he saw this email. This meant that his curse was working. Destiny Saint hated his identity as the Dark Forbidden Lord, not him. Naturally, he did not panic. Moreover, as long as he stayed in the dojo, the heavenly Tao Saint would not be able to barge in. Han Yen did not think too much and continued cultivating. Time passed very quickly after the heavenly Tao was reactivated. In a flash, 800 years had passed. In the mortal realm, 800 years was enough for dynasties to change. Han Yen was finally about to break through to the quasi-sage realm. The karma accumulated over several eons was still endless, enough for Han Yen to continue cultivating. The time needed to break through to the quasi-sage realm was longer than any previous breakthrough. After 20 years, Han Yen finally stepped into the quasi-sage realm. Due to the dojo's concealment, Han Yen did not need to transcend the tribulation. However, the powerful aura he emitted could not be suppressed even by the system barrier. Everyone in the dojo could feel it. The system barrier could only hide the scene inside, but it could not prevent the internal aura from leaking out. After all, Han Yen was no longer immortal. Although Han Yen's aura was strong, it could not pass through the dojo's defensive array. Master broke through again? What a powerful aura. This is definitely not something a Daluo can achieve. And you still say that he's not a saint. I think it's not a breakthrough, but a creation of divine powers. Indeed, sect masters' divine powers are extremely exquisite and unheard of. This means that he has been comprehending divine powers while cultivating. Everyone in the hidden sect was very emotional about Han Yan's breakthrough. This was a good thing. The stronger Han Yan was, the safer they would be. At the same time, they would also improve their cultivation. In the Taoist temple, Han Yan consolidated his cultivation while checking his attributes list. Name, Han Yen, lifespan, 982012900, 09999 9999 9999 999/9, race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation, quasi-primordial chaos Daluo golden immortal realm, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao. Quasi-primordial chaos Daluo golden immortal primordial Daluo should be a sage. What a mouthful. Han Yen noticed that his lifespan had increased tenfold, 12 quadrillion years, who else but me? After stabilizing his cultivation base, Han Yen decided to curse the Fate Saint. It was worth mentioning that Han Yen did not receive any system notification when he broke through the Sage-to-Be realm. Could it be that the system did not recognize this realm? Han Yen felt a little regretful and then concentrated on cultivating. It took him 10 years to stabilize his cultivation base. Then, he took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Saint Fengji. This time, he wanted to see how many years his limit was. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease. He stared at his attribute panel. 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years, 100 billion years. His lifespan was dropping faster and faster. Outside the 33rd layer of heaven, Saint Fingji was gathered in a stone pavilion with the South Pole Heavenly Venerate, sect leader Xianxia, and Saint Jinan. As they chatted, sect leader Xianxia asked, Daoist Fingji, why did you suddenly stop talking? Saint Fingji took a deep breath and said, Dark Forbidden Lord is cursing me. Dark Forbidden Lord, the three sages frowned when they heard that. They had discussed before and realized that the calamity was progressing so quickly mainly because Dark Forbidden Lord had cursed the major factions of the celestial world and even caused a cursing wave. As a result, the sages had to take action personally for their own plans. They had even worked together to investigate but could not find out the true identity of Dark Forbidden Lord. Now that Saint Fingji was being cursed by Dark Forbidden Lord, this was not a good thing. This meant that Dark Forbidden Lord was targeting the sages. Thinking that Saint Fingji might be cursed to death by the unknown Dark Forbidden Lord, the sages could not help but feel sad. They could not allow this to happen. If a sage was cursed to death in peacetime, then where would their dignity be? Do you really think that Dark Forbidden Lord is a heavenly path sage? Sect leader Xianxia frowned and asked. Saint Fingji asked, other than sages, who else can do this? As for higher existences, why would they care about the heavenly path? Hearing this, the three sages fell into deep thought. The sages had been fighting openly and secretly for countless years and could not trust each other. Saint Fingji was observing the three sages' reactions. The three sages did not know what he was thinking. The three sages were actually suspicious. Could Saint Fingji be acting? Could it be that he was directing and acting? To be honest, I've been cursed recently too. Saint Jinan suddenly said with a worried expression. Saint Fingji glanced at him and asked, really? Saint Jinan said, yes, just like you. I've been cursed once every 10 years, but we weren't cursed at the same time. South Pole Heavenly Venerable said, in that case, Dark Forbidden Lord is not one of us but another sage. Although the three factions of Taoism fight, they never really fight. After all, we're all in this together. Sect Master Tianju nodded. Saint Fingji cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he said, in that case, I hope the three of you can find out the true identity of Dark Forbidden Lord together. Okay. The three sages replied in unison. 3 trillion years, Han Yan was constantly breaking his own record, but the Heavenly Path sage was really strong. No matter how much he cursed, nothing happened. Han Yan wanted to test his limit. How many years of lifespan would he lose before a negative state appeared? His lifespan continued to decrease. Until 10 trillion years. Han Yan's heart began to tremble. Oh no, he was already a quasi-sage. Could he keep cursing until the end? Should he persist a little longer? Han Yan gritted his teeth. When 15 trillion years of lifespan was deducted, Han Yan finally saw an email. Your enemy Saint Fingji's Saint Heart is in chaos because of your curse, forming a mental demon. Han Yan immediately stopped. His heart was still bleeding. It took 15 trillion years to barely form a mental demon. Was this the Heavenly Path sage? Han Yan put away the Book of Misfortune and decided not to act recklessly in the future. It was too wasteful. Saint Fingji was definitely not the last enemy. There would be stronger enemies in the future. It was just a matter of time. If he kept squandering his lifespan, it would be terrible. Han Yan's breakthrough speed had slowed down, which meant that he could not quickly increase his lifespan. He had to be steady in the future. When Han Yan was reflecting on himself, Saint Fingji panicked. Saint Fingji found Xianxia and the two met in a magnificent palace. What? Dark Forbidden Lord can curse you out of your mental demon? Xianxia was shocked. Saint Fingji was stronger than him. If what Saint Fingji said was true, then Dark Forbidden Lord would also be a threat to him. Saint Fingji's expression was extremely ugly. If I lie, the heavenly path will be destroyed. Xianxia looked even more flustered. Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely a sage. He might even be stronger than Saint Fingji. Who was he? Han Yan did not know that his cursing of sage fate secrets had caused uneasiness among the sages. After cursing sage fate secrets, he began to improve his sword Dao divine art. It only took him a month. Then, he began to cultivate the Tai unrestrained Dharma. The ninth demon god was the demon god of war. He used his will to increase his cultivation level and fought until he died. The 10th demon god was the demon god of death. He used the great Tao to transform into death qi. Death qi devoured life qi, causing all living things to die. The 11th demon god was the demon god of wood breath. He used the origin of wood to create wood and imprisoned the heavens with wood. The 12th demon god was the demon god of soul. He had no body and his soul was supreme. The 13th demon god was the demon god of killing intent. He condensed killing intent into Tao. The stronger the killing intent, the stronger the Tao. Han Yan used 9 years to refine 5 demon god Dharma phantoms. The 13 demon god Dharma phantoms were merciless. The demon gods that Han Yan controlled were demon god of heavenly dipper, demon god of nine yin, demon god of wind, demon god of shadow flood, demon god of void, demon god of scarlet clear, demon god of weak water, demon god of extreme darkness, demon god of war, demon god of death, demon god of wood breath, demon god of soul and demon god of killing intent. He began the simulation trial. Even if he fought against a quasi-sage, he still enjoyed the thrill of being tyrannical. No matter how powerful one's Dharma treasure was, in front of the 13 demon god Dharma phantoms, they were all ants. Han Yan tried to challenge the heavenly Tao sage, Fushi Tian. Yes. He was still killed. However, it was not an instant kill. Han Yan lasted for 2 breaths of time. His improvement was huge. Han Yan was in a good mood and decided to preach the Tao to the disciples. He walked out of the Taoist temple and headed towards the Fusang tree. With his cultivation level, he could teleport to the Fusang tree. However, he preferred to walk, so he decided to take a stroll. After so many years, the 100 Mountains immortal river had changed a lot. Traceless breeze lotuses were everywhere. The green lotuses that stood on the ground emitted dense connate qi. The trees in the 100 Mountains immortal river were extremely tall. The 100 Mountains immortal river. But in front of the Fusang tree. Now, the Fusang tree was already 10,000 feet tall. It was like the most ancient tree in the legends. When Han Yan walked to the front of the Fusang tree, all the disciples had already gathered. Jiang Yi, Heyu Ji, and the other demonic beasts had yet to return, but Han Yan had learned from the male that they were doing very well. By devouring ferocious beasts, their aptitudes had been constantly transforming. By the time they returned, they would have all reached the immortal emperor realm. The era of ferocious beasts was originally a feast prepared for the first batch of mighty beings. Creatures that could stand out during the era of dire beasts must have great aptitude, strength, and combat talent. Given enough time, it would not be difficult for them to become a mighty figure that could rule over thousands of worlds. Han Yan began to preach the Tao. His voice resounded throughout the 100 Mountains immortal river so that even the fiends could hear him. After reaching the realm of sage to be, Han Yan's Tao voice was even more creative. During his preaching, it greatly increased the comprehension of his listeners. His Tao technique was even more extensive and profound. Everyone could gain enlightenment from it. The sermon this time was longer than any of the previous sermons. Han Yan had been lecturing for 50 years. After the sermon, Han Yan returned to the Taoist temple alone. Preaching the Tao to his disciples was actually the same as organizing his own Tao technique. He had benefited greatly from it. No wonder so many mighty beings like to preach the Tao. Not only can they do favors, but they can also improve their own Tao. Han Yan smiled. Then, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. In the wilderness, a huge worm that was as large as a mountain range was moving forward. Its body was like a centipede, but its 100 legs were like the paws of a lion. It crushed a path forward. It seemed to be looking for food. It walked and stopped. At this moment, the ground collapsed. A bloody mouth broke out of the ground and bit the worm in half. Blood splattered all over the ground. This ferocious beast that broke out of the ground looked like a bear. It had 8 eyes and was wandering in different directions. Boom, a terrifying gust of wind descended. A pair of terrifying claws broke through the sea of clouds and grabbed the eight-eyed ferocious beast. It was directly dragged out of the ground and flew above the sea of clouds. Kikik! I can have a good meal again. An extremely arrogant laugh resounded through the sky. It was a huge black chicken that had grabbed the eight-eyed ferocious beast. Heiyuji, in front of Heiyuji, the eight-eyed ferocious beast seemed small. Heiyuji had a wingspan of 100 miles. With a flap of his wings, he disappeared into the horizon. A group of people stood on Heiyuji's back. They were Xianxia and the others. Blood splattered everywhere. Xianxia had no choice but to use his divine art to create a protective barrier to block the blood from splashing. Ada said unhappily, "This stinky chicken is always so exaggerated. It's on purpose, right?" Tengu looked at Heyu Devil and said, "Aren't you its big brother? Discipline it." Heyu Devil said unhappily, "Discipline how? It has always been very arrogant." The three-headed Wyrm king shouted, "It's my turn now. You guys hold the line for me." Everyone was noisy. After a while, Heiyuji finished eating the eight-eyed ferocious beast. You ferocious beasts have intelligence." A voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and earth. Jiangyi's expression changed slightly. He could not sense where the other party was. "A mighty figure," Xiangyi said loudly, "Senior, we are not ferocious beasts." If it was in the past, Xiangyi would have cursed. However, now that the Jinwu was suspected to be extinct, the surviving mighty figures were all existences that he could not afford to offend. He had to be careful. "And the Golden Crow, you have good potential. All of you can come under my command." The mysterious mighty figure laughed. Then, the sky turned black. A terrifying wind appeared and swept them up into the sky. Jiangyi and the others looked up. A huge sleeve appeared in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun. It was difficult to estimate its diameter. They wanted to escape, but they were suppressed by a powerful magic power and could not move. Soon, they were sucked into the sleeve. 100 Mountains Immortal River. 8 years had passed since the end of the sermon. Many disciples were still in the state of enlightenment and had not woken up. Han Yen was cultivating when he suddenly sensed that someone was using the invocation technique. He counted with his fingers. It was Heiyuji. After so many years, this was the first time that Heiyuji used the invocation technique. Did something happen? Although he was invincible, Han Yen was still cautious. "If I go over, will I be in danger? 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted." Continue? Continue, not yet. Han Yen heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately activated all his Dharma treasures. The yin-yang shield burst out with divine light and enveloped his body. He stood up and stepped into the black vortex. On the other side, Jiangyi, Heiyuji, Heyu Devil, and the others were trapped in an open space. The ground was like jade. The edges of the open space were dark and they could not see the exit. Looking up, they could see a hole of light, but it was intertwined with lightning. Heiyuji looked at the black vortex in front of him nervously. "Master will come, right?" Heiyuji muttered to himself. Jiangyi and the others were also worried. At that moment, a strong light overflowed from the black vortex, and Han Yen stepped out. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and knelt down to worship Han Yen. Han Yen immediately checked the surrounding powerful enemies. Sky Trampling Song, Daluo, Perfected Golden Immortal, Immortal of Chan School. Daluo was at the Perfected Golden Immortal stage. So powerful, the Chan sect had a deep foundation. They had not shown it before. They were really patient. Han Yen looked at Heiyuji and the others and asked, "You've been captured?" Han Yen, who was bathed in divine light, looked like the god of creation. His appearance was visually stunning. Heiyuji said angrily, "Master, someone captured us for no reason and wants to make us slaves." Jiangyi and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Han Yen appear. In their hearts, Han Yen was already comparable to a saint. As long as he appeared, the danger would be resolved. Rank 1 Immortal Emperor? No, your Dharma treasure is not simple. A voice was heard. It was Sky Stomper's voice. Han Yen said, "A mere golden immortal Daluo wants to capture my people?" Let them go, and I can pretend that this never happened. Sky Stomper snorted. You're really arrogant. Break through my divine power first. Han Yan raised his hand and extended his right middle finger. A ray of sword chi suddenly shot out, heaven-earth mystic yellow world-piercing sword finger, breaking the heavens with one finger. The whole of light above was torn apart, and the surrounding darkness shattered as well. It was like paper being burned by flames. Han Yan and the others landed on a hill. They looked up and saw Sky Stomper standing on a white cloud. He was wearing a Taoist robe. His eyebrows were curved upwards, and his eyes were long and narrow. His facial features were even more sinister. Ta Tiange stared at him and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" Sky Stomper has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 5 stars, 5 stars, it was close to a fight to the death, very good, you're gone. Han Yan did not care which sect he came from. Saints could not enter the immortal world. What was there to be afraid of? Han Yan smiled. Who am I? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Sky Stomper frowned and asked, tell me. The heavenly dipper demon god Dharma idol suddenly appeared above Han Yan's head. Before the Dharma idol could form, he punched the sky. The terrifying power caused the sky to distort violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Ta Tiange did not even have time to react. He was directly pulverized by the heavenly dipper Fian Celestial's fist wind. His body and soul were destroyed. The heavenly dipper Fiend Celestial dissipated as well. It happened so quickly that Xianxia and company could not react in time. In their eyes, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew, and Sky Trampling Song disappeared. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine. He thought back to when he had challenged Han Yan in the simulation trial. Han Yan stopped and checked his interpersonal relationships. He found that Tatianji's profile picture was still there. It seemed that this guy had a way to save his life. He probably left a part of his soul in the Chan sect. Han Yan turned his head and looked at Xianxia and the others, saying, go back as soon as possible. The origin of that person just now is not simple. He is not completely dead and will take revenge on you in the future. If there is a next time, I will definitely not save you. Han Yan turned around and stepped into the black vortex. The black vortex shrank and disappeared. Only then did everyone regain their senses. Heiyuji hurriedly shouted, hurry up and go back. Xianxia nodded. He was no longer the arrogant prodigy of the past. He knew the importance of staying alive. Sky Trampling Song's appearance meant that the sect of Providence had begun to move and plot against the celestial world. In the Taoist temple, Han Yan did not receive any aggro notifications from the other mighty figures of the Chan sect. He could not let his guard down. If the entire Chan sect wanted to deal with him because of this, he could only destroy the Chan sect. As long as he stayed in the Taoist temple, Han Yan was not afraid of the Chan sect. Without the help of the saints, the Chan sect would not be able to break through the defenses of the Taoist temple. Han Yan began to cultivate. A year later, he still did not receive any aggro notifications from the mighty figures of the Chan sect. It seemed that Sky Trampling Song did not announce this. The saints of the Chan sect did not care about this either. Han Yan completely relaxed and focused on cultivating. Time flew. 86 years passed. Xianxia and the others all returned. None of them were left behind. All of them had become immortal emperors. Their return caused the other disciples to rush over and ask curiously. They did not know that the Yin sect had been saved by Han Yan, especially Heiyuji. He bragged that Han Yan had clearly killed Sky Trampling Song in an instant, but he bragged that he had destroyed the entire world with a single punch and that the apocalypse had followed. Han Yan was very satisfied with their attitude. They had returned after saying that they had developed a Tao heart and knew the importance of avoiding danger. A few months later, a voice resounded throughout the world. I am the saint of the Chan sect, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable. 100 years later, I will preach the Tao in the South Pole Palace outside the 33 levels. All living beings can come and listen to the Tao. Han Yan could not help but think of the patriarch of the Shitian sect's preaching. He had to admit that the saint's preaching was very attractive. However, Han Yan would not go again. He had the ultimate source Great Tao and did not need to listen to the sage Tao. If he went, he might be killed by the saint. As for sending his clone, the celestial ruler had said that it would be disrespectful to the saint. It was better not to go. The people of the Yin sect also began to discuss this matter. Without Han Yan's consent, they did not dare to go. The calamity had just ended not long ago. The terrifying power of the saint was still there. It was because of the battle between the saints that all living beings were annihilated. Under such circumstances, who would dare to go? Just like that, the Yin sect ignored the South Pole Heavenly Venerable's preaching and continued to cultivate. On an island overseas in the celestial world, Huang Zuantian stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the end of the sea. He was in a daze. A Jiejiao disciple appeared behind him and knelt down. He asked, "Master, the saint of the Chan sect is preaching the Tao. Should we Jiejiao disciples go?" Huang Zuantian retracted his gaze and said casually, "If you want to go, go." The Jiejiao disciple said, "The relationship between the Jiejiao and the Chan sect, that's not something you should be concerned about." Huang Zuantian interrupted him with a dissatisfied tone. The Jiejiao disciple was puzzled. Did Master go berserk today? Huang Zuantian seemed to realize that his attitude was wrong. His expression softened. He said, "Have you found the whereabouts of the Scarlet Cloud world?" The Jiejiao disciple replied, "Almost all the living beings in the mortal world have been slaughtered. Without living beings, the heavenly Tao has been reactivated. It's impossible to tell which mortal world the Scarlet Cloud world is." Huang Zuantian frowned. He did not believe that Han Yan had died in the calamity. It was just that he could not calculate where Han Yan was. Huang Zuantian wanted to return to Han Yan's side to cultivate. He had spent enough time in the Jiejiao. Although he was already the deputy sect master, he could not control himself and could not cultivate in peace. In his opinion, although the Jiejiao had survived the previous calamity, it would definitely enter another calamity until the sect was destroyed. A bunch of lunatics, people with different beliefs should not work together, the Jiejiao disciple asked curiously, "Why do you care so much about the mortal world you came from? You're the deputy sect master of the Jiejiao. It won't be difficult for you to create another mortal world in the future." Huang Zuantian said faintly, "Disciple, you don't understand. Continue to investigate." "Okay." The Jiejiao disciple left with doubts. Huang Zuantian sighed and turned to return to his palace. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, Han Yan had also ushered in his 10,000 years birthday. Becoming a sage-to-be in 10,000 years. If this cultivation speed was spread, even the saints would be shocked. A notification popped up in front of Han Yan, who was cultivating. Detected that you have reached 10,000 years old. You have taken another step forward in your life. You have the following choices. 1. Fight for Providence, become famous in the celestial world, and become an everlasting legend. You will get a chance to upgrade the system. 2. Maintain your original intention and cultivate in a low profile. You will get a chance to activate a new function of the system. System upgrade, a new function of the system, as expected of Long Live, it was quite impressive. Han Yan really wanted to choose the first option, but it was too dangerous and not suitable for him. The system could not make him stronger by leaps and bounds. He still had to rely on himself for cultivation. Before he became absolutely invincible, he could not be reckless. Han Yan silently chose the second option. Activating a new function of the system, Myriad World Projection. Myriad World Projection, you can choose anyone and pull their consciousness into a projection space created by the system. No matter where the member is, they can communicate and teleport Dharma treasures in the projection space. The Myriad World Projection can isolate karma and spiritual sense. The level of protection is related to the level of protection of the dojo. This is the Myriad World Chat Group. Han Yan raised his eyebrows, feeling that this function was a little useless. However, he noticed that he could teleport Dharma treasures. If a disciple could not defeat an enemy, they could send their Dharma treasures over to help them fight. However, in this case, would the Dharma treasures be disarmed? Han Yan did not immediately use the Myriad World Projection. He thought of the new function, Absolute Purification, that he had activated previously. This thing had been left aside and had not been used yet. If I use absolute purification on Su Qi, can it wash away his bad luck? 100 million years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Su Qi is the incarnation of bad luck. It can't wash away bad luck, but it can wash away the heavenly Tao's karma on him and the unstable factors of bad luck, helping him to control bad luck perfectly. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. If Su Qi could control bad luck, his cultivation would definitely progress by leaps and bounds. Han Yan immediately used absolute purification on Su Qi. Su Qi was suppressed in the star world. Han Yan could directly use this function without releasing him. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Begin purification. Han Yan activated the myriad world projection. He first created a projection world. Soon, he had an idea. A dark and gloomy hall appeared. Han Yan sat on the seat of honor, facing 2 rows of treasured chairs. Outside the window of the hall was the resplendent Milky Way. The range of the projection wasn't large, and it only covered this part of the palace. Usually, it was enough for the disciples to exchange information. Han Yan immediately invited the Yin sect disciples in the training hall to enter the projection world. The leader of the Nether clan also came. The leader of the Nether race was called Secluded Han, and he was already an immortal emperor. When everyone arrived at the Myriad World's palace, they were all stunned. Xianxia, Fairy Xian, and Chang Yu were also dragged along. After all, they were now considered part of the Yin sect. Everyone's gaze fell on Han Yan. When they saw Han Yan, they were no longer nervous. Heiyuji was the first to ask, "Master, where are we?" Han Yan smiled and said, "This is a divine ability that I created, the Myriad World Projection. In the future, no matter where you go, you can cast your consciousness here to communicate and exchange magical treasures." Zhao Xuanyuan's eyes widened. This isn't the primal chaos domain? He couldn't help but look at the Supremacy Tao. The Supremacy Tao sighed. Master is indeed master. To think that he could create such a divine ability. We can't resist at all. Before they could react, their consciousness was directly pulled into the Myriad World's palace. So that we can ask for help when we go out in the future? How do you know? Senior brother Dao likes to do this. Nonsense, what do you mean like? Is this the primal chaos domain you speak of? If something happens to me in the future, lend me your magical treasures. Everyone felt that it was very novel and discussed non-stop. Han Yan left the Myriad World's palace. In the future, if the disciples wanted to come in, they could do so with a thought. Han Yan was about to cultivate when Xing Hongshuan's voice came from the Taoist temple. Husband, can I come in? Han Yan said, come in. Oh no. Is this woman craving again? Xing Hongxian walked into the Taoist temple and sat beside Han Yan. She said, Husband, I've been having trouble with my cultivation recently. I feel that no matter how I cultivate, it's useless. It seems like my cultivation technique isn't good enough. My master in the human race said that this cultivation technique requires the cultivation of a great Tao, but I don't know what great Tao it is. Han Yan smiled. It's fine. I'll teach you a great Tao. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised and immediately jumped into Han Yan's arms. Han Yan had long planned to teach the ultimate source great Tao to all the disciples of the Yin sect. Although he still needed to comprehend the ultimate source great Tao, he was the one who created it. Any living being that cultivated the ultimate source great Tao would benefit the creator of the ultimate source great Tao as they became stronger. It was the same the other way around. As the saying went, when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. The reason why Patriarch Shitian talked about karma was not only for good karma, but also for his own orthodoxy. Han Yan did not have to worry about others' ultimate source great Tao surpassing his. A great Tao was not a cultivation technique or a divine ability. Any living being that cultivated the ultimate source great Tao was paving the way for him. He would always be stronger than the cultivators of the ultimate source great Tao. Inheriting a great Tao was not that simple. Han Yan directly imparted it to Xing Hongxian, but it still took 13 years. After the inheritance ended, the two of them enjoyed themselves for a month before Xing Hongxian left and returned to her residence to cultivate. During this period, Suchi was successfully purified, but Han Yan did not release her soul immediately. Han Yan had nothing to do, so he began to check his emails. Your good friend Huang Zuantian listened to the saint's preaching and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Xiao Shilai was attacked by a saint, X2. Your good friend Fang Liang comprehended the heavenly Tao and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Celestial Ruler encountered the primordial shrine and his providence increased greatly. Your good friend Ji Xianshan was attacked by your enemy Li Xuanao. Your good friend Pan Xian was suppressed by the ancient Lord of Calamity. Your good friend Jiang Dugu received guidance from a saint and his cultivation increased greatly. They were all emails about fortuitous opportunities. However, Han Yan became interested when he saw Huang Zuantian. Back then, he had sent Huang Zuantian to Jiejiao. He did not expect that this fellow had already become a deputy sect master. Should he contact him? Han Yan decided to visit Huang Zuantian in his dream. Soon, the two of them entered the dream. In the dream, it was a forest outside Yuqing. Han Yan met Huang Zuantian in his original body. However, the divine light of the yin-yang protection moon still made Huang Zuantian unable to recognize him immediately. How have you been? Just as Huang Zuantian was feeling nervous, Han Yan asked. Upon hearing this voice, Huang Zuantian was pleasantly surprised. After cultivating many times, Huang Zuantian would dream of the scarlet cloud world. He finally saw Han Yan. Although it was just a dream, Huang Zuantian was still very excited. Wait, could it be a scam? Huang Zuantian frowned. Han Yan saw through his suspicions and said angrily, Don't worry, there's only you and me in this dream. Even the saints can't pry into it. Didn't I ask you to go to Jiejiao? Huang Zuantian's favorability towards him had not decreased, so he could be trusted. The dark nightmare itself would not be spied on by those outside the dream. When Huang Zuantian heard this, he felt relieved. He suppressed his excitement and said, You've finally come to find me. When can I return to your side? I'm afraid that if I stay any longer, I'll become the sect master. When Han Yan heard Huang Zuantian's words, he couldn't help but be speechless. You're really a talent. The Jiejiao was not a mortal sect. In just a few thousand years, he had gone from an ordinary disciple of the Jiejiao to a vice leader. It was simply unheard of. No one would believe it even if he told them. Han Yan fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he didn't want to summon Huang Zuantian back. If he continued to stay, he might directly take over the Jiejiao. Just thinking about it, Han Yan was quite beautiful. After a moment of silence, Han Yan said in a deep voice, If I let you back now, wouldn't all my previous efforts be wasted? Although you've suffered these years, your cultivation has indeed become stronger. Persevere for a while longer. One day, I will personally bring you back. When Huang Zuantian heard this, his eyes suddenly darkened. However, when he thought of the scene of Han Yan personally picking him up, he suddenly became excited. The meaning of these words, at that time, Han Yan would not be afraid of the Jiejiao. Han Ju said meaningfully, many people who faced the calamity in this immeasurable calamity came from the scarlet cloud world. You should know about this, right? If your intelligence is strong, you should know that everyone who has karma with me survived and is doing well. Huang Zuantian was moved. He had been wondering about this before. In that case, Huang Zuantian didn't dare to think about it. He suppressed his excitement and asked, What else do you need me to do? Han Yan said, Do what you did before. I don't want to give you any tasks. If you have too strong of an ambition, it will easily attract trouble. Stay in the Jiejiao. You only need to be a good Jiejiao disciple and cultivate seriously. Huang Zuantian nodded and couldn't help but ask, How long do I have to wait? Han Yan thought for a moment and said, Not too long. Huang Zuantian was relieved. Did you just finish listening to the Tao? Han Yan asked. Huang Zuantian smiled and said, You really have eyes that can see through everything. Nothing can be hidden from you. Jiejiao Saint is very good to you. I'm ashamed to say this, but the saint was preaching to the elite disciples of the entire Jiejiao. He was talking about the great Tao, but I could only comprehend myself and not the great Tao. Huang Zuantian looked pained. This was not the first time he had listened to a sage preach about the Tao, but to him, the great Tao was too profound. Han Yan smiled and said, "Then how about I teach you a great Tao?" Huang Zuantian was stunned. He stared at Han Yan. Under the illumination of the yin-yang protection moon, Han Yan was like a god, and Huang Zuantian felt like he was looking at a saint. Saints were so high and mighty. If Han Yan could impart the great Tao, didn't that mean? Huang Zuantian did not dare to continue thinking about it. He quickly nodded. Han Yan said, "Don't say that I taught you this great Tao. Say that you learned it by chance. Don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Use it as a cultivation technique to comprehend." "No problem." Huang Zuantian quickly agreed. 20 years passed in a hurry. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. He looked at his Taoist temple and felt like a lifetime had passed. What a profound great Tao. It feels even more profound than the great Tao of the saint. But why can you teach it to me so easily, but I can't understand the saint's preaching? Could it be that he's already more powerful than the saint? As soon as this thought appeared, it grew wildly in Huang Zuantian's mind like weeds, and it could not be stopped. At this moment, the voice of a Jia disciple came from outside the Taoist temple. "Master, the saint invites you." Huang Zuantian took a deep breath and immediately stood up. He made up his mind to hide the preaching. As he walked, he used a divine ability on himself to erase the memory of Han Yan teaching him the great Tao. Now, even he could not figure out where the ultimate source great Tao came from. He could only guess that it had something to do with Han Yan's dream. In that case, even if the saint searched his soul, he would not be able to trace it back to Han Yan. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Yan went into cultivation mode again. Cultivate. Cultivate. His goal was to attain the Tao and become a saint, with the primordial samsara great Tao technique, the ultimate source great Tao, and the stellar primordial body. Han Yan did not need to rely on luck to attain the Tao or merit to become a saint. He could attain the Tao through strength. This technique was recorded in the primordial samsara great Tao. After all, the primordial samsara great Tao was a great Tao technique summoned by the 9 great Tao fragments. The hidden sect disciples would occasionally go to the Myriad World Hall to chat. Although it was very close, some people liked to chat there, causing the Myriad World Hall to be restless. Time continued to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When he was 11,000 years old, Han Yan did not receive a system notification. His heart sank to the bottom. This indicated that there would be a notification every 10,000 years. After all, it was once every 10 years at the beginning. Would it be once every million years or once every billion years? Han Yan did not dare to think too much. If it really reached that stage, he should be very strong. 1,000 years later, the entire hidden sect, including Fairy Xixian, Chang Yuer, and 10,000 nether people, had all reached the immortal emperor realm. This was related to Han Yan's frequent preaching. Every 300 years, he would preach for at least 30 years. On this day, Han Yan called the Supremacy Tao, Zhao Shan Jiang Yi, Zhou Fan, and Li Yao into the Taoist temple. Not long ago, Li Yao had just stepped into the immortal state. "I'm going to impart the great Tao to you," Han Yan said. As soon as he said that, the 5 people's eyes lit up. The Supremacy Tao was the first to ask, "Is it really the great Tao? I heard that only sages can impart the great Tao." Han Yan said, "The inheritance of the great Tao is actually beneficial to the imparter. If you cultivate the great Tao of a sage, you will never surpass the sage of that great Tao. Similarly, it's the same for cultivating my great Tao. However, the stronger I am, the stronger your great Tao will be. It depends on whether you have confidence in me and whether you think I can surpass the heavenly Tao sages and those high and mighty existences." Zhou Fan snorted. "Of course. You're the only one who's acknowledged." The other 4 nodded. Until today, they did not dare to compete with Han Yan. They only had endless admiration for Han Yan. Every time they were arrogant and carried out the simulation trial, they would be instantly defeated by Han Yan. They knew that they were still far from it. They were very confident that those heavenly Tao sages might not be more talented than them before they attained their Tao. However, Han Yan was different. Even the 3 chaotic physiques could not catch up to him. The height that Han Yan would reach in the future was immeasurable. Hurry up and impart, Li Yao urged. Han Yan smiled and immediately began to impart the Tao. The reason he could completely impart the great Tao to others was mainly because he was the one who created the ultimate Tao. For example, when Patriarch Shitian imparted the Karma Tao, the listeners would not be able to fully comprehend it because Patriarch Shitian was not the creator of the Karma Tao. He was only the first cultivator. The imparting of the Tao lasted for 9 years. The main reason was that the 5 of them were too talented. Not many people in the entire celestial world could compare to them. However, the 5 of them still needed a long time to comprehend the Tao before they could fully grasp this Tao. It was equivalent to them obtaining the cultivation method. They had just started. After the imparting of the Tao, Han Yan stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple. He walked to the space-time vortex and asked, "How's the situation recently?" Ma Chao replied, "There are often living beings approaching this cave. They even want to barge in, but they are scared away by my aura." After hearing Ma Chao's words, Han Yan frowned slightly. This was not a good thing. Can the saints of the great wide world enter the dojo through the space-time vortex? Han Yan asked secretly. 4 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, what a waste, not for the time being. The dojo is located in the heavenly Tao. The saints need to cross the control of the heavenly Tao to enter the dojo. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It was not a good thing to continue like this. He had to eliminate the hidden dangers. Han Yan suddenly thought of Su Qi. The absolute purification allowed Su Qi to perfectly control misfortune. Could he let the Fusang tree control the space-time vortex? He directly carried out the absolute purification on the Fusang tree. 1 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, Han Yan could not be bothered to ask more. Anyway, asking would cost him hundreds of millions of lifespan, so he might as well do it directly. The Fusang tree began to shake as if a person was itching and twisting non-stop. Han Yan said, "Don't worry, I'm helping you." Hearing this, the Fusang tree asked curiously, "Help me with what?" "Help you control the space-time vortex. This place is too dangerous. If it's really difficult to control, then I can only." Han Yan did not say much, but the Fusang tree was almost scared to death. Ma Chao, Dian Wei, and Zhao Yun did not say anything. The guards could communicate, but they only followed Han Yan's orders and would not think about other things. Han Yan stayed on the Fusang tree, waiting for the absolute purification to end. He came over for a while. The absolute purification ended. The space-time vortex shrank. The Fusang tree said in surprise, "I can control the space-time vortex. It's like my branches. I can control it to germinate and bloom." Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He had a deeper understanding of the absolute purification. Not only could it remove the disadvantages, but it could also increase the benefits. Han Yan said, "In the future, don't open the space-time vortex without my orders." The Fusang tree replied, "Okay." Just in case, Han Yan still left Dianwei here, and the other guards guarded the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yan returned to the Taoist temple and continued to cultivate. After so many years, he was still far from the middle stage of the quasi-sage realm. Fortunately, his improvement was very obvious. Ever since they obtained the ultimate source Great Tao, Zhou Fan, Li Yao, the Supremacy Tao, Zhao Xianyuan, and Jiang Yi all went into seclusion. Everyone could feel that their auras were getting stronger. The other disciples were curious as to what Han Yan had taught them. Han Yan had a goal, which was to have the entire hidden sect cultivate the ultimate source Great Tao. As his cultivation of the Great Tao deepened, the secret order's disciples could not betray him. If he died, all cultivators of the extreme source Great Tao would be affected. Of course, the stronger he was, the more the cultivators of the extreme source Great Tao would benefit. Han Yan wanted to form his own Tao. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. There were more and more ferocious beasts around the 100 Mountains Immortal River. They weren't attracted here, but the ferocious beasts in the world were increasing in number. The 100 Mountains Immortal River also nurtured many ferocious beasts. Because it was isolated from the heavenly Tao, they weren't affected by the heavenly Tao's providence and didn't turn into ferocious beasts. Instead, they were connate lifeforms like Han Sun Qion. These connate lifeforms were far inferior to Han Sun Qion in terms of aptitude. Since they didn't trigger the notification of being one with connate Providence, Han Yan ignored them. Han Sun Qion, on the other hand, was very interested in them. Before they transformed, he called them brothers and took them in as his underlings. Han Yan didn't care about this. Han Sun Qion was the person with the lowest seniority in the hidden sect. It would be good if he could take in those connate lifeforms. On this day, the 100 Mountains Immortal River welcomed guests. I'm Celestial, Feng Huangjun. I'm here to pay a visit to the hidden sect's sect master. A voice was transmitted into the training hall. Han Yan opened his eyes. Wasn't Feng Huangjun the current leader of the Feng clan created by Feng Liang? Han Yan wasn't surprised that the training hall had been exposed. Celestial was currently the largest force. It wasn't difficult for them to travel across the immortal world without many lifeforms. Han Yan asked, "What's the matter?" Feng Huangjun's voice sounded again. Celestial is preparing to hold a banquet in the 13th layer of heaven and invite all the forces in the world. The clan leader specially instructed that the hidden sect should also be a large force. He asked me to personally invite you. Banquet? Han Yan thought for a moment and said, "I'd better not go. Thank you for your clan leader's good intentions." Feng Huangjun continued, "The clan leader said that you don't have to worry. When the time comes, the Heaven and Celestial will take care of the hidden sect. If you don't want to come, you can send disciples. This banquet will be divided into the various regions of the immortal world. The hidden sect doesn't want to be in the range of other large forces in the future. When the time comes, there will be endless trouble. How will you cultivate?" Han Yan was silent. That was true. He didn't want to be in conflict with other large forces. Is what Feng Huangjun said true to Xianxia's feelings? Han Yan asked in his heart. 1 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, Feng Huangjun is not lying. Han Yan asked, when? 50 years from now. The banquet will be held for 10 years. Okay. Then I'll take my leave. Take care. I won't see you out. After Feng Huangjun left, Han Yan called Murongqi, the Supremacy Dao, and Xianxia over. The three of you can go to the celestial banquet 50 years from now. You can bring 100 nether race people with you. Murongqi will be in charge. The others will listen to his arrangements, Han Yan instructed. Although Murongqi's seniority was low, he was the most stable and had once controlled his own force. The Supremacy Dao smiled and said, "No problem." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "Isn't 100 immortal emperors too little? If we want to stay away from trouble, we have to show our strength. Bring another 900. 10,000 immortal emperors was an extremely terrifying force. Even the celestial palace and heaven at their peak did not reach this level, so Xianxia really did not think much of the other forces. Han Yan said, "It's not good to be too strong. Bring another 100, no more. You can discuss this with secluded well." Xianxia curled his lips and said, "Okay." Han Yan thought for a moment and said, "Don't provoke the enemy. If someone comes looking for trouble, don't hold back." Sometimes, being too cowardly was not good. The three of them nodded, and Han Yan dismissed them. Han Yan sighed. The connate life forms have yet to rise, and the various forces can't wait to divide their territories. The connate lifeforms of this generation are really pitiful. His goal was no longer the celestial world, and his opponents were not quasi-sages, but sages. His goal was to become a sage as soon as possible. Now, even if the Yin sect encountered trouble, they could solve it themselves. Speaking of which, the Yin sect still lacked a representative. Although Murongqi was calm and steady, his potential was not good enough. Zhao Shangyuan, the Supremacy Dao, and Xianxia had to quickly support a powerful existence. At the very least, it had to be Daluo's golden immortal. From the looks of it, the Supremacy Dao would be the first to succeed Daluo, but this guy was too reckless and could not bear the responsibility. In the future, the Yin sect could not always rely on Han Yan when something happened. Look at the three Daoist sects, the sect leaders were all disciples, and the sages were high and mighty. Han Yan closed his eyes as he thought. At the same time, the disciples of the Yin sect gathered in the Myriad World's palace to discuss the celestial banquet. They were all very excited. This meant that the Yin sect would truly become a major force in the celestial world. 50 years later. Immortal world, 13th layer of heaven. Palaces stood on the sea of clouds, and rows of immortal birds flew around. It was as beautiful as a painting. Morongqi, the supremacy Tao, and Xianxia flew over with 200 members of the nether race. As they advanced, they looked around. This is celestial? It feels more majestic than the heaven of the past. I heard that the celestial patriarch has a good relationship with our sect master. Xianxia once joined forces with Grandmaster to fight against the immortal gods. Did they really join forces? Morongqi and the other two chatted softly, and their gazes didn't stop sweeping in all directions. The aura of 200 immortal emperors gathered together was extremely strong, and it attracted the attention of the living beings in front of the palaces along the way. Fang Huangjun flew over and arrived in front of Morongqi, asking, "You are," Morongqi said, "hidden sect disciple, Morongqi." Fang Huangjun raised his eyebrows and looked at the supremacy Tao and Xianxia. He was slightly moved. The supremacy Tao asked, "Where's Fang Liang? Why aren't you coming to meet us?" Fang Huangjun said, "Come with me. The celestial ruler is discussing something with the heavenly ancestor." Morongqi nodded. The people of the hidden sect continued advancing. Their appearance caused an undercurrent in the 13th layer of heaven. Ever since Su Qi executed the Tao annihilation divine ability, not to mention the immortal emperors, there weren't many immortal realm existences left. Even the immortal emperors of the three Taoism factions were few and far between. Celestial had the most immortal emperors, and they weren't affected by the Tao annihilation divine ability. One of the palaces was the temporary residence of the Jiejiao. In the palace, Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian were discussing the territory they wanted to fight for. Although the immortal world was huge, the territory that the Jiejiao obtained couldn't be smaller than the other factions. This was a matter of face. In the long run, it would affect the Jiejiao's position in the hearts of the masses. A disciple suddenly rushed in. "Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, a mysterious force has appeared in the 13th heaven. They actually have 200 immortal emperors." The Jiejiao disciple knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, 200 immortal emperors. Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian were surprised. Jing Tiangong asked, "Which force?" Jiejiao's disciple said, "I think it's called the Yin sect." "The secret order," Huang Zuantian's eyelids twitched. Jing Tiangong narrowed his eyes and said, "The hidden sect. Why have I never heard of it? Wait, it seems like the Feng celestial ruler came from the hidden sect. Is the hidden sect a force in the mortal world?" The Jiejiao disciple said, "The leader of the hidden sect team is the former heaven's pride of the divine palace, the profound truth celestial emperor. Accompanying them is the number one heaven's pride of the divine palace, the supremacy Tao, and the number one heaven's pride of the Jinwu, Xianxia." This time, Jing Tiangong could not remain calm. He had to pay attention to such a powerful force. Every time the cataclysm ended, a powerful force would emerge. Just like the divine palace before, Zhu Tu absorbed the losers of various forces and gathered the power of the divine palace, splitting the heavenly Tao into four. "It seems like I have to meet them personally," Jing Tiangong muttered to himself. Such scenes played out one after another in the palaces where the various forces lived. After the cataclysm ended, they could still produce 200 immortal emperors. Such a force was absolutely terrifying. They had to try their best to rope them in. At least, they had to establish good relations with them to avoid becoming enemies in the future. 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yen calculated the time. The celestial banquet should have begun. He took out the heavenly Tao token and communicated with Fang Liang, hoping that Fang Liang would take care of the hidden sect. Fang Liang promised that he would not let anything happen to the hidden sect. He said that he had already discussed it with Xianxia and would not treat the hidden sect badly. Han Yen trusted the two of them quite a lot. In the previous cataclysm, the two of them did not cheat the hidden sect disciples. On this day, Han Yen walked out of the Daoist temple and found Zhou Mingyue. Chu Shiren, Zhou Mingyue, Lu Huaxiu, and Han Sun Qian were meditating beside a small river. Chu Shiren was preaching Buddhism. Zhou Mingyue was very impatient, but he could only endure it. Seeing Han Yan appear, Zhou Mingyue was the first to stand up. He said in surprise, "Grandmaster." Hearing this, the other three stood up and bowed. Han Yan was still wearing the yin-yang protective moon. The divine light shone, making it impossible for others to see his true appearance. Han Suncheon was very nervous. Every time he faced Han Yan, he was inexplicably afraid. However, he usually admired Han Yan the most. This feeling was extremely contradictory. Lu Huaxiu, the reincarnation of the great emperor of Ziwei, was secretly looking forward to it. Could it be that Han Yan was going to give them special treatment? Chu Shiren was the first to ask, "Grandmaster, what's the matter?" His eyes were burning. After the five of them, the Supremacy Dao, Zhao Xianyuan, Zhou Fan, Jiang Yi, and Li Yao, he felt that his talent was not inferior to any of them. He even wanted to catch up to them. Han Yan said, "I've been sitting for too long, so I want to go out for a walk. Accompany me for a walk." Hearing this, the four of them hurriedly nodded in agreement. The five of them began to walk in the forest. Han Yan began to talk about the past. He told them about his experience growing up in the outer sect of Yuqing when he was young. He did not mention anything about the system. He talked about trivial things like planting flowers and plants. Chu Shiren and the other four listened very carefully. Han Yan was not a talkative person. There must be a deeper meaning behind his words. As he spoke, Han Yan also fell into his memories. When a mortal becomes an immortal, the sun and the moon change. The vicissitudes of life were nothing more than this. After Han Yan finished speaking, he did not speak anymore. As he walked, he immersed himself in the past. Chu Shiren and the other four were deep in thought. What did this story mean? If they could not even understand this story, how could they have the face to ask Han Yan to give them special treatment? In the end, when Han Yan parted with them, he did not point out the deeper meaning. The five of them began to discuss it in private. 10 years later. Thinking that the celestial banquet had ended, Han Yan could not help but check his email. Your good friend Xianxia was attacked by a quasi-sage. His physical body was destroyed. Fortunately, he was protected by a supreme treasure. Your disciple Supremacy Dao was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. He was seriously injured. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. He was seriously injured. Your good friend Jing Tiangong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. He was seriously injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. He was seriously injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by a mysterious quasi-sage. Han Yan frowned. What was going on? Jiang Dugu attacked the celestial banquet. Hadn't Jiang Dugu already joined the celestial sect? Han Yan immediately asked, why did Jiang Dugu attack the celestial banquet? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Han Yan's consciousness fell into an illusion. He arrived at a palace. Judging from the vastness of the space, it was probably another Saint's Dao field. Jiang Dugu knelt in front of a light figure. The light figure said, the heavenly ancestor of the celestial sect is too arrogant. He thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has the protection of the heavenly Dao. It's time for the Ren school to rise. From today onwards, you will be the sect master of the Ren school. Develop the Ren school and spread the Dao techniques. Before the next calamity, the Ren school must become one of the top factions in the world. Go and teach Xianxia a lesson at the celestial banquet this time. Jiang Dugu frowned and asked, is the Ren school going to enter the next calamity? The previous calamity had just ended. Even now, he was terrified when he thought about it. He did not want to enter the calamity again. The light figure replied, if you do well, you can attain the Dao and become a saint before the calamity. Niwa has fallen, and her position as a saint has already been controlled by the Ren school. It all depends on your performance. Holy position. Jiang Dugu's eyes lit up. At his level of cultivation, he no longer pursued power or worldly possessions. He only pursued the holy position. Han Yan had a strange expression when he heard that. That voice sounded like Li Mui's. Han Yan had transformed into a saint several times before and remembered the voices of some saints. Li Mui was indeed a scammer. The holy position was clearly in the hands of goddess Nuwa, but he even lied to his own people. Jiangdugu took a deep breath and said, "All right. I understand." The light dissipated. The illusion shattered, and Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. Among the people from the hidden sect, only the supremacy Dao was injured. Han Yan pinched his fingers and deduced that none of the nether race members had died. He began to hesitate. Should he take revenge on Jiangdugu? No, he had to take revenge. Although we're good friends, he can't hurt my disciple. Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Jiangdugu. After cursing Jiangdugu for 5 days, Han Yan continued to curse Li Mui. It was all because of that old fox. Han Yan did not curse too hard. He only warned each of them for 5 days. At the celestial banquet, there were all sorts of people. Han Yan was not afraid of being exposed. After about 36 years, Morongqi and the others finally returned. The Supremacy Dao's injuries had also recovered. The 3 of them met Han Yan. Morongqi was the first to explain the territories that the hidden sect had obtained. There were a total of 3 regions, and the 100 Mountains Immortal River was in one of them. The Immortal World's region was much larger than the Reroll World. The hidden sect did not obtain the most territory. It was inferior to the 3 Dao sects, Buddhism and Heaven, but it was not considered small either. Han Yan said, "That's right. However, this division is useless. In the end, the weak are prey to the strong. There will be a struggle for hegemony." Morongqi nodded and said, "That's true. However, at least we have our own territory." By the way, a mighty figure of Ren School came to attack the Celestial Banquet this time. Fortunately, the mighty figure behind Celestial helped. The Supremacy Dao cursed, "Damn it, he ran fast." Jiangyi joked, "You were the one who insisted on going up to show off, but in the end, you let him show off his might. How embarrassing." The Supremacy Dao glared at him angrily. Han Yan asked, "Li Daokong didn't go?" Morongqi shook his head and said, "No, I heard that Li Daokong has disappeared for a period of time. Ren School seems to be preparing to choose a new eldest and second disciple." Han Yan raised his eyebrows. Speaking of which, he was very curious about Ren School. At first, he thought that there were only 2 disciples in the Ren School. Later on, he found out that there were disciples like Jiangdugu. Could it be that it was the same as the Yin sect, where only a small number of people were considered true disciples? "You guys can leave. Cultivate well," Han Yan said with his eyes closed. The 3 of them immediately bowed and left. As for the 3 regions, Han Yan didn't want to care about them for the time being. Before attaining his Dao, he would not leave the Dao Hall. After Morongqi and the others returned, they were surrounded by other disciples who asked about the Celestial Banquet. The Celestial Banquet was equivalent to the peak gathering of the current Celestial World. In the future, it would also be a microcosm of the Celestial World and even the myriad worlds. In a palace in the 33rd level of heaven, Li Mui, the Tianjue sect master, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable, and Sage Jinan gathered together and sat opposite each other. "Really?" The Tianjue sect master frowned and asked. Li Mui said calmly, "That's right. Although it didn't hurt me, it was indeed a curse. I can't deduce who it is." The South Pole Heavenly Venerable snorted coldly. "It seems that Sage Fingji is right. There's a ghost among the sages." The calamity had finally ended, and there were already sages targeting other sages. Their intentions were terrible. The great Dao calamity was like a sharp blade hanging above the sages' heads. What does the Dark Forbidden Lord want? Get rid of all the sages and dominate the heavenly Dao. Just like Daozu in the past, why could the Dao ancestor continue to become stronger? Wasn't it because no one was competing with him? Ever since Daozu became a sage, no one could chase after him. After a long period of time, the second heavenly Dao sage appeared. Moreover, in a short period of time, 5 sages appeared one after another, causing the 6 sages to compete with each other and unable to cultivate in peace. The sages had always felt that there was another scheme behind this. Sage Jinan asked, "If we can't deduce the Dark Forbidden Lord, wouldn't he be stronger than us? Who is the strongest sage today?" The South Pole Heavenly Venerable narrowed his eyes and said, "Sage Fingji." The Xianxia sect master said, "We can't give up on our suspicions about him. After all, the first person the Dark Forbidden Lord cursed was him. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely start with the weakest." Li Mui said, "Although I'm not a heavenly Dao sage, my cultivation is actually similar to Sage Fengji. I just created another heavenly Dao. Recently, the upper-class world has been very chaotic. There's a mysterious existence mobilizing the ominous evil of the Dark Forbidden Lord." Hearing this, the other three sages could not help but fall silent. It was as if there was a big hand controlling everything. Even the sages were confused. Sage Jinan suddenly said, "Could Daozu's disappearance also be a scheme? How could an existence like him be devoured by the heavenly Dao?" The Xianxia sect master glanced at him and said, "Be careful with your words." Li Mui said, "Let's find the Dark Forbidden Lord first. I think the Dark Forbidden Lord is competing for the position left behind by Goddess Nuwa. It's very likely that he has already grasped the primordial violet chi." The sage's expressions turned ugly. Spring passed and autumn came. The 100 Mountains Immortal River became more and more lively. Ever since the celestial banquet ended, there were more and more connate lifeforms. It seemed to mean that a new era was about to arrive. The 100 Mountains Immortal River was a microcosm. In the next 1,000 years, hundreds of new connate lifeforms were born in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. After 1,000 years, Han Yan's cultivation had improved greatly. He was getting closer and closer to the middle stage of the Sage-to-be realm. Han Yan was full of himself. He felt that he could reach the Dao realm in 10,000 years. He might even surpass the heavenly Dao sage before the next calamity. At that time, the sages would plot against him behind his back. He would appear directly, scaring the sages so much that their expressions changed drastically. They suddenly stood up. At that time, Han Yan said indifferently, "All of you, sit down." Han Yan was overjoyed when he thought of this scene. Boring cultivation meant that he had to imagine some fantasies and add a goal for himself. When Han Yan really cultivated to that level, he might not do that. However, one thing was certain. Whoever dared to plot against Han Yan would die as long as Han Yan was stronger than him. Although Han Yan was cautious, he was decisive and never showed mercy to his enemies. On this day, after Han Sun Qion, he was the second connate life form. Han Sun Qion brought him around all day, visiting this and that, as if he was showing off. Heiyuji couldn't stand him and often found trouble with him. This was just the epitome of the bottom level of the hidden sect. Several months later, the Supremacy Dao found Han Yan. "Master, I want to attain the Daluo Dao." The Supremacy Dao said confidently with a smile. As the first hidden sect disciple to attain the Daluo Dao, he had the right to be confident. Han Yan smiled with satisfaction. He had waited for this day for so long. "If you want to, then attain it. I feel like I'm missing something." "Oh? Is the chaotic physique bad?" Cough, cough. The physique is related to cultivation. The Daluo realm requires the comprehension of the soul. Han Yan could only satisfy the needs of the Supremacy Dao through preaching. He focused on how to break through to the Daluo realm. After all, he was experienced and had a lot of experience. The preaching lasted for 10 years. The Supremacy Dao left with his own insights. Han Yan was looking forward to his breakthrough. However, the Supremacy Dao was too unrestrained. He had suffered a setback not long ago and still needed to polish his character. Jiangyi was the same. Although Zhao Xianyuan was cautious, he always felt that he could not take responsibility. Li Yao was purely cultivating and would never leave the dojo. Morongqi was better. Unfortunately, Morongqi was not talented. Han Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. 200 years later, the Supremacy Dao successfully became a Daluo. Although there was no heavenly tribulation, everyone could feel his powerful aura. The Daluo realm, a Daluo had finally appeared among the disciples of the Yin sect, 5 years later. The Supremacy Dao had completely stabilized his cultivation. Han Yan rarely walked out of his cave abode. He gathered all the disciples and asked Murongqi to set up a banquet. The Yin sect had been established for tens of thousands of years and this was the first time they held a banquet. They did not eat meat, but all kinds of spirit fruits and brewed wine. At the banquet, Han Yan mentioned the Daluo realm and the development of the Yin sect. The Yin sect, I hope that we can maintain our original intentions and focus on cultivation. Perhaps in the current immortal world, we are the first in the immortal emperor realm. However, the Yin sect has too few immortal state, Daluo, and even higher quasi-saints. It is difficult to compete with other forces. I hope that before you reach the immortal state, don't go out easily. Don't provoke strong enemies before you reach the Daluo realm. When the Daozu was born, he was already invincible in the world. We are walking the path of the Daozu. We have been cultivating diligently, and when we are born, we are already invincible. Han Yan swirled his wine glass and said casually. Everyone could not help but look at the Supremacy Dao. The Supremacy Dao could not help but feel embarrassed. The news of him challenging Jiang Dugu had spread throughout the Yin sect through Jiang Yi's mouth. Although he was embarrassed, the Supremacy Dao's achievements were indeed worthy of admiration for the Daluo. After Han Yan finished speaking, he became the main character of the banquet. Everyone asked him how it felt to become a Daluo. The banquet lasted for several days. Han Ju returned to the temple and continued cultivating. Bored, he asked in his heart, how long until the next measure tribulation? A mere 10 billion years was nothing to Han Ju. Han Ju was pleasantly surprised. But he didn't believe it blindly. After all, there was a premise. No matter what, 100 million years should not be a problem. Han Yan was still very confident that he could become a sage within 100 million years. Time did not exist in the celestial world, especially when it came to cultivation. Years passed. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Yan was finally close to the mid-stage of the quasi-sage stage. It had been 4,000 years since his last breakthrough. It was really difficult to cultivate in the quasi-sage stage. Han Yan predicted that he would be able to break through in another 100 years at most. There were more and more connate life forms in the 100 Mountains Immortal River, and there were already more than 1,000 of them. Han Sun Qion had already established a good relationship with every connate life form. It would not be difficult to subdue them in the future. The Nether race were usually very quiet. They had cultivated diligently and had a gentle personality. Han Yan began to pay attention to the Nether race. 10,000 immortal emperors. They would be the backbone of the Yin sect. However, he was still a little wary of the Nether race. He was worried that Goddess Hudu would suddenly take them back. Han Yan suddenly had a bold idea. Should he use absolute purification on every Nether race member? Han Yan first called the Patriarch, secluded well, over and used 100 million years of his lifespan to purify him. It was not much. An immortal emperor was only worth 100 million years. After the purification was successful, secluded well gathered the Nether race members in a valley. Han Yan appeared and preached to them. As he preached, he purified them. This process lasted for nearly 100 years. Han Yan finally purified the entire Nether race. The Nether race members did not know about the absolute purification. They were very touched. Han Yan actually preached to them for 100 years. How could they not remember this kindness? Han Yan was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could win over their hearts and make himself feel at ease. He had only spent 1 trillion years of his lifespan. It was not even enough to curse the sage out of his heart demon. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Yan began to cultivate. Goddess Hudu has spoken to you in a dream. Do you accept? Oh, so timely, it seemed that Goddess Hudu could really sense the Nether race. Han Yan hesitated for a moment before choosing to accept. He entered the dream and came to the yellow spring. Goddess Hudu stood not far away and stared at him quietly. Han Yan bowed and asked, Goddess Hutu, are you looking for me? Goddess Hutu asked, how's the Nether race? Han Yan replied, not bad. They're cultivating in seclusion with me. Don't worry, I treat them like my own children. I won't mistreat them. He played dumb. Goddess Hutu must be asking about the absolute purification. Goddess Hutu smiled and said, then I'm relieved. I can sense that they have broken through to the Arch realm. How did you nurture them? They're not simple. Han Yan sighed and said, I gave them all my treasures. Goddess Hutu fell silent. Han Yan asked tentatively, Goddess, do you want to take them back? Goddess Huda shook her head and said, how can that be? I've already entrusted them to you. How can I take them back after they grow up? It's good that you know, Goddess Huda said, your disciple Yang Tiandong died in the Tao extermination divine ability. However, his soul is protected by the saint. His soul has already arrived in my hands. When the order of reincarnation is restored, I will let him reincarnate. Han Yan bowed and thanked, thank you, Goddess. Goddess Hutu asked, what's your current cultivation level? Han Yan hesitated for a moment and said, early stage Daluo. Goddess Hutu praised, your aptitude is really impressive. The two of them chatted for a while. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality. He asked in his heart, Goddess Hutu, do you want to take back the nether race? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, I do have such intentions. Han Yan sighed. It was all about benefits. However, Han Yan would not release the nether race. He had cooperated with Goddess Hutu. He had sacrificed so much. How could he easily hand over the nether race? Back then, Goddess Hutu could not protect shamanism. That was why she handed Tu Linger, Vajra Fury, and the nether race to Han Yan. Her request was only that Han Yan could protect them well. Han Yan had already done so. When he nurtured the nether race to the Daluo realm, Goddess Hutu would not be able to take them back even if she wanted to. The nether race was not stupid. The kindness of nurturing and teaching was greater than the kindness of creation. Han Yan abandoned all distracting thoughts and began to cultivate to break through to the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. 50 years later. Han Yan welcomed the opportunity to break through. He was about to break through. Xiao Shilai has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Xiao Shilai has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? Xiao Shilai has spoken to you in your dream. Do you accept? This B** started to spam again. Han Yan almost exploded in anger. Why did it have to be at this time? Han Yan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Fortunately, he had yet to break through. He had to be wary of such situations in the future. Han Yan chose to accept the dream and quickly entered the dream. In the resplendent hall, Han Ju saw Xiao Shilai. He was still high and mighty, domineering. Han Yan was furious when he saw him. I'd like to see what kind of trouble you can come up with, old brat, Xiao Shilai said in a low voice, prepare to fight for the sage position. Han Yan said, oh. Xiao Shilai asked, you have 200 immortal emperors under you? Those people seem to be the nether race created by Goddess Hutu? That's right. Han Yan replied. He was not afraid that Xiao Shilai would find out. Xiao Shilai said, you can't trust Goddess Hutu completely. After all, she carries the blood feud of shamanism. Don't be dragged down by her. Thank you for your reminder, sage. Yes, the Buddhist sect will appear soon. When the time comes, let Chusharan be the Buddha. Okay. Regarding the fight for the sage position, do as you see fit. I've already prepared the primordial violet energy needed for the sage position. It's up to you to work hard. I understand. Thank you for your kind intentions, sage. Okay. The dream shattered. Han Yan returned to reality and immediately began to break through. He ignored Xiao Shilai's words. Let's break through first. 20 years later. Han Yan successfully broke through. A vast aura spread out from his Taoist temple, causing the disciples of the hidden sect to look askance. Was Han Yan breaking through or comprehending a mystical ability? Even the supremacy Tao of the Daluo realm felt suffocated. The difference was too great. While consolidating his cultivation, Han Ju checked his attributes list. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 13987/32 9000 9999 9999 999/9 9999 Race, Primordial Chaos Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor, Cultivation, Quasi-Primordial Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal Intermediate Stage, Cultivation Method, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao Level, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering Technique, Great Tao, Life and Death Great Tao, Karma Great Tao, Extremity Great Tao. His lifespan had almost tripled. Awesome. Han Yan's current lifespan was close to immortality. There might not be such a long lifespan in the immortal world. That's right, later on, he would have to deal with the Saint of Fate's secrets. Han Yan silently closed his eyes and continued to consolidate his cultivation. After spending another 30 years, his cultivation was completely stabilized. After that, he spent several months improving his sword Dao theurgy before continuing to cultivate the fiend god Dharma idol. 20 years later, Han Yan learned 9 demon god Dharma Laksana. They were the Thunderbolt Demon God, the Great Chill Demon God, the Abyss Demon God, the Blood Demon God, the Extreme Ice Demon God, the Light Demon God, the Cloud Demon God, the Secret Demon God, and the Resentment Demon God. So far, Han Yan had mastered a total of 22 Demon God Dharma Laksana. Even a saint would need 10 breaths of time to defeat the 22 demon gods. No matter who it was, Han Yan would be able to defeat them instantly. Every time his cultivation realm increased by a small level, Han Yan's strength would soar by a large margin. Han Yan did not condense new demon god aura in the star realm. Instead, he took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing Sage Fate's secrets. His lifespan was refreshed and doubled. He had to curse him to liven things up. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. His eyes were fixed on his attribute panel, and at the same time, he opened his mail to check. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has received guidance from a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Long Hao has reconstructed his physical body. Your grand disciple Feng Liang has entered the dark forbidden zone. Your good friend Li Daokong has broken through the heavenly Dao shackles and entered the Sage-to-be realm. Your Dao companion Xianxia has comprehended the celestial Dao. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian has broken through the seal and was attacked by the ancient master of calamity. He was severely injured. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has been attacked by your good friend Li Daokong. He was severely injured. Li Daokong had actually become a sage-to-be. It was unexpected but reasonable. After all, Li Daokong was the eldest disciple of the Ren school. He had already experienced the calamity. How could his cultivation not soar? Li Mui had probably given him a lot of special treatment. The pitiful Jiang Dugu was no match for Li Daokong. Han Yan was very curious about the ancient master of calamity. Who was this guy, he would ask in the future. He could not casually evolve just because of his curiosity. It had to involve himself. Otherwise, there were too many unknown things in the entire immortal world. If Han Yan really wanted to ask about them one by one, no amount of lifespan would be enough. Han Yan's lifespan continued to decrease. 1 billion years, 10 billion years, 100 billion years, 1 trillion years, 2 trillion years, outside the 33rd heaven. In the main hall, Sage Fate Secrets raised his hand and circulated his energy to resist the strange curse power. Damn dark forbidden lord. The curse power has strengthened again. He still dares to pretend. He's definitely a sage. Sage Fate Secrets cursed. This curse power had already surpassed the power of a sage-to-be. However, he did not panic. He could still resist. As time passed, Sage Fate Secrets' brows furrowed tighter and tighter. The mental demons that he had suppressed previously jumped out again. You're the most powerful sage. Why do you have to care about the other sages? You didn't rely on Daozu's orthodoxy. You didn't have the sect of destiny. You relied on your own cultivation to become a sage. You are the one who is destined. Use your Dao extermination mystical power and destroy all the orthodoxies of the sages. Sage Fate Secrets ignored the mental demons and used his supreme dermic powers to protect his Dao heart. Another period of time passed. His dermic powers began to become unstable. The curse power of the Dark Forbidden Lord had reached a terrifying level. Who is it? Saint Fingji gritted his teeth. The power of the curse reminded him of a saint. A sage who was not a heavenly Dao sage. Li Mui of the Ren school. It was very possible, Li Mui was not weaker than him, and he was not a heavenly Dao sage. If Li Mui cursed him, it would indeed be difficult for him to calculate. Moreover, as the sect master of the Ren school, Li Mui was also in charge of the other 2 factions of the Dao sect. Eliminating the other sages was indeed beneficial to the Dao sect. Sage Fate Secrets was suddenly enlightened. His eyes turned cold. When Han Yan's lifespan had decreased by 18 trillion years, he finally saw the email about Sage Fate secrets. He immediately stopped cursing. Your enemy, Sage Fate Secrets, has a crack in his Tao heart because of your curse. Mental demons have arisen. Enough, it was worth it. It was almost impossible to curse a sage to death in one go. Han Yan wanted to torture him to death. After resting for a few days, Han Yan continued to curse. This time, he cursed Qiu Shilai. Although Qiu Shilai had helped him in the previous calamity, this fellow wanted to trick him and even used the sage position to lure him. Han Yan cursed Qiu Shilai just to warn him. He did not want this fellow to disturb him when he had nothing to do. After cursing for 5 days, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune. He stood up, twisted his waist, and began to stretch his muscles. This was a mystic technique that he had learned in his previous life, the flight of the young eagle. It was just a remembrance. Han Yan was a quasi-saint. He did not need to stretch his muscles at all. As he moved, he used his spiritual will to observe the situation in the Tao field. Recently, a few Khanate lifeforms had transformed. Like the previous Khanate lifeforms, they followed Han Sun Qion and patrolled the 100 Mountains Immortal River from time to time. No one knew what they were looking for. After stretching his muscles, Han Yan walked out of the Taoist temple. He sent a voice transmission to everyone and prepared to preach the Tao. Hearing that Han Yan was going to preach the Tao, everyone flocked to a mountain. There was a vast grassland between 2 mountains. It had already become the place where the Yin sect preached the Tao. Everyone was looking forward to Han Yan's preaching. Every time the preaching ended, they would gain something. For this preaching, Han Yan decided to dabble in the Tao of extremity. He wanted to pull the nether race onto his ship as soon as possible so that Goddess Huda wouldn't keep thinking about it. When all the nether race cultivated the Tao of extremity, they would have to follow Han Yan in the future. The Khanate lifeforms of the 100 Mountains Immortal River were also secretly listening to the preaching. Regarding this, Han Yan turned a blind eye. Han Yan was really not afraid of others secretly learning from him. As long as they cultivated the Tao of extremity, they would be respected by him sooner or later. This was also the reason why sages often preached the Tao to the masses. Because there were many sages, it was not convenient for sages to preach the Tao to the masses directly. They would only invite the mighty figures of the world to the 33 heavens from time to time. Time passed just like that. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Han Yan returned to the Taoist temple, and the strange god followed him in. Looking at the strange god that he rarely saw, Han Yan sighed and smiled. Time really flies. The strange god came behind him and began to rub against him. Han Yan felt that he was really old. He always sighed with emotion about the past and the times. He was indeed old. After all, he was more than 10,000 years old. 10,000 years was enough for the human world to experience the vicissitudes of life and change of races. Although he was emotional, he still had to immerse himself in cultivation. Han Yan began to condense the fiend god Qi in the star world, condensing a new fiend god Dharma idol. Not to mention nurturing 3,000 fiend gods, he hadn't even reached 1% of the 3,000 fiend god Dharma idols. This was also quite good. In the long and boring years of cultivation, there had to be a process. Only a goal that was close could pull him to a goal that was far away. The 13 heavens, celestial. In a magnificent palace, Xianxia and Feng Liang stood opposite each other. Xianxia paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, his brows tightly knitted. Feng Liang said impatiently, "How much longer are you going to walk? You're a heavenly ancestor now." Xianxia stopped and said unhappily, "How can I not be anxious? The sages said that they are going to choose a new sage. If this sage is not from Celestial, there will be a force that can compete with Celestial in the future." Xianxia stomped his feet at the mention of this matter. Celestial was a mixed bag of good and bad people. His trusted aides were not strong enough to compete for the position of saint. Xianxia hated himself for being born too late. If he had been born tens of thousands of years earlier, he might have been able to fight for the position of saint himself. Feng Liang said, "Actually, you don't have to worry. The sage didn't say when he would confer the sage position. The last calamity just ended. Even a sage-to-be would need countless years to prove his Tao and become a sage. Xianxia's expression softened a little. He felt that what he said made sense. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Didn't your grandmaster defeat Li Daokong? Why don't we let him compete for the position of saint?" Fang Liang said awkwardly, "That's not good. He doesn't want to be disturbed, are you stupid? If he becomes a sage, who would dare to disturb him in the future? His ultimate goal is to become a sage. If we give this opportunity to him, he will only be happier." Xianxia said unhappily. He felt that Fang Liang's brain was not working well ever since he failed the calamity. He used to be a smart kid. It was all because of those high and mighty sages. Fang Liang sighed and said, "Okay, I'll ask." Another 20 years had passed since the end of the sermon. On this day, Han Yan sensed a spiritual fluctuation from the heavenly law token. He took out the heavenly law token. "Hello? Grandmaster?" "Yes. I have an opportunity for you." "Get lost." "Huh? You want to trick your grandmaster too?" "No, this opportunity is extraordinary. It's about attaining the Tao and becoming a sage." "You have the primordial violet vapor?" "I don't." "Does attaining the Tao require the primordial violet vapor?" "Of course. Didn't the sage behind you mention this?" Now, every sage claims that they have the primordial violet vapor. They are looking for someone to compete for the sage position. This is all a scheme. Don't believe it easily. Understood. After cutting off the spiritual will, Fang Liang immediately went to look for Xianxia. Han Yan put away the heavenly law token and could not help but sigh. Sages, they are all lies. Did these sages lie without blinking? The primordial violet vapor was in Goddess Nuwa's hands. The sages did not have the confidence and insisted that they had a sage position. They were probably worried that the prodigy would be snatched away by other sages. Han Yan did not think too much and continued to cultivate. On the other side, Fang Liang found Xianxia and passed on Han Yan's words. Xianxia's expression changed. He sent a voice transmission to Fang Liang. "It seems that the sages are all up to no good. They want us to have internal strife." Fang Liang replied, "That's right. If not for Grandmaster's reminder, we would probably be led by the sage position. However, this is also a good thing. If we don't say anything, others will fight for the sage position in vain. It can secretly strengthen our forces." "That makes sense. Thank your Grandmaster for me." "It's fine. But then again, doesn't your Grandmaster's words mean that there is a sage behind him or that a sage is contacting him? Isn't that normal?" "That's true." Xianxia fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking. In the depths of the boundless ocean, in a palace hidden in the darkness, Long Hao was meditating and cultivating. A soul body was coiled around him. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian seemed to be thinking about something. His expression was solemn. Long Hao opened his eyes and asked, "Have you thought of a way?" Hao Tian said, "That's fast. I feel that the sage position is too strange. If the sages have the Hong Meng immortal vapor, they would definitely hide it well. How could they announce it directly?" Long Hao asked, "Is it a trap?" Hao Tian did not say anything and continued to wander. Long Hao sighed and said faintly, "If I knew this, I wouldn't have left the Yin sect. If I didn't, I would still be cultivating in seclusion without any worries. If I was still cultivating in seclusion, I might have already broken through to the Daluo realm. When I break through to the Daluo realm and continue to cultivate with Master, I might even be able to prove my Tao through strength. There's no need for the Hong Meng immortal vapor," he began to chatter, which annoyed Hao Tian. Since the end of the calamity, Long Hao had always been talking nonsense. He regretted it. Hao Tian had no room for regret. He was just helpless. He had missed too many opportunities in the past. As a result, he was now suppressed by many sages and could not make a comeback. Some sages were even his juniors. The pain in his heart was greater than anyone else. "Why don't we go back? I'll introduce you to Master. As long as you show your loyalty, he'll definitely take you in," Long Hao suddenly said. Hao Tian frowned. "Become his disciple?" Longhao said, look at the Yin sect. Other than me, someone else has become the celestial ruler. Have you forgotten about the celestial banquet not long ago? The Yin sect already has 200 celestial emperors. What does this mean? My master is accumulating strength. It's said that the Supremacy Dao and Xianxia have both joined the Yin sect. You should know their qualifications. It seems that your master does have hidden ambitions. He's also very capable to deal with the saints. Hao Tian sighed. He had always paid special attention to Han Yen. In the last calamity, almost all the factions had people related to Han Yen. The most important thing was that Han Yen could protect these people. Even the sinful Su Qi was saved by the saints. Perhaps joining Han Yen was really a bright path. However, Hao Tian didn't know which saint Han Yen was on. Long Hao smiled. If you join the hidden sect, you might not be able to show off, but at least you can cultivate in peace. You can also recover your cultivation in peace. Isn't it a good thing to fight when you reach the peak? Hao Tian pondered for a moment and nodded slowly. The celestial world became more and more lively. The number of fierce beasts increased, and so did the connate lifeforms. The biggest difference between connate lifeforms and fierce beasts was that the former had intelligence. Most connate lifeforms couldn't transform. Those who couldn't move were often ravaged by fierce beasts. Those who could run found that they could become stronger by devouring fierce beasts. Just like that, the conflict between connate lifeforms and fierce beasts began to brew. Time flew. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation improved greatly. Although the speed of improvement wasn't as fast as before, it was good to be able to feel it. One had to feel the results to have the motivation to continue moving forward. In these 1,000 years, the hidden sect disciples also improved. Vidra Nu and Heyu Devil entered the immortal state one after another and received Han Yan's teachings of the ultimate source Great Tao. Han Yan was very satisfied that more and more people cultivated the ultimate source Great Tao. Just the Supremacy Dao and others cultivated the ultimate source Great Tao. Han Yan could feel that the ultimate source Great Tao was becoming stronger. Although he also needed to comprehend the ultimate source Great Tao, he was the one who created it. He could clearly feel that the ultimate source Great Tao was becoming stronger. On this day, Zhou Fan found Han Yan. I won't allow it, Han Yan said expressionlessly. Zhou Fan wanted to go out. How could that be? Zhou Fan frowned and said, if we don't take action, the 3 regions under the secret order will definitely be invaded. Han Yan said, so be it. Cultivate until you become a quasi-sage first. Before that, don't even think about leaving. Zhou Fan was Shikido Sei's Dharma form. He would not die if he went out, but he would definitely cause trouble. Han Yan wanted to keep Zhou Fan here and let Zhou Fan cultivate the Tao of extremity. Over time, Shikido Sei would not be able to control Zhou Fan. If Zhou Fan was strong enough, Shikido Sei would not dare to target Han Yan. If Han Yan died, all the cultivators of the ultimate source Great Path would suffer, including Zhou Fan. Sage to be? How long will that take? Zhou Fan's expression changed drastically. Although he already had the chaotic physique, if he wanted to cultivate to the quasi-sage realm, he stared at Han Yan and asked, you're already a quasi-saint? I asked you. How do you address me as your teacher? Looks like you've been a little arrogant recently. Let's go and enter the simulation trial. Han Yan did not care if Zhou Fan agreed or not and forcefully pulled him into the simulation trial. Several days later, Zhou Fan walked out of the temple with a dazed expression. His hands and his sleeves were trembling slightly. Heyu Ji appeared around him. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but it asked with a smile, Brat, what happened to you? Zhou Fan did not answer. Like a zombie, he walked numbly to his residence. Soon, the news spread. The other disciples who wanted to go out did not dare to look for Han Yan. They guessed that there would be a huge change in the world, so Han Yan did not let them go out. For a time, the secret order was once again filled with a tense atmosphere of bitter cultivation. 10 years later, Han Yan finished cursing Sage Fengji and walked out of the temple. He began to wander around the 100 Mountains Immortal River. The strange divine spirit followed behind him. To this day, apart from Han Yan, no one else had been able to see the strange divine spirit. Most of the secret order disciples were cultivating. There was only one person who was not, and that was Han Suncheon. Han Shuetian summoned all of the shapeshifted connate lifeforms and gathered them in a valley. Han Yan went to the top of a mountain and watched quietly. Han Yan's expression was strange. Was this guy training? Han Suncheon stood at the front, and the Xiantian lifeforms imitated him. Interesting. Han Yan watched for a while and then left. He did not expect much from Han Suncheon. Han Yan then went to the territory of the fiends. All the fiends were cultivating, and the territory was peaceful. He was very satisfied with the fiends' attitude. At this moment, Han Yan suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Long Hao, why was this kid here? Han Yan had almost forgotten about Long Hao. Long Hao had stopped outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River and was hiding in a place to cultivate. Han Yan checked the nearby strong enemies. The strongest person outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River was Long Hao, who was at the profound divine origin stage. Han Yan thought for a moment, then activated all his Dharma treasures. The yin-yang shield shone with divine light and enveloped him. In the depths of the cave, Long Hao suddenly felt a strong light. He opened his eyes and saw Han Yan's figure. He could not see his face. Long Hao was so frightened that he immediately stood up and prepared for battle. Then, his expression changed. "Master?" he asked cautiously. Han Yan said, "Am I still your master?" Long Hao hurriedly knelt and said in fear, "Master for a day, master forever. You even dared to go against your father. I don't dare to take you in. I'm afraid that you will kill your master one day." Han Yan's tone was full of sarcasm. Long Hao said awkwardly, "I just want to fight for power. I have no intention of killing my father. Heaven has reached a bottleneck under my father's leadership. He blindly follows the will of the Daozu and wants to maintain the peace of the three realms. He bullies the weak and fears the strong. How can heaven develop? Even the true dragon clan looks down on him." In the past, heaven, the divine palace, the Buddhist sect, and the goblin court put on a show to maintain the balance. But he is the celestial ruler. How can a celestial ruler be on the same level as others? I don't think he is worthy of being the celestial ruler. He has already lost the dominance of the celestial ruler. Long Hao became more and more agitated as he spoke. In the end, his eyes were red. Obviously, he had been holding these words in for a long time. Han Yan interrupted, "I don't want to care about this. I just want to know why you came back." Long Hao gritted his teeth and said, "I want to return to the Yin sect. Hide for a while and then go out to cause trouble? What do you think the Yin sect is? I won't. In the future, I won't go out without your orders. Go to the 100 Mountains Celestial River and kowtow. As you kowtow, you will say that you were wrong and that you have lived for 1,000 years. Huh? Long Hao was shocked. Han Yan ignored him and disappeared into thin air. Long Hao's expression changed. Hao Tian appeared and said emotionally, "Quasi-saint. Your master is at least a quasi-saint. No wonder. It seems that your information is wrong. Your master can't be only 10,000 years old." Long Hao said painfully, "I have knelt for 1,000 years and still have to admit that I was wrong. What dignity do I have left?" Hao Tian said angrily, "Didn't you want to come back? You have to pay the price. If I were your master, it wouldn't be so simple. I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong." Near the 100 Mountains Celestial River, Long Hao knelt on top of the mountain and kept kowtowing. The disciples of the Yin sect rushed over. Because of the array, they could only look at Long Hao from afar. Tu Linger was pleasantly surprised. She did not expect Long Hao to still be alive. After all, she had watched Long Hao grow up and had always treated Long Hao as her junior. The other disciples were also very happy. After all, they were old friends. Zhou Fan curled his lips and said, "I didn't expect the high-spirited Dragon Emperor to kowtow and admit his mistake." It was obvious that he had met Long Hao during the cataclysm. Heiyuji smiled and said, "He's your senior brother." Zhou Fan was silent. Zhao Xianyuan sighed and said, "I didn't expect Long Hao to still be alive. It seems like the Yin sect is the biggest winner of the cataclysm." The others also began to discuss. Only Su Qi, Fang Liang, and Yang Tiandong had not returned. When Yang Tiandong was mentioned, Tengu could not help but ask, "Do you think Yang Tiandong is still alive?" After all, he had gone through life and death with Yang Tiandong. During the cataclysm, the cycle of reincarnation collapsed. Senior brother Yang fell into the cycle of reincarnation. "I'm afraid he's dead." Sun Chang'an frowned and said. Yang Tiandong was one of the insect's biggest regrets. Most importantly, Yang Tiandong's death was a warning. He was the one who took the initiative to challenge others and was killed. Wu Daojian smiled and said, "Don't worry, Master will definitely have a way. We just need to cultivate well and be obedient." Yang Tiandong and Long Hao both did not listen to Master and ended up like this. The others nodded. Although life in the insect was boring, it was safe. Long Hao had to kowtow for 1,000 years, so they did not receive any response even when they asked. Year after year, the disciples no longer came to see him. He believed that when he finished kowtowing, Han Yan would naturally let him in. Before the cataclysm, 1,000 years was a long time. But after the cataclysm, 1,000 years passed by very quickly. 1,000 years passed. Long Hao's consciousness was already in a trance. He felt that his knees had already taken root. It wasn't until his vision blurred that he suddenly realized that he was kneeling in a Taoist temple, and the figure sitting in front of him was Han Yan. Under the illumination of the yin-yang birthday moon, Han Yan appeared to be unfathomable. Long Hao's heart was filled with reverence. Trembling, he kowtowed and shouted, "Mas." Master, he had never thought that apologizing for 1,000 years would be so torturous. This was even more terrifying than being in a boundless purgatory. During the process of kowtowing and apologizing, various memories of the past constantly appeared in his mind. All kinds of emotions, all kinds of experiences, all of them turned into one word, regret. Han Yan said, "Hao Tian, come on out." He could feel that there was a powerful soul hidden in Long Hao's body. However, it seemed to have suffered a serious injury and was not a threat at all. Hearing this, a soul rose from Long Hao's head. It was Hao Tian. Hao Tian looked at Han Yan and smiled, "The younger generation will surpass us in time." He was secretly nervous. He could not see through Han Yan at all. He felt as if he was facing a saint. Han Yan said, "You and Hao have already merged into one. I have no objections. After entering the Yin sect, you have to forget the past. From now on, you have to wholeheartedly pursue the Tao and pursue eternal life. Without my consent, you are not allowed to leave." Hao Tian nodded. Before coming, he had already mentally prepared himself. Han Yan directly gave Long Hao and Hao Tian the right to participate in the simulation trial. He believed that after trying for a period of time, they would be willing to submit. Han Yan waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. Soon, the other disciples rushed over and surrounded Long Hao, asking all sorts of questions. Looking at the current Yin sect, Long Hao felt unfamiliar but relaxed. This was his true home. After some understanding, Long Hao and Hao Tian were shocked. The Yin sect did not only have 200 immortal emperors, but 10,000, this number, it was too terrifying. Even heaven did not have so many immortal emperors at its peak. How did Han Yan do it? Come. Let's enter the simulation trial and play. You will definitely be even more surprised, He Yuji said with ill intentions. The others also revealed strange smiles. They had all experienced being addicted to the simulation trial, so they were looking forward to Long Hao's reaction. As expected. In less than a day, Long Hao was immersed in it and could not extricate himself. He and Hao Tian seemed to have opened a whole new world. He did not expect the Yin sect to be so well hidden and that Han Yan had fought with so many almighties. Hao Tian did not need to use Long Hao's physical body in the simulation trial, allowing him to enjoy the long-lost joy of fighting. Not long after, Hao Tian discovered a person. Patriarch Shi Tian. How was that possible? Han Yan had fought with Patriarch Shi Tian before. Hao Tian tried and was directly blown to death by Patriarch Shi Tian. How terrifying. Han Yan was definitely not a junior. He must be an ancient almighty who had always kept a low profile. In an instant, Hao Tian's mentality began to change. Hao Tian has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 5 stars. Han Yan looked at the favorability notification that popped up in front of him but did not care. Now, he no longer placed Hao Tian in his eyes. If Hao Tian decided to follow the Yin sect in the future, Han Yan would not mind. It was also a good thing for him to have another person cultivate the ultimate Tao. Han Yan continued to cultivate. At that moment, a vast heavenly might descended. I, ancient Turbidine, create the ancient race as a connate life form today. I am willing to lead the ancient race to civilization and prosperity. I will expel the ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao and return the heavenly Tao to the universe. This voice resounded through the sky. Han Yan raised his brows. Who was this guy? Why had he never heard of him before? He was really opportunistic. He directly used the first batch of connate life forms to create an ancient race. How courageous. However, he was probably cannon fodder. Han Yan did not even bother to evolve ancient Turbid Yin's identity. The heavenly Tao races had already been decided. The ancient race would either perish or perish. Although Han Yan did not care, the remaining forces of the celestial world were shocked. Under the Fusang tree, Long Hao opened his eyes. Hao Tian appeared and said emotionally, Ancient Turbidine, this is the immeasurable emperor. He has experienced several immeasurable calamities. I didn't expect him to dare to take the lead this time. It seems that he is full of confidence. Heiyuji asked curiously, is this person very strong? Hao Tian nodded. Definitely a quasi-sage. Quasi-sage, Heiyuji was speechless. A quasi-sage was too far away from him. On the boundless wasteland, a lone mountain stood tall. A figure stood on the mountain peak. He had a majestic figure and wore green leather armor. His black hair was wild, and he held a huge spear in his hand. He was ancient Turbidine. He looked down at the densely packed connate lifeforms on the wasteland. His eyes were filled with joy. Talent visible to the naked eye. This will be my qualification to become a sage. Ancient Turbidine smiled. He had already constructed a grand plan in his mind. First, he had to open up the intelligence of these connate lifeforms and help them transform, at this moment. A connate life form that looked like a giant turtle said, what right do you have to be our leader? As soon as this was said, the eyes of many connate life forms flickered. Among the connate life forms present, a batch of them had already evolved their own intelligence. Ancient Turbidine looked at those connate life forms with ill intentions and frowned. Strange. How did their intelligence grow so quickly? More importantly, they were ambitious. While Gu Xuan was still deep in thought, the connate lifeforms below became more and more restless. Those who could speak human language began to communicate and encourage each other. They were all unconvinced of Gu Xuan's leadership. Seeing that the situation was unstable, Gu Xuan snorted coldly. This cold snort was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the hearts of all the connate lifeforms. Gu Xuan's body suddenly twisted and quickly grew taller like a huge mountain rising from the ground. He grew taller and soon covered the sky. In front of Gu Xuan, the connate lifeforms of the wasteland seemed insignificant. The giant turtle that was clamoring earlier shut up in fear and trembled. Gu Xuan looked up and his gaze passed through the 33 levels of heaven. No matter who it is, no one can stop me from attaining the Tao. Gu Xuan muttered to himself with a firm tone. Before the calamity arrived, saints could not enter the celestial world. He was an invincible existence among all living beings. 50 years later, Goddess Hutu appeared in Han Yan's dream. Han Yan entered the dream and was still beside the yellow springs. Goddess Hutu went straight to the point and spoke of her intentions. The order of reincarnation had just been restored. Because of the Tao extermination divine power, the netherworld was almost destroyed. Goddess Hutu wanted to recruit ghost soldiers and ghost gods for the netherworld. She didn't trust other factions and hoped that Han Yan could help. Han Yan was secretly vigilant. He pretended to be troubled. That's not good. Our hidden sect only wants to cultivate in a low-profile manner. We don't want to enter the calamity. After so many years of accumulation, they might not come out even if I ask them to. Goddess Hutu said, let's try. It's not for them to enter the calamity. It's just to control the order of the netherworld. Han Yan said, why don't you cooperate with the heavens? My grand disciple is the celestial ruler. Heaven is weak and needs allies. It's not impossible. Goddess Huda pondered and said, making Han Yen heave a sigh of relief. He managed to deal with it. Han Yen was afraid that Goddess Huda would go back on her words, so he changed the topic and asked, Goddess, what do you think of the ancient race? Gu Zhuan has great ambitions, but whether he can succeed or not depends on how well he leads the ancient race. The various forces won't sit still and wait for their deaths. A war will soon break out in the immortal world, and with war comes death. This is why I need your help. Upon hearing her words, Han Yen was speechless. Why did it come back to this? The Lady of Earth began to complain about how important reincarnation was and how she lacked manpower. Han Yen also poured out his grievances. He said that bitter cultivation wasn't easy and that he had to endure loneliness. Once he left seclusion, he would be affected by his desire for power and rebound. It would be very difficult for him to return to the state of bitter cultivation. After a long time. After the two of them finished chatting, the dream ended. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Yen took out the heavenly Tao token and began contacting Feng Liang. When Feng Liang heard that he wanted to cooperate with Empress Hutu, he immediately agreed. Heaven needed reliable allies. Celestial structure was too complicated. Even Xianxia could not fully control it. Heaven needed other forces to support it. Empress Hutu wasn't a heavenly Tao sage, but she was equivalent to a sage. She was suitable for heaven. Feng Liang was very grateful to Han Yen. He thought that Han Yen was paving the way for him. Han Yen was too lazy to explain the situation. Han Yen put down the heavenly Tao token and frowned. No, the next time he preached the Tao, he had to instill his ideals into everyone in the hidden sections. Don't be attracted by the secular world. 200 years later, Han Yen began to preach the Tao. This was also the first time that Long Hao and Hao Tian heard Han Yen preach the Tao. They were looking forward to it. In less than a few days, Hao Tian was shocked. Han Yen was actually preaching the Tao. Only sages could preach the Tao. As expected, he was definitely an ancient Tao sage comparable to Patriarch Shi Tian. Hao Tian was excited and began to listen seriously. He had also heard the sages preach the Tao before and had also cultivated the Tao. However, he had not succeeded. Before he died, his cultivation had stagnated and his progress in comprehending the Tao was not high. As he listened, Hao Tian was pleasantly surprised to find that Han Yan's Tao was easier to understand than the Tao preached by the sages. Not only was it easier to understand, but it was also more profound and unfathomable. This kind of conflicting feeling was clearly present. Han Yen was definitely an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao sage. He had to stay in the hidden sects in the future. Hao Tian silently made up his mind. Now, he no longer desired power. He only wanted to attain the Tao. As long as he was given hope, he would do anything. The preaching lasted for 100 years. After the preaching ended, everyone was still in a state of infatuation and could not come back to their senses for a long time. The feeling of being immersed in the vast Tao was too comfortable. It was more comfortable than any other experience in the world. If they could, they even wanted to be immersed in it forever. Han Yen suddenly shouted. It was like a clap of thunder that woke everyone up. A terrifying aura exploded from his body and shook the entire training ground. 9 demon god Dharma appearances condensed and appeared above his head. They covered the sky and were imposing and domineering. Everyone stared at the demon god Dharma appearances in a daze. They all knew that Han Yen had this remarkable ability. It was their nightmare in the simulation trial. No one could withstand a single attack from the demon god Dharma appearances. However, this was the first time they saw the 9 demon god Dharma appearances condense at the same time. Hao Tian stared at the 9 demon gods and suddenly thought of the 12 ancestral shamans from a long time ago. The boldness of the 12 ancestral shamans could not be better than this. Han Yen said, the heavenly Tao has been reactivated for thousands of years. Recently, the ancient race has appeared. Many people are frustrated and want to go out and explore. Today, I will set a rule. Unless you become a quasi-sage, you are not allowed to leave the 100 Mountains Immortal River unless you have my orders. Once he said this, everyone was stunned. Quasi-sage, Hao Tian was shocked. So many disciples wanted to become quasi-sages. How was that possible? Wait, it was not impossible. The hidden sect already had 10,000 immortal emperors. In addition to Han Yan's terrifying cultivation, Hao Tian sped up. What kind of orthodoxy had he joined? He noticed that although the hidden sect disciples were stunned, their eyes were filled with confidence. Ever since Han Yan created the ultimate source Great Tao, everyone in the hidden sect could continuously break through after listening to his teachings. This included the ordinary fairy Xianxia and Chang Yuer. As time passed, the disciples almost forgot that there were shackles in cultivation. They felt that by cultivating with Han Yan, they would continuously climb to the peak of cultivation. I will definitely be the first among the hidden sect disciples to become a quasi-sage. Don't worry, Master. If anyone wants to leave, I will help you teach them a lesson. The Supremacy Tao said proudly. He Yuji mocked, you're acting like you're the eldest senior brother. You've only lived for a few more years than us. In terms of talent, you might not be the strongest. The others followed up. Most of them were joking to ease the atmosphere. Han Yan disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple to cultivate. Ever since Han Yan set the rule that only quasi-sages could leave the mountain, there was a cultivation trend in the hidden sect. There were also more and more living beings around the 100 Mountains Immortal River. There were even ferocious beasts that wanted to barge into the 100 Mountains Immortal River. However, they were all stopped by the array. In the blink of an eye. 80 years passed. On this day, a figure arrived at the 100 Mountains Immortal River. He frowned as he looked at the vast mountain range in front of him. This person was Jiang Dugu. I really can't see through him. Jiang Dugu muttered to himself. He inexplicably thought of the mysterious dojo he encountered in the 9 Hells Purgatory during the previous immeasurable calamity. Boom, the deafening sound of a terrifying collision suddenly rang out from the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and saw that Jiang Dugu wanted to force his way into the training hall. He was courting death. Han Yan cursed inwardly as he checked Jiang Dugu's cultivation. Middle-stage quasi-saint, how dare he barge into his training hall, Han Yan sighed. No matter how hard Jiang Dugu tried to break into the training hall, he could not break in. It was just that the commotion was too great. The secret sect disciples spread out their divine senses and captured Jiang Dugu's figure. It's him. Zhou Fan's expression changed slightly and revealed a look of anger. Long Hao was the same. At this moment, the guard Sima Yi suddenly rushed out of the training hall. Boom. 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 Outside the training hall, the sound of explosions rang out one after another. The mountains and rivers shook and the wind stirred up the sea of clouds. Everyone from the secret sect went to the edge of the training hall to watch the battle. Sima Yi was Shi Dudao's clone. The battle with Jiang Dugu would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. Jiang Dugu was completely suppressed. Sima Yi placed his left hand behind his waist and used his right hand to condense a pagoda with his magic power. With his finger, the pagoda suppressed Jiang Dugu so quickly that Jiang Dugu could not react at all. The pagoda was not huge, but every time it fell, the ground would collapse and visible cracks would appear in the space like twisting black centipedes. It was ferocious and terrifying. Shi Dudao. How is this possible? Jiang Dugu's eyes widened in disbelief. Sima Yi's arms shook and terrifying magic power exploded like a tidal wave. It quickly covered the clouds and brought darkness to the world. Jiang Dugu's expression changed drastically and he immediately fled. Sima Yi did not chase after him. He stopped and returned to the training hall. Zhou Fan, Long Hao, Hao Tian and the others were dumbfounded. They knew that the training hall's guards were very strong, but they did not expect them to be so strong. Jiang Dugu had not even used his treasure and was scared away. At least by letting Jiang Dugu go, Han Yan wanted to intimidate the School of Destiny so that they would not find trouble with him. Han Yan did not care if the saints knew. So be it, how dare they enter the immortal world to beat him up? Han Yan smiled and continued to cultivate. It had been more than 2,000 years since the last breakthrough. With Han Yan's cultivation speed, it would not be difficult for him to make another breakthrough within 5,000 years. Outside the 33 levels of heaven, Jiang Dugu knelt in front of Li Muyi. Li Muyi's entire body was shining with light, like a god that had opened the heavens. Really? Li Muyi asked in a deep voice. Jiang Dugu's expression was ugly as he said, that's right, it is indeed Shi Dudao. Li Mui said, sure Du Dao is cultivating in the southern extremity Celestial Lord's dojo, it can't be him. He pinched his fingers to calculate, but found that he couldn't divine that dojo. Something was wrong, Jiang Dugu said in a deep voice, the most important thing is that dojo. I tried my best, but I couldn't break through its array. I have a feeling that I'm trying to break into a saint's dojo. Impossible. Li Mui said resolutely. Jiang Dugu was silent. Li Mui also fell silent. After several breaths, he said, I will go and take a look myself. Jiang Dugu's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded. Saints couldn't enter the celestial world personally, but it wasn't difficult for them to send their clones or Dharma manifestations. 50 years later, Han Yan was cultivating in the Taoist temple when he suddenly heard someone preaching the Tao. The voice was like an illusion, coming from afar. He opened his eyes and immediately checked the strong enemies around the dojo. Li Mui, Great Circle Quasi-Saint, one of the 3 corpses of a saint, oh, he's here indeed. Han Yan had already expected to attract the saint's attention, so he wasn't flustered or surprised. He closed his eyes again and began the simulation trial with Li Mui. He directly fought with all his strength. That was close. Fortunately, he could kill him instantly, even if it was a saint's clone. His cultivation was only at the quasi-saint level. How could he defeat Han Yan? Han Yan was completely relieved and began to focus on cultivating. With the array, even if the disciples were bewitched, they couldn't break out. The disciples of the Yin sect soon heard Li Mui's preaching and rushed in that direction, arriving at the edge of the dojo. Li Mui was preaching halfway up a mountain. He shook his head and wore ordinary clothes, looking like a mountain villager. However, there were no villagers in this era. Connate lifeforms ran towards him from all directions. It was a spectacular scene. Who was that guy? Xianxia said unhappily. They were used to Han Yan's preaching, so they weren't interested in Li Mui's preaching. The Supremacy Dao's eyes flickered. Should we deal with him? This was the Yin sect's territory, Morongqi said, don't be anxious. Let's wait and see. There might be a trap. Don't forget about Jiang Dugu from before. The Yin sect might have been exposed. Hearing that, the other disciples' expressions became solemn. They scanned Li Mui with their divine telekinesis and were shocked to find that they couldn't see through Li Mui. Now, they didn't dare to think about leaving. Hao Tian's figure appeared above Long Hao's head. He said in a low voice, a saint's clone. Everyone was shocked. Li Mui seemed to have heard Hao Tian's voice and couldn't help but glance at Hao Tian. Hao Tian was so frightened that he immediately shrank back into Long Hao's body. So what if he's a saint? He doesn't dare to come in. Heiyuji said disdainfully. He firmly believed that if there was really danger, Han Yan would definitely run away. What did it mean that he didn't run away? It meant that he was safe. Hearing that, the others' eyes lit up. Li Yao said, the seniors guarding the dojo didn't come. It seems that the sect master is confident. The reason he's preaching is to trick us into leaving. Zhao Xianyuan sighed. Master is so powerful. The dojo can actually stop a saint. The others also sighed. Li Mui's mouth twitched as he listened from afar. Li Mui pretended not to hear and continued to preach. Soon, the disciples went back to cultivate. Time passed year by year. There were more and more connate lifeforms outside the 100 Mountains Fairy River. At a glance, the mountains were filled with all kinds of beasts. 100 years later, the number of connate lifeforms here had exceeded 100,000, and it was still increasing steadily. It seemed that Li Mui was planning to set up a dojo here. Han Yan couldn't help but send him a telepathic message. Senior, what do you mean? Li Mui replied with a smile, you're so powerful. Why don't you invite me to your dojo? I'm afraid of death. You should have guessed my identity. I won't do anything to you. I visited you in your dreams before, but you didn't receive it because you were in the dark forbidden zone. Then what's the matter? Do you want a saint's position? What a guy. Was this the only trick the saint had? Han Yan said, Saint Qiu Shilai has promised to give me a saint's position. Are there 2 saints' positions? Li Mui's expression changed. He doesn't have a saint's position. Don't be fooled. Is that so? Then I'll have to ask him. Han Yan replied in a doubtful tone. Humph. A cold snort sounded. It was Zhou Shilai. This old bald donkey was spying on them. Li Mui seemed to have heard something. He slowly got up and turned into a beam of light, shooting into the sky. Han Yan didn't mind. He could let Zhou Shilai and Li Mui restrict each other. This way, they wouldn't disturb him. After Li Mui left, Han Yan thought that Zhou Shilai would look for him, but he did not. Han Yan could feel that the relationship between him and Zhou Shilai had become subtle. If Zhou Shilai did not ask his disciples to join Buddhism, it would mean that their relationship was broken. He would then have to be careful of Zhou Shilai's schemes. Saints had different faces. Although Han Yan had the protection of the Taoist temple, he still had to be careful. Although Li Mui had left, the Xiantian lifeforms outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River did not leave. They seemed to have recognized this place. Not only that, the number of Xiantian lifeforms was still increasing. 80 years later, Zhou Mingyue came to visit Han Yan, accompanied by Han Sunqian. This was also Han Sunqian's first visit to Han Yan's Taoist temple. The master and disciple knelt in front of Han Yan, looking very nervous. Han Yan did not take the initiative to ask, waiting for them to speak first. Zhou Mingyue asked carefully, "Grandmaster, how should we deal with those Xiantian lifeforms outside?" Han Yan asked, "Do you want to take them in?" Han Sunqian raised his head and said, "The 100 Mountains Immortal River is so big. Since those Xiantian lifeforms are unwilling to leave, why not take them in? I heard from the other elders that as long as Xiantian lifeforms survive, they will become powerful beings in the future." Han Yan stared straight at Han Sunqian, scaring Han Sunqian so much that he quickly lowered his head. Although Han Yan's face was covered by the divine light of the yin-yang protection moon, that extremely oppressive gaze made Han Sunqian feel as if he was in a cold cellar. Han Yan suddenly realized that Han Sunqian's ambition was too big. This ambition was innate. He did not know if this was a good thing. Zhou Mingyue seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. We will only accept fallen. We will definitely not lead these Xiantian lifeforms out to cause trouble." Han Sunqian promised, "That's right, Grandmaster. I'm only thinking for the Yin sect. Although the Yin sect is strong, most of the people are busy cultivating in seclusion. The sect lacks people to manage the living beings in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. I'm the youngest, so I can help with these matters." Han Yan did not doubt Han Sunqian's loyalty. After so many years, Han Sunqian's favorability towards him had already reached 6 stars. Zhou Mingyue glared at Han Sunqian and scolded, "What are you talking about?" Han Sunqian felt wronged, but he did not dare to retort. Zhou Mingyue was frightened. Why did these words sound so much like a power struggle? Although Han Yan treated his disciples well, they never doubted Han Yan's methods. If Han Yan really felt that they were in danger, Han Yan would definitely not show mercy. Han Yan checked the living beings near the dojo and did not find Li Mui. He directly used his divine will to move the hundreds of thousands of Xiantian lifeforms outside the dojo into the 100 Mountains Immortal River. "Go, they're already inside." Han Yan closed his eyes after saying that. Zhou Mingyue and Han Sunqian were pleasantly surprised. They hurriedly thanked him and retreated. As soon as they entered the 100 Mountains Immortal River, the Xiantian lifeforms were very restless, causing the 100 Mountains Immortal River to become noisy. However, it did not take long for it to quiet down. The Supremacy Tao had made its move. Han Yan did not have high expectations for these Xiantian lifeforms. If the 10,000 fiends could all cultivate to the quasi-sage stage, then the existence of these Xiantian lifeforms would not have much meaning. However, there was one thing: as long as they entered the 100 Mountains Immortal River, they could forget about leaving, unless they cultivated to the quasi-sage stage. After thousands of years of evolution and the preaching of the various sects of Providence everywhere, more and more Xiantian lifeforms appeared. Be it Xiantian lifeforms or ferocious beasts, they all liked to go to places with abundant spirit qi. Because of the dojo, the spirit qi around the 100 Mountains Immortal River kept increasing, causing more and more Xiantian lifeforms to appear. Time flew by, and another 1,000 years passed. Tu Linger stepped into the immortal state. Wu Daojian, Chu Shiren, and Morong Qi also began to strive for the immortal state. Zhao Xianyuan was also getting closer and closer to the Daluo state. There were already more than 1,000 Xiantian life forms in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Under the management of Han Sunqian, a hierarchy began to appear. On this day, a large number of organized Xiantian life forms arrived outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River. They were so majestic that the ground shook. A majestic giant appeared at the end of the horizon. In front of him, those huge Xiantian life forms were like stones. He was taller than any mountain in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. It was the leader of the ancients, Gu Zhuyin. After so many years, Gu Zhuyin's ancients had absorbed countless Xiantian life forms and spread throughout the region. Recently, Gu Zhuyin heard that there were many Xiantian life forms in this area, so he led his subordinates here to expand the ancients. Gu Zhuyin's eyes fell on the 100 Mountains Immortal River. The nearby Xiantian life forms seemed to be blocked by an invisible force and couldn't move forward. Many of them even stuck to the edge of the array. At first glance, half of their bodies were in the air. It was very strange. Gu Zhuyin suddenly jumped, stirring up a terrifying gust of wind. Some of the weaker Xiantian life forms were directly blown away. Boom! Gu Zhuyin crashed into the array of the dojo and was forcefully stopped. His long hair fluttered as if he was possessed by a fierce beast. He began to smash the array with his fists, but unfortunately, he couldn't break it at all. The disciples of the Yin sect walked out of their residences and looked at the terrifying figure in the sky. They looked at each other. Who was that? The Xiantian life forms in the 100 Mountains Immortal River were frightened and nervous. Hao Tian came out of Long Hao's body and said, "It's Gu Zhuyin. I didn't expect him to come. There must be too many Xiantian life forms around the 100 Mountains Immortal River that attracted him." His tone was full of mockery. He felt that Gu Zhuyin was courting death. The others didn't take Gu Zhuyin seriously either. Only Han Sunqian's Xiantian life forms were nervous. Gu Zhuyin looked too powerful. Just looking at his body was enough to make them despair. Why are you panicking? This person is nothing in the Yin sect. The Yin sect's mighty figures are busy cultivating and just don't show their true forms. Han Shuoshan cursed. Looking at his trembling subordinates, he couldn't help but feel angry. Compared to the Nether clan, they were too weak. That was 10,000 immortal emperors. At this moment, boom, a ray of sword chi suddenly shot out of the 100 Mountains Immortal River, passing through the array and piercing Gu Zhuin's head. Blood splattered and fell like rain. The headless Gu Zhuin hurriedly jumped away from the dojo. How is this possible? Gu Zhuin was frightened. Even a perfected quasi-saint couldn't pierce through his body. Who was the other party? At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him out of thin air. The dazzling divine light made him squint. He instinctively struck out with his palm to prevent the other party from attacking him. It was Han Yen. Han Yen condensed the celestial dipper demon god above his head and punched. The two fists collided. Gu Zhuyin was directly blasted apart. His body turned into powder and scattered. His soul fled in fear. Celestial dipper demon god punched again. Gu Zhuin's soul was directly destroyed. Almost instantly, Han Yen disappeared and returned to the Taoist temple. The world was silent. The Xiantian life forms outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River were all dumbfounded. They looked at the sky in disbelief. The blood mist was still slowly falling. Ancient Turbidine has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred, 5 stars. Han Yen could not help but frown when he saw the line of words in front of him. He was not dead yet. It seemed that this fellow had hidden his soul elsewhere. But it was fine. Ancient Turbidine was not a threat even if he was alive. It was just enough to intimidate the various factions. Most of the connate life forms of the ancient race already had intelligence and could communicate. They should be able to spread the news. Ever since Jiangdugu, there had been people coming to barge into the dojo. If this continued, what would happen? Han Yen cultivated in a low profile, but he was not afraid of being found out. As long as he was in the dojo, nothing would happen. With that thought, Han Yen closed his eyes. He was not in a hurry to curse ancient Turbidine. If he cursed him now, he would be exposed. He would curse him to death in a few thousand years. On the other side, Han Sunqian stood on the hill and said smugly, "Do you see that? This is the power of the hidden sect. You are not considered disciples of the hidden sect yet, so you need to cultivate well. You have already joined the most powerful faction in the world, but if your cultivation is not enough, you will not have the chance to return after being chased out. The transformed life forms at the foot of the mountain nodded excitedly. They did not see Han Yan appear. They only saw ancient Turbidine being sent flying. Then, a huge shadow flashed past, and ancient Turbidine turned into a bloody mist, dying on the spot. Compared to them, the disciples of the hidden sect were very calm, including the Nether race. Now, they were all existences pursuing the great Tao, unlike ancient Turbidine, who still had to enter the world to compete. In the following days, the news of ancient Turbidine's death spread rapidly. The severely injured ancient Turbidine could not condense a physical body in a short period of time. He had offended too many powerful enemies, so he did not even dare to appear, causing the ancient race to be like a plate of loose sand. The name of the hidden sect and the 100 Mountains Immortal River began to spread. Many of the Khanate life forms in the 100 Mountains Immortal River communicated with the Khanate life forms outside the dojo, causing the names of the 100 Mountains Immortal River and the hidden sect to be known by the Khanate life forms outside. Word of mouth spread, 1 to 1, 2 to 10, 100 to 10,000, and soon, it spread throughout the world. The various sects of destiny also knew of the existence of the 100 Mountains Immortal River and the hidden sect. They had seen the hidden sect during the celestial banquet. However, they did not expect that the secret sect was hiding a powerful existence that could easily kill ancient Turbidine, 200 immortal emperors, almost invincible quasi-sages below the sages. In the middle section, there were also peerless geniuses from the previous calamity like Jiang and the Supremacy Dao. This force, he was ridiculously strong. Most importantly, the various forces were still unaware of the secret order's true background. For 32 years later, the 100 Mountains Immortal River welcomed visitors. I am the leader of Jiejiao, Jing Tiangong. I am here to visit the leader of the Yin sect. Would you like to meet me? Jing Tiangong's voice traveled into the training hall, causing Han Yan to open his eyes. Han Yan naturally wouldn't kill this believer, but he couldn't meet him either. The relationship between the three sects of Taoism was sensitive. They were united to the outside world, but internally, they were always fighting both openly and secretly. Once they formed a good relationship with someone, they would definitely offend the other two sections. Heaven wanted to form a good relationship with the entire Tao sect, but in the end, it fell apart. Han Yan said, "Forget it. I'm indebted to the leader of Jiejiao for taking a liking to me. The Yin sect doesn't want to fight for power, nor do we have any intention of befriending the various forces. We only want to cultivate." Jing Tiangong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he heard that. The several disciples accompanying him were furious. From what they heard, Han Yan was not giving them face. However, they did not clamor. After all, Jing Tiangong was here. With the leader present, it was not their turn to speak. Jing Tiangong smiled and asked, "Can you tell me your name, fellow Taoist?" Han Yan, a nobody. Han Yan, Jing Tiangong narrowed his eyes and pinched his fingers to calculate. Jing Tiangong seemed to have calculated something. He smiled strangely and said, "Fellow Taoist Han, if you pass by the Jiejiao in the future, remember to visit me. You don't want to be disturbed, but I like to be disturbed." Jing Tiangong turned and left as soon as he finished speaking. The disciples of the Jiejiao followed closely behind. On the other side, Han Yan walked out of the Taoist temple. After being disturbed by Jing Tiangong, he was no longer in the mood to cultivate and wanted to go out for a walk. He suddenly thought of the Qilin eggs in the cave. After thousands of years, not many Qilin eggs had hatched. There were only a few dozen Qilins. The other Qilin eggs were still in the process of being hatched. Han Yan arrived at the cave and appeared in front of Liu Bei, his reincarnation avatar. Liu Bei opened his eyes. When he saw Han Yan, he quickly got up and bowed. Han Yan looked at a sleeping Qilin in the cave. The Qilin was as big as an elephant. It was covered in red scales and exhaled hot air from its nostrils when it breathed. Not bad. It's already a grand unity true immortal. Han Yan praised. He looked into the cave and saw the silhouettes of other Qilins. However, their cultivations were not as good as this red Qilin. Liu Bei smiled and said, "Its potential is not bad. It can be considered the king of the Qilin clan. The other Qilins are afraid of it. It might be the royal bloodline of the Qilin clan. By the way, it's called Su Lin. I named it. Is it offensive? If you're not satisfied, you can name it again. Han Yan said, it's fine. There's no need to change it. When it becomes a grand unity golden immortal, send it to my Taoist temple. With that, Han Yan disappeared on the spot. Liu Bei sighed in relief. He was just testing the waters. Han Yan's nonchalance meant that he allowed it. He was grateful to Han Yan. He understood that Han Yan wanted him to take control of the Qilin clan and increase his authority in the Yin sect. Of course, he could not forget that the real master of the Qilin clan was Han Yan, immortal world, overseas. There were still remnants of the tribulation's karma floating on the surface of the sea like black fog. On an island, Jing Tiangong and Huang Zuantian stood on top of a mountain and looked into the distance. Do you know Han Yan? Jing Tiangong asked, pretending to be casual. Huang Zuantian thought for a moment and said, it sounds familiar. Let me think. I've met more than 10 people named Han Yan in my life. Han Yan from the Eastern Dragon Domain and Han Yan from the mortal world left the deepest impression. Oh? Tell me about it. Han Yan from the Eastern Dragon Domain was a reclusive cultivator. He didn't belong to any sect. I don't know if he's still alive. Han Yan from the mortal world was an ascetic cultivator I met when I was a mortal. I suffered greatly in his hands. Huang Zuantian recalled the past and shook his head with a smile. Jing Tiangong asked, how's your relationship with Han Yan from the mortal world? Are you an enemy? Huang Zuantian said, we did have a grudge, but there's a difference between immortals and mortals. It's not worth mentioning. He asked in surprise, Sect Master, why are you asking about him? Did you meet him? It can't be. He's still alive after the tribulation. Jing Tiangong stared at Huang Zuantian and said with a smile, it's nothing. I'm just asking. There's a powerful person named Han Yan in the immortal world recently. Oh? Tell me more about it. Huang Zuantian pretended to be curious and asked. Jing Tiangong told him about the Yin sect. Huang Zuantian said with emotion, I didn't expect the master of the Yin sect to be named Han Yan. Wait, could it really be the Han Yan from the mortal world? He began to calculate with his fingers and said with a frown, I can't. As expected of a powerful person. Another 1,000 years had passed since Jing Tiangong left. While cultivating, Han Yan cursed Saint Fate's secrets while checking his emails. Most of the emails were about fortuitous encounters. He was bored. It had been a long time since he saw the attacked screen. Han Yan was not used to it. It seemed that the immortal world would be peaceful for a long time. Han Yan felt that it was good, it gave them time to develop. The hidden sect disciples' cultivation continued to increase, no one stagnated. One had to admit that Extreme Source Great Tao was truly amazing, all the disciples could gain enlightenment from it. Han Yan realized that aptitude was not that important in reaching the Great Tao level, what was more important was aptitude and comprehension. On this day, Wu Daojian came to visit Han Yan. She was already a rank 9 immortal emperor, only one step away from immortal realm. She hoped that Han Yan could help her. Han Yan began to teach her Tao alone, specifically about immortal realm. 20 years later, Wu Daojian left with enlightenment. 139 years later, Wu Daojian successfully achieved profound divine essence. There were more and more immortal realm disciples in the hidden sect. The entire hidden sect was in a state of prosperity. The lower-level Khanate lifeforms also began to focus on cultivation. The number of Khanate lifeforms around 100 Mountains Immortal River was still increasing, but ever since Gu Zhuayin fell here, no strong enemies came to barge in. Rumble, near 100 Mountains Immortal River, the ground shook, scaring away many Khanate lifeforms and beasts. Huge fingers broke out of the ground. Soon, the entire palm stood on the ground. It was bigger than a mountain, the fingertips reaching into the clouds. The palm was covered in bloody scars. It was a shocking sight. The fingers were extremely stiff. Under the Fusang tree, Jiangyi looked at the palm and frowned, muttering, I think I've seen that hand somewhere before. Heiyuji said calmly, didn't a severed limb fall from the sky thousands of years ago? It's probably a scheme of some great being. As long as it doesn't appear in 100 Mountains Immortal River, we don't have to worry. Xianxia glanced at it, pretending to be cold. All the living beings in 100 Mountains Immortal River were discussing that palm. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Yan's expression was strange. This palm, Zhu Tu's hand, the aura was exactly the same, just more sinister. Could it be that Zhu Tu's body was taken away by the sages after his death? Zhu Tu was the strongest person in the early stages of the cultivation tribulation, yet he died because of Han Yan. Now that his palm appeared near the dojo, Han Yan felt inexplicably nervous. I want to know why this palm appeared near the dojo. Han Yan thought silently. 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, done by Xiao the Great, Han Yan frowned. It was indeed him. Xiao the Great was the one who scattered his severed limbs to the immortal realm. This person was one of the demon primogenitors. He had the support of the demon ancestor and was full of ambition. Xiao the Great had probably noticed Han Yan because they had exchanged glances back then. Han Yan had a premonition that the demon would appear in the next immeasurable calamity and make a comeback. Han Yan thought about it and decided to ignore it for now. He would let the palm drive away the surrounding living beings and return peace to the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Even if Xiao the Great came in person, he would not be able to break through the dojo's defenses. Zhu Tu's palm absorbed endless negative karma and resentment. The aura of misfortune it emitted made living beings uneasy. After a few years, some living beings could not take it anymore and fled the place. This was exactly what Han Yan wanted. Han Yan spread out his divine will and scanned several regions. He found that it was not just the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Severed limbs from the previous cultivation tribulation appeared everywhere. They occupied places rich in spirit qi and drove away Khanate lifeforms. Only then did Hanju understand. Xiao the Great wanted to restrict the development of Khanate lifeforms. Since it was not just targeting Han Yan, he did not need to care. Just like that. Another 700 years passed. A large number of cultivators were gathered outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River. These cultivators all rushed towards Zhu Tu's palm and set up formations around it with great fanfare. This scene attracted the attention of the hidden sect disciples. Jie Jiao's disciples. Long Hao recognized the Taoist robes these disciples were wearing and clicked his tongue in wonder. The Jie Jiao sect master had been here before. What was he planning to do with so many disciples this time? The others also stared at the Jie Jiao's disciples. Han Yan was also watching from inside the Taoist temple. A few days later, the Jie Jiao's disciples surrounded Zhu Tu's palm and began to activate the formations. One by one, the formations rose. There were golden chains wrapped around Zhu Tu's palm, black flames burning, and a strange red aura seeping into Zhu Tu's palm. Thousands of Jie Jiao's disciples kept casting spells. A golden wheel appeared in the sky. It looked like dozens of golden circles were stacked on top of each other. Mysterious characters flashed vaguely. It was magnificent. Zhu Tu's palm trembled violently as if it was struggling. Boom, a strange force suddenly erupted. It could be seen with the naked eye and swept across the Jie Jiao's disciples. Then, the Jie Jiao's disciples in the front row were petrified and turned into ashes. This scene frightened the other Jie Jiao's disciples and made them run for cover. Zhu Tu's palm suddenly clenched into a fist. A strong wind swept in all directions and shattered all the formations around him. The other Jie Jiao's disciples seemed to have been hit hard. They fell one after another and crashed into the mountains. They dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into mummies. Their bodies trembled. They wanted to make a sound but could not. In the end, they all died. The world was silent. The Yin sect's disciples were stunned. Was this palm so powerful? Even the Daluo Golden Immortal of the Supremacy Dao could not help but frown. Han Yan could see that this palm had the power of a sage to be. The strongest of these disciples was only an immortal emperor. How could they subdue it? Why did Jing Tiangong send them to their deaths? Han Yan could not figure it out. Little did he know that it was not Jing Tiangong who sent them to their deaths. The entire Jie Jiao was trying to subdue the remains of the calamity. This group of disciples had their own ideas, so they rushed over. After the Jie Jiao's disciples died, Zhu Tu's palm slowly loosened. Looking from the sky, it was as if a giant had been buried alive. This battle frightened the insect's disciples. However, they were not worried as long as Han Yan did not say anything. However, every time they saw Zhu Tu's palm, they felt their hair stand on end. Time continued to pass. More than 30 years later. Detected that you have reached 20,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Come into being immediately and clean up the remains of the calamity. You will receive unscrupulous merit, a great Tao fragment, and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. 2. Cultivate in a low-key manner and do not get involved with the world. You will receive a great Tao fragment and a heavenly Tao spirit stone. Han Yan's eyes suddenly opened and lit up. It's here, the heavenly Tao spirit stone. As expected of the reward for reaching 20,000 years old, the Book of Misfortune could be upgraded, Han Yan thought happily. It was as if he could see the death of the Destiny Saint. He chose the second choice without hesitation. The Book of Misfortune was already a Daluo treasure. If it was upgraded, it would definitely be of a higher grade. Han Yan immediately took out the Book of Misfortune and the heavenly Tao spirit stone and began to fuse them. He did not know if there were any sage-to-be Dharma treasures. If not, it would become a heavenly Tao Dharma treasure. Its curse power, Han Yan did not dare to think too deeply about it. This time, the Book of Misfortune took 30 years to upgrade, but in this period, 30 years was nothing. The Book of Misfortune has been upgraded from Daluo Supreme Treasure to Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure. There was no quasi-sage, it was directly at the Heavenly Tao level. Han Yan was in a good mood. He did not immediately curse Sage Fengji. Instead, he continued to cultivate. He was not far from breaking through. He would cultivate to late-stage quasi-sage first. It had been more than 6,000 years since the last breakthrough. Han Yan looked back and felt that time had passed so quickly, as if it was yesterday. In the early stage of the Heavenly Tao, where there were no grudges or battles, the definition of time was not obvious. Everyone was busy cultivating. Although there were various sects of great Providence roaming the celestial world, it was vast. It was not difficult to hide and cultivate. On the other side, outside the 33 levels of heaven. In the palace, Sage Fengji suddenly felt uneasy. For some reason, he had a feeling that a disaster was imminent. This feeling had not appeared since he attained the Tao. He immediately thought of the Dark Forbidden Lord. In the past few decades, the Dark Forbidden Lord had not cursed him. Could it be that he was preparing for something? The more Sage Fengji thought about it, the more flustered he became. He also thought about how the other sages had been close recently and seemed to be distancing themselves from him. No, I have to rope in an ally. Qiao Shilai is not reliable. Sage Fengji's eyes flickered. He immediately got up and left. 300 years later. Han Yan finally had the opportunity to break through. He went into seclusion and began to break through. It took him 50 years to succeed. Han Yan felt refreshed. He opened his stats interface. Name, Hanju, lifespan, 238067 9000 9999 9999 9999 9999 race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, immeasurable the arch, cultivation, late-stage golden immortal Daluo quasi-primordial chaos cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, Tao level, heavenly cycle body tempering technique great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao, pinnacle great Tao. How wonderful, his lifespan had doubled again. Han Yan was getting closer and closer to becoming a sage. He continued to consolidate his cultivation. Once he was done, he would deal with Sage Fengji. 49 years later. Han Yan finished consolidating his cultivation. Just as he was about to take out the Book of Misfortune to curse, a powerful aura attacked him. He probed with his divine consciousness and saw a sword chi sweeping over from the horizon. It collided with Zhu Tu's palm and cut it in half. Blood splattered all over the ground. The two halves of the palms trembled violently, trying to heal themselves. However, more beams of sword chi shot out and shattered Zhu Tu's palms. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. What a powerful sword aura! The other party was at least a quasi-sage. Moreover, this sword chi was somewhat familiar. Han Yan looked over and saw a white-clothed swordsman flying over on sword chi. Isn't that Li Daokong? Li Daokong stopped in front of Zhu Tu's palm and frowned as he looked down at the chunks of meat scattered all over the mountain. This baneful aura is essentially demonic aura. Could it be the fiend ancestors doing? Li Daokong thought to himself. His gaze followed and landed on the 100 Mountains Immortal River. He had long since heard of the 100 Mountains Immortal River. This time, he was not here for Zhu Tu's palm, but for the 100 Mountains Immortal River. He flew to the front of the 100 Mountains Immortal River and raised his hand to touch the invisible array. He secretly activated his dermic powers and felt that his dermic powers were blocked by an extremely powerful force and melted away. What a powerful array! Li Daokong raised his eyebrows and asked, Master of the Yin sect, I'm Li Daokong, the eldest disciple of the Ren sect. I'm here to learn from you. He had long heard of the Yin sect and knew who the master of the Yin sect was. The celestial ruler of heaven was a disciple of the Yin sect. Han Yan's voice slowly drifted over. Fellow Daoist Li, you're so powerful. I'm no match for you. Forget it. He asked quietly, is Li Daokong here because of the saint's arrangement? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, it's not because of the saint's arrangement. He's just curious about you. Curious? Han Yan was speechless. This guy still wants to take me in as a disciple? Han Yan, why aren't you letting me in? Are you worried that I'll attack you? I, Li Daokong, never sneak attacks or schemes. Li Daokong's voice drifted over. Han Yan continued to ask in his heart, if I let Li Daokong in, will I be in danger? No, this time, his lifespan was not deducted. Perhaps the system had already checked Li Daokong's motives. Han Yan asked, is Li Daokong loyal to the Ren sect? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, although loyal, not loyal to the death. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and felt that he could do something. The structure of the Ren sect was complicated. On the surface, there were only 2 disciples, but in reality, there were countless disciples. Jiang Dugu and Li Daokong both belonged to the Ren sect, but they were already mortal enemies. Li Daokong would definitely be unhappy. Han Yan said, come in. He directly wrapped Li Daokong with his spiritual will. Li Daokong did not resist and was pulled into the Dao field and into the Daoist temple. After landing, Li Daokong's gaze landed on Han Yan. You've actually reached the sage-to-be realm. Li Daokong said with a burning gaze, his heart filled with shock. His talent was too terrifying. When he first saw Han Yan, Li Daokong only thought that he was an elite. After 10,000 years, this elite had actually surpassed him. Li Daokong was very clear about his talent. His breakthrough speed was already considered the fastest in the tribulation, but compared to Han Yan, he thought of what Li Mui had said to him and seemed to understand something. Han Yan smiled and said, if you had been cultivating in seclusion, you would have long become a saint. He waved his hand and a meditation cushion appeared on the ground. He gestured for Li Daokong to sit down. After Li Daokong sat down, he smiled and said, it's not that easy to attain the Dao. It requires great luck. However, I've already attained great luck in the previous tribulation. I'm only missing the primordial violet vapor. Han Yan asked, does the Ren school have a heavenly Dao saint now? Li Daokong said, yes, but my master created a small heavenly Dao. It's not inferior to the heavenly Dao of the celestial world. Doesn't that mean that the Ren school also has a primordial violet vapor? Han Yan currently knew of 8 heavenly Dao saints. Nuwa, Fushi Tian, Celestial Venerable of the South Pole, Jiu Shilai, Tianjue Sect Master, Sage Fingji, Sage Jinan, and Xiao the Great. Not to mention Nuwa's death, there was still a heavenly Dao saint missing. He guessed that he was hiding in the Ren school. Li Daokong said, that's right. If nothing goes wrong, I will be the next heavenly Dao saint. Do you want to acknowledge me as your master? Han Yan asked, is it Saint Nuwa's holy position or Ren schools? Of course it's Goddess Nuwa's holy position. Oh? Han Yan relaxed. So this fellow had been deceived by the saint. Han Yan said in surprise, Saint Li Mui said that he would give me the primordial violet vapor. Why did he promise you? Li Daokong frowned. Han Yan continued, it's not just Li Mui. Saint Qiu Shilai also said that he would give me Goddess Nuwa's primordial violet vapor and let me fight for great luck and fame first. How many primordial violet vapor does Goddess Nuwa have? Li Daokong snorted and said, "It seems that you and I are both pawns of the saint. I'm afraid it's not just you and me. Actually, I came to look for you for another purpose. I want to establish a new sect." New sect? This guy wants to stab Li Mui in the back. Han Yan frowned and did not agree immediately. If Li Daokong really thought so, Li Mui would definitely sense it. The sage was high and mighty and knew everything. Li Daokong seemed to have seen through Han Yan's thoughts and said, "Don't worry, I have the heavenly Dao treasure on me. The sage can't capture my movements, let alone spy on me." Han Yan shook his head and said, "If that's the case, shouldn't Li Mui be more afraid of you?" Li Daokong said calmly, "That's right, so he trusts Jiang Dugu more." Han Yan was silent. Li Daokong continued to talk about his relationship with Jiang Dugu. Jiang Dugu was the previous eldest disciple of the Ren sect. He was Li Mui's disciple and was equivalent to his senior brother. However, Li Daokong was Li Mui's adopted disciple. Jiang Dugu joined Li Mui during his heyday. Jiang Dugu's position in the human race was extremely high. Because of him, the Ren sect's position in the human race had improved a lot, so he was deeply trusted by Li Mui. During the previous immeasurable calamity, Li Daokong was ordered by Li Mui to assist heaven. Who knew that heaven would suddenly rise and its opponents would fall one after another and even threaten the sage orthodoxies? Li Mui asked Li Daokong and Li Daokong to retreat. Li Daokong refused. He had already promised heaven. How could he go back on his word? Moreover, in his opinion, it was good that heaven won. It could end the calamity sooner. Therefore, he offended Li Mui. Jiang Dugu also appeared out of nowhere and entered the calamity again. After that, the two of them often fought because of their own camps. Now, they had become mortal enemies. Han Yan was expressionless and felt ashamed. In that case, the Dark Forbidden Lord contributed to the estrangement between Li Daokong and Li Mui. Li Daokong looked at Han Yan with burning eyes and said, "Are you willing to join us? Can I confer you the position of vice hierarch?" Han Yan asked helplessly, "How many disciples do you have?" "Not much, I can recruit more." "When will you be able to recruit the Yin sect's forces?" Li Daokong fell silent. He could not help but use his divine perception to scan the area and discovered that the secret sect actually had over 10,000 immortal emperors. Daluo also had several. This force, how could this be? Li Daokong was shocked. Han Yan asked, "Why don't you join the Yin sect?" Han Yan admired Li Daokong very much. In the previous cataclysm, apart from the sages, Li Daokong was in the limelight. The title of the number one sword immortal of the heavenly Dao had long fallen on Li Daokong. The most important thing was that Li Daokong's breakthrough speed had always been very fast. Li Daokong narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid of offending the sages?" "Won't I also offend the sages if I establish a new sect with you? Moreover, do you really have the confidence to establish and control a sect of destiny?" Han Yan did not mince his words. In his impression, Li Daokong had always been fighting alone, occasionally bringing along his junior brother Li Xuanao. Li Daokong fell silent again. He really did not have any experience in this area. The reason why he wanted to establish a sect was because he wanted to go against Li Mui. Han Yan secretly sighed. It was indeed impossible to subdue Li Daokong so easily. "How about we spar?" Li Daokong looked up and asked. Han Yan thought about it and felt that he could not avoid it. He said, "I have a divine ability that allows us to fight in an illusion. In the illusion, you can use your full strength." Li Daokong was interested and nodded in agreement. Han Yan pulled him into the simulation trial and started the battle. In order to prevent Li Daokong from thinking that there was a problem with the simulation trial, Han Yan adopted a defensive strategy. He allowed Li Daokong to attack and waited for Li Daokong to use all his skills before defeating him in one move. That's right, it was an instant kill. Han Yan, who was in the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, could instantly kill anyone below the sages. Even the world-shaking Li Daokong would be instantly killed. Several days later, Li Daokong left the 100 Mountains Immortal River. His face was gloomy and his back was lonely. Under the Fusong tree, Xianxia asked curiously, "He seems to be very unhappy. Did he fall out with the sect master?" Heiyuji said, "Needless to say, he must have been taught a lesson in the simulation trial." Xianxia fell silent. That would indeed make him unhappy. Back then, he spent a lot of time to walk out of the shadow. After Li Daokong left, Han Yan began to improve his sword Dao theurgy. He used several months to improve it to the limit. After that, he began to comprehend the Tai Mahasvara aspect. In 20 years, Han Yan cultivated 12 demon god aspects. They were the 9 Yang demon god, the earth demon god, the origin gold demon god, the bone demon god, the 1,000 head demon god, the fallen space demon god, the cave eye demon god, the red demon god, the western sun demon god, the great spell demon god, the confinement demon god, and the thought-severing demon god. Han Yan had already accumulated 35 demon god aspects. He was walking further and further on the path of invincibility. After that, he began the simulation trial. Anyone below the sages would be instantly killed, challenging the sages would still be killed, but the duration would be longer. Han Yan felt bored. He seemed to have become stronger, but also didn't seem to have become stronger. Han Yan decided to set a goal for himself. He wanted to defeat the heavenly Dao sages before he attained his Dao. If he couldn't do that, how could he challenge all the heavenly Dao sages after he attained his Dao? Han Yan adjusted his emotions, took out the Book of Misfortune, and smiled. As he injected his dermic powers into the Book of Misfortune, a black light emitted and shone on Han Yan's face, making him look extremely evil and terrifying. 5 days later, Han Yan began to use the lifespan curse. His lifespan decreased extremely quickly. As expected of a heavenly Dao spiritual treasure. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they might have been drained dry in a second. On the other side, Sage Fate Secrets felt the curse of the Dark Forbidden Lord and immediately used his dermic powers to resist. He had a feeling that the curse this time was stronger than before. At this moment, he was in Xiao the Great's training hall. Xiao the Great saw Sage Fate Secrets activating his dermic powers and couldn't help but frown. He asked, "Has the Dark Forbidden Lord begun?" Sage Fate Secrets nodded. Xiao the Great calculated with his fingers, but he couldn't find the source of the curse on Sage Fate Secrets' body. As expected, this Dark Forbidden Lord was really a sage. Xiao the Great's expression was gloomy. A sage who wanted to destroy other sages was a huge threat. Even if Xiao the Great had evil intentions, he didn't want to be targeted by other sages. Look at Sage Fate Secrets, he was cursed to the point of having an inner demon. After a while, Sage Fate Secrets' body began to be surrounded by black gas. This was the manifestation of the curse power. Xiao the Great used his dermic sense to sense it and was secretly shocked. Did the other party sacrifice a part of the world? The power of the curse was too strong. Sage Fate Secrets took out a golden bell and covered himself. However, the curse power directly penetrated the golden bell and attacked his soul. Not good. Sage Fate Secrets cursed. This curse power was increasing too quickly. This time, it wasn't as simple as an inner demon. He opened his eyes and said, "Great Emperor, help me." Xiao the Great immediately came behind him and placed his right palm on his shoulder, using his dermic powers to help Sage Fate Secrets resist the curse. In the Taoist temple, Han Ju, who was surrounded by black aura, cursed as he stared at the attributes panel. 10 trillion years, 15 trillion years, 20 trillion years, your enemy Sage Fate Secrets' inner demon is causing trouble because of your curse. Fortunately, the sage helped to suppress the inner demon. Sage Fengji asked other sages for help. Han Yan frowned. He didn't stop there and continued to curse. His lifespan was rapidly decreasing. 25 trillion years, 30 trillion years, 40 trillion years, Han Yan couldn't take it anymore. This was too much. The two sages together were indeed terrifying. They were like an iron wall that blocked the power of curses. At this moment, because of your curse, your enemy, the Destiny Saint, has gone mad and turned into a mad saint. Mad sage, Han Yan immediately stopped cursing. He let out a long breath. His entire body felt comfortable, as if the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to come. The result of cursing the mad sage was quite good. Han Yan didn't think that he could curse a sage to death in one breath, but Sage Fengji had already gone mad. It meant that his death was not far away. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and got up to preach to the Yin sect. The 13th Heaven, Celestial Palace. Fang Liang came to visit Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The 33rd heaven is in chaos. Fang Liang was stunned. What do you mean? A sage went mad? Eh? It said that the dark forbidden lord cursed him. Fang Liang's eyes widened. He was naturally no stranger to the dark forbidden lord. He didn't expect the dark forbidden lord to still be alive after the calamity. Not only that, but the dark forbidden lord even cursed a sage. That was too presumptuous. Most importantly, the dark forbidden lord had succeeded. Fang Liang frowned and asked, "What does this have to do with us?" Xianxia said, "When the sages are in chaos, their attention will be diverted. Also, what do you think about the dark forbidden lord? It said that the dark forbidden lord helped heaven in the last calamity." Fang Liang smiled bitterly. "Don't you know what happened to heaven in the end?" Xianxia frowned. The appearance of the dark forbidden lord made him feel very uneasy. According to past experiences, the dark forbidden lord would target whichever force was the most powerful. Wasn't Celestial the most powerful in the celestial world today? Don't worry. The dark forbidden lord has not appeared again. Even if he really wants to target us, even the saints can't do anything about it. Aren't we just waiting for death? Fang Liang shrugged. Recently, he had also become a Buddhist. He did not fight or snatch, which made him feel relaxed. Nowadays, the immortals and gods in heaven were just decorations. On the other hand, celestial immortals and gods were spreading the Tao everywhere, establishing faith and being full of ambition. Seeing how diligent Xianxia was, he couldn't help but think of his past self. Within karma, everyone was shrouded in a fog. Xianxia shook his head and laughed. "Let's not talk about this. I'm looking for you for another matter. The human race has appeared again. Go to the heaven and rope them in. We can borrow the power of the human race in the future." Fang Liang frowned and asked, "Why did the human race appear again?" "It's Li Daokong. Before the end of the cultivation tribulation, he moved away a portion of the human race. Now that they have been released for 2,000 years, the human race is reproducing very quickly. If we let them go, the ancient race may not be able to suppress the human race. While the human race has no leader and is weak, the heaven can easily take them." "What about Li Daokong? Him? Do you think he will become the leader of the human race?" Xianxia asked suspiciously. He felt that Fang Liang was too cautious. Fang Liang thought about it carefully. Li Daokong was indeed not that kind of person. Li Daokong himself despised the human race. The reason why he protected the human race was probably because of the foundation of the human sect. "Okay, I'll try," Fang Liang replied. However, he felt inexplicably uneasy. After the 100-year Tao lecture ended, the disciples of the hidden sect had gained a lot. Apart from the connate lifeforms, all the disciples of the hidden sect and the nether race had successfully stepped onto the path of cultivating the ultimate source Great Tao. Cultivating the Great Tao was much stronger than their cultivation techniques. Everyone's cultivation speed had increased greatly. The connate lifeforms had weak foundations and could not comprehend the ultimate source Great Tao for the time being. What was worth mentioning was that Han Yan vaguely felt that there was a force summoning him from afar. The ultimate source Great Tao. Could it be that when he created the ultimate source Great Tao, the ultimate source Great Tao had also been born in a mysterious space? Han Yan asked the system, but the system could not answer because the Great Tao itself had exceeded the system's current limits. This lousy system had already created a Great Tao, but it had not reached the limit of the Great Tao. Han Yan had no choice but to put this matter aside. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Yan focused his attention on the star world. After more than 10,000 years, the reroll world was no longer the same as before. The number of immortal emperors had already exceeded 10, and they each dominated a region in the reroll world. The reroll world was surrounded by nebulous primordial chi. The immortal emperors were blocked when they wanted to fly out, causing the reroll world to be completely sealed. The white-robed Buddha was still a supreme existence in the reroll world, like a saint in the immortal world. In addition, a planet not far from the reroll world began to transform. It began to have mountains, water, wind, and fire. It even began to produce spirit chi on its own. If this continued, that planet would be suitable for living beings to live in. Not bad, not bad. Han Yan was very satisfied with the development of the star world. Sooner or later, it would form a heavenly Tao of its own. He shifted his gaze to the fiend god aura. During the 100 years of preaching, he had condensed the aura of 12 fiend gods. These fiend god auras were still condensing. He did not know when they would truly condense into chaos fiend gods. Han Yan felt that something was missing. Perhaps when he attained the Tao and became a saint, the fiend god aura would truly undergo a qualitative change. After observing himself, Han Yan began to cultivate. The strange god returned to the Taoist temple and began to rub against Han Yan. Although its intelligence had stagnated, its strength had been leaping. It seemed that it could continuously become stronger without cultivating. Han Yan guessed that it might be because he had fused with the strange god that he had affected it. This was also a good thing. The strange god was one of Han Yan's trump cards. In the future, he could kill his enemies invisibly. Not long after, someone requested to see Han Yan. The other disciples were still in a state of Tao enlightenment. Since this person could wake up so early, he probably had the intention of visiting Han Yan. Come in. The door of the Taoist temple opened and Zhou Fan walked in. He knelt in front of Han Yan and cupped his fists. Master, I have a request. Han Yan asked, what is it? Zhou Fan stated his purpose for coming. 2,000 years ago, he sensed that the human race had reappeared. At first, he did not care, but recently, the human race seemed to be in great trouble and was summoning him. He wanted to help the human race. After all, he was once a human. Han Yan pinched his fingers and deduced. Through karma, he calculated that there were indeed humans in the celestial world. Moreover, the scale was not small. There were already more than 1 million people. The human race was very far away from the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yan continued to deduce. So that was it. The human race was being persecuted by the ancient race. The ancient race raised the human race as food and wanted to devour the human race's heavenly path fate. The human race was in despair, so they had a secret technique to summon powerhouses with the human race's bloodline. Han Yan was also a human. Because of ancient Shuyin, he disliked the ancient race. Since that was the case. Go. Han Yan said calmly. Zhou Fan was pleasantly surprised. He quickly thanked Han Yan and left. After Zhou Fan left, Han Yan locked the strange god in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He then took out the Book of Misfortune and prepared to curse ancient Shuyin. It was time to settle the score. Han Yan had even cursed a sage into madness, so cursing ancient Turbidine was naturally not a problem. Ever since he was severely injured in the 100 Mountains Immortal River, ancient Turbidine had been recuperating. The ancients thought that he had already died. Now that the ancients were torn apart and various kings had risen, the celestial world had also fallen into chaos. Han Yan had only used 1 trillion years of his lifespan to curse ancient Turbidine. Your enemy ancient Turbidine was cursed by mental demons because of your curse. His magic power went berserk and his Tao fruit shattered. He died. Directly cursed to death, unlike his previous opponents, Han Yan had been cursed to death over a long period of time. Ancient Turbidine had been cursed to death by Han Yan, he had been killed in one wave. Han Yan did not feel happy at all. Instead, he felt a little melancholic. As he became stronger, he could no longer return to his previous life of cursing once every 10 years. Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune and released the strange god spirit. He allowed it to move freely while he entered a cultivation state. Outside the 33rd level of heaven. Taiji Palace. Li Mui, Fushi Tian, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable, Qiu Shilai, the Tianjue Sect Master, Sage Jinan, and Xiao the Great knelt in the palace. Patriarch Shi Tian sat in front of them expressionlessly. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable looked up and said, Patriarch, what do you think of this matter? The other sages also stared at Patriarch Shi Tian. Patriarch Shi Tian said indifferently, I've already said that I won't interfere with the matters of the heavenly Tao. Sage Fengji has already gone crazy. This is no longer a matter of the heavenly Tao. Qiu Shilai added. Sage Fengji was the strongest heavenly Tao sage before. If he had gone crazy, how could the other sages remain calm? In any case, Qiu Shilai was panicking. Sage Jinan added, Sage Fengji possesses the Dao Annihilation divine ability. If he goes crazy and uses this divine ability, the heavenly Dao that has just experienced a calamity will become extremely weak. It might even usher in the great Dao calamity. Patriarch, you also came from our side of the heavenly Dao. Are you really willing to watch the heavenly Dao be destroyed? The other sages nodded, but they all looked worried. If Saint Fengji were to use his Dao annihilation technique, their orthodoxies would be done for. Fortunately, Saint Xinji had lost his mind. He had already forgotten how to use the Dao obliteration divine power. He could only rely on his instincts to wreak havoc. Ancestor Shi Tian said slowly, although you are saints, don't underestimate the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao needs you, but it doesn't necessarily need you. As for Saint Destiny, everything is karma. I won't interfere even if he uses a Dao annihilation divine ability. As for my karma with the heavenly Dao, it has long been settled. Over the long years, how many times have I explained the Dao to all of you? Have you forgotten? Hearing this, the sages' expressions turned ugly, and they were speechless. Ancestor Shi Tian said meaningfully, you've always wanted to break free from Daozu's control, but when you encounter trouble, you'll always hope for the help of stronger experts. Do you know that Daozu relied on himself to figure things out in the past? The sages were too ashamed to show their faces and did not dare to ask for more. After a long while, the sages left the Taiji Palace and arrived at another palace. This was Li Mui's Dao field. The Tianjue sect master said, since Ancestor is unwilling to help, then we have to rely on ourselves. The Fushi Tian frowned and said, compared to Saint Destiny, we have to first find out who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Otherwise, after eliminating Saint Destiny, a second saint will go crazy. The sages frowned. Xiao the Great said, when Saint Destiny was cursed, I was beside him. I can confirm that he is definitely not the Dark Forbidden Lord. He glanced at the other sages. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable said mockingly, so, you're the most suspicious? Xiao the Great frowned. The two sages began to oppose each other. Li Mui could not help but frown when he saw this. He was frustrated. When he saw the sages arguing over their own desires, he wanted to get up and leave. It was because of this that he gave up on the Heavenly Dao's providence and opened up the Heavenly Dao himself. For a time, the sages began to suspect each other. Qiu Shilai was the most suspicious. Once Saint Destiny went crazy, only he could freely control the Dao annihilation divine ability. This made Qiu Shilai furious. He had been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord before. Time passed. It had been 50 years since Gu Zhuing died. Han Yan had nothing to do, so he checked his emails. Your good friend Celestial Ruler was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Xianxia obtained the quasi-sage divine arm. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your grand disciple Feng Liang's soul traveled to the primordial era. Your disciple Zhou Fan was attacked by the ancient race, X180223. Your good friend Li Daokong was attacked by your good friend Jiang Dugu. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by your good friend Li Daokong and was seriously injured. Your good friend Pan Xian broke the seal and returned to the celestial world. Your good friend Goddess Huta recreated shamanism. Your good friend Goddess Nuwa discussed the Tao with a mysterious mighty figure. Her cultivation has increased greatly. The emails became lively again. Han Yan was no longer surprised to see Feng Liang's soul travel to the primordial era. As long as it did not affect him, it was fine. What Han Yan was really concerned about was that Goddess Hutu often recreated shamanism. Her ambition was not dead, it seemed that the matter of the nether race had stimulated her. Now that the heavenly Tao had been reactivated, she felt that there was hope for her again. Han Yan did not have any objections to this. This was good too. At least Goddess Hutu would not be thinking about the nether race anymore. After thinking about it, Han Yan called the nether race's leader, Secluded Well, over. Secluded Well knelt in front of Han Yan. Han Yan first asked about the recent situation of the nether race and asked about their well-being. After Secluded Well relaxed, he asked, do you still remember Goddess Hutu, who created the nether race? Secluded Well was stunned. I do, but my memory is blurry. Goddess Huta handed the nether race to Han Yan not long after creating it. Secluded Well really did not remember Goddess Hutu. What do you think if I send the nether race back to Goddess Hutu? Han Yan asked calmly. Secluded Well turned pale with fright when he heard this. He asked in fear, Sect Master, what did we do wrong? He did not want to leave the 100 Mountains Immortal River, to be more precise, he did not want to leave Han Yan's side. He had long regarded the training hall as his home. He was not the only one. All the nether race members thought the same. Han Yan smiled and said, I'm just asking. Of course, I want you to stay. Secluded Well understood and said, on behalf of the nether race, I guarantee that we will be loyal to you forever. Han Yan nodded in satisfaction. Secluded Well's favorability with him had long since reached 6 stars. However, his favorability only meant that he would not be an enemy. The two chatted for a while longer. After Secluded Well left, Han Yan called Han Sun Cheon over. This was the first time Han Sun Cheon was facing Han Yan alone ever since he transformed. He was extremely nervous. Han Yan asked, how are the Khanate lifeforms in the 100 Mountains Immortal River? Do we need more? After Zhu Tu's palm was destroyed, more Khanate lifeforms began to gather around the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Sun Cheon was pleasantly surprised. Of course. The more, the better. With more lifeforms at the bottom, you can cultivate in peace in the future. You can leave the miscellaneous matters of the Een sect to the Khanate lifeforms. When the Een sect reappears in the future, these lifeforms can also help the elders in the sect. Han Yan said, alright. I'll bring in more Khanate lifeforms. Don't be so busy trying to rope them in. Your cultivation has to catch up as well. Don't let the other Khanate lifeforms surpass you. Han Sun Cheon hurriedly promised that he would not delay his cultivation. After he left, Han Yan began to think. Since he was going to take in these lifeforms, he had to arrange a good identity for them in the Een sect. Hidden soldiers, in-name disciples? After thinking for several days, Han Yan finally came to a decision. From today onwards, aside from the Secret Order disciples, all Khanate lifeforms will be in-name disciples. In the future, you may take on a master of your own accord and become a Secret Order disciple. The Nether tribe will be known as the Secret Order's Nether tribe, Yu Luo, which refers to the Daluo of the Nether tribe. I hope you will live up to my expectations. Every tribe member will have the same status as a Secret Order disciple, and the tribe leader, Han Yu, will have the same status as a second-generation disciple. Han Yan's voice echoed throughout the entire training hall, causing the living beings who heard him to be extremely excited. They could enter the Secret Order. The second-generation disciples of the Secret Order were Sun Chang'an, Tu Ling-er, Long Hao, and the others. The first-generation disciples were not considered disciples, and only Han Yan was a first-generation disciple. In an instant, the entire Secret Order became lively once again, and the vague identities became clear. Not only were the Khanate lifeforms excited and filled with anticipation, but the Nether tribe was also very happy. In the past, they had always felt inferior in front of the Secret Order disciples, mainly because Han Yan had not given them any status. Now, Han Yan Yu was equivalent to Han Yan's disciple. In the future, the entire Nether tribe would be considered a Secret Order disciple as well. Han Yan could hear the cheers outside and could not help but feel happy. It seems that he had neglected many things. Sometimes, a single decision from him could change many people's lives. Han Yan suddenly thought of Han Sun Cheon. Perhaps Han Sun Cheon could help him manage the Secret Order's internal affairs. Although Morongchi was also in charge, it was only in general terms. He could not meet every disciple and talk to them in detail. Those disciples whose talents have reached a bottleneck can help manage the internal affairs in the future. Han Yan's thoughts became clearer. As the Secret Order grew larger and more disciples appeared, the number of conflicts and troubles that could arise would increase as well. Someone must keep an eye on them. However, when the disciples take in new disciples one after another, there should not be a need to assign many disciples to manage the miscellaneous affairs. After thinking about it, Han Yan closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Dao verification, this was what Han Yan truly cared about. 300 years later, Zhou Fan had finally returned, but he was not alone. Behind Zhou Fan, there were hundreds of thousands of people from the human race. Zhou Fan came to the front of the array formation of the 100 Mountains Immortal River and released a powerful aura, forcing the nearby Xianxia living beings to stay away. Master, I'm back. Zhou Fan shouted. Han Yan could not help but frown when he noticed the presence of the human race. He couldn't directly take in the human race. If it was only a small number of people, it would be fine. However, there were so many people, almost all of the human race. If he took them in, the karma would be too great. And wherever there are people, there will be fights. Once he accepted it, there would be endless trouble in the future. Han Yan's voice was transmitted to Zhou Fan. Why did you bring so many people? Zhou Fan replied, don't worry, master. I won't bring them into the Yin sect. I've already taught them for hundreds of years. I plan to let them settle down nearby and leave when they're strong. Upon hearing this, Han Yan's brows relaxed. It seemed that Zhou Fan was not a saint. Thinking about it carefully, this guy was not a saint, but a main character with deep hatred. Han Yan moved Zhou Fan in. Zhou Fan quickly came to visit Han Yan. After entering the Taoist temple, he recounted his experiences over the years. The human race could be said to be full of hardships. They were not as strong as sentient living beings and ferocious beasts. They were considered the weakest race in the celestial world. Zhou Fan had been injured many times in order to protect them. Zhou Fan said, I thought the ancient race would be powerful, but in the end, they're just a pile of loose sand. All kinds of kings have appeared, just like the demon race in the past. Han Yan said, who cares about them? Cultivate well. When the human race is strong, let them go. I can allow you to take in a few human disciples, but you can't take in the entire human race. Maybe they're very united and pure now, but when their cultivation and population are strong, the human race you're familiar with will come. You should know what kind of situation it will be. Zhou Fan nodded. Along the way, he had suffered the most from the human race. The master and disciple chatted for a while before Zhou Fan took his leave. That day, the human race settled down near the 100 Mountains Immortal River. After being warned by Zhou Fan, the sentient living beings did not dare to cause trouble for the human race. The appearance of the human race did not affect the hidden sect. After listening to Zhou Fan's story, the hidden sect disciples knew that they were not the only ones. All the cultivators in the celestial world were cultivating wholeheartedly. Zhou Fan had encountered many cave dwellings of major powers in the process of escorting the human race. The tyrannical aura they emitted made even his heart palpitate. After the cataclysm ended, 90% of the living beings died. However, the remaining 10% were not ordinary people. Most of them became immeasurable emperors. Coupled with the fact that there was no pressure from competition, they cultivated diligently on their own. The hidden sect disciples did not want to be surpassed by others. Time continued to pass. Year after year passed. 1,000 years later. Han Yan opened his eyes and got up to stretch his body. He scanned the outside with his divine will and found that the human race's population had exceeded 10 million. In just 1,000 years, the human race's population had grown at an alarming rate. Not only that, they had even built a city. Han Yan furrowed his brows. They don't intend to leave. This city had not been built at random. It was obvious that a lot of thought had been put into it. Not only that, the human race had already established order and there were various businesses and shops in the city. It seemed that someone in the human race had memories of the previous cataclysm. Otherwise, if they were all new humans, how could they have built a real city so quickly in the dangerous and primitive early stage of the heavenly Tao realm? Han Yan quickly relaxed his brows. Who cares about them? As long as Han Yan did not activate the dojo's array, the human race would not be able to enter. Rumble, the ground suddenly shook violently. A peerlessly terrifying aura exploded from afar, wreaking havoc throughout the world. This aura was even more powerful than the ancient turbidine from before. Han Yan pinched his fingers and calculated that this aura was on the other side of the celestial world, extremely far away from the 100 Mountains Immortal River. It was true that each generation produced a new talent. This person was clearly trying to intimidate all living beings by releasing his aura like this. Han Yan did not mind. Although this aura was powerful, he did not think much of it. Another tyrannical aura exploded from the other side as if it was competing with the one from before. The hidden sect disciples gathered together and began to discuss, curious about who these two people were. 7 years later. The 100 Mountains Immortal River welcomed visitors. Li Daokong and Li Xuanao. Han Yan spent 4 billion years of his lifespan to ensure that there was no danger before moving them into the Taoist temple. Li Daokong cupped his fists and smiled, "Long time no see. You seem to have become stronger." Li Xuanao sized up Han Yan. For some reason, he felt that Han Yan looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Not in the heaven, but he could not put his finger on it. Han Yan smiled and asked, "Why are the two of you here? Are you inviting me to join the new sect again?" Li Xuanao snorted coldly. Li Daokong said, "Do you dare to go against the saints?" "No." "You? Then why did you ask us to join the hidden sect?" Li Xuanao was the one who answered. He was flustered and exasperated. Han Yan did not have a good impression of him and said, "Did you offend the saints?" Li Daokong said calmly, "That's right. We fell out with Master and were expelled from the Ren school." Han Yan was silent. He had not expected Li Daokong and Li Xuanao to be so unrestrained as to betray the saints. Should he accept them or not, Han Yan had not forgotten how Li Xuanao had dug out Tengu's eyes. After thinking about it, Han Yan shook his head and said, "I can't accept them. Firstly, I'm not sure if you'll cultivate diligently and not cause trouble after joining the secret sect. Secondly, your junior brother had dug out my disciple's eyes and forcefully seized his fate." When he said that, Li Daokong was stunned while Li Xuanao's expression changed. Li Daokong glanced at Li Xuanao. When he saw his expression, he knew what was going on. At this moment, Li Daokong suddenly reached out and dug out Li Xuanao's eyes. He was so fast that Li Xuanao did not even have time to react. Li Daokong clenched his right hand and crushed Li Xuanao's eyes into ashes. He stared at Han Yan and said, "I don't care if it's true or not. I want him to pay his debt. However, you and I both know that whether it's your disciple or my junior brother, their eyes can grow back after being dug out. However, you've seen my sincerity. If you're willing to accept us, we'll listen to you as long as you don't cross our bottom line. As for that disciple, I can let my junior brother teach him divine powers as an apology." As Li Daokong spoke, his gaze was fixed on Han Yan. Although Li Xuanao was furious, he did not say much. He only covered his eyes as fresh blood flowed from his fingertips. Han Yan was silent. Li Daokong was really ruthless. This left Han Yan speechless. After all, he had indeed invited Li Daokong. Han Yan said, "After joining the Yin sect, you are not allowed to leave without my orders. Usually, I don't need you to do anything for me. I can even provide you with lectures and training grounds. You should be able to sense the spiritual energy and connate chi in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. So, are you willing?" Li Xuanao couldn't help but ask, "My senior brother is a pre-saint. Can you preach Tao to a pre-saint?" "Of course. What about our identities? Let's see how you perform first. We'll make arrangements in the future." Han Yan wanted to prove the Yin sect's foundation. It wouldn't be long before the two of them became his disciples. Han Yan echoed Dian Wei in his mind. Dian Wei was a copy of Shi Du Dao and was even stronger than Li Daokong. Li Daokong said, "All right, we also want to avoid being targeted by the saints." Han Yan said, "All right, you can go now. There will be people outside who will take you to your accommodations." Li Daokong nodded and left with Li Xuanao. Li Daokong was stunned to see Dian Wei when he walked out of the Taoist temple. "Why are you here?" Li Daokong asked with a frown. Li Xuanao was puzzled. Who was he? Although he couldn't see, his eyes were not important because he still had his telepathic thoughts. Dian Wei said indifferently, "I am Dian Wei, a guard of the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Please follow me. I'll show you around." "A guard?" Li Daokong was shocked. When did Shi Du Dao become a guard of the Yin sect? Li Daokong was shocked. Although Li Xuanao did not know Shi Du Dao, he could clearly feel that Dian Wei was very strong and might even be stronger than Li Daokong. Dian Wei wandered around with Li Daokong and Li Xuanao and deliberately came to the Fusang tree. The disciples here were all curious about Li Daokong and his senior brother. Long Hao was amazed. Even the twins of the Ren sect are here. The Yin sect is getting stronger and stronger. Tengu almost peed when it saw Li Xuanao. However, it noticed that Li Xuanao's eyes were bleeding and his eyelids were obviously sunken. It immediately thought of the truth and was full of admiration for Han Yan. Master must have stood up for him. Li Xuanao also noticed Tengu and was enlightened. He complained, "Why didn't you tell me that you have such a powerful master?" Tengu was silent. It didn't know that its master was so powerful back then. Li Daokong said, "I apologize to you on behalf of my junior brother. Later, I'll let you pass on techniques and let bygones be bygones." Being stared at by Li Daokong, Tengu was very nervous and quickly nodded in agreement. Heiyuji was angry and scolded, "You're so useless. Can't you be tougher?" Tengu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Li Daokong didn't say much. He had his own pride. It was his fault. He could admit it, but he wouldn't be so petty and humble. That day, the two of them built a Taoist temple in the forest, not far from the hundreds of thousands of unnamed disciples of the Yin sect. At first, Han Yan would pay attention to the two of them, afraid that they would cause trouble. As time passed, he was relieved that the two of them did not cause trouble. In a hall outside the 33rd heaven, Li Muyi's expression was gloomy. Several figures were gathered in the hall, including Jiang Dugu. What? Li Daokong and Li Xuanao betrayed us? Preposterous. We have to catch them. Since when has there been a traitor in Ren sect? Where are they? Li Daokong is too arrogant. He didn't respect us seniors previously. The mighty figures of Ren sect cursed angrily. Jiang Dugu did not say anything. His expression was gloomy, but a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He was worried about how to deal with Li Daokong, but Li Daokong had betrayed his sect. Li Muyi said, "The two of them have joined the Yin sect. Who wants to go?" A man in a Taoist robe immediately stood up and said, "Senior brother, let me go. I've been in seclusion for 70 million years. It's time for me to move my muscles." Seeing him stand up, the others tacitly agreed and did not fight for him. "Dan Long, when we head to the Yin sect this time, we can't fight directly. Let's ask for them logically first," instructed Li Muyi. Dan Long nodded, cupped his hands, and bowed before turning to leave. 130 years had passed since Li Daokong and Tengu came to seek refuge. On this day, Han Yan walked out of the Taoist temple. "Everyone, prepare to listen to the Tao." The moment he said that, the entire 100 Mountains Immortal River was in an uproar. The Yin sect disciples rushed to the place where the Tao was being taught. The Khanate lifeforms also began to prepare to listen to the Tao. Li Daokong and Li Xuanao followed the Yin sect disciples to the place where the Tao was being taught. They were very curious about what Han Yan would teach. After everyone was seated, Han Yan sat high up on the mountain peak and began to preach the Tao. He was talking about the ultimate source Tao. He planned to pull Li Daokong and Li Xuanao along as well. As the Tao preaching began, Li Daokong did not think much of it at first. Li Xuanao was even a little disdainful. After all, it was not their first time listening to a saint preaching the Tao. However, as time passed, the two of them were soon shocked. Han Yan was preaching the Tao. It was even more profound than their master, Li Muyi. Most importantly, they could understand it and quickly entered a state of enlightenment. He's a saint. Stormy waves surged in their hearts, especially Li Xuanao. His newly grown eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Xuanao has developed a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 4 stars. Han Yan did not pay much attention to the notification and continued to preach the Tao. Compared to Li Xuanao, he was more concerned about Li Daokong. If Li Daokong was willing to submit, he might become a prominent figure in the Yin sect in the future. Although the supremacy Tao, Zhao Xianyuan, Jiang Yi, Zhou Fan, and Li Yao had outstanding aptitudes, compared to Li Daokong, they lacked a sense of arrogance. It was an invincible aura. The sermon lasted for 100 years. Li Daokong's favorability towards Han Yan increased to 5 stars. Li Xuanao reached 5 stars. The two of them had really betrayed Ren school and had nowhere else to go. After Han Yan displayed his strength, they were naturally happy. Li Xuanao's disdain for Han Yan mainly came from his seniority and cultivation level. After this sermon, they were certain that Han Yan was definitely not a junior. He was definitely a saint. No wonder Han Yan had been avoiding the calamity. Saints did not need to fight for great providence from the calamity. In addition, they felt that Han Yan was stronger than Li Muyi. They gained more from listening to Han Yan's sermon than Li Mui's. Li Daokong had a hunch. Han Yan's Tao was stronger than Li Mui's. After the sermon, Han Yan quietly returned to the Taoist temple. 8 years later, Li Daokong and Li Xuanao came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan allowed them to enter the temple. The two of them already had a good impression of him. It was just enough to make them submit. Li Daokong was the first to ask, "Are you a saint?" Han Yan shook his head. Li Xuanao asked, "What Tao was the great Tao you were talking about previously?" "The ultimate source great Tao." Li Daokong and Li Xuanao looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They had never heard of the ultimate source great Tao. Han Yan said, "This is the great Tao that I created. Don't tell anyone." Hearing that, the senior and junior brothers were shocked. He created the great Tao, no wonder he shook his head. That was not something a saint could do. Could he be Daozu? Li Daokong and Li Xuanao were shocked. They did not think that Han Yan was lying. The ultimate source great Tao was indeed stronger than the great Tao they had heard of. Li Xuanao's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability, 6 stars. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. This Li Xuanao, how could such a cold and arrogant guy be so easy to capture, or did Li Xuanao worship the strong? Han Yan looked at Li Daokong and felt that he had guessed correctly. Li Xuanao said, "We will definitely not tell anyone. After all, we are already members of the Yin sect." "Sect master, if Li Mui comes personally, will you hand us over?" Han Yan felt very comfortable when he was addressed as clan leader. Han Yan liked to see other people's attitudes towards him change 180 degrees. Li Daokong glanced at Li Xuanao but didn't say anything. He knew his junior brother's character the best. "As long as you cultivate in peace, don't cause any trouble, and don't cause any conflicts in the Yin order, I'll protect you," Han Yan replied calmly. He was not afraid of Li Mui. As long as he was in the dojo, he was not afraid of the Heavenly Path sage. Previously, the saints had schemed against him. He had long treated the saints as imaginary enemies. Li Xuanao immediately promised that the two brothers would not cause any trouble. After chatting for a while, the two of them left the Taoist temple. They returned to their residence. Li Daokong said in annoyance, "You're very obedient. Looks like I didn't dig your eyes out wrongly." Li Xuanao snorted. "Senior brother, why are you pretending? Since you become his disciple, you should know your own status. Moreover, the sect master doesn't reject us and openly preaches the Tao to us. Isn't such a magnanimous person worthy of following?" Li Daokong was silent. He turned around and returned to his Taoist temple. Li Xuanao did not return to Cultivate. Instead, he walked towards the Fusang tree. 200 years passed. Li Xuanao had completely integrated into the Yin order. He taught Tengu divine abilities and resolved grudges. He also frequently sparred with the Supremacy Tao, Zhou Fan, and the others. Li Xuanao and the Supremacy Tao were both early-stage golden immortals of the Daoyuo realm. It was difficult to determine who was better, but most of the time, Li Xuanao had the upper hand. After all, Li Xuanao had lived for a long time and was very experienced. Compared to Li Xuanao's liveliness, Li Daokong had been cultivating in seclusion and rarely moved around. The two of them had different goals. In the entire Yin order, only Han Yan was worthy of his attention. On this day, the sound of a sermon could be heard from a human city near the 100 Mountains Celestial River. After so many years, the human population had been increasing. Many human cities had been built within a radius of 15 million kilometers. However, there were not many experts in the human race. There were also no sermons. The sermon spread far and wide. All the Yin order disciples in the 100 Mountains Celestial River could hear it. Li Xuanao suddenly flew into the sky with a serious expression. The Supremacy Tao rushed over and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know that person?" As they often sparred, the two of them quickly formed a friendship. Dan Long, a quasi-sage of the Ren sect. He can be considered our uncle master. He used to be the second disciple of the Ren sect. Li Xuanao's expression was ugly. He knew how powerful Dan Long was. It was not a coincidence that Dan Long had come. The Supremacy Tao comforted, "Don't be afraid. As long as you don't go out, he can't do anything to you." Li Shuanao nodded and took a deep breath. It seems like Li Mui is really angry. Humph, the Ren sect sent such an expert to capture us. In the previous calamity, we asked them for help. Not only did they not help us, they even sent Jiang Dugu to cause trouble for us. Li Shuanao became angrier as he spoke. In the end, he gritted his teeth. The Supremacy Dao was silent. Back then, he was also in heaven. He had been puzzled. He did not expect Li Daokong and Jiang Dugu to be in such a difficult situation. In heaven, everyone had betrayed them. Only Li Daokong and Li Shuanao had persevered until the end of the calamity. This matter quickly spread throughout the Yin sect. All the disciples of the Yin sect knew that the Ren sect was looking for trouble. However, Han Yan did not do anything, so they were not too worried. Han Yan had already detected Dan Long's existence. He was a quasi-sage. Fortunately, Han Yan could kill him instantly, therefore, Han Yan continued to cultivate. He did not take Dan Long seriously. 50 years later, Dan Long finally could not sit still. He came to the 100 Mountains Immortal River and shouted, "Master of the Yin sect, release the first and second disciples of the Ren sect." Han Yan ignored him. After a while, Dan Long frowned. The 100 Mountains Immortal River was silent. No one cared about him. He continued, "This is the intention of the saint. If the Yin sect wants to avoid the world, it's best not to get involved in the matters of other sections." Han Yan still ignored him. Li Shuanao stood in Li Daokong's Daoist temple with a nervous expression. He asked, "Sect master, are you planning to pretend to be dead?" Li Daokong said calmly, "Let's continue watching." The 100 Mountains Immortal River fell silent again. This time, Dan Long was furious. "This is too much. The master of the Yin sect is really not giving me face." Just as he was about to attack, Han Yan's voice floated out. "Who are the first and second disciples of the Ren sect?" Dan Long suppressed his anger and said, "Li Daokong." "Li Shuanao." "I don't know. There are no such two disciples in my sect." "Senior, you might be mistaken. You're playing this trick on me?" "I'll know if there are any." "That won't do. I can't let you in. If your goal is to kill me, wouldn't I be confused?" Upon hearing Han Yan's words, Dan Long laughed out of anger. "Very well," he said disdainfully, "today, whether you agree or not, I'm going in." He immediately rushed towards the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Boom, he crashed into the array formation. He was not shocked. There was clearly an array formation here. Even his spiritual will could not pry inside. Dan Long took out a white jade long sword and slashed out. Pill Dragon slashed out with his sword and his sword chi scattered, landing on the array formation of the Dao field. It created a spectacular wave but did not cause any substantial damage. Seeing that, Pill Dragon frowned and began to wave his sword quickly. His dermic powers poured out like a flood breaking through a dam, shaking the ground. The humans also heard the commotion. Cultivators flew out of the city and watched from afar. They recognized Pill Dragon as the mighty figure who preached to them. What's that immortal doing? There seems to be something blocking him. He wants to barge into the immortal realm? What should we do? Ancestor Zhou Fan once said that we are not allowed to barge into the immortal realm. Could this mighty figure be Ancestor Zhou Fan's enemy? We have no choice. We just have to stay out of it. No matter how Pill Dragon attacked and even affected the human cities, he could not break through the Dao field. The initially nervous hidden sect was amused. The Khanate lifeforms also began to tease Pill Dragon. Li Daokong lamented, "I didn't expect Sect Master to have such an array formation. I can't sense what array formation it is at all." Li Shuanao nodded and laughed mockingly. "Look at Pill Dragon. He's flustered and exasperated. This is the first time I've seen him like this. How embarrassing. He said so many harsh words but he can't barge in. The other saints might be watching." Half an hour later, Pill Dragon gave up. He floated in the air with an extremely gloomy expression. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. He could neither advance nor retreat. If he left just like that, he would not be the only one embarrassed. Ren School would be too. If he continued to force his way in, it would not work. Han Yan's voice floated out. Senior, there's really no one from Ren school in the hidden sect. Please forgive me and leave. He spoke very politely, wanting to give Pill Dragon a way out. However, it was useless to give him a way out now. Pill Dragon could imagine that the saints were staring at him outside the 33 heavens. If he left today, he would really lose face. However, what else could he do? Pill Dragon glanced at the human city in the distance. The human race was so close to the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Could it be related to the hidden sect? Pill Dragon's eyes flickered. Senior, if you want to use the human race to threaten me, is the foundation of Ren school still there? Han Yan's voice sounded again. Pill Dragon could only hear that voice. Hearing this, Dan Long's face turned even uglier. Stop your losses in time. Don't let yourself fall into a state of eternal damnation. Han Yan's voice once again entered Dan Long's ears. He was not afraid of the Pill Dragon. He just did not want to fall out with the entire Ren school now. Dan Long's expression changed after hearing this. He turned around and left. Although he was very unhappy with Han Yan, what Han Yan said was the truth. After the Pill Dragon left, the world regained its calm. Apart from Li Daokong and Li Xuanao, the ones who were affected the most were the humans. After the Pill Dragon's Dao lecture, the human race thought that the Pill Dragon was very strong, but they didn't expect that the Pill Dragon couldn't even break into the immortal land. What kind of powerful being was hidden within the immortal realm? In the years to come, the 100 Mountains Immortal River would become a legend of the human race. Li Daokong and Li Xuanao were completely relaxed. They were no longer worried about being hunted down by Ren school and could cultivate in peace. 10 years later, Han Yan received Xiao Shilai's message in his dream. It began to flood the screen again. Han Yan chose to accept it. He wanted to see what Xiao Shilai had to say. In the dream, as soon as Han Yan appeared, he heard Xiao Shilai ask, "You took in Li Daokong and Li Xuanao?" Han Yan was already prepared. He said, "When I took them in, they no longer belonged to Ren school." Xiao Shilai said, "You have offended Li Mui. You will not have an easy time in the future. Send the two of them to the Buddhist sect." Xiao Shilai had been coveting Li Daokong for a long time. Among the disciples of the Dao sect, Li Daokong was the most talented. Li Daokong did not have a chaotic physique. His talent was mainly reflected in his comprehension. Not to mention the previous calamity, Li Daokong's talent was unique in the previous few calamities. Han Yan said, "Then I have to ask for their opinion. Just hand them over to the Buddhist sect." "I'm afraid not." Han Yan shook his head and pretended to be in a difficult position. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Han Yan was not afraid of falling out with Xiao Shilai. Otherwise, in the long run, Xiao Shilai would definitely make more demands of him. "Han Yan, do you still remember my kindness to you?" Xiao Shilai spoke again. His tone was unprecedentedly cold. Han Yan said, "I remember. I owe you a favor. I will definitely repay you in the future. However, I only want to cultivate now. I don't want to participate in the battle. Li Daokong has done me a favor, so I have to take him in. Of course, if the Buddhist sect is in trouble in the future, I will not stand by and do nothing." He was talking nonsense. He did not have much karma with Li Daokong. Xiao Shilai naturally understood that, but he did not want to push Han Yan away. After all, there were other saints watching. Even if Han Yan offended the Ren school and Xiao Shilai, he could still join the Chan school, Jia Jiao, or even the other heavenly Dao saints. The current Han Yan was not as simple as a variable. The hidden sect had already displayed its potential. Xiao Shilai said, "Just remember what you said. I will help you plead for mercy from the Ren school. I just hope that it won't happen again." "Thank you, Saint." Han Yan immediately replied. "Xiao Shilai has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1, 5 stars, Han Yan ignored it. To a saint, someone who could develop hatred towards him was already considered an enemy. However, Xiao Shilai felt that Han Yan was still useful and did not want to fall out with him for the time being. The dream ended. Han Yan returned to the Taoist temple and continued to cultivate. In any case, saints could not enter the immortal world, let alone break into his Tao field. He did not care at all. However, Qiu Shilai's attitude also proved Li Daokong's talent. If Li Daokong were to attain the Tao and become a saint, Han Yan's heart raced. In the entire hidden sect, apart from him, Li Daokong was definitely the closest existence to a saint. What Han Yan had to do was to nurture the other disciples while cultivating. That way, he could continue to cultivate. If he encountered any problems, his disciples would help him resolve them. After the Pill Dragon left, the Ren school did not send any more mighty figures to cause trouble. They seemed to have given up. The hidden sect competition began again. This time, Li Daokong and Zhao Xianyuan joined. As expected, Li Daokong won first place. Li Xuanao tied with the Supremacy Dao and took second place. Zhao Xianyuan was third, Zhou Fan was fourth, and Li Yao was fifth. There were not many changes in the rankings after that. However, this matter stimulated the disciples of the hidden sect. Would other powerhouses join the hidden sect in the future? They were confident when they were of the same age, but compared to the mighty figures who had lived for countless years, they were definitely far inferior. For a time, the hidden sect was once again filled with hardships. Li Daokong was not arrogant. He challenged Han Yan crazily again and was mercilessly killed in an instant. His Dao heart was almost shattered. After the battle with Han Yan, he even suspected that he was not a sage to be. The difference was too great. Just like that, 800 years passed. On this day, the sky was suddenly filled with purple clouds. It was boundless and rather poignant. Han Yan, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and looked up. His gaze passed through the Taoist temple and looked at the sky. A strong sense of uneasiness was born in his heart. He had not felt so uneasy in a long time. Han Yan pinched his fingers to calculate, but he could not find the source of the uneasiness. He had no choice but to use the evolution function to ask. Why do I feel uneasy? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? This was already the value of a heavenly Tao sage. Han Yan frowned and chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind, and lines of words appeared before his eyes. The three clear divine ancestors, perfected quasi-saint stage, immeasurable emperor, Saint Dharma idol fusion, Daozu's disciple, the strongest in the immortal world. Because you took in Li Daokong and Li Xuanao, the other saints mocked and ridiculed you. Li Muyi was furious and released the three clear divine ancestors, preparing to preach to the immortal world and suppress the Yin sect and the various sects of destiny. The three pure ones had white hair and looked like an immortal. There was nothing special about his appearance. Could it be that Laozi, the prime of Tong Tian, and the heavenly lord of Yuanshi created the fusion of the sages? If that was the case, then he was indeed very strong. Being the strongest in the celestial realm had become a title for luck. Han Yan frowned and asked, "Can I defeat the three clear divine ancestors? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, within the heavenly Tao, you cannot kill the three pure ones' sacred ancestors. Outside the heavenly Tao, you can kill the three pure ones' sacred ancestors." Han Yan raised his eyebrows. So fierce, the three clear sacred ancestors were basically using the entire immortal realm as their Taoist arena, and were invincible within it. However, Han Yan wasn't afraid. The three pure ones weren't saints. They couldn't break into his Tao field. Furthermore, based on the results of the previous developments, the three clear sacred ancestors did not appear to target Han Yan, but the entire immortal world. It's been less than 20,000 years since the end of the cataclysm. I hope you won't cause any trouble and focus on farming. Han Yan thought silently. Under normal circumstances, there were still billions of years before the next immeasurable calamity. They were afraid that there would be interference from the saints. However, even if a sage were to take action, the prerequisite for triggering the calamity was that there must be enough living beings in the immortal world. Without chess pieces, how could he play chess? If the heavenly Tao could not sense the burden, it naturally would not release boundless negative karma. Han Yan stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple. His mood was disturbed by the three pure ones, so he decided to go out for a walk. The secret order's disciples had already left their respective residences and were discussing the phenomenon in the sky. Han Yan came under the fusang tree, and the disciples immediately surrounded him. "Master, what's with this strange phenomenon?" He Yuji asked first. Han Yan smiled and said, maybe it's the birth of some mighty figure. Maybe it's the Ren school that wants to deal with us. If you go out, you'll definitely die. Heiyuji was so scared that he hurriedly nodded and said, I'm not going out. Whoever goes out is an idiot. Tu Ling'er came over and asked, Master, when will you invite me to your Taoist temple? What are you saying? Han Yan knew what Tu Ling'er meant. He said calmly, we'll talk about it when you have a breakthrough. He flashed to the Fusang tree and asked, how's the situation recently? The Fusang tree replied, I formed 2 more spacetime vortexes, but I didn't open them without your permission. Han Yan smiled and said, not bad, you've learned to be obedient. Let's see. As his voice fell, 2 spacetime vortexes appeared in front of Han Yan. Han Yan swept with his divine sense and took the full picture of the 2 worlds into his eyes very quickly. Compared to the major Kiliacosm, these 2 worlds were much weaker. The strongest was also just Daluo. They seemed to have formed their own heavenly Tao. Han Yan frowned and thought. The karma between the 2 worlds' heavenly Tao and the immortal world's heavenly Tao was very weak. As a quasi-sage, Han Yan could divine it without the need for evolution. Han Yan was very curious. Apart from the immortal world and origin deity realm, just how many heavenly Tao worlds were still hidden? Could it be related to the number of saints? Han Yan felt that the strongest should be origin deity realm. But origin deity realm and the immortal world were separated by the dark forbidden zone. They minded their own business and did not interfere with each other. Regarding origin deity realm, Han Yan's idea was to absolutely not step into origin deity realm before being unable to roam the origin deity realm unhindered. After watching for a while, Han Yan lost interest. He made the Fusang tree close the spacetime vortexes and was just about to ask about the Fusang tree's cultivation situation when Heiyuji's scream sounded out from the side. My God! The sky is cracking. Heiyuji's voice was very sharp. It was really a chicken's voice. Han Yan raised his head and looked over, only to see a huge black crack appear in the purple cloud's firmament, stretching to both sides of the horizon. Vaguely, Han Yan saw a pair of eyes currently prying into the immortal world. In front of this pair of eyes, everything appeared insignificant. It was hidden in the darkness, its eyes cold. Han Yan used the simulation trial to detect the surrounding powerful enemies and did not detect the other party. This indicated that the other party was incomparably far away from the 100 Mountains immortal river. 3 pure sacred ancestors? No, wait, Han Yan felt a surge of killing intent. The other party was filled with killing intent towards the immortal world. Very soon, the crack in the sky contracted. The purple clouds also disappeared along with it. Han Yan returned to the Taoist temple. Even if the sky collapsed, it would not affect the Bodhidharma. He was not worried at all. I seem to be a little bloated? Han Yan thought silently. Ever since the Bodhidharma leveled up, his mentality was no longer as cautious as before. Corroborate one's Tao and become a saint first. Otherwise, they would ultimately be ants that could not be hit were still ants, within a majestic palace. Li Mui, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable, and the Heaven End sect leader sat around and meditated. The Heaven End sect leader scoffed, what does Shur Du Dao mean? The South Pole Heavenly Venerable's expression was ugly. I also do not know when he had a grudge with the 3 pure sacred ancestors. Li Mui said, although Shur Du Dao is strong, it is impossible for him to kill the 3 pure sacred ancestors in the immortal world. We do not need to worry. The Heaven End sect leader looked at Li Mui and scoffed, why did you release the 3 pure sacred ancestors? The South Pole Heavenly Venerable also looked at Li Mui with an unfriendly gaze. Li Mui was expressionless, the hidden sect is too strong. If we leave them alone, all the geniuses of the immortal world will be absorbed by them. The Tao sect needs a true powerhouse to pass down the Tao. The Heaven End sect leader and the South Pole Heavenly Venerable still frowned, not believing Li Mui's words. Li Mui said, Shur Du Dao has been wandering around the saint's dojo for many years and almost became Daozu's personal disciple. If he and the 3 pure sacred ancestors go against each other, it will be a huge loss for the Tao sect no matter who wins. We are the successors of the Tao sect and have to stop them. The Heaven End sect leader squinted, the 3 pure sacred ancestors are the restriction of the Tao sect and the Tao extermination divine ability. Daozu passed down the Tao extermination divine ability to Qiu Shilai and Saint Fate secrets, and also created the three pure sacred ancestors for us. They have the ability to slaughter the masses and hope that we can coexist peacefully. However, Saint Fate Secrets has already gone mad and you sent the three pure sacred ancestors. Don't you find it strange? The South Pole Heavenly Venerable's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. It was obvious that there was a gap between the three saints and they could not trust each other. Li Mui said leisurely, since the previous Heavenly Path Saint retired, the three pure sacred ancestors belong to me. I have the right to control them. As for your suspicions, in my opinion, there is no dark forbidden lord at all. The Heaven End sect leader stood up. In that case, do as you wish. He disappeared from the spot. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable also stood up. Right, although the three pure sacred ancestors are strong, can they withstand the Tao extermination divine ability? With that, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable turned into a black shadow and dispersed like mist. Spring passed and autumn came. 700 years passed. The celestial world had not changed in the past 700 years. Take the 100 Mountains Immortal River for example. Because the human race occupied the mountains near the 100 Mountains Immortal River, fewer and fewer connate lifeforms gathered there. After Dan Long's lecture, many great cultivators appeared in the human race. The increase in their strength led to the birth of the human race's ambition. They began to hunt connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts that had yet to transform. In the eyes of the human race, creatures that had yet to transform into humans were no different from ferocious beasts. Humans were the spirits of all living beings, and their outer appearances were profound as well. Before the human race existed, all living beings would generally look the same after taking human form. Goddess Nuwa had created the human race by imitating the appearance of living beings after taking human form. Thus, she obtained the approval of the heavenly Tao, and the human race became the first race of the heavenly Tao. Now, Celestial also maintained the appearance of a human. The hidden sect also saw the battle between the human race and the surrounding connate lifeforms. Han Sun Cheon and the other connate lifeforms who were unnamed disciples of the hidden sect were very unhappy. Wasn't it better to cultivate and not disturb each other? However, because of the barrier of the training hall, they could only grit their teeth. Han Yan did not know about this and had been cultivating in seclusion. He was still far from the perfected quasi-sage stage, but he could feel that he was improving. On this day, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune and cursed Sage Fate Secrets while checking his mail. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a quasi-sage and was seriously injured. Your good friend Xianxia accidentally entered the primordial Phoenix clan's mystic realm. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your grand disciple Feng Liang was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Divine General comprehended a divine power and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Goddess Huta received guidance from a mysterious Almighty and her cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Emo Zhu received guidance from a sage and his cultivation increased greatly. The mysterious curse appeared again. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the Dark Forbidden Lord still had many believers. As they walked down, Han Yan noticed Emo Zhu. Emo Zhu was still in Li Mui's hands. Back then, Li Mui had taken Emo Zhu into her dojo in order to form a relationship with him. Now that he and Li Mui were in conflict, and Emo Zhu was receiving guidance from a sage, he smelled a conspiracy. However, he didn't care. He wanted to use Emo Zhu to threaten him? Impossible. Han Yan's Tao heart was as firm as a rock. He would not be affected. There was nothing else that caught Han Yan's attention. The celestial world was still peaceful, and there were no waves for the time being. 5 days later, Han Yan continued to cultivate. About 20 years had passed. Beside the 100 Mountains Immortal River, a monk was welcomed into a human city. The monk looked to be in his early 40s. He wore a kasaya and held a scepter in his hand. Compared to the beast cloths that the humans wore, he was particularly eye-catching. As soon as he entered the city, he attracted the attention of the human civilians. Ba. The monk murmured softly and began to wander around the city. A few days later, various legends about Buddhism spread in the city. The humans were amazed. Unlike Dan Long who preached the Tao, the monk did not preach the Tao directly. Instead, he spread the various Buddhist legends, letting the people know how mortals obtained the Tao through Buddhism. The stories were immersive and full of persuasion. On the other side, Chu Shiren went to visit Han Yen. Grandmaster, Buddhism sent Zen Buddha to the human race. Zen Buddha is best at bewitching people. If the human race is taken down by him, Buddhism will stop beside the Yin sect. This is not a good thing, Chu Shiren said seriously. He was once the supreme Buddha of Buddhism. He knew the Buddhas of Buddhism very well. He was even familiar with Buddhism's methods. Now that he was a disciple of the Yin sect, he naturally had to consider for the Yin sect. Han Yen said, "It's fine. The 100 Mountains Immortal River has been isolated by my divine ability. No matter what Buddhism does, they won't be able to take half a step into the 100 Mountains Immortal River." Chu Shiren asked, "What if the human race begs you?" Han Yen said, "I'm not close to the human race. The mortal world I came from is actually still there. It's just that I've hidden it in the depths of my soul." His eyes focused, and his spiritual will directly connected to Chu Shiren's spiritual will, pulling it into his star world and instantly arriving at the reroll world. As for the star world, Chu Shiren could not pry into it due to the concealment of the primordial chi. Chu Shiren's spiritual will covered the reroll world and could not help but be shocked. This mortal world, the white-robed Buddha, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and sensed Chu Shiren's spiritual will. He was secretly nervous. Isn't this the Supreme Buddha? On second thought, the Supreme Buddha had already become Han Yan's disciple. There was no need to worry. After a few breaths, Han Yan isolated Chu Shiren's spiritual will. Chu Shiren opened his eyes and took a deep breath. He sighed and said, "Grandmaster, you're really capable. The humans outside are indeed not worth mentioning. You've already left behind a torch for the human race. I admire you." He was speaking sincerely. With Han Yan's cultivation level, the reroll world was not beneficial to him at all. The only reason he could preserve the reroll world was because of the kindness in his heart. There were too few cultivators like Han Yan who could take care of cultivators who were born in the mortal world in the past. The higher one's cultivation level, the weaker one's human nature. In the end, they would become immortals who lived for themselves. Cultivate well. Actually, I value your potential the most. I hope that you can be in the top 3 among the disciples of the hidden sect, Han Yan said as he stared at Chu Shiren. Chu Shiren nodded with a determined gaze. His Tao heart would be more stable if he followed such a kind person. He wanted to assist Han Yan in reaching the peak. When that time came, he would establish a truly peaceful and kind heavenly Tao world. After Chu Shiren left, Han Yan used the simulation trial to test the experts outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Zen Buddha, early stage golden immortal Daluo, one of the Buddhist ancestors. Early stage golden immortal Daluo, he was not weak. Han Yan could not be bothered to go through the simulation trial with him and ignored him. Time passed quickly. More than 1,000 years passed. In the blink of an eye, Han Yan was already 25,000 years old. Zen Buddha was very capable. The human race had already become Buddhist cultivators. Buddhist cultivators had a very high status among the human race. On this day, a group of Buddhist cultivators arrived near the 100 Mountains Immortal River. The leader was an old monk. He was the first to kneel down. The other monks followed suit. "Is Ancestor Zhou Fan here?" The old monk shouted loudly. The other monks began to kowtow. After a while, Zhou Fan's voice floated over. "What's the matter?" He was very impatient. He hated the Buddhist sect the most. He felt that he had been stabbed in the back by the human race. The old monk cried and begged, "Please come out and save the human race. Recently, there has been a plague in the race. Even immortals can't treat it." In the Taoist temple, Zhou Fan frowned. Was he trying to trick him? At that moment, another voice sounded. "Humph, the plague came at the right time. This is the punishment of the heavenly Tao. The human race slaughtered connate life forms wantonly and threw their corpses in the wilderness. This is a sin." It was Li Xuanao's voice. The old monk continued to cry and beg, "Ancestor Zhou Fan, if you don't come, the human race might be wiped out." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying gust of wind blew out from the 100 Mountains Immortal River, directly sending the group of monks flying. Not only them, but everyone within a radius of millions of miles was sent flying to the horizon. The human city was directly razed to the ground. The humans in the wind were not destroyed. They just couldn't control their bodies and could only be swept away by the wind. The entire human race was moved away. It was Han Yan who did it. He moved the entire human race to several regions away from the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Zhou Fan could not help but be stunned when he saw that. Then, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. When he heard that the human race might go extinct, he instinctively felt compassion. However, when the human race was moved away, he suddenly came to a realization. How could the human race go extinct so easily? Many disciples in the hidden sect were from the human race. At the same time, he was shocked by Han Yan's cultivation. His spiritual will could no longer detect the human race. However, Han Yan had blown the human race away in a single breath. His ability was unimaginable. In the Taoist temple, Han Yan looked impatient. All you know is to blabber. You don't know how to be content. Han Yan muttered to himself. Whether the human race was truly in danger or it was Zen Buddha's arrangement, Han Yan could not be bothered to investigate and sent them away. Over the years, the human race had been frantically building cities and had almost surrounded the entire 100 Mountains Immortal River. This was definitely not a coincidence. Unfortunately, they had overestimated themselves. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were a joke. Han Yan probed the ground with his spiritual will. 90% of the 1,000 Qilin eggs had hatched and it was not bad. During this period, the longer a connate life form was in gestation, the higher their physical aptitude. Of course, that was only the physical aptitude. At Han Yan's level, physical aptitude was no longer important. He valued comprehension more. Li Yao's physical aptitude was not top-notch, but her comprehension was extremely strong. That was also the reason why she could catch up with the first-rate disciples of the hidden sect. At this moment, Li Daokong suddenly came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan let him in. Han Yan smiled and asked, "What are you here for?" Li Daokong and Li Xuanao had been well-behaved after joining the hidden sect. It was better than Han Yan had expected. Li Xuanao, in particular, even took the initiative to befriend the other disciples. After being together for so many years, Han Yan had completely accepted them. Li Daokong asked, "May I ask, Order Master, what is our status in the secret order?" Han Yan muttered, "From today onwards, all of you will be the guardians of the Yin sect. You will be the great guardian and Li Xuanao will be the second guardian. What do you think?" Li Daokong smiled and said, "Thank you, Sovereign." He did not dare to think that he was on the same level as Han Yan. Now, his mentality had changed. In his heart, Han Yan was even higher than the heavenly Tao sage. Li Daokong didn't stay either. He bowed and left. Han Yan thought for a moment and called Xianxia in. "From this day onwards, you will be one of the secret order's 3 protectors. Your status is equivalent to that of a second-generation disciple." Hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression changed and he revealed a look of surprise. He asked, "I'm the only protector?" "You are one of the 3 protectors, behind Li Daokong and Li Xuanao." "Huh?" Jiang Yi's smile instantly crumbled. However, on second thought, it did not sound good for him to be in front of Li Daokong. He was no match for Li Daokong. Just like that, Jiang Yi became one of the 3 protectors. He spread the news and was very smug about it. The 3 protectors sounded more powerful than the 4th disciple. The secret order's disciples were envious of this. The protectors sounded more powerful than the disciples. After Li Daokong, Li Xuanao, and Jiang Yi became the protectors, the entire Yin sect felt more united. In the past, the Yin sect had been too lax. Over the years, Han Yan had gradually confirmed the identities of vague people as if he was sending a signal. The Yin sect was getting serious. Nothing could be accomplished without rules. After the humans were moved away, the 100 Mountains Immortal River returned to peace. After witnessing Han Yan's great power, the disciples worked even harder in their cultivation. They yearned for the great ability to move the stars and move mountains and seas. Time flew by. Another 1,000 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation level increased by a lot and he was getting closer and closer to the perfected sage-to-be. What he saw was not the perfected sage-to-be, but the sage realm. the Sage realm was the starting point. On this day, the earth trembled and the mountains shook again. It was not a phenomenon. Instead, there were mighty figures fighting in the distance. Han Yan opened his eyes and saw two Daluo fighting. One of them was a Buddha, while the other had the aura of a god. However, it was not completely similar to the aura of an immortal. It should be celestial. The battle between the Buddha and the heavens was extremely intense. Both sides wanted to kill the other. Han Yan took a glance and lost interest. Chickens pecked at each other. However, judging from this matter, the Buddhist sect had begun to fight with Celestial. It was probably to fight for the position of the heavenly Tao sage. It was fine as long as it did not threaten Han Yan. Xiao the Great has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? Xiao the Great, demon sage, Han Yan did not want to participate and decided to ignore it. A few days later, Xiao the Great once again spoke to Han Yan in his dreams. Han Yan continued to ignore it. The cycle repeated. 5 months later, Xiao the Great had spoken to him in his dreams 7 times. The battle between the Daluo in the distance finally ended. Both sides were injured, but no one died. They fought for a long time. Xiao the Great has spoken to you in your dreams. Do you accept? It's here again. Han Yan frowned and asked secretly, is there any danger in accepting a message in my dreams? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, not yet. Han Yan chose to accept the message in his dreams. In the dream, Han Yan saw Xiao the Great. This place was like chaos. Gray fog surged non-stop. Xiao the Great was dressed in a black robe and looked like the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Yan asked warily, Dark Forbidden Lord? Xiao the Great frowned and said, what Dark Forbidden Lord? I am a sage. I have an urgent matter to tell you in your dreams. Han Yan bowed in fear and said, greetings, sage. Are there any sages looking for you to compete for the heavenly Tao sage? Yes. It's all fake. Goddess Nuwa's primordial purple chi disappeared. The sages want to support a fake sage and share their sage fate with the candidate to help him become a sage on the surface. In fact, they want to use him to perform the Tao Annihilation divine ability. Xiao the Great began to explain to Han Yan what the Tao Annihilation divine ability was. The more Han Yan listened, the deeper his frown. The sage is so ruthless, he actually wants to use the Tao Annihilation divine ability. It turned out that in the last calamity, other than Celestial, the other fate sects suffered heavy losses. When Suchi used the Tao Annihilation divine ability, their disciples did not evacuate and were still in the celestial world. As a result, most of their disciples died. After the calamity ended, the Taoist sages secretly held their breaths and wanted to take revenge. Han Yan was puzzled. Shouldn't the sage take revenge on the fate sect sage? Xiao the Great said, you are the variable that Daozu believes. If the heavenly Tao is in danger, perhaps it will rely on you to reverse the situation. Han Yan said in fear, I don't have that ability. Xiao the Great said impatiently, I have said what I should say. That's all. He waved his hand and the dream shattered. Han Yan's consciousness returned to his body. Is Xiao the Great lying to me? 4 billion years of life will be deducted. Continue? Continue, no, Han Yan was stunned. The demon sage stopped the Taoist sage from destroying the world. Was the script flipped? Wait, Daozu did not destroy the demon and even allowed the demon to become a sage. Is there something else? From what Han Yan knew, the heavenly Tao sages were not necessarily good. They all had their own camps and schemed against the heavens. From this point of view, they might not be as noble and kind as Xiao the Great. Han Yan did not try to figure out what the sage's ambitions were. It did not affect him anyway. It was enough to curse Sage Fengji into madness. If he continued, the heavenly Tao might collapse again. Han Yan just wanted to hide in the dojo and cultivate. 3 years later. I, Taoist Tian Qing, have set up a dojo to preach the Tao in the southernmost land, the Sea of Red and Blue. I will preach the Tao to all living beings. I will preach the Tao 100 years later. All living beings can come and listen to the Tao and comprehend the Tao of immortality. The voice resounded throughout the immortal world. Han Yan calculated that the other party was a golden immortal Daluo. A golden immortal Daluo dares to preach the Tao of immortality, that's courting death. Isn't he afraid of offending the sages? On second thought, the other party might be a disciple of the sages. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. In the next 1,000 years, there were many powerful beings who preached the Tao to the entire immortal world. There was a trend of hundreds of schools of thought contending. 1,000 years later, Han Yan finally approached the perfected quasi-sage. It had been almost 7,000 years since the last breakthrough. Han Yan was overwhelmed with emotions. He first cursed Sage Fengji and celebrated. 5 days later, the curse ended. Han Yan continued to cultivate. In a spurt of energy, perfected, at the same time, there were uninvited guests outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River. These were 3 humanoid creatures with inhuman appearances. They arrived at the top of a hill, and the one in the lead was an eagle-headed humanoid creature. He wore a purple robe with the edges of his robe scarlet red. The eagle-headed being frowned. "I can't see through it with my divine sense." As expected of the immortal world's #1 forbidden land. The snake-headed being next to him asked, "Big brother, are we going to force our way in?" The eagle-headed being shook his head. "We can't act rashly before we're sure. It hasn't been easy for Chujun Sanxian. We can't be careless. There are many powerful beings hidden in the immortal world. If there is one in the 100 Mountains Immortal River, we'll have to be polite." Hearing that, the other 2 beings looked at each other and nodded. And so, Chujun Sanxian began to take root nearby and built his own cave abode. Under the Fusong tree. Heyu Ji shouted, "There are 3 shape-shifting beings living outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River, all of them are immortal emperors." Ada snorted and said, "He's just an immortal emperor. What's there to be concerned about?" The waiter nodded. Immortal emperor, the secret sect had no lack of immortal emperors. After so many years, they and the fiends had begun to break through to the divine realm. Tengu asked curiously, "They wouldn't want to trespass into our 100 Mountains Immortal River, would they?" "That can't be right?" "TSK, do you think he has a dog's brain?" "What do you mean?" "Be more courteous, he's Grandpa Chicken's son. You aren't humans." "That's one thing, but don't bully the heavenly dog. He has the support of the second guardian now. He's amazing." The disciples of the Yin sect under the Fusong tree began to chat and laugh. They did not take Chujun Sanxian seriously at all. Not to mention an immortal emperor, even if a quasi-sage were to attack, the hidden sect disciples would not panic. 500 years later. Han Yan had finally reached the stage where he could break through. He was in a good mood and immediately went into seclusion. While he was in seclusion, Chujun Sanxian could not sit still any longer. They began to try to break into the 100 Mountains Immortal River, but they were stopped by the array. "How dare you!" A loud roar was heard, scaring Chujun Sanxian so much that he quickly retreated. A man in white appeared in the sky above the 100 Mountains Immortal River and looked down at Chujun Sanxian. An expert, Chujun Sanxian was shocked by the man's temperament, as if he had seen a legendary sage. Xianxia Taixian said, "We are Chujun Sanxian and have come to the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Before this, we have been here for 500 years and have not seen anyone, so we took the liberty of trespassing. I hope you won't be angry. Also, can you take us in?" The man in white frowned and said, "Take you in? I can't make the decision. I advise you to give up. Even a quasi-sage can't break in." "Can't make the decision," Xianxia Taixian asked carefully, "You are in the 100 Mountains Immortal River, unofficial disciples." "Insignificant. It's just that I live at the border, so I came to stop you and advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, the Almighty of the Yin sect can destroy you in one breath." The man in white said impatiently. "Unofficial disciples?" Chujun Sanxian was shocked. At this moment, the man in white turned and left, quickly disappearing. Snake-headed great immortal said excitedly, "Big brother, there really is an almighty here." Xianxia Taixian took a deep breath and said, "We can't leave. Since the Almighty of the 100 Mountains Immortal River didn't do anything to us, it means that they have compassion in their hearts. As long as we show enough sincerity, we will definitely be able to move them. Moreover, our talents are not bad." The other 2 great immortals nodded in agreement. They called themselves the 3 immortals, but they knew that they were not immortals. They needed someone to rely on, therefore, Chu Jun Xianxia continued to stay near the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Every once in a while, they would come to the array and kowtow together, hoping to move the Almighty. Just like that. 50 years passed. Han Yan had successfully broken through. The feeling of his dharmic power skyrocketing and becoming stronger brought great satisfaction to Han Yan's empty heart. He opened his stats panel to check. Name, Han Yan, lifespan, 27,55398 9000 9999 9999 9999 9999 Race, Primordial Chaos Fiend Celestial, Immeasurable Emperor, Cultivation, Quasi-Primordial Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, Cultivation Technique, Primordial Chaos Reincarnation Great Tao Level, Heavenly Cycle Body Tempering Technique, Great Tao, Life and Death Great Tao, Karma Great Tao, Pinnacle Great Tao. His lifespan did not double. Instead, it increased by 1/3. Next, Han Yan could break through to the Tao Validation Realm. Han Yan continued to consolidate his cultivation and spent 27 years. After spending a few more months, he raised all his Sword Tao divine abilities to the limit. Han Yan was about to cultivate the Supreme Freedom Dharma form when Han Sun Qiong came to see him. Han Yan asked him to enter the Taoist temple. Han Sun Qiong knelt in front of Han Yan and said, "Grandmaster, many living beings have come to the 100 Mountains Immortal River recently. They are all from the various sects of destiny. It's rumored that the 100 Mountains Immortal River contains the primordial chaos violet vapor that can be used to attain the Tao. This is not good." His expression was solemn. The 100 Mountains Immortal River's array formation was powerful, but it could not withstand the gathering of living beings from the world. Han Yan said, "So be it. They can't barge in." Primordial chaos violet vapor, he did not know who was behind this. He would deal with him later. Han Yan only wanted to attain the Tao now. Han Sun Qiong asked carefully, "I heard from the living beings outside that it was a sage who said it. This is very significant. Who doesn't believe the words of a sage? When the time comes, even a quasi-sage might come. Can our array formation withstand it?" Han Yan's eyes turned cold. "Mind your own business and cultivate more. The hidden sect has experienced many tribulations. What hasn't it seen? Don't spread such rumors in the sect and affect other people's cultivation. Do you understand?" In an instant, Han Sun Qiong felt a terrifying pressure. He almost suffocated and hurriedly nodded. Han Yan waved his hand, indicating for him to leave. Han Sun Qiong hurriedly left the Taoist temple. "Sage?" Han Yan was disdainful. He did not directly curse the sage. At this juncture, he definitely could not directly curse the sage. Once he did, his identity would be exposed. Anyway, it would be useless even if the sage personally barged in. Han Yan only had one goal now: attaining the Tao and becoming a sage. After giving it some thought, Han Yan decided to find out who was behind this. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. Celestial Venerable of the South Pole. Han Yan was not surprised. No matter who it was, he would not be shocked. The Celestial Venerable of the South Pole was the sect master of Chan School. Han Yan could target Chan School to take revenge on him. That way, his identity would not be easily exposed. It was related to the primordial violet chi. It could not have been planned by the entire Chan School. It must have been arranged by the saint. Han Yan decided to put this matter aside for now and deal with it later. Even if all the living beings in the immortal world were to attack the 100 Mountains Immortal River, they wouldn't be able to break through the formation. Everyone below the sage level was nothing but an ant. Moreover, the sage's true body could not enter. Han Yan began to cultivate the Tai Freedom Dharma form. Once again, he had a breakthrough. He wondered how many Dharma forms he could cultivate this time. 30 years later. Han Yan cultivated the Lawless Devil God, Rainbow Devil God, Void Devil God, Curselight Devil God, Stone Devil God, Space-Splitting Devil God, Time Devil God, Shuttle Devil God, Profound Desire Devil God, Fear Devil God, Meng Lang Devil God, Blade Devil God, Concealment Devil God, Chi Devil God, and Heart Devil God. A total of 15 Fiend Celestials, a total of 49 Demon Gods. Han Yan's strength soared, and he began the simulation trial. Just like before, Anyone below the level of a saint would be instantly killed. The only change was that Han Yan could now fight against a sage. He challenged the Fushi Tian and summoned the 49 demon god Dharma Laksana to a draw with the Fushi Tian. The 49 demonic god Dharma appearances each represented a type of law. To be more precise, they were a weakened version of the Great Tao. When they were unleashed together, they could destroy the world. However, it was a draw. Han Yan was furious. Even this couldn't kill the heavenly sage, then how would he be able to kill enemies of a higher realm in the future? Han Yan was very dissatisfied with his own combat strength. He began to fight against the Fushi Tian in a frenzy. After 10 years, Han Yan was still unable to kill the Fushi Tian. It had to be said that the heavenly sage was indeed the best. If you want to kill a saint, you might have to sever the providence of the heavenly Tao. Han Yan muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. During the battle, he killed the Fushi Tian many times, but the guy was resurrected very quickly, as if he could not be killed. In the face of an unkillable existence, even Han Yan was on the verge of collapsing. If I really face a saint in the future, he might explode to death and then ambush me again. Han Yan thought of a scene and his hair stood on end. Fortunately, he had the simulation trial. Otherwise, he would have definitely failed miserably. Han Yan decided that after attaining his Tao, he would battle with every sage for 100 years and find the easiest way to kill them, killing them in one strike. Han Yan stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple while stretching his body. All disciples, prepare to hear the preaching. Han Yan's voice resounded throughout the 100 Mountains Immortal River. All the disciples became excited and swarmed toward the Tao listening ground. Even Li Daokong and Li Xuana rushed over as soon as possible. Obviously, they had been looking forward to it for a long time. Outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River, countless living beings had gathered. As far as the eye could see, there were too many to count. A huge bird hovered in the sky. Its black feathers were as shiny as molten iron. It had a wingspan of 1,000 feet and looked like an eagle with 3 cat-like tails. There are so many immortals in there. The 3-tailed eagle cried out excitedly, its voice spreading in all directions. With so many immortals in the 100 Mountains Immortal River, the legend of the primordial violet chi might be true. Immortals? Hiss. Why are there so many? They can indeed be considered immortals in human form. So the insect really exists. What are they doing? I can't sense their aura. It seems that there's a powerful array formation blocking them. The living beings discussed animatedly. There was no lack of Taoists in human form. There were so many immortals in the Yin sect. How were they going to break in? At this moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. A terrifying giant tens of thousands of feet tall rushed over from the horizon with an unstoppable momentum. The giant was bare-chested and his muscles seemed to be made of huge and hard rocks. It was very visually shocking. His hair was disheveled as he crashed into the 100 Mountains Immortal River's array formation with an unstoppable momentum. The terrifying wind and waves caused thousands of living beings to be sent flying. It's an ancient god of the Connate rock race. Someone exclaimed. His voice was filled with excitement as if he could see the 100 Mountains Immortal River's array breaking. The ancient god of the rock race frowned. He couldn't break through the array formation. He continued to use all his strength, unwilling to give up. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. In the 100 Mountains Immortal River, Han Yan sat on the mountain peak and preached. He couldn't help but frown when he heard the rumbling in the distance. He wasn't the only one. The disciples who were listening also looked annoyed. Han Yan raised his right hand. The disciples who were focused on him couldn't help but look at his right hand. Whoosh, a beam of sword chi suddenly shot out from Han Yan's right index finger. In an instant, it shot into the distance and blasted the ancient god of the rock race's head. Shattered rocks flew everywhere. Whoosh, all the living beings were frightened. Don't be afraid. The ancient god of the rock race can't be killed. There were creatures who shouted loudly, wishing to stabilize the army's morale. The ancient god of the rock race disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. His huge body directly collapsed. Han Yan continued preaching. How could a mere deity withstand his power as a quasi-sage? An immortal body was only relative. Compared to the immortality of a sage, the ancient god of the rock race was nothing. After the ancient god of the rock race was destroyed, the surrounding living beings all fell silent. No one dared to rush into the 100 Mountains immortal river. Han Yan could finally preach in peace. This preaching lasted for 50 years. After 50 years, Han Yan was about to stand up. Li Daokong asked telepathically, "Sect Master, do you need me to go out and deal with it?" Han Yan thought for a moment and said, "Sure, but don't go too far. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by the sage." Li Daokong nodded and flew out. Han Yan opened a hole in the training hall and let Li Daokong out. Han Yan stood up and walked toward the Taoist temple. Along the way, he heard the sounds of fighting and crying. In this era, Grand Luo was definitely an invincible existence that dominated a region. The sounds of fighting also awakened the disciples who were still comprehending the Tao. 13th Heaven, Celestial Main Hall. Xianxia flicked his sleeves and shouted angrily, "What's the meaning of this? The Buddhists want to declare war on Celestial?" The celestial people in the hall looked at each other, but no one took the initiative to answer. When Xianxia saw their expressions, he was furious. The seemingly glorious Celestial was in fact not stable at all. He, the divine ancestor, was completely a figurehead. Almost all the celestial experts had their own camps. Even the Buddhist cultivators that he hated now, the divine general stood out and said, "I'm willing to go and teach the Buddhists a lesson." Xianxia's anger eased. He said, "This matter needs to be discussed again." The Buddhists openly challenged Celestial's prestige. Who else is behind this? It's worth investigating. By the way, you've all heard the rumors of the primordial violet vapor. Now, the various schools of fate are spreading the rumor of the primordial violet vapor. I don't believe it. How can there be so many opportunities to prove the Tao? Only one sage has fallen. What do you think of the demon? Demon, all the celestial people in the hall were moved. The atmosphere became serious. Heavenly Ancestor, why did you mention the demon? The demon is an irreconcilable enemy of us cultivators. A white-haired old Taoist priest stood out and said. His words broke the silence, causing the other celestial mighty figures to speak out in support. At the mention of the demon, they all gritted their teeth, causing Xianxia to frown slightly. The hall fell into an uproar. Other than Xianxia, everyone else was condemning the demon's sins. After a long while, after everyone was quiet, Xianxia slowly asked, "I want to ask, what grudges do you have with the demon? Don't mention the primordial legends, just talk about yourselves." Hearing this, the celestial mighty figures looked at each other. They did not think along with Xianxia's words, but they were doubtful in their hearts. Was the heavenly ancestor possessed by the demon, or was his Tao heart blinded? How could he be so rebellious? Even the way the heavenly god general looked at Xianxia changed. Facing the strange gazes of his subordinates, Xianxia was almost angered to death. These guys really could not be communicated with. Xianxia suppressed his anger, shook his head, and waved his hand to signal everyone to leave. 30 years had passed since Han Yan's Tao preaching ended. Under Li Daokong's powerful attack, the living beings who wanted to come and fight for the primordial violet vapor were chased away. Those who remained were low-level living beings who showed that they had no evil intentions. After that battle, the hidden sect's reputation was once again established. The news of Li Daokong joining the hidden sect quickly spread throughout the celestial world. The news of the eldest disciple of the Ren school joining the hidden sect caused criticism in the celestial world. The hidden sect was completely famous and was getting closer and closer to becoming a first-rate power in the celestial world, at least in terms of reputation. On this day, Han Yan cursed Saint Fengji. Although he had just broken through, he did not spend a lot of his lifespan to target Saint Fengji. After the simulation trial, Han Yan felt that the possibility of cursing Saint Fengji to death was almost zero. He just had to maintain his mentality and preserve his lifespan in the future. Han Yan was not far from proving his Tao. When the time came, he would personally kill Saint Fengji. He stood up and swayed his waist. At this moment, the strange deity rushed in and stopped in front of him. It paced around continuously as if it was in a hurry. Han Yan communicated with it telepathically. "You said you want to go out?" Han Yan frowned and asked. The strange divine spirit nodded. Although it couldn't speak and its expression couldn't be seen, it accurately displayed a pitiful appearance. Han Yen subconsciously wanted to refuse, but the strange gods rarely expressed such a strong desire. Moreover, even if this fellow was released, no one would be able to see his existence. Even Li Daokong could not detect the strange god spirit. The strange god spirit passed by Li Daokong, and although Li Daokong frowned, he did not discover anything. "What do you want to do?" The strange god's hands kept waving. Han Yen couldn't understand it at all and could only rely on telepathy. After all, they had fused together a long time ago. The reason why it wanted to go out was that there was something outside that was attracting it. It really wanted to take a look. Han Yen secretly used the evolution function. What attracted it? 2 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, misfortune, resentment, killing intent, and karma. Han Yen frowned and continued to ask, is there a saint who is plotting against it? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, no. Han Yen was relieved and looked at the strange deity. Come back quickly, don't harm living beings. The strange deity furiously nodded. Han Yen waved his hand and sent it away. The strange deity had its own way of becoming stronger. Other than relying on Han Yen, it didn't need to cultivate at all, so there was no point in keeping it around to cultivate. Its departure didn't cause any commotion in the Yin sect, because other than Han Yen, no one else knew of its existence, even if it often wandered around the 100 Mountains Immortal River. After stretching his body, Han Yen sat down on the 36th rank reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus again and began to comprehend the primordial chaos samsara grand Tao. The primordial chaos samsara grand Tao recorded several ways to prove one's Tao. The worst way was to prove one's Tao by relying on the primordial chaos purple vapor. Therefore, the primordial chaos purple vapor was actually the key to the heavenly Tao. Only by obtaining this key could one open the heavenly Tao, obtain the heavenly Tao's providence, and rely on the power of the heavenly Tao to become a saint. As long as the heavenly Tao was not destroyed, it was very difficult for heavenly Tao saints to die, unless they encountered an immeasurable calamity. Han Yen naturally wouldn't take this path. He didn't want to tie his life to the heavenly Tao. He wanted to take the strongest way to prove one's Tao with strength, rely on one's great magic power to forcefully break through the shackles of the realm and reach the realm of immortality. The so-called proving one's Tao with strength was to cultivate a great Tao, and Han Yan's ultimate source great Tao was equivalent to the collection of 3,000 great Taos. If he succeeded in proving his Tao, he felt that he would definitely be the most perfect saint. He would also be the most powerful saint. What Han Yen needed to do now was to fuse the ultimate source great Tao with his body and soul. He would become a great Tao and not drive the power of the great Tao. In summary, it was very simple, but in reality, it was very difficult. The body couldn't withstand the power of the great Tao, but Han Yen had the stellar primordial body, so it was easier for him to cultivate than a heavenly Tao life form. Han Yen still couldn't predict when he would prove his Tao, but he would definitely do it, at the edge of the 100 Mountains Celestial River. Han Sanqian stood at the foot of the hill, and Chu Jun Sanxian stood 10 steps away. These 10 steps were the isolation zone of the Tao Field's array formation. It was formless and colorless, but it did exist. Yingshou Taixian said carefully, "Senior, we have investigated the matter that you asked us to investigate. The one with the best talent in the vicinity should be the long-armed ape monkey. This long-armed ape monkey is one of the 4 spiritual monkeys. It is said that in the ancient times, the 4 spiritual monkeys were incredible existences. There was once a long-armed ape monkey that was praised by a saint." Han Sanqian raised his eyebrows and said, "What is his cultivation level?" "The Arch Realm. Help me recruit him. If you guys work hard for me, I will help you guys to be let in the next time the insect recruits disciples." "Thank you, Senior," Chu Jun Sanxian said in surprise. Then, he knelt down and kowtowed to Han Sanqian. Han Sanqian waved his hand indifferently, and Chu Jun Sanxian followed him and left. Seeing them leave, Han Sanqian couldn't hold back his expression and let out a long breath. "Even if I pretend, I am still far from Grandmaster. Maybe I lack light behind me?" Han Sanqian mumbled to himself, and his eyes were filled with envy. What he coveted the most was the yin-yang protection sun and moon behind Han Yen. It was too pretentious. Han Suncheon had never seen an existence with a stronger aura than Han Yen. Even his grand disciple felt suffocated every time he faced Han Yen. Then, Han Suncheon turned and prepared to leave. "Little friend." An old voice floated over, and Han Suncheon turned to look. He saw a stooped figure emerge from the ground. He had white hair and a youthful face. He was holding a walking stick and looked kind. Han Suncheon raised his eyebrows, as if he was surprised that the other party emerged from the ground. The old man smiled and said, "I am the earth deities of the 100 Mountains Celestial River. I was sent by Celestial. Can you introduce me to the leader of the Een sect?" "Earth deities? Celestial?" Han Suncheon frowned, his expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself. The old man smiled, "That's right, I'm the earth deities appointed by Celestial. It's your blessing that I'm here in the 100 Mountains Immortal River." "Blessing?" Han Suncheon was instantly enraged and cursed, "F***ck off, do you think you're worthy?" His language memories came from Hanju. He spoke like Hanju, cursing but not cursing. He was only moved because he had never heard of Celestial. Most living beings did not know of the high and mighty Celestial, and the disciples of the Een sect who knew of Celestial's existence had a huge gap in seniority with Han Suncheon. They could not be bothered with him, let alone talk about the current immortal world. Earth deities was stunned, he did not expect Han Suncheon to suddenly fall out with him. Then, his old face flushed red, he pointed at Han Suncheon and said in a trembling voice, "You, impudent." Han Suncheon cursed, "Get out of here. Do you think you're worthy of the Een sect's blessing? Do you think I won't call for help?" Earth deities trembled with anger, but he was really afraid that Han Suncheon would call for help. The Een sect was notorious, if not for Celestial's appointment, he would not have dared to come. He stomped his feet, burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Han Suncheon snorted in disdain. Han Suncheon did not spread the news of earth deities in the Een sect, so the disciples did not know about it. Han Yen was still in endless seclusion cultivation. Han Yen had been full of excitement for cultivation ever since he reached the quasi-saint stage. He wanted to reach the sage stage as soon as possible. Time passed, and the world changed. Looking back, it was as if everything had happened in an instant. 1,500 years had passed. Han Yen was still far from proving his Tao, but he was much stronger than before. On this day, Han Yen had once again finished explaining the great Tao to the secret order. After so many lectures, all the disciples had embarked on the cultivation path of the ultimate source great path before the secret order had expanded. The extreme source great Tao was extremely inclusive. Even the quasi-sage Li Daokong could easily enter the Tao. After so many years of cultivation, his Tao fruit had already transformed into the extreme source great Tao fruit. Right now, the disciple that Han Yen looked forward to the most was Li Daokong. His expectations for him exceeded those of the supremacy Tao, Li Yao, and Zhao Xianyuan. Of course, he could only hide this thought in his heart and could not say it out loud. He valued every single one of his disciples the most. Han Yen was just about to return to the Taoist temple when he suddenly felt something. He raised his hand and summoned the strange spirit from outside the Taoist temple. After so many years, the strange god had indeed become much stronger. Han Yen could sense that it contained enough power to destroy an ordinary quasi-sage. What did this guy do? The strange god was obviously very excited to see Han Yen again. It stuck to his body and rubbed against him non-stop. Han Yen played with it for a while and then let it do as it pleased. The strange god could now control its own power and would not threaten the other living beings in the secret order. As soon as he returned to the Taoist temple, Han Yen received a dream from the sage before he could meditate. "The Xianxia sect leader has spoken to you in a dream. Do you accept?" "Ignore, I want to see if you're as anxious as Xiao the Great and Xiao Shilai." Han Yen thought to himself. He meditated and began to cultivate. Sure enough, not all sages were as thick-skinned as Xiao Shilai. The Xianxia sect leader had only spoken to him once in a dream and then stopped. A few months later. "Feng Liang has spoken to you in a dream. Do you accept?" Feng Liang. Han Yen opened his eyes with a strange expression. In the past, the sages had spoken to him in dreams. When did Feng Liang learn this ability? After thinking about it, Han Yen chose to accept. After entering the dream, Han Yan could clearly sense the structure of the dream. It was extremely fragile. He could shatter it with a thought. Feng Liang was still very weak. The dream was in the Lingxiao palace. When Feng Liang saw Han Yan, he immediately walked over and bowed. The yin-yang shield behind Han Yan was bursting with divine light, so that Feng Liang could not see his expression clearly. Feng Liang said, "I've rashly disturbed Grandmaster this time because of a major matter." Han Yan responded, "Oh? Xianxia has been taken over. Now, Celestial has secretly changed masters. More than 1,000 years ago, Celestial sent earth deities to the 100 Mountains Immortal River, but they were humiliated. Recently, Celestial is preparing to deal with the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Xianxia asked me to tell you this." "That's it?" Han Yan was disdainful. He was already an enemy of the sages. Who would dare to cause trouble for him? It was not that Han Yan was arrogant, but that was his strength. Feng Liang said, "Grandmaster, you can't be careless. Celestial is mixed with good and bad and involves too many forces. Not only that, recently, some people in the human race have been spreading rumors about the Yin sect, saying that the Yin sect has harmed the human race. They seem to want to smear the Yin sect as a demon." Han Yan shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry about the Yin sect. You've been away for too long and don't know the situation of the Yin sect." Hearing this, Feng Liang asked carefully, "May I ask how many immortal state experts there are in the Yin sect?" Now, Feng Liang was already in the immortal state. If not for the fact that he was defeated in the catastrophe in heaven, his cultivation would not have skyrocketed. Han Yan hesitated for a moment and said, "More than you think." In any case, Feng Liang was also from the Yin sect and had helped the disciples of the Yin sect in heaven many times. Han Yan still hoped that he would realize his mistake and return to the Yin sect to cultivate. Although Feng Liang was already the inheritor of Daozu, Zhou Fan was still in the Dharma state of Shikido Sei. Han Yan was not afraid of people with powerful backgrounds entering the Yin sect. As long as it was not the sage himself, Feng Liang was silent. He felt sour and his hands were clenched tightly in his sleeves. He wanted to say that he would return to the Yin sect, but the word was stuck in his throat and he could not say it. Han Yan did not understand what he was worried about and said meaningfully, "As long as you want to come back, you can come back at any time. You don't have to worry about any trouble. Don't wait until you're on the opposite side of the Yin sect before you want to come back. When that time comes, don't blame me for being heartless." Feng Liang took a deep breath. He knew that Han Yan was not joking. Han Yan was very good to him, but Han Yan was never soft-hearted. Back in the mortal realm, Han Yan, who was only a mortal, dared to challenge the people of heaven. Now, Han Yan naturally did not fear the sage. Feng Liang fell into a dilemma. Han Yan waved his hand and broke the dream, leaving only one sentence. "If you don't come back, no one in the Yin sect will remember you." When his consciousness returned to the Taoist temple, Han Yan did not think too much and continued to cultivate. Whether Feng Liang came back or not was his decision. Han Yan had already done what he could. He could not force Feng Liang to come back. If he did, would he be the Grandmaster or the father? That day, Li Xuanao came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan asked him to enter the Taoist temple. Li Xuanao came in front of Han Yan and bowed. "Sect Master, I want to take in a disciple. It's one of the 4 spiritual monkeys, the long-armed ape monkey. He has outstanding talent and I'm confident that I can teach him to become a Daluo or even stronger." "That's right. Sect Master, there might be an entire tribe of long-armed ape monkeys behind the long-armed ape monkeys. I have a bold idea." "Long-armed ape monkeys?" Han Yan raised his eyebrows. He could not help but think of Journey to the West. Not only Journey to the West, there were also long-armed ape monkeys in the Investiture of the Gods. The long-armed ape monkey race, there were indeed many legends about the 4 spiritual monkeys. Han Yan would not question the aptitude of the 4 spiritual monkeys, but he did not expect the long-armed ape monkeys to have a race. Han Yan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you think?" Li Xuanao adjusted his emotions and said, "There's not much meaning in directly recruiting the long-armed ape monkey race into the hidden sect. We need a secret force outside, and that's the case for the Ren school. Almost all the major races have their own forces. On the surface, there's only senior brother and I. When the calamity begins, even if senior brother and I enter the calamity, everyone will not think that the Ren school can threaten the heavenly Tao. However, the truth is that the Ren school has the most cultivators in Celestial. Among the saints, the Ren school is the biggest winner. Han Yan understood what he meant. He felt that there was no need, but if the disciples wanted to find something to do, it would be fine. He thought for a moment and said, choose a long-armed ape monkey to enter the hidden sect. You can persuade him however you want. Li Xuana was overjoyed. He quickly bowed and turned to leave. Han Yan was not worried that he would play tricks. After all, he had a 6-star favorability. Moreover, he was already a cultivator of the ultimate source Tao. He was tied to the same boat as Han Yan. 74 years later. In the Taoist temple, Han Yan was cultivating. I am the celestial god of war, the heavenly god general. I summon all living beings in the celestial world to recruit immortals for the celestial world. I will open up the myriad worlds. Anyone who has reached the grand unity golden immortal realm can come to see me outside the 13th heaven and ask for a godhood. This voice was like thunder that resounded throughout the celestial world. Han Yan opened his eyes with a strange expression. Celestial world recruiting immortals, this was exterminating the heaven. From then on, everyone would think that celestial represented immortals. What was the use of the heaven, when the number of immortals in the heaven decreased and only Feng Liang was left? It would be the time of Feng Liang's death. Han Yan could not help but think of the celestial ruler. The celestial ruler had once entrusted him with the task of helping when the heaven was in danger. However, now was not the most difficult time in heaven, and Han Yan did not dare to act recklessly before he attained the Tao. You guys continue with your performance. Once I become a saint, I'll settle all the scores. Han Yan snorted. Celestial also wanted to scheme against him, and now she even schemed against heaven. He would have to teach her a lesson in the future. Han Yan suddenly thought of his first Tao companion, Xianxia, who was also in Celestial. On a whim, he used the dark nightmare to deliver a message to Xianxia. The two of them entered the dreamscape. The scenery was picturesque, the sky was blue and the clouds were white. A cool breeze blew through the forest, soothing one's heartstrings. Han Yan saw Xianxia again. Compared to 20,000 years ago, she had changed a lot. She was wearing a purple dress, and her posture was dignified. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold, and her eyes were filled with disdain. Thinking back to the first time they met, Xianxia had disguised herself as a mediocre person. When Xianxia saw Han Yan, she could not help but be vigilant. The yin-yang protection moon's divine light covered Han Yan's appearance, making it impossible for her to see clearly. She was in the middle of cultivating when she was suddenly pulled into the dreamscape. This made her subconsciously vigilant. Soon, she seemed to have thought of something and asked cautiously, Han Yan? Han Yan smiled and said, how have you been? The last time they met was in the dreamscape, and it had been 10,000 years. As he grew older, he could not help but feel emotional when he saw an old friend. The main reason was that Han Yan had not met many people in his life. One death was one less. Xianxia revealed a smile and sized up Han Yan. She said, I'm very good. It seems like you're doing even better. The Yin sect was founded by you, right? Han Yan was not surprised. His identity could no longer be hidden, especially to those who knew him. That's right. How are you doing in Celestial? Han Yan asked. He always remembered that Xianxia had given him cultivation resources in the early days. Xianxia said, I'm just fishing in troubled waters. I have no real power. By the way, Celestial might be targeting the 100 Mountains Celestial River. You should be careful. Han Yan said, I already know. I haven't visited you in a long time. If you're not happy in Celestial, you can come to me anytime. As for Celestial's plan, even a human demi-saint could not break in. Celestial will not succeed. Xianxia smiled and said, all right, I'm willing to join the Yin sect. So straightforward, Han Yan was stunned. Xianxia Jun said, I like the hidden sect's atmosphere very much. Previously, I didn't agree mainly because I wanted to fight for the light from Providence. Now that I've obtained it, I'll naturally enter the hidden sect if you let me. However, before I enter, I want to obtain something for you. What is it? You'll know when the time comes. It's definitely a surprise. All right. Han Yan smiled and agreed, but he did not think much of it. What? You're going to come to me with a Hong Meng immortal vapor? Han Yan began to reminisce with Xianxia and listen to Xuanqing's experiences over the years. Xianxia said that because of Han Yan's influence, she also liked to cultivate. After the cataclysm ended, she rarely went out. But the few times she went out were very rich and could be written into adventure stories. Han Yan listened with great interest. The two chatted for a long time. The dream came to an end. Han Yan's consciousness returned to the real world. Through the conversation with Xianxia, he could tell that Xianxia was very dissatisfied with Celestial. Not only her, but there were also many conflicting voices in Celestial. The main reason was that Celestial was too chaotic and the internal competition was too fierce. In response to that sentence, the emperors took turns to sit. Xianxia had completely become a puppet and his power often changed. This made the loose immortals in Celestial feel bad. In the long run, Celestial would collapse. In this case, it was normal for Xianxia to want to leave. Han Yan silently thought, should I let Celestial have internal strife? He heard Xianxia mention that the person in power recently was a person called Zhao Quan. His origin was mysterious and he didn't know which sect he came from, but his connections were very wide. Damn, Han Yan decided to curse Zhao Quan and set off an internal power struggle in Celestial so that he wouldn't always stare at the 100 Mountains Immortal River. But he couldn't curse now. Wait, 50 years later. Han Yan had just finished cursing Sage Fengji and started cursing Celestial Zhao Quan. He was very careful, afraid that he would accidentally curse Zhao Quan to death. He cursed for one day and gave up. He felt it was enough. Zhao Quan must have been scared to death. Han Yan was in a good mood and put down the Book of Misfortune to continue cultivating. As he expected, Celestial was in chaos. Through the mail, Han Yan saw that the Great Divine General and Xianxia were attacked one after another. It was really tragic. Half a month later, Li Xuanao came and said that the long-armed ape monkey he chose was waiting outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yan directly moved him into the hall and let Li Xuanao entertain him. As for seeing the long-armed ape monkey, Han Yan didn't have any thoughts for the time being. His cultivation was different now and his identity was different. How could he casually meet people? Above the mountains, Li Xuanao and the long-armed ape monkey stepped on white clouds. The long-armed ape monkey was a human-shaped monkey with a burly figure. He scratched his ears and cheeks and kept looking around, full of curiosity about the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Li Xuanao warned, in the 100 Mountains Immortal River, you can't have conflicts with anyone or I can't protect you. The long-armed ape monkey asked curiously, how many immortals are stronger than you in the 100 Mountains Immortal River? You don't have to worry about that. You just need to know that the leader of the Yin sect is the strongest. Don't cause trouble. He will keep an eye on you. Li Xuanao warned. The so-called chaotic world of the 4 chaotic world monkeys meant to be reckless. The long-armed ape monkey used to be the overlord of a mountain. Li Xuanao was worried that he could not control his temper. Hearing that, the long-armed ape monkey nodded. He was not stupid. Before meeting Li Xuanao, he had heard of the 100 Mountains Immortal River. He was already very happy to be able to join the Yin sect. Just like that, Li Xuanao took in the long-armed ape monkey as his disciple. He brought the long-armed ape monkey around the 100 Mountains Immortal River to let the Yin sect disciples get to know him. The Yin sect disciples did not have a good impression of the long-armed ape monkey because he did not look good. Moreover, they were busy cultivating and did not have time to socialize. The addition of the long-armed ape monkey did not affect the Yin sect's cultivation atmosphere. The 100 Mountains Immortal River was still silent. Time flew. 400 years passed. Han Yan cursed Zhou Quan for another day. Liu Bei suddenly brought a Qilin to visit. It was Su Lin who had the royal Qilin bloodline. Su Lin had already reached the Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm. A man and a Qilin knelt in front of Han Yan. Su Lin had not transformed yet. His body was like a tiger. It was smaller than before. It was probably controlled by himself. Han Yan stared at Su Lin. That gaze gave Su Lin a lot of pressure. He did not dare to raise his head. Liu Bei spoke first. Master, what do you plan to do next? Han Yan said, you can leave first. I will teach him for a while. Liu Bei nodded and left immediately. Su Lin trembled. He did not know what to think. Han Yan said, don't be nervous. You will cultivate beside me. Cultivate according to the previous cultivation method. This is not a test. He raised his hand and a cushion appeared beside him. Then, Han Yan pointed at Su Lin and turned him into a human. Su Lin transformed into a young man. He had an ordinary appearance and a normal figure, but his expression was one of astonishment. Seeing Han Yan close his eyes, even though he was full of doubts, he could only restrain himself and enter the state of cultivation. At first, Su Lin was very nervous, but as time passed, his nervousness was erased. 100 years passed. Su Lin walked out of the Taoist temple. The sunlight shone on him, making him feel as if he was in another world. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. His gaze became incomparably confident, and his back gradually straightened. As expected of the master of the secret order. Is this the great way? Su Lin was overwhelmed with emotions. He quickened his pace, preparing to return and continue his bitter cultivation. Not long after he left, Li Xuanao came to the Taoist temple to visit Han Yan. What is it? Han Yan did not allow him to enter the temple and asked directly. Li Xuanao said, Sovereign, the long-armed ape monkey, you are in charge of teaching, you can also impart the great way. Han Yan's voice floated out. Li Xuanao was overjoyed. He wanted to impart the great way to the long-armed ape monkey, but he thought that he had to seek Han Yan's permission first. Li Xuanao bowed and left. Han Yan covered the Dao field with his divine sense and observed the Nether people. The Nether people were the threshold of the secret order. They had high aptitude but were not considered top-notch. Now, 10,000 Nether people had begun to break through to the deity realm. When the Nether people entered the deity realm, the secret order's strength would surge again. Han Yan could not help but look at the second-generation disciples. He called Sun Chang'an over. As his third disciple, Sun Chang'an's cultivation was not as good as the third-generation disciples, but in the secret order's current of strength, he could barely keep up with the majority. However, he was only a rank 4 mortal emperor. Sun Chang'an knelt in front of Han Yan. He was not nervous facing Han Yan. After all, they had been together for more than 20,000 years. Han Yan asked, are you satisfied with your cultivation level? Sun Chang'an frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm not satisfied, but I'm not that dissatisfied. Han Yan cursed inwardly. Ugly monk, what ugly words. Although Sun Chang'an was not ugly and was even handsome, his nickname was still Ugly Monk. Han Yan scolded, speak human language. Sun Chang'an shuddered and said, it means that I can become stronger. Even if I can't, it's fine. Anyway, I've always been in the secret order. I have no enemies and you're protecting me. Then you don't want to protect your master? Master, I'm innocent. You're so strong, how can I chase after you? If Li Daokong said it, would he be confident? Sun Chang'an felt wronged and wronged. Han Yan was silent. This made sense. Han Yan did not want a day when he needed his disciples' protection. But he would not allow his disciples to slack off. Master will personally preach Tao to you. Within 5,000 years, you must reach rank 9 immortal emperor. Han Yan snorted. Sun Chang'an's expression fell. 5,000 years to cross rank 5 realm? Impossible. He had been in emperor realm for more than 10,000 years and was only rank 4 immortal emperor. Han Yan ignored Sun Chang'an and began preaching Tao. In the forest, a stone pagoda stood tall. Inside the pagoda, Chujun Sanxian was dozing off, bored to death. Snake-headed great immortal said weakly, Big brother, how long do we have to wait? That long-armed ape monkey has already joined the secret order. How long do we have to wait? He repeated the same sentence twice. It was clear that he was at a loss. Yingshou Taixian snorted, continue to wait. Where there's a will, there's a way. This is what a great expert who gave me pointers said. The third great immortal did not speak, he was like a taciturn gourd. At this time, a voice was heard, are you Chujun Sanxian? The three immortals heard this and immediately sat up. Earth deities, who had confronted Han Sun-cheon earlier, had arrived. He puffed out his chest and said arrogantly, I am a divine envoy sent by Celestial to bestow you 3 earth deities of 100 immortal river. Why aren't you kneeling down to receive your titles? Chujun Sanxian was stunned. They looked at each other. Yingshou Taixian was the first to regain his senses. He scolded, Scram. The other 2 immortals also showed fierce expressions. Earth deities was stunned. He said, isn't it good to give you 100 immortal river? Are you worried about the secret order in 100 immortal river? Don't worry, Celestial will soon move the secret order away. At that time, Yingshou Taixian directly attacked. His right hand turned into an eagle's claw. It quickly elongated and went straight for Earth deity's throat. Earth deities turned pale with fright and immediately fled. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. He emerged from the ground and scolded, 3 idiots. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it. At this time, a demonic wind blew. Where do you think you're going? Killing him will definitely be considered a contribution to 100 immortal river. Ha ha ha, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chujun Sanxian's voice floated over, his tone was very excited. Earth deities vomited blood. He didn't understand why these 3 bastards were so loyal to the secret order when they weren't accepted by 100 immortal river. He didn't have time to think and continued to flee. I am Earth deities, you 3 bastards think you can catch me? Deep underground, Earth deities thought disdainfully as they traveled quickly. A few days later, Chujun Sanxian appeared near 100 immortal river. Yingshou Taixian waved his sleeves. The earth deities who were tied up by the golden rope fell to the ground. His face was covered in dirt, his hair was disheveled, he was in a very sorry state. Yingshou Taixian shouted, Seniors of the secret order, we have caught the spy sent by Celestial. He wants to harm the secret order. Chujun Sanxian shouted for a long time before a disciple of the Yin sect finally flew over. It was the white-robed man who had warned them before. He was one of Han Sun-cheon's transformed creatures and had the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. The white-robed man said impatiently, This guy? Can he threaten the Yin sect? If it wasn't for Chujun Sanxian's sincerity, the white-robed man wouldn't have bothered to come out. Yingshou Taixian asked shamelessly, He's a celestial god and wants to make us earth deities. He said that Celestial will banish the Yin sect in the future and let us be earth deities. The earth deities wanted to say something, but they couldn't make a sound. The white-robed man frowned and said, Wait here. He turned and left. Soon, Han Sun-cheon and Li Xuanao arrived. Li Xuanao looked at the earth deities and said, He's indeed a celestial god. He didn't know the earth deities, but he was once a celestial and could distinguish aura and fate. Han Sun-cheon looked at Chujun Sanxian and said, I know you guys. Your sincerity is indeed great. Don't worry, I'll mention you guys to Grandmaster. Hearing this, Chujun Sanxian was pleasantly surprised and quickly thanked him. Han Sun-cheon looked at Li Xuanao and asked, How should we deal with the earth deities? Li Xuanao said calmly, Kill them. The 3 of you can do it now. Earth deities' expression changed when they heard this. Yingshou Taixian didn't say anything. He slapped the earth deities' head and took their souls. The snake-headed immortal swallowed the earth deities' bodies. Yingshou Taixian threw the earth deities' souls to his 3rd brother, Tong Tianxian. Tong Tianxian's eyes shone with a strange light and destroyed the earth deities' souls. Li Xuanao raised his eyebrows and was a little surprised. He didn't expect Chujun Sanxian to have their own abilities. The reason why he killed the earth deities now was to test Chujun Sanxian. Chujun Sanxian's decisiveness also proved that they were indeed on the Yin sect's side. Li Xianxia smiled in satisfaction. You guys have good foresight. Just you wait. Chujun and the other 2 immortals hurriedly gave their thanks. Li and Han Sun-cheon. In the sky. Li Xianxia said, These 3 fellows aren't bad. If you can take them in, take care of them in the future. They will become your capable assistants. Han Sun-cheon-san nodded. That day, Li Xuanao went to visit Han Yan and mentioned this matter. Han Yan thought about it and moved Chujun Sanxian into the training hall and let Li Xuanao receive him. After Li Xuanao left, Han Yan's expression became strange. How did this guy become an internal affairs talent? He always thought that Li Xuanao was a brute. He didn't expect that after joining the Yin sect, he would be more interested in scheming and scheming. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. Anyway, Li Xuanao's favorability towards him was 6 stars, so he didn't have to worry. Once the favorability decreased, even if it was only half a star, Han Yan would give him a warning. There was no time in the celestial world. Other than a few people, everyone didn't calculate time. The world was vast and spiritual energy was abundant. As long as they didn't provoke enemies, they could live for a long time. Under such circumstances, time was not important. Han Yan was one of the few people who liked to pay attention to time. After all, he had the system and had developed the habit of looking at lifespan. As the years passed, the structure of the celestial world gradually changed. The number of connate lifeforms welcomed the first explosion. When their cultivation level increased, they began to think about reproduction. Now, the celestial world had the Jia, Chan sect, Ren sect, Buddhist sect, Celestial sect, Ancient clan, and the Yin sect. Although Gu Zhuyin had died, the ancient clan had stubbornly survived and even became stronger. This was because the ancient clan was the first force formed by connate lifeforms. Most living beings recognized the ancient clan as their race. Just like that, 1,200 years passed. Han Yan was cultivating. Detected that the primordial violet vapor has descended to the celestial world. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately exit seclusion and fight for the primordial violet vapor. You will receive a great Tao fragment and a mystical power inheritance. 2. Continue cultivating and stay away from trouble. You will receive a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Primordial violet vapor? Han Yan was stunned. Didn't Goddess Muwa say that she would leave it for him? Could it be another primordial violet vapor? Han Yan silently chose the second choice. You chose to continue cultivating. You will receive a great Tao fragment and a supreme treasure. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure, Heavenly Essence Bracelet. Heavenly Essence Bracelet, Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure. It is extremely hard. It can attack the soul and encircle the world. A Heavenly Tao Numinous Treasure. Not bad. Han Yan silently took out the Heavenly Essence Bracelet and began to recognize it as its owner. The more Dharma treasures he had, the better, even if he could not use them now. For example, the 3 pure ones in the investiture of the gods would often give their disciples Dharma treasures and let them fight. They were quite impressive. However, Han Yan would not hand over his strongest Dharma treasure. He would only give his disciples Dharma treasures that he did not like. A few days later, the Dharma treasure successfully recognized him as its owner. Han Yan directly put it on his right wrist. He continued to cultivate and check his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has fused with the remnant of a quasi-sage. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Pan Xian was attacked by a cultivator of Ren sect, X392. Your Tao companion Xianxia has obtained the primordial violet vapor. His providence has increased greatly. Your good friend Goddess Hudu has established the netherworld. Your good friend Jiang Dugu was attacked by the ancient Lord of Calamity and was severely injured. Your good friend Celestial Ruler has become a quasi-saint. Your disciple Yang Tiandong has become the king of hell. This does not seem to be the first time Xianxia has fused with a remnant limb. What is he doing, with this posture? Don't make yourself a villain of the heavenly Tao. Han Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw Xianxia obtain the primordial violet vapor. It turned out that the primordial violet vapor had descended to the immortal world because of her. How did she do it? Celestial Ruler has actually become a quasi-saint. Han Yan only sighed and was not shocked. Ever since he went to the Void End deity realm, the Celestial Ruler had been blessed with endless opportunities. He was a Daluo, so it was not strange for him to become a quasi-saint. Yang Tiandong has become the king of hell. What a good goddess Hudu. She really knows how to put an effort to tie Han Yan down. On the surface, Goddess Hudu was expressing her goodwill to Han Yan, so he could not say anything. Yang Tiandong died in the previous calamity and was saved by Qiu Shilai. His soul had always been in the netherworld, but he did not expect Goddess Hutu to support Yang Tiandong to become the king of hell. At the mention of his eldest disciple, Han Yan sighed. Unfortunately. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. He believed that one day, Goddess Hudu would let Yang Tiandong come to find him. At that time, he would directly purify Yang Tiandong. Thinking of the absolute purification, Han Yan stood up and prepared to purify all the new disciples of the hidden sect, just in case. Including Li Daokong and Li Xuanao, they had to be purified too. Just like that, Han Yan wandered the 100 Mountains Immortal River, causing a sensation in the entire hidden sect. The disciples wanted to see him, but they were afraid of meeting him. Han Yan used idle chatter as an excuse to purify them one by one. The amount of lifespan consumed was not worth mentioning. It was not enough to curse a saint until he went crazy. 60 years later. All the disciples had seen Han Yan before. Not only did their reverence for Han Yan not decrease, but it also increased. Han Yan's aura was too strong. Coupled with the yin-yang protection, even though they had chatted before, they did not know Han Yan's true appearance. Mysterious. Powerful. This was the image of Han Yan in the hearts of the unnamed disciples. Detected that you are over 30,000 years old. You have the following choices. 1. Immediately exit seclusion and preach the Tao to the heavens. You will be able to obtain a great Tao fragment, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a great Tao violet chi. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and maintain your initial state of mind. You can obtain a grand Tao fragment and a strand of grand Tao violet chi. This was the choice that Han Yan had triggered when he purified the disciples of the Yin sect. He had not chosen it before and had waited until all the disciples who had not been purified had been purified before returning to the Taoist temple to choose again. Now, he was 30,044 years old. The reason why he didn't make a decision immediately was because the heavenly Tao spirit stone was too attractive. The Book of Misfortune would become a heavenly Tao cardinal treasure if it was upgraded by another level. Even if he went out now, as long as he did not leave the range of the heavenly Tao, the saints would not be able to do anything to him. But after calming down, Han Yan felt that there was no need for that. After all, the celestial world was not a dojo. What if the sage had other means? Han Yan adjusted his mentality and chose the second option. You have chosen to cultivate in a low-profile manner. You have obtained a great Tao fragment and a great Tao purple chi. Great Tao purple chi. After fusing with it, one will obtain the qualifications to become a saint of the great Tao. A saint of the great path, Han Yan smiled. This was exactly as he had guessed. The primordial violet chi could make one a heavenly path saint, and the great Tao violet chi could make one a heavenly path saint. However, it was only a qualification and not absolute. Han Yan took out the great Tao purple chi. It was gray and blurry like a ball of smoke. He couldn't see any effects from it. For the time being, he did not need to fuse with the purple chi of the Great Path. Thus, he released the purple chi of the Great Path into the stellar realm. I'll save it for later use. Han Yan was now able to prove his Tao and become a sage. For now, he did not need the great Tao violet chi. Han Yan continued to cultivate and work hard for his Tao. He was already at the great circle of the boundary saint realm, but he was still very far away from proving his Tao. He needed to cultivate diligently. The process of fusing with the great Tao was too complicated. Even if one was extremely talented, they still had to take it slowly. Han Yan was the first person in history to reach the great circle of demi-saint at the age of 30,000. Thinking back to the beginning of the world, Daozu took billions of years to become a Daluo. That was just a legend, and the real time might be even longer. 90 years later. Xianxia came to the 100 Mountains Immortal River and shouted Han Yan's name. When Han Yan heard her, he first used 50 million years of his lifespan to calculate. After confirming that there was no danger, Han Yan moved her into the Taoist temple. When the two of them met again, they didn't hug each other and cry. On the contrary, they were very calm. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm back. Do you still recognize me as your Tao companion?" Han Yan smiled and said, "Of course. You didn't betray me." Han Yan had mentioned Xianxia to Xianxia a long time ago. Xianxia did not find it strange. It was normal to have multiple wives in the celestial realm. The human emperor even had a harem of 3,000. Xianxia's smile grew wider. She raised her hand, and a strand of purple chi emerged from her palm. It looked like a twisting little snake. This is primordial violet chi. It can be used to prove one's identity as a heavenly Tao saint. I specially brought it here to give it to you. Xianxia said with a smile and a hint of pride in his voice. This was a supreme treasure that could make almighty figures go crazy. Han Yan was very calm. Which saint does it belong to? Xianxia replied, the primordial violet chi of Chan school was originally intended to be left for celestial. It's not the witch saints, Han Yan frowned. He suddenly thought of something. Originally, there were 9 heavenly Tao saints. Only Nuwa, Fushi Tian, the celestial venerable of the South Pole, Jiu Shilai, the Tianjua sect master, the saint of destiny, Saint Jinan, and Xiao the Great had appeared. There had always been one saint who had not appeared. Could it be that that saint had already died? Han Yan asked silently. 3 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, he has indeed died. Currently, there are only 7 heavenly Tao saints. Han Yan fell into deep thought. There were only 7 heavenly Tao saints, but there should be more than that. For example, Li Mui and Patriarch Shi Tian. Xianxia asked, what's wrong? Han Yan smiled and said, are you really willing to give it to me? Xianxia nodded. Her eyes were calm and sincere. Han Yan immediately took the primordial violet chi and asked about the details. Xianxia did not hide anything. In Celestial, she had joined the Chan school camp. Before Han Yan appeared in her dream, she had already learned that Chan school had the primordial violet chi. Later on, the saint of Ren school, Li Mui, sent her a voice transmission and said that he could help her obtain the primordial violet chi. Xianxia was very puzzled. She did not understand why the saint had chosen her. Li Mui had chosen a few people to see who could do it. Later on, with Li Mui's help, she successfully obtained the primordial violet chi and escaped back to the immortal world. Han Yan understood when he heard that. The saint wanted to set a trap. He secretly purified Xianxia and consumed 50 million years of his lifespan. The two of them chatted for a while. Han Yan personally sent her out and built a Taoist temple beside her. After Han Yan returned, Xianxia felt that something was amiss. After seeing Han Yan, she felt inexplicably refreshed, as if she had lost a lot of burden. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Yan began to purify the primordial violet chi and consumed 4 billion years of his lifespan. Outside the 33rd heaven. At the Ren School Dao Hall. Li Mui opened his eyes and frowned. What happened? Why is my sacred will broken? Li Mui pinched his fingers and deduced. His expression suddenly changed. What a brilliant method. Li Mui's eyes flickered as he muttered, Han Yan, who are you? Who is supporting you? He could deduce that Han Yan was only 30,000 years old and did not have any background in his previous life. In other words, Han Yan must have a mysterious mighty figure supporting him. His gaze pierced through the 33rd heaven and landed on the 100 Mountains Immortal River. The 100 Mountains Immortal River was like a ball of fog. Even the heavenly Tao saint could not see through it. He had lost a primordial violet chi for nothing. No, he could not give up like this. Li Mui stood up and left the Taoist temple. In the Taoist temple, Han Yan was meditating and cultivating. Li Mui's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 4 stars, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, the Tianjua sect leader has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars, today's saint has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 1 star, Han Yan opened his eyes and frowned. Why were there so many hatred notifications suddenly? Could it be related to the primordial violet chi? That should be right, it's just that you delivered yourself to me. Han Yan did not believe that it was a coincidence that Li Mui found Xianxia. This primordial violet chi must be a scheme. It was just that it was purified by the system, causing the saints to be unable to continue scheming against him, so they were angry. This time, Han Yan could not leave the Taoist temple. Hate me, hate me. Wait until I attain my Tao, I will kill all of you. Han Yan thought silently. He had always believed that if others did not offend him, he would not offend them. If others offended him, he would definitely offend them. I will tolerate you for now. Han Yan adjusted his emotions and continued cultivating. At this moment, I am the heavenly Tao saint, the Tianjua sect leader. The hidden sect stole the primordial violet chi and violated the heavenly rules. This crime is not punishable by death. All living beings, listen up. If you eliminate the hidden sect, you will obtain heavenly Dao merit and be rewarded according to your contributions. Han Yan almost laughed when he heard Sect Master Qianjue's voice. As long as I don't go out, it's useless even if everyone comes. Very well. Since you dare to fall out with me, don't blame me for being rude. Han Yan thought to himself and decided to use the Book of Misfortune to punish Sect Master Qianjue in the future. He didn't want to curse him to death, but at least curse him to madness, at the same time. All the living beings in the 100 Mountains Celestial River were discussing this matter. They didn't panic, but they wondered why Sect Master Qianjue was slandering them. Han Yan cultivated diligently every day. Why would he steal the primordial violet vapor? They all felt that the saint was deliberately making things difficult for the Yin sect. After listening to the Tao for so many years, the disciples of the Yin sect trusted Han Yan. Even if the sky fell, Han Yan wouldn't panic and they wouldn't panic. Because Han Yan didn't say anything, the disciples didn't go to him rashly. The Yin sect didn't seem to hear this. They discussed for a while and continued to cultivate. Xianxia came to Han Yan. She wasn't stupid and knew that she was being used by the saint. Han Yan comforted her and assured her that nothing would happen to the 100 Mountains Celestial River. She could only relax. Another 1,000 years passed. There were often shape-shifted living beings wandering around the 100 Mountains Celestial River, but no one dared to barge in for 1,000 years. The Yin sect was notorious and Li Daokong was powerful. Even if the saint gave the order, no one dared to provoke the Yin sect. As for the primordial violet vapor, it was too far away for most living beings. It was so far away that they weren't sure if the primordial violet vapor was real. In the past 1,000 years, people from the Yin sect had stepped into the immortal state, including Morongqi, Chu Shiren, Secluded Well, and others. As the leader of the Secluded clan, Secluded Well's aptitude was naturally the strongest. This meant that the Secluded clan was about to step into the immortal state on a large scale. 10,000 immortal state existences. Since ancient times, even the Jie during the era of 10,000 immortals might not be so powerful. Han Yan was more and more satisfied with the Secluded clan. It was a wise decision to take them in. Rumble, the mountains in the 100 Mountains Celestial River shook and a terrifying aura erupted, covering the world. The disciples didn't panic because they knew that the Secluded clan's disciples were breaking through. Zhao Shangyuan, he had reached the Daluo realm, the Yin sect had gained another Daluo. For a moment, the 100 Mountains Immortal River was filled with jubilation. With the addition of a Daluo, the stronger the Yin sect was, the safer they would be. Every disciple was overjoyed. This was especially true for the Yin-named disciples. There were hundreds of thousands of Yin-named disciples in the Yin order and only a very small number of them were accepted as disciples by the Yin order's official disciples. Although they were all in the 100 Mountains Immortal River, they were actually in two different worlds. The Yin-named disciples all yearned to become true disciples of the Yin order. After Zhao Shangyuan became a Daluo Golden Immortal, he began to crazily challenge Li Xuanao and the Supremacy Dao in the simulation trial. In the previous Centennial tournament, he had been completely suppressed by these two. As for Li Daokong, he was a quasi-sage and had no need to participate in the Centennial tournament. While the hidden sect was working hard to improve themselves, the sages were very unhappy. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the Saint's Dao field, Li Mui, Celestial Venerable of the South Pole, Saint Jinan, and Sect Master Tianju were all gathered here. The mortals are afraid of the Yin order. What should we do? Celestial Venerable of the South Pole asked worriedly. Sect Master Tianju frowned. He was the one who gave the order to destroy the Yin order. Now that the mortals did not listen, he was the one who lost the most face. Saint Jinan shook his head. If you ask me, why did you have to provoke him? This child's temperament is like a turtle. He hides in one place and never comes out. The celestial realm is his best shelter. If he doesn't leave the celestial realm, we can't do anything to him. Our disciples can't break through his Dao field's formation. We're just shooting ourselves in the foot. Sect Master Tianju snorted. He was unhappy. Celestial Venerable of the South Pole mocked. Then why didn't you say so before? Saint Jinan rolled his eyes. Can I persuade you? Li Muyi said, all right, the matter has already happened. In that case, I'll send the 3 pure divine ancestors to break through the Yin Order's formation. You gather the disciples and wait in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Hearing this, the 3 sages' eyes lit up. These were the words they had been waiting for. Saint Jinan smiled. The 3 pure divine ancestors have already gotten rid of Sherdudao? Li Muyi said, how can Sherdudao be a match for the 3 pure divine ancestors? Sect Master Tianju stood up. Then that's it. I hope senior brother won't disappoint us. His tone contained a hint of sarcasm. This matter was caused by Li Muyi. If he didn't scheme against Han Yan, would he have lost the Hongming purple vapor? It was strange. When the sages schemed against Han Yan always had a way to break through. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Mortals were like ants on a sand table. The sages could see the path of the ant from above. They could use anything to block the ant's path. The ant was small and in the sand table. From its point of view, it couldn't see anyone standing outside the sand table. Every time it encountered something blocking its path, it could only go around it. Now that the sages had dug a hole behind the slope in front of the ant shouldn't be able to see it. However, the ant had gone around the slope. It was really strange. Han Yan was that ant. The sages were now filled with curiosity. No matter how they schemed against Han Yan would always be able to avoid it. He even made them suffer in silence. It didn't make sense. Another 700 years had passed. There were more and more unnamed disciples in the 100 Mountains Celestial River. It wasn't that Han Yan had expanded, but those unnamed disciples had started to reproduce. This was arranged by Han Sun Qion. Ever since he was threatened by sect master Tianju, he felt that it was risky to recruit disciples from outside. It was better to create his own. Anyway, the 100 Mountains Celestial River was big enough to contain many living beings. Han Yan turned a blind eye to this. The hidden sect needed its own development system. It was necessary to pass it down from generation to generation. One day, Li Daokong suddenly came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan let him enter the Taoist temple. Sect Master, the heavenly path's fate has been changing recently. I'm afraid it's not good. Li Daokong said in a low voice. Han Yan remembered that he had stepped into the heavenly path before. Perhaps he really had a way to observe the heavenly path's fate. Why is it not good? I suspect that a saint wants to hide from the heavens and obtain a short time to enter the celestial world. To a saint, no matter how short the time is, it's enough to kill the enemy he wants to kill. Li Daokong's expression was very ugly. What he meant was that the saint wanted to deal with the hidden sect personally. Han Yan was shocked and asked cautiously in his heart, can the current heavenly path saint break through the Taoist temple's array formation? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, not for now. What if the saints all attack together? Yes, but it will take time. The celestial world can't withstand the dermic powers of more than 4 saints. In other words, Han Yan was still safe. Han Yan cursed in his heart. Are these saints crazy? Li Daokong asked, Sect Master, what should we do? Han Yan said calmly, cultivate in peace. I'll deal with the saints. Hearing that, Li Daokong was in a daze. Although he knew that Han Yan was stronger than a heavenly path saint, Han Yan's confident tone convinced him. Such a powerful existence, yet he did not fight for it. What kind of courage and magnanimity was that? After sending Li Daokong away, Han Yan secretly asked, does the saint want to enter the celestial world to kill me? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue, yes. Han Yan frowned. Li Daokong was right. He took out the Book of Misfortune and decided to cause trouble for the saint. He couldn't directly curse Li Muyi or the saints of Chan School. He had to think of a way to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. That's it, Han Yan decided to curse Qiu Shilai. He didn't use much strength. He just wanted to scare him a little. On the surface, he still had a friendly relationship with Qiu Shilai. Qiu Shilai wouldn't suspect him. He would only suspect the other saints. Li Muyi and the other saints wouldn't suspect Han Yan either. They were thinking about how to deal with Han Yan. It didn't make sense for Han Yan to provoke the other saints at this time. Just like that, Han Yan began to curse Qiu Shilai. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. Cursing for 5 days was too much. It was meaningless. At the very least, he had to curse the other party until he was annoyed. His lifespan should be between 1 to 10 trillion years. Han Yan felt that he should spend about 3 trillion years. Outside the 33rd heaven, in the West Hall, Qiu Shilai frowned. He was targeted by the Dark Forbidden Lord again. This time, he could clearly feel that the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse was much stronger than before. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate when he thought of Saint Fengji's miserable state. Who is it? Qiu Shilai's eyes flickered. The Dark Forbidden Lord was definitely one of the heavenly Tao saints. This was already a publicly acknowledged fact among the saints. Other than them, only Patriarch Shitian was left. Patriarch Shitian wouldn't do such a thing. Qiu Shilai began to recall the recent events. He felt that Li Mui was the most likely culprit. Previously, Li Mui had asked him to control Han Yan, but he had rejected him. However, the karma was too obvious. If he was Li Mui, he definitely wouldn't have cursed himself directly. Li Mui was famous among the sages for his wits and foresight. If it wasn't Li Mui, then it was most likely Li Mui's orders. Qiu Shilai had always suspected that the 3 Taoism sects and the Orthodox Taoism sects could only use curses to get rid of the sages. Could it be the Heaven Jew sect master? No, the Lord of the South Pole. This guy hated him the most. There was also a possibility that it was Saint Jinan. This fellow did not reveal himself and was hard to fathom. Qiu Shilai was even more afraid of Saint Jean and because he did not know Saint Jean Anne's weakness. Although Li Mui was strong, he cared too much about his face and was easy to deal with. The power of the curse was still increasing. The more Qiu Shilai thought about it, the angrier he became. After consuming 3 trillion years of his lifespan, Han Yan put down the Book of Misfortune in satisfaction. He thought for a moment and began to curse Xiao the Great again. Apart from the Taoist sect's 3 sects, they should all curse the Taoist sect. Only then would they be able to divert the calamity and suspect the Taoist sect. He spent another 3 trillion years. This time, things should be settled. Han Yan thought silently and kept the Book of Misfortune. After everything was arranged, Han Yan could not help but sigh in relief. That was great. I hope you guys can fight soon. Han Yan smiled and continued to cultivate. Qiu Shilai and Xiao the Great were not easy to deal with. They would definitely find trouble with the other sages. When the 2 of them worked together, they would soon suspect the sages of the 3 sections. Time continued to pass. Year after year. There were people breaking through in the hidden sect every year. The number of unnamed disciples had already exceeded 1 million and was still increasing. It had to be said that the unnamed disciples' reproductive ability was very strong. They were almost as good as the human race. Han Sunqian realized this problem and quickly stopped it. 300 years later, a famous person appeared in the hidden sect, the long-armed ape monkey. He rose too quickly in the centennial tournament. After all, he was already Li Xuanao's disciple and was qualified to participate in the simulation trial. His performance also gained the recognition of the other disciples. Everyone became more familiar with him, causing him to be like a rising star in the eyes of the unnamed disciples. Most of the unnamed disciples admired him. Han Yan knew about this and guessed that Li Xuanao was behind this. However, he did not take it to heart. The more powerful the long-armed ape monkey was, the more powerful the hidden sect would appear. They could not always have a few powerful people. Han Yan even supported this behavior. He hoped that the second-generation disciples could nurture disciples who were worthy of admiration. That day, Han Yan was about to stand up and preach when he suddenly sensed an aura rushing towards the 100 Mountains Immortal River. It was very strong. It was stronger than the quasi-sages he had encountered. He looked over and saw a huge Taoist figure rising in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it was not rising. Instead, the other party was quickly approaching. In front of this Taoist, everything in the world seemed small. He was at least 1 million feet tall, or even more. He had white hair and wore a green Taoist robe. His eyes were sharp as if he could see through everything in the world. His gaze had already landed on the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yan looked over and felt that the other party was looking at him. Han Yan immediately used the simulation trial to check. 3 pure divine ancestors, perfected quasi-sage, strongest in the celestial world. Boom, 3 pure divine ancestors' palm hit the sky above the 100 Mountains Immortal River. The space distorted, forming a transparent groove that was visible to the naked eye. The scene was shocking, as if the sky had collapsed. The earth shook, causing all the disciples to come out. They looked up and saw 3 pure divine ancestors overlooking the 100 Mountains Immortal River. They were all dumbfounded and could not believe it. Who is this? I've never seen him before. Could he be a sage? A sage? Could it be the sect master of Tianju? What should we do? Don't panic. The array is not broken yet. The disciples exclaimed and panic began to spread. 3 pure divine ancestors waved his palm again and hit the 100 Mountains Immortal River. It was still blocked by the array of the dojo and did not cause any substantial damage. This time, 3 pure divine ancestors frowned. What's going on? 3 pure divine ancestors were puzzled. He had used all his strength, so why was he unable to break the array? He took out a golden ruler from his sleeve and struck it down. It was as if a golden river had descended from the sky and was blocked in the sky. Han Yan walked out of the dojo. The yin-yang protection moon's divine light covered his body. 3 pure divine ancestors saw Han Yan at first glance. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. Han Yan immediately condensed the celestial dipper demon god Dharma idol and rapidly grew taller. He was as imposing as 3 pure divine ancestors. Celestial dipper demon god did not say anything and punched out. The terrifying aura made everyone in the dojo feel suffocated. He's here. Li Daokong's eyes lit up as he stared at Celestial Dipper Demon God. He was often defeated by Celestial Dipper Demon God in the simulation trial and could not forget this terrifying Dharma idol. Under the feet of 3 pure divine ancestors and Celestial Dipper Demon God, all life was as insignificant as sand. Boom! Celestial Dipper Demon God's fist struck 3 pure divine ancestors and sent them retreating. The golden ruler in his hand trembled violently. 3 pure divine ancestors revealed a look of horror. What domineering strength! The grand shaman of the past was nothing more than this. Celestial Dipper Demon God continued punching. The demon god Dharma idol flew out of the dojo and leaped. As it landed, it punched 3 pure divine ancestors. The terrifying winds caused the ground to crumble and the mountains to shatter. 3 pure divine ancestors raised his ruler and struck out. 9 golden lotuses appeared behind him. They were dazzling like the primordial divine item that created the world. It was mesmerizing and worshipping. Against the terrifying celestial dipper demon god, the 3 clear sacred ancestors could not block him even with their divine abilities. Boom! The world rumbled as the golden ruler in the 3 clear sacred ancestors' hand was smashed into pieces. The 9 lotus avatar behind him was destroyed as well. The 3 clear sacred ancestors' expression changed as he retreated once again. The celestial dipper demon god did not continue attacking. Instead, he looked at him coldly as his body dissipated like smoke. The sea of clouds exploded as the wind swept the clouds away. Mountains and rivers collapsed as dust flew everywhere. In this apocalyptic scene, the 3 clear sacred ancestors stood there with an ashen expression. His right hand trembled as the shattered golden ruler reformed. However, he did not attack the 100 Mountains Immortal River again. The celestial dipper demon god was just too powerful. He was so powerful that he did not dare to act rashly. Who is he? The 3 clear sacred ancestor thought uneasily. Since when did the immortal world have such a figure? On the other side, Han Yan was also depressed. Why was this guy like a heavenly Tao sage? He really could not be killed. Since he could not be killed, Han Yan purposely retreated to create the illusion of deterrence. As expected, the millions of living beings in the 100 Mountains Immortal River were excited. The powerful 3 clear sacred ancestor was forced back by 2 punches. The celestial dipper demon god was just too powerful. Who was that just now? I'm not sure. Could it be the sect master? No, the sect master's figure is not like that. He should be a powerful figure of the hidden sect. Those personal disciples are indeed very powerful. Yeah, the great guardian swept through all the powerful enemies around the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Even a sage cannot invade the 100 Mountains Immortal River? Our hidden sect is just too powerful. On the mountain slope, Chujun Sanxian was extremely excited. Tong Tianxian said excitedly, "Big brother, you have great foresight. Our hidden sect is definitely the strongest faction in the immortal world." Ingshou Taixian was also very excited. However, he still restrained himself and snorted, "When has Big Brother ever been wrong? If we work hard for the hidden sect, we might be able to reach the cultivation of that personal disciple in the future." Almost all the unnamed disciples treated the celestial dipper demon god as Han Yan's personal disciple. However, the personal disciples knew that it was only one of Han Yan's Dharma avatar. No one knew exactly how many Dharma characteristics Han Yan had. Li Daokong had encountered Han Yan's 9 Dharma manifestations during the simulation trial. Each of them had their own special abilities and left a deep impression on him. In the end, the 3 clear sacred ancestors left. The secret order had once again survived a crisis that could not be considered a crisis. Han Yan returned to the Daoist temple and meditated on the 36th rank reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He asked in his heart, "How can I kill the 3 clear divine ancestors? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted." Continue? Continue. Leave the range of the heavenly Tao to fight, or cut off its heavenly Tao providence. Han Yan fell into deep thought. Directly kidnap the 3 pure ones and bring them out, but if he went out, he would face the punishment of the saints. As for severing the providence of the heavenly Tao, Han Yan did not know such a technique for the time being. Forget it. Keep him alive for now. He had to attain his Tao first. Han Yan stopped thinking about it and continued to cultivate. After the 3 pure ones took action, the saints would not come looking for trouble with him for a short period of time. Outside the 33rd level of heaven, in the saints' dojo, Li Muyi, the South Pole Heavenly Venerable, the Heaven End Sect Master, and Saint Jinan all fell into silence with different expressions. After a long time, Saint Jinan could not help but ask, "Is that a Saint Dharma manifestation?" The strength of the heavenly dipper demon god shocked even the saints. Li Muyi's eyes flickered. "It's not a Saint Dharma manifestation. It's more like," the 3 saints glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Li Muyi took a deep breath and said, "I once heard from my master that there was a chaos fiend god before the heavens were split open. The surviving chaos fiend god either split open the heavens and earth or became the earliest great Tao divine spirits. The one protecting the secret order might be a chaos fiend god." "Chaos fiend god?" the South Pole Heavenly Venerable asked in shock. "Why would a chaos fiend god hide in the celestial world? It's impossible for Daozu not to know. Could it be that a great Tao divine spirit wants to invade the celestial world?" The Heaven End Sect Master and Saint Jean An's eyelids twitched. The higher one stood, the more one knew. They were invincible existences under the heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao was not the only one in the vast chaos. There were also some ancient and mysterious great Tao divine spirits. After the previous generation of saints transcended, they headed to the unknown dark forbidden zone and never returned. They either went to the ruins of End God Realm or the unknown chaotic domain. If the one protecting the secret order was really a chaos fiend god, then they would be in big trouble. Wait. Daozu is talking about the great Tao calamity. Could it be? Saint Jinan suddenly thought of something and said in fear. As soon as this was said, the other 3 saints were shocked, including Li Muyi. Li Muyi stood up and said, "We have to ask the patriarch about this." The other saints also stood up. At this moment, Xiao Shilai and Xiao the Great suddenly appeared in the main hall. Xiao the Great's expression was very ugly. He took the lead and asked, "Which one of you is cursed?" Saint Jinan said, "Me." "Why? Are you cursed too?" The Tianjue sect master nodded and said, "Me too." The South Pole Celestial Venerable snorted. He was very unhappy when he saw Xiao the Great and Xiao Shilai standing together. Li Muyi frowned and looked at Saint Jinan and the Tianjue sect master. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiao Shilai snorted and said, "Recently, the Dark Forbidden Lord has cursed us again. This matter must be investigated clearly. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble." Xiao the Great glanced at the 4 saints of Tao and asked, "What are you planning here?" You are trying to rope in the variables and target the variables. What do you want? Xiao the Great felt that the four saints of Tao were very suspicious. Qiu Shilai narrowed his eyes. Obviously, he also wanted to ask. Li Mui saw that they were not friendly and said, let's put the matter of the Dark Forbidden Lord aside for now. The Great Tao calamity has just begun. We have to visit Patriarch Shitian first. Don't change the topic. Do you really want to force me to use my Tao annihilation ability? Qiu Shilai said angrily. In the last calamity, the Buddhists suffered heavy losses. He had been suppressing his anger. Li Mui was not someone to be trifled with. He said coldly, Qiu Shilai, are you suspecting that the Dark Forbidden Lord is hiding among us? What a joke. We are the Orthodox Taoism. Why would we use such lowly methods? For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense. 300 years had passed since the three clear sacred ancestors attacked. Han Yan was still cultivating and trying to prove his Tao. Suddenly, he sensed something. He probed into the star world in the depths of his soul with his divine sense. His expression changed. The great Tao purple chi that was released into the star world had unknowingly arrived in front of the 49 demon gods. The great Tao purple chi split into many branches and connected to the demon god chi. With the help of the great Tao purple chi, the demon god purple chi condensed faster. Wait, could it be that the great Tao purple chi could help him create the chaos demon god? Han Yan's heartbeat quickened. He was a little excited. To prevent any accidents, he inserted the Six Paths imprint into the demon god chi. The Six Paths imprint was created by immortal Emperor Samsara. This ability itself was very exquisite. Coupled with Han Yan's usage, as long as one's cultivation was not higher than Han Yan's, it was basically impossible to escape from his control. Han Yan observed the demon god Qi as if he was looking at the birth of 49 new lives. Han Yan was looking forward to the demon god Qi, even more so than the nether race. If he could really create a chaos demon god, he would be invincible. Wait, Han Yan suddenly had a bold idea. Su Qi's soul was still in his hands and had been in a deep slumber. If Su Qi reincarnated into the chaos demon god's body, once this idea came out, it quickly took root in Han Yan's mind and could not be stopped. He could test it out. If he succeeded, Han Yan would have a great opportunity that would make everyone go crazy. My good disciple, I will use you to test the waters and soar to the sky. If you fail, don't blame me. Han Yan thought silently as he fixed his gaze on the death demon god. Su Qi was the god of misfortune. Whoever touched him would die. He was very suitable for the death demon god's persona. After thinking, Han Yan merged Su Qi's soul into the death demon god's demon god Qi. He was very worried that Su Qi would be crushed to death by the death demon god's great Tao. He had no choice but to use his own magic power to protect his soul and slowly merge with it. Time flew. Day after day. Even Han Yan, who was in the great circle of the sage-to-be, was scared witless. Although the chaos demon god was a manifestation, it was too powerful and could tear Su Qi to shreds at any time. After 30 years, Han Yan finally waited for Su Qi to merge with the death demon god. However, the merging process was extremely slow and there was still a strong sense of rejection. Han Yan had no choice but to multitask. He controlled the merging of Su Qi and cultivated at the same time. After all, with 30 years of accumulation, Han Yan had a much easier time in the future. At the same time, the 100 Mountains Immortal River was still thriving. There were living beings cultivating everywhere and people sparring in the air from time to time. Not all living beings could enter the simulation trial, so they could only fight in the real world. At the same time, they wanted to let their personal disciples see it and accept them as disciples. Occasionally, there would be cases of excessive punishment, but under Li Xuanao's guidance, Han Sun Qian would punish them severely. After that, such cases never occurred again. Li Yao suddenly came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan invited him to enter the Taoist temple. This woman was about to become a daluo. He was even faster than Zhou Fan and Jiang Yi. Thanks to her determination to cultivate, the others, including Zhou Fan and Zhao Xianyuan, would go to the simulation trial from time to time. Li Yao had been cultivating all this time. He didn't even participate in the centennial competition. He was wholeheartedly focused on the ultimate source Great Tao. I want to create a great Tao of the sword from the great Tao of extremity. What do you think? Li Yao asked. Han Yan asked, do you really like swords? Li Yao's mystical arts were mostly sword Tao mystical arts. However, Han Yan felt that she didn't really love the sword Tao. She was more influenced by Wu Dao Jian. Wu Dao Jian could be said to be a pure sword cultivator. Even Li Daokong couldn't compare to this. Although Li Daokong was the top sword cultivator in the celestial world, he also dabbled in other things. It was more complicated. It was just that his sword Tao was outstanding. Li Yao said, like isn't important. What's important is that I have confidence. I want to be an existence that can master the sword Tao. Her eyes were serious and her tone was calm. Han Yan felt that it made sense. He didn't really like the sword Tao, but his main identity was a sword cultivator. People who cultivated the Tao shouldn't care about what they liked. As long as they could use it, they could cultivate it. Han Yan said, I want to know what your sword Tao is. Li Yao frowned and said, to be honest, I haven't figured it out. However, I want to be like you, able to kill enemies with one sword. In my opinion, a sword cultivator who needs to use a second sword is nothing. One sword to kill enemies, one sword to split open the sky, one sword to cut the Tao. Those who block me will be cut down with one sword. Li Yao spoke with exultation. She followed up and said, I think I've found it. This is my sword Tao. Can you give me some pointers? Han Yan said meaningfully, then you should pursue mana itself. No matter how strong your mystical arts are, you still have to rely on a strong sword Tao. I'll preach the Tao to you and help you. As for when you can step into the Daluo realm, it will depend on your performance. It had to be said that Li Yao's talent for understanding was too strong. To achieve the Daluo realm at only 30,000 years old, it was ridiculous. Could it be that she cheated? Han Yan thought about how Zhou Fan and Feng Liang's Khanate providence had changed. Could Li Yao's Khanate providence have changed too? I want to know Li Yao's roots, Han Yan thought silently. 2 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, Li Yao, 6 profound divine energy, son of heaven and earth, descendant of a saint. Born with a heavenly phoenix and blessed the mortal world. Cultivated for 700 years and achieved Mahayana. Cautious by nature, hates fighting, likes to cultivate. Han Yan narrowed his eyes. Li Yao was a descendant of an immortal emperor. How did she suddenly become a descendant of a saint? Could it be that in these years, Li Yao's ancestor became a saint from an immortal emperor? How could it be? Wouldn't that be more monstrous than Han Yan? Han Yan continued to ask, I want to know how her ancestor became a saint. 4 billion years of lifespan needs to be deducted. Continue? Continue, a white-robed man appeared in Han Yan's mind. He was handsome, as if he had walked out of a painting. He was almost catching up to Han Yan. Li Zizai, carefree saint. His thousands of origin clones walked the various heavenly Daos and experienced the mortal world. His main body refined the primordial Daluo Dao fruit and became the carefree saint. His Dao field landed in the void returning deity realm. Carefree saint, sounds so impressive. Wait a minute, this guy has thousands of clones. Does that mean that Li Yao is not the only one? Why is Li Yao so impressive? Han Yan frowned, then relaxed his brows. That's right, only Li Yao met him. The other descendants all died in the previous calamity. Han Yan couldn't help but sigh. What was this called? When a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Sect master? Li Yao's voice interrupted Han Yan's thoughts. Han Yan said calmly, I'm calculating your fate, which sword Tao is suitable for you. Li Yao was filled with respect. Han Yan could even calculate this. His cultivation was unimaginable. Han Yan began to preach the Tao, and the Tao voice caused Li Yao to quickly immerse himself. Spring and autumn alternated, and the sun and moon rotated. 1,000 years passed. Han Yan finally found the thought of attaining the Tao. His dermic powers had already grown to the point where they could no longer grow. The negative karma in the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus was still very huge, as if it was endless. In 1,000 years, Su Qi and the death demon god had completely fused together and no longer suffered rejection. However, he was still in a deep sleep and could not wake up. It was probably because the death demon god still needed to gestate for a period of time. Disciple Yang Tiandong is here to visit Master. I hope that Master will receive me. A voice resounded through the world. When the hidden sect's personal disciples heard it, they were all stunned. Yang Tiandong, wasn't he dead? Han Yen opened his eyes and used the simulation trial to check the surroundings. Soon, he locked onto Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong, rank 1 immortal emperor, king of hell, ancestral witch bloodline. Oh, ancestral witch bloodline. Han Yen raised his brows. Goddess Hudu had put in a lot of effort. Tu Ling'er had also obtained the ancestral witch bloodline previously. It was not impossible for Yang Tiandong to obtain it again. However, why did Yang Tiandong return at this time? Han Yen directly started the simulation. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue. After Han Yen chose to continue, he entered the illusion. Netherworld, by the Yellow Spring. The Lady of Earth stood by the river while Yang Tiandong knelt behind her. Here again. Han Yen was speechless. Why did the Lady of Earth always choose to explain things by the Yellow Spring and conspire loudly? Let's listen to what they have to say. Yang Tiandong was the first to ask, "May I know why you are looking for me, Empress?" The Lady of Earth said, "Recently, the Yin sect is in trouble. You represent the Netherworld to express goodwill to the Yin sect. You don't have to be afraid of the guesses of other forces." Hearing that, Yang Tiandong was pleasantly surprised and said, "Thank you, Empress." Although he had reincarnated several times, he had always remembered that he was the eldest disciple of the Yin sect. This trip to the Yin sect is of great significance. Don't be rude. Your master seems to be wary of me, but it's normal. The sincerity that the Netherworld showed when the saints were targeting the Yin sect is already enough to explain everything. You can tell your master that it's not a good thing to fight against the saint sect alone, the Lady of Earth said softly. She raised her right hand, and a small tree that seemed to be filled with gold ingots appeared in her palm. It was golden and extremely dazzling. Yang Tiandong asked curiously, This is? This is a connate holy artifact. It can produce connate chi. Consider it a greeting gift. Thank you, Empress. Yang Tiandong was delighted. In that case, he would be able to face Han Yen, whom he had not seen for a long time. The illusion was destroyed. Han Yan's consciousness returned to reality, and his brows relaxed. Perhaps he was overthinking. Han Yen moved Yang Tiandong into the training hall and landed in front of the Taoist temple. Yang Tiandong only felt his vision blur, and the surrounding environment suddenly changed. He looked at the Fusong tree not far away and could not help but be in a daze. It's already so tall, Yang Tiandong muttered to himself. The memories of the past gushed out like spring water and appeared in front of his eyes, making him sigh. His gaze landed on the door of the Taoist temple. He knelt on the ground and said, Unfilial disciple greets master. I hope that master will still recognize me as your disciple. Han Yen did not answer. At this moment, Li Dao Kong, the Supremacy Dao, Sun Chang'an, Moron Chi, and the other disciples of the secret sect appeared one after another. They looked at Yang Tiandong with different expressions. Yang Tiandong was very different from before. Although his appearance was similar to that of his previous life, his temperament and figure were very similar to that of the King of Hell. He had a long beard on both sides of his head, wore a long robe with runes, and emitted a ghostly aura. You became the King of Hell? Chu Shiren asked in astonishment. King Yanluo, the disciples looked at each other. Li Daokong narrowed his eyes and said, It's not just the King of Hell. His body contains immense power, similar to shamanism. The others followed suit, observing Yang Tiandong. Yang Tiandong was not used to this and was shocked. Looking around, he felt that everyone was stronger than him, and there were many people he did not know. He was an immortal emperor. Did I come to the wrong place? When Yang Tiandong saw Sun Chang'an and Heyu Ji, he felt that he had not come to the wrong place. It could only be said that after 30,000 years, the secret sect had changed. At this moment, Han Yan's voice drifted out. Are you returning to the secret sect this time, or were you entrusted by someone? Hearing this, Yang Tiandong was moved. When he heard Han Yan's voice again, he was very excited and even had the urge to cry. Reincarnation rose and fell, and the world was full of changes. The one that he missed the most was Han Yan, the secret sect, and the Cultivate diligently become immortal mountain. Yang Tiandong immediately said, naturally, I'm returning to the secret sect. However, the moment he said that, he regretted it. In fact, he was indeed entrusted by someone. After that, he had to return to the netherworld. Yang Tiandong hesitated and said, Master, can I talk to you alone? Heiyuji shouted, alone? Don't tell me you've already betrayed Master and want to assassinate him? The others looked at Yang Tiandong with unfriendly gazes. Even the old disciples who knew Yang Tiandong felt that something was wrong with Yang Tiandong. The main reason was that he had changed too much. Han Yan directly moved Yang Tiandong into the Taoist temple and said, hurry up and cultivate. The disciples were so frightened that they immediately dispersed. A few days later, Yang Tiandong appeared outside the 100 Mountains Immortal River. He floated in the air in a daze. Recalling the conversation over the past few days, for some reason, he felt like he was dreaming. From the beginning to the end, he had not seen Han Yan's true appearance. He had told him everything that the Lady of Earth had instructed him to do. Han Yan had also accepted the holy artifact. Everything had gone smoothly. However, when Yang Tiandong looked back, the 100 Mountains Immortal River seemed so mysterious and distant. It was so far away that it seemed unreachable. Yang Tiandong's heart was filled with regret. Perhaps, he should not have chosen to be the king of hell, however, that was the only choice he had at that time. Yang Tiandong sighed and decided to take care of the disciples of the hidden sects in the netherworld in the future to gain Han Yan's trust. On the other side, Han Yan planted the holy artifact under the Fusang tree. The golden essence fruit that it produced could increase one's lifespan. It was considered a good treasure. After instructing Heiyuji, Tengu, Ada, and Xiao to take good care of it, he returned to the Taoist temple. Han Yan did not distrust Yang Tiandong. On the contrary, he supported Yang Tiandong to be the king of hell. In the future, he would be equivalent to one of his eyes in the netherworld. After evolving the illusion, Han Yan's impression of the Lady of Earth changed again. The Lady of Earth might have thoughts about the nether race, but it was normal. Thinking about it carefully, the Lady of Earth did not let Han Yan down. Sometimes, it was not good to see through people's hearts. It was easy to overthink. Han Yan stopped thinking about it and continued cultivating. 200 years later, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky above the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Golden rain poured down on the mortal world. Immortal birds flew in a row in the sky. Immortal chi rose and filled the sky. This strange phenomenon caused the disciples of the hidden sects to discuss. What's happening now? I guess the saint wants to lure us out. Boring, continue cultivating. Didn't the saint say that he wants to destroy the hidden sects? Ha ha ha, who can break into the 100 Mountains Immortal River? Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, all the disciples of the hidden sects were talking and laughing, including the unnamed disciples. Ever since the sect master of the Heaven End sect announced that he wanted to eradicate the hidden sects had survived until now. It was a slap in the face to the saint. This situation caused the hidden sects' cohesion to soar. Even the unnamed disciples felt that Han Yan was stronger than the saint. Han Yan noticed the phenomenon and could not help but pinch his fingers to calculate. He was a quasi-saint and had a certain level of insight into karma. However, he did not have deep knowledge and was not as clear as the system. However, this time, Han Yan relied on himself to calculate. Above the 13th heaven, a group of fairies held bamboo baskets and sprinkled golden water. The golden water turned into a rainstorm and poured down on the mortal world. Han Yan was puzzled. What were these fairies trying to do? He narrowed his eyes and looked through the 13th heaven. At this moment, Han Yan suddenly saw that these fairies were actually demons and ghosts in human skin. They were all ferocious and terrifying, and they had all kinds of postures. What is this? Detected the invasion of the heavenly fiend. The first heavenly Tao merit trend is about to begin. You have the following choices. 1. Come out of seclusion immediately, eliminate the heavenly fiend, and fight for the heavenly Tao merit. You can obtain a great Tao fragment and a mystical ability inheritance. 2. Keep a low profile and cultivate. Don't participate in the evolution of the heavenly Tao. you can obtain a great Dao fragment and a chance to upgrade the Dao field. Needless to say, he chose the second option. Han Yan did not even bother to think about what a heavenly demon was and chose the second option. The training dojo's upgrade was too important. You have chosen to cultivate in a low-profile manner. You have received a great Dao fragment and a chance to upgrade the training dojo. Training dojo upgrade begins. Han Yan instantly felt at ease. No matter what heavenly demons or saints attack, I'll just stay in the training dojo. Let's see who can kill me. Han Yan recalled the choice he had made earlier. The evolution of the heavenly Dao? He recalled carefully. The first great calamity of the heavenly Dao seemed to be a battle between Taoists and demons. Could this be the fate of the heavenly Dao? Regardless of whether it was fate or not, Han Yan was not interested. Does this mean that the training dojo will be able to withstand great Dao level attacks after its upgrade? Han Yan looked forward to it silently, his eyes shining. Training dojos always needed time to upgrade. At the same time, boundless golden rain poured down and was isolated by the training dojo's array formation. It formed a magnificent golden dome high in the sky. It was like a projection, but also like a miracle. The secret sect disciples sensed that something was wrong. The fact that the array formation could be triggered meant that the golden rain was extraordinary and might be dangerous. It's dangerous indeed. Who's trying to harm us? It's really strange. The secret sect has been hiding in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. The sect master is also cultivating in seclusion. Why are there always forces causing trouble for us? I'm not sure. I think the secret sect is too strong. Cultivate well and strive to become a personal disciple as soon as possible so that you can serve the secret sect in the future. There was a lot of discussion in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Most of the unnamed disciples had joined the 100 Mountains Immortal River before they transformed. This was their first home, not to mention the living beings who were born in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. They were even more loyal to the secret sect. Under Li Xuanao's persuasion, apart from Han Yan, the personal disciples also began to preach to the unnamed disciples and choose the disciples they liked. The entire secret sect's cohesiveness was already very strong and was like an iron plate. At this time, even if the saints sent disciples to stir up the people, it would be useless. With the protection of the training dojo's array formation, the heavenly demon golden rain was completely ineffective. Half a day later, the golden rain disappeared, the 100 Mountains Immortal River, peace. Time continued to pass. A full 100 years had passed. Dojo upgraded. Array formation upgraded to Mahaspara Saint level. Expand the internal space of the dojo. Immortal Qi in the Dao field is increased by 10 times. Connate Qi is increased by 5 times. The dojo can block the prying eyes of spirit of the great Dao existences. 3 lines of words appeared before Han Yan's eyes. The spirit Qi in the entire 100 Mountains Immortal River began to surge, causing an uproar among all the disciples. The sect leader was using his divine ability again, Sage of Freedom. It turned out that the Saint of Origin was stronger than the Saint of the Heavenly Path. Han Yan couldn't help but think of Li Zizai. How did this guy make so many leaps in tens of thousands of years? Could it be that Li Zizai himself was a saint, but one of his Dharma manifestations, the patriarch of the Li family, had the cultivation of an immortal emperor, and after the fusion of thousands of Dharma manifestations, the identity of the patriarch of the Li family became his original body? Han Yan felt that this was the only possibility. Otherwise, it didn't make sense. Now that the heavenly Dao sages have surrounded the training grounds, will they be able to barge in? Han Yan asked in his heart. No, this time, the system did not deduct his lifespan. It was probably related to the previous evolution. The system had already remembered the cultivation levels of the saints. Seeing the word can't, Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. Let's see how you're going to target me now. Han Yan even wanted to jump out and provoke the saints. But he restrained himself. He was inflated. Han Yan secretly cursed his unstable Dao heart. How could he inflate his Dao heart because of the training grounds? No matter how strong the training grounds were, he was not strong. His own cultivation level was the most important. Han Yan adjusted his state of mind and began to cultivate. At the same time, he checked the latest emails. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has become a quasi-sage. His Dao has transformed. Your good friend Xianxia has stepped into the Daoyuo realm. Because his physical body contains many powerful wills, his Dao heart is in chaos. Your good friend Huang Jihao has stepped into the immortal state. Your disciple Su Qi has become a chaos fiend god. He is condensing a great Dao. Your heart has been attacked by Buddhist cultivators, X 7392. Your good friend Xiao Shilai has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Goddess Hutu has been cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has become the sect leader of the Jiejiao. His providence has increased greatly. The celestial world is rising again. Han Yan noticed that Ji Xianxia had stepped into the Daoyuo realm and felt that something was wrong. This kid was really going to embark on the path of a great villain. His Dao heart was in chaos and he could go crazy at any time. There was also Huang Jihao. This guy was a genius that Han Yan had met in the mortal world. He was born with a sword heart and later became the disciple of Li Xuanao. Previously, Han Yan had asked Li Xuanao about Huang Jihao. Li Xuanao said that Huang Jihao was most likely dead. Han Yan knew that Huang Jihao was still alive. His portrait was still there, but he did not know where it was. Unexpectedly, after Huang Jihao survived the calamity, he even stepped into the immortal state. As expected, those who could survive the calamity were all children of destiny. Han Yan also noticed that Su Qi had become a chaos fiend god, which meant that he had succeeded. He could really use this method to transform his disciples into chaos fiend gods. That was amazing. However, Han Yan did not plan to turn all his disciples into chaos fiend gods. Wouldn't that mean that it would require too much energy and there would be too many unstable factors? The disciples might become arrogant and have rebellious thoughts. Han Yan continued reading and saw that Xiao Shilai and Goddess Hutu were cursed. Han Yan frowned. A sage had started to impersonate him. This situation had happened in the previous calamity. Han Yan was not surprised, but he was unhappy. A sage also used such methods. Han Yan had double standards. If he played with it, he would enjoy it. If others played with it, he would look down on it. As he continued reading, the recent celestial world began to become exciting. It had nothing to do with Han Yan or the Yin sect. Soon, Han Yan entered his cultivation state again. Outside the 33rd level of heaven. Taiji Palace. Patriarch Shitian stared at the sages expressionlessly. Li Muyi, Sage Jinan, Sect Master Tianju, Celestial Venerable of the South Pole, Qiao Shilai, and Xiao the Great were all here. Sage Jinan said, Patriarch, your Dharma eyes can definitely see through the variables. Is he really a chaos fiend god? The other sages stared at Patriarch Shitian with anticipation. If Han Yan was really a chaos fiend god, then the Dark Forbidden Lord was very likely to be him. The reason why they did not suspect Han Yan previously was because they felt that Han Yan was weak. Now that even the three pure ones had been defeated, the sages had no choice but to re-evaluate Han Yan's cultivation. Patriarch Shitian said calmly, there are no chaos fiend gods in the heavenly Tao. You can rest assured. As for the variables, since they are variables, I can't point them out. Hearing this, the sages frowned. Xiao the Great could not help but ask, Patriarch, aren't you biased? Could it be that he's your disciple? Patriarch Shitian glanced at him and said, this variable does not harm the celestial world. It doesn't even have much karma. It's all you guys who are scheming against him. If I support you guys, I'll be targeting him. These words made the sages feel very awkward. The thin-skinned Lin Mui could not hold it in and glared at the celestial venerable of the South Pole. Among the four sages of the Tao sect, the celestial venerable of the South Pole was the one who advocated scheming against Han Yan the most. Patriarch, the Dark Forbidden Lord has been cursing the saints recently. We suspect that the Dark Forbidden Lord is from the hidden sect. If this continues, the heavenly Tao will fall into chaos sooner or later. The Tianjue sect master suddenly spoke and broke the silence. Li Muyi didn't care about his face and said, that's right. The Destiny Saint is already the Mad Saint. If there is another one, the situation will be difficult to control. The Mad Saint might destroy the heavenly Tao in the future. You definitely don't want to see that happen, right? Patriarch Shitian said indifferently, what does that have to do with me? The atmosphere instantly became serious. The saints became nervous, afraid of offending Patriarch Shitian. They all knew that Patriarch Xianxia was an existence that surpassed the heavenly Tao. He was also their guardian. Because of his existence, they could fight openly and covertly and use the heavens as a chessboard. Patriarch Xianxia sighed and said, "The heavenly Tao will still revolve no matter who it leaves. Even if it's the Daozu, he won't be able to affect the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is very special and might surpass the great Tao in the future. If all of you are united, there will definitely be great opportunities in the future. Don't target the variable anymore." The saints all had different expressions. No one knew what they were thinking. They all realized that Patriarch Xianxia didn't want to interfere with the matters of the heavenly Tao. However, the dark forbidden lord was a thorn in their hearts. If they didn't pull it out, no one would feel good. 600 years later. In the 100 Mountains Celestial River. Han Yan had just finished lecturing the hidden sect. This lecture lasted for 100 years. He specially mentioned the existence of the heavenly demon to explain the golden rain phenomenon. However, the disciples were still comprehending the Tao and hadn't discussed the heavenly demon yet. Han Yan came in front of the Fusang tree and observed it. After so many years, the Fusang tree was still his most important treasure. To be precise, it was his disciple. "Sect Master, when will I be able to transform?" the Fusang tree asked. Its voice became more and more pleasant. It was unknown if it had been led astray by Tu Linger and Wu Dao Jian, but it was growing more and more like a woman. There was no difference between male and female trees. Han Yan said, "Why do you want to transform?" The Fusang tree said aggrievedly, "Because I want to move." "Don't worry, you will transform sooner or later. At that time, you will be grateful for the years you can't move." "Why?" "Because you can't move, you can only focus on cultivating. Once you can move, all kinds of inner demons will attack you. You can ask Tengu." "I'm tired of hearing these stories, but let's wait a little longer. If we aren't quasi-saints, we won't be able to leave. As for the other disciples, we can't move." "All right." The Fusang tree felt wronged. Han Yan shook his head and laughed. He turned around and left. It wasn't that Han Yan couldn't make the Fusang tree transform, but he really couldn't. The Fusang tree was the divine tree of the heavenly axiom. It had an extraordinary significance. The heavenly axiom would not allow it to transform easily. Han Yan had once tried to help it transform, but he could feel the resistance of the heavenly axiom. The existence of the heavenly Tao was indescribable. Even demi-saints could not capture it. However, when one came into contact with the rules of the heavenly Tao, the feeling was very intense. After returning to the Taoist temple, Han Yan did not immediately cultivate. Instead, he checked his emails. Recently, there had been a lot of changes in the immortal realm, and Han Yan was interested in it. When he had nothing to do, he liked to check his emails. This feeling, surfing the internet, it had been more than 20,000 years, and the immortal world was finally in turmoil again. Han Yan would not be so bored as to be a shut-in. Han Yan saw 2 emails. "Your good friend Jiang Dugu has suffered a backlash from a mysterious existence. His cultivation has fallen to the Daluo realm. Your good friend Jiang Dugu has become a demi-saint." There were dozens of emails between these 2 emails. What had happened to Jiang Dugu recently? Why did he keep jumping between the Daluo and demi-saint realms? What exactly was that mysterious existence? Han Yan really wanted to know, but he did not want to waste his lifespan for Jiang Dugu. Forget it. He would save it for later. He would just think about it. Jiang Dugu could not threaten him anyway. 7 years later. Secluded Well, the leader of the Nether clan, came to visit Han Yan. Han Yan invited him into the temple. Secluded Well was here to report on the Nether clan's development. Currently, more than 1,000 Nether clan members had reached the immortal realm, and their numbers were still increasing. In fact, Han Yan knew about this, but he did not forbid Secluded Well from talking about it. Secluded Well clearly had his reasons for mentioning it. Han Yan knew what he was thinking. He said, "The Nether clan is developing well. I will make a special trip to preach the Tao and teach them special skills." Secluded Well was pleasantly surprised to hear this. The Nether clan's weakest point was special skills. They did not lack anything in the 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yan never avoided them when preaching the Tao. However, they did not have a master, so their special skills were much worse than his personal disciples. They also wanted to rise in the centennial tournament. Han Yan allowed such competition. Seclusion was not just about running away. They also had to work hard to become stronger and pursue strength that did not require seclusion. Han Yan's seclusion was only so that he would not have to seclude himself in the future. After secluded well left, Han Yan continued to cultivate. He was getting closer and closer to attaining his Tao. He could not predict the exact time. Perhaps he would succeed in attaining his Tao someday. All he needed was the right timing. He only needed to comprehend the ultimate source great Tao in a down-to-earth manner. Time continued to pass. 70 years later. All the disciples woke up from their state of enlightenment. They began to discuss the heavenly demon that Han Yan had mentioned. They were just curious. They were not afraid. The heavenly demon did not break the formation that day. This meant that the 100 Mountains Immortal Rivers formation was powerful enough. On this day, an immortal arrived at the 100 Mountains Immortal River. He had a head of white hair, wore a Taoist robe, and had a sword at his waist. He stood on a red-crowned crane, looking like an immortal. This immortal was Huang Jihao. Looking at the 100 Mountains Immortal River in front of him, Huang Jihao's expression was unnatural. The red-crowned crane crashed into an invisible barrier and stopped. Huang Jihao said, "I'm Huang Jihao. I wonder if Li Daokong and Li Xuanao are here." The 100 Mountains Immortal River was silent. No one replied. Huang Jihao frowned. At that moment, Li Xuanao's voice floated over. "Eh? Why are you still alive?" Huang Jihao was instantly depressed. He said in a muffled voice, "Master, it seems that you've really forgotten about me. Can I continue to worship you?" "Why?" "I'm being hunted down by Celestial." "Why are they hunting you down?" "I killed their people." "Why did you kill them?" What do you mean?" Huang Jihao almost exploded in anger. He came here full of joy but was treated in such a manner. He was also a proud person. How could he endure it? Li Xuanao said, "It's not that easy to join the Yin sect. As your master, I don't have the right to decide. I'll help you ask." "Thank you, master." Huang Jihao replied and sighed in his heart. He was truly curious about the Yin sect. He knew about the Yin sect and the master of the Yin sect was Han Yan. However, an eon had passed and he had never heard of Han Yan's name. Now that the Yin sect was infamous, he suspected that the Yin sect had already changed masters. Otherwise, how could someone as arrogant as Li Daokong join the Yin sect? When he thought of Han Yan, Huang Jihao felt emotional. He did not expect the Scarlet Cloud world to have produced so many influential figures back then. It was considered one of the best worlds in the mortal world. Just as Huang Jihao was thinking, his vision blurred and he appeared in front of Li Xuanao. Li Xuanao sized Huang Jihao up and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Second profound divine essence. It's passable. However, compared to the long-armed ape monkey, your aptitude is a little lacking." Long-armed ape monkey? Huang Jihao frowned. He had heard of this name before but he did not have a deep impression of it. "Could there be a long-armed ape monkey hidden in the Yin sect?" Li Xuanao said. "Don't cause trouble in the Yin sect. Cultivate well. You should be able to feel the immortal qi here. It's thicker than anywhere else in the immortal world. This is definitely the best place to cultivate." Huang Jihao sensed it carefully and his expression changed drastically. What rich immortal qi and connate qi, this was even more domineering than the celestial sacred grounds and saint's dojo. If he cultivated here, Huang Jihao's heartbeat quickened. He was glad that he came here. He asked curiously, "Master, the leader of the Yin sect is?" Li Xuanao glared at him and said in a low voice, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Han Yan always wore the yin-yang protection birthday moon. Most of the in-name disciples had never seen his real face. Li Xuanao guessed that Han Yan wanted to hide his identity. Naturally, he could not tell Huang Jihao. After Huang Jihao was warned, he became even more curious. Who was the one who banned Han Yan? Huang Jihao's entry did not cause any waves in the Yin sect. Not to mention the new disciples, even the old disciples had forgotten about him. Who would be able to remember such a small grudge from more than 30,000 years ago? The reason why Han Ju remembered Huang Jihao was that he was especially active in the emails. Time passed. After Han Yan fully confirmed his Tao, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. Another 800 years passed. Han Yan walked out of the temple and wandered around the 100 Mountains Immortal River. His understanding of the ultimate source Great Tao was very deep. His cultivation could no longer increase, but he was still one step away from confirming his Tao. Which step was it? Han Yan could not figure it out. He felt that he needed to stop cultivating and relax. The Yin-Yang Protection Birthday Moon's divine light shone on Han Yan. Along the way, Han Yan's disciples all knelt down to greet him. Han Yan did not talk to them and continued walking. Looking at his back, the nominal disciples all showed reverence and yearning. Because of Han Yan, they had a place where they could cultivate in peace. Even saints could not threaten them. After walking around the 100 Mountains Immortal River, Han Yan seemed to have gained some enlightenment. It was an indescribable feeling. What was a saint? Was it just that his magic power was high? That was not the case. Other than reaching the limit of one's cultivation, one also needed to have a state of mind. Han Yan had too little experience in his life, so little that he was even less than an ordinary mortal. Maybe I should go out for a walk. Han Yan thought silently, and his eyes gradually became firm. Will it be dangerous for me to leave the dojo and travel the world of immortals? Han Yan asked cautiously. 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, no. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He returned to the Taoist temple and began to create the heavenly puppet. He had to leave a clone in the Taoist temple so that he could go out without worry. Several days later, Han Yan quietly left without alerting anyone. He suppressed his cultivation to nothingness and used his magic power to hide all his treasures. He appeared as an ordinary man in white, and his face was still his peerless true appearance. It had been more than 30,000 years. This was the first time Han Yan traveled the world of immortals. Even though he knew that there was no danger, he was still a little nervous. But as time passed, he quickly calmed down. He didn't fly, but instead strolled through the world. He used his own 2 feet to pass through numerous dangerous mountains and steep ridges. He'd seen a boundless and magnificent green lake, heard the howling of the wind that was like the roar of a dragon, and he'd also bathed in immortal energy and encountered rain. As he saw more and more, his understanding of the ultimate source Great Tao also deepened. The ultimate source Great Tao was all things in the world. Everything could be a Great Tao. About 80 years passed. Night fell. Han Yan stopped by the lake and began to meditate and cultivate. He recalled what he had felt over the years. He did not have any karma with other living beings. He had always been walking alone. The moonlight was like water, and the surface of the lake sparkled. The surrounding forest swayed slightly with the wind. The wind was like music, and Han Yan's black hair fluttered in the wind. Sha sha sha, a sound came from the bushes behind him. A crimson fox came out. It looked as big as a pet cat of the human race. It blinked its large eyes and looked at Han Yan. After hesitating for a while, it carefully came to Han Yan's side. It actually knelt down like a human and pressed its forehead against the grass. Han Yan closed his eyes, as if he did not notice its arrival. It called out, but Han Yan still ignored it. The crimson fox was a bit anxious, but it still chose to kneel. The moon set and the sun rose. Day and night alternated. 10 days later. Han Yan opened his eyes and glanced at the crimson fox beside him. Why are you kneeling to me? The crimson fox said, I want to cultivate with you, I'm only a mortal. I don't have any cultivation, I was born with special eyes that can peer into souls. I can't peer into your soul. Han Yan shook his head and slowly stood up. He was not interested in the crimson fox. It did not even meet the system's requirements for someone with innate providence. Its talent was only average. Han Yan left. The crimson fox followed him. A man and a fox continued to wander the world. Han Yan didn't chase the crimson fox away. He also wanted to see how determined this little guy was. In the years that followed, they experienced all kinds of natural disasters. They also passed by all kinds of beautiful sights. Occasionally, they would also encounter shape-shifted creatures fighting each other. Han Yan didn't actively provoke other creatures, so he didn't encounter any robberies. He also didn't look like someone with a supreme treasure. 200 years later, Han Yan came to a human city. Looking from afar, a sandstorm filled the sky, almost drowning the city. He turned to look at the crimson fox behind him and said, "Let's stop here." As soon as he said that, he continued forward and disappeared into the sandstorm. The crimson fox was silent. It didn't follow him, because it would definitely die. But it also didn't leave. Instead, it crouched on top of the sand dune and stared blankly at the city in the distance. Han Yan came to the city gate. There were soldiers guarding it. One needed to pay spirit stones to enter the city. With a wave of his hand, he summoned spirit stones and entered the city. After entering the city, Han Yan's appearance attracted many people's attention. Han Yan didn't deliberately hide his appearance. There was no need to, and he wasn't afraid of trouble. He could turn the entire city into ashes with just a breath. The city wasn't as desolate as it looked from outside. It even seemed to be full of spring and vitality. Trees could be seen on both sides of the streets from time to time. It was like the beautiful scenery of Jiangnan and Xianxia. Han Yan came to an inn and found a random corner on the second floor to sit down. After ordering some food and wine from the waiter, he turned to look at the street outside the window. Looking at the people coming and going, he felt a myriad of emotions. Once upon a time, he was also one of the people in this vast world. "You seem very confused." Laughter could be heard as an old Taoist walked over. Han Yan glanced at him. Grand Unity Golden Immortal." The old Taoist sat in front of Han Yan with a face full of smiles. He said, "We met by chance. If you have any questions, you can tell me. Sometimes it's easier for others to answer you." Han Yan stared at the old Taoist with a faint smile and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to gain by answering my questions?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "If you are willing to treat me to a meal, that would be great. I have answered many people's questions, including the human king. The human race was very adaptable. It had been less than 30,000 years since the end of the calamity, but the human race had already inherited the rules of the human race's heyday. Even the human king had been established. Looking at the prosperous development of this city, Han Yan thought that he had traveled back in time and that this was not the ancient times when the heavenly axiom was reborn. Han Yan smiled and asked, "Then can you see through my thoughts?" The old Taoist shook his head and said, "How can I see through people's minds? Even immortals and gods fear people's minds." Han Yan was bored and became interested. He smiled and said, "Then are you an immortal?" "I am a wandering cultivator." "Then do you know what is higher than immortals?" "Of course, it is saints and celestial beings." Han Yan began to chat with the old Taoist. Soon, the dishes were served. The old Taoist began to wolf down the food as if he had not eaten for several lifetimes. A Tai Golden Immortal was so hungry. It was obvious that he was pretending. He probably wanted Han Yan to look down on him and then he would slap him in the face. What was this called? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Han Yan found it funny but did not point it out. He wanted to prove his Tao. It was not something that a Tai Golden Immortal could teach him. He would just treat it as an interesting interlude. 2 hours later. The old Taoist stood up and smiled, "You have a peerless appearance. I wonder how many girls will fall for you. Perhaps your question is about love. If you have no regrets and don't let her down, you will be open-minded." Looking at him disappear at the stairs, Han Yan shook his head and laughed. "Fraud." Han Yan smiled and thought of something. He looked out of the window and continued to ponder. Perhaps, what he lacked was experience. Maybe I can stay here and be immortal for the rest of my life. Han Yan thought silently. After having an idea, Han Yan stood up and walked out of the inn. He first bought a courtyard in the city, then added some furniture and servants. From then on, he lived in the city under the name Han Yan. There were at least 800 Han Yan in the world, if not 100,000. Han Yan's name had not yet spread throughout the immortal world, so he was not afraid of attracting trouble. Spring passed and autumn came. Han Yan stayed in the city for 10 years. The name of this city was East Guardian City, and it was one of the cities at the border of the human race. Occasionally, it would be attacked by the ancient race and ferocious beasts, which was why the formation was of a higher level. Han Yan had completely integrated into East Guardian City, and had become familiar with his neighbors. On this day, snow filled the sky in East Guard, dyeing the entire city white. Han Yan sat in the courtyard, admiring the snow and comprehending the true meaning of heaven and earth. The old servant who was sweeping the snow next to him shook his head and sighed in his heart, "Master is lost in thought again. I wonder what he is thinking about." Han Yan was very good to the servants. In the eyes of the servants, Han Yan's biggest problem was that he was always in a trance. Sometimes, he could stand in the courtyard for a day and a night without moving. It was unimaginable. At this moment, a servant girl rushed in and said anxiously, "Master, someone is lying in front of the gate. It seems like she is dead." East Guardian City had strict laws, and killing someone was punishable by death. If someone was mistaken to be killed by them, they would be in big trouble. Han Yan immediately walked to the gate. He was pretending to be immortal, so he did not flash away. When he arrived at the gate, he saw a dirty woman lying in the snow. Many civilians had already gathered around her. Han Yan walked over and quickly breathed in the woman's soul with his right hand, pulling it back into her body. The woman slowly opened her eyes. Although her face was dirty, her eyes were clear and bright. Seeing that she had woken up, the civilians around her could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Han Yan would distribute food to the civilians every year, and in the eyes of the civilians, he was a good person. Naturally, they did not want him to be involved in such a thing. "Miss, you should go home soon. The snow is too heavy, be careful not to get lost." Han Yan chuckled softly, then turned around and walked through the gate. The breath he breathed was enough for her to live for another 50 years, and she would be no different from a mortal. In the evening, Han Yan came to the table and was about to eat. The servant girl standing beside him said, "Master, that female beggar is still outside. She said that you saved her, and she is willing to do anything for you." Han Yan said calmly, "Let her in. Find her a job." The servant girl left. 5 years later, East Guardian City was facing a once-in-a-century beast tide, and the whole city was on alert. Han Yan stood in the courtyard and looked at the smoke in all directions, lost in thought. A woman in green suddenly came over. She had a pretty face, and although she was not extremely beautiful, she was very likable. "Master, are you worried that the city will be breached?" the woman in green asked with a smile. She was not worried at all. She was the female beggar from 5 years ago, Xianxia. She was only 17 years old back then. After joining the Han Yan family, this girl did not treat herself as a servant girl at all. She loved to pester Han Yan. However, she was indeed capable. She could do all the manual work in the courtyard, and she was even stronger than a man. Hanju smiled and said, "Perhaps." Xianxia curled her lips, "Yes means yes, no means no. You always like to be so ambiguous, I can't guess what you're thinking." Han Yan smiled and ignored her. After a few months, East Guardian City managed to survive. However, they suffered heavy casualties, and the human king had no choice but to send cultivators to help. The arrival of the cultivators caused a wave of cultivation in East Guardian City. However, the human race was not an innate human race. Their bloodline was passed down from the human race of the last Great Tribulation, and their talents varied. Han Yan pretended that he did not have a cultivation spiritual root, and continued to live an ordinary life. Another 10 years passed. Han Yan got married. He married Xianxia. Aside from her being interested in him, it was mostly because of his servants, neighbors, and friends. In the eyes of mortals, it was time for him to start a family and leave behind a child. A year later, Xianxia became pregnant and gave birth to a son named Han Tua. Han Yan purposely controlled this, otherwise, he could have never left behind a bloodline. He suppressed Han Tua's spiritual root talent, making him look no different from a normal person, unless a half-saint undid the seal on his bloodline. Han Yan planned to treat him well for a lifetime, then take his body back when he reincarnated. After getting married and having a child, Han Yan's comprehension and understanding of the Tao became deeper. There were 3,000 Taoists everywhere. human affairs, earth affairs, heaven affairs, they all followed the rules of the Tao. Later on, because Han Tuo had always wanted to become an immortal who could fly in the sky, he begged Qing Wan'er to find an immortal master for him. Qing Wan'er then went to Han Yen. Left with no other choice, Han Yen could only rely on his connections. In the end, Han Tuo was found to have no spiritual root talent, which was a huge blow to him. A few days later, he was full of energy again, behaving mysteriously every day. Han Yen then noticed that this brat seemed to be practicing martial arts. To be more precise, he was tempering his body, Qing Wan'er taught him. Han Yen didn't mind it and focused on his Tao. A small mountain in the city. Mother and son were in the woods. Qing Wan'er, who was dressed in a dignified manner, looked at the young Han Tuo and reminded him, Tuo, about this technique, you can't spread it out, and you can't let your father know, so as not to scare him. Han Tuo nodded while waving his fists and legs. Even though he was only 9 years old, his movements were already very swift and fierce. Qing Wan'er's eyes revealed a pained expression, thinking, if my son had spiritual roots, with such willpower, he might be able to become an immortal in the future. Sigh. That year, Han Tuo was already 13 years old. In the main hall, Han Yen, Han Tuo, and Qing Wan'er were having a meal to celebrate Han Tuo's birthday. Han Tuo was very happy. Perhaps it was because of his birthday, or something else, but his little face was flushed with excitement. Qing Wan'er served Han Yen some food. Han Yen held a cup of wine and asked about Han Tuo's studies. The current human race already had a system of education. Reading the books of the saints and obtaining scholarly honors. Han Tuo answered honestly. Han Yen could tell that his mind wasn't on it. Father, when is your birthday? Han Tuo suddenly changed the topic. Han Yen said, I don't remember. Why not? What about your parents? They're my grandparents. I grew up without parents. Ah? Han Tuo was stunned. He suddenly realized that he didn't seem to care about his father at all. He only thought about cultivation. Qing Wan'er chuckled. Look at how hard your father has been since he was young. You have to be filial to him when you grow up. Han Tuo nodded and said proudly, I will become a cultivator in the future and achieve immortality. Then, I will make all of you immortal. Tuo is so ambitious. Qing Wan'er patted Han Tuo's head lovingly. Han Yen took a sip of wine and looked at the mother and son with a smile. Needless to say, after bitterly cultivating for 30,000 years, experiencing this kind of mundane life was quite good. There was a special feeling in his heart. However, the life of a mortal was full of uncertainties. Unlike cultivators, they couldn't control their lives. 3 years later, Han Tuo was 16 years old. East Guardian City was in danger again. An unprecedented beast tide had attacked, and the neighboring cities had fallen. Rumors spread to East Guardian City, causing panic among the people. The city lord of East Guardian City started to recruit soldiers. All boys above 15 years old had to join the army. Han Tuo joined as well. Snow fell again, covering the sky and the sun. The whole city was covered in white clothes. Han Yen came to an inn. It was the first inn he stayed in since he came to East Guardian City. He liked to come here when he was free. It was the same place, in front of the window on the second floor. He could see the people coming and going in the city. Compared to the past, there were fewer people on the streets. Most of them were in a hurry. Little friend, it's been so many years since we last met. Your hair has also turned white. Time really doesn't spare anyone. The old Taoist that Han Yen had met when he first came to East Guardian City walked over and sat across from Han Yen. After so many years, Han Yen deliberately let a few strands of white hair grow on his head. Although he was still handsome, he was no longer young. Han Yen smiled and said, on the other hand, Senior's hair is still as white as it was in the past. The old Taoist smiled, old rules? Han Yen nodded slightly. The old Taoist poured wine for himself and smiled, little friend, you shouldn't be an ordinary person. You don't seem like an ordinary person. Even though East Guard is about to be destroyed, you're still so calm and collected. Could it be that you're here to shed your mortality? Han Yen asked, what about you? I'm a transcendent mortal as well. While I roam the mortal world, I temper my state of mind. What realm did you cross? Divine crossing? Little friend, you should be celestial crossing, right? You and I are fated. In the future, you can come to my Qing Tian sect and pursue the great Tao. The old Taoist stroked his beard and smiled proudly. Han Yan thanked him with an indifferent attitude. The two of them began to chat. While they were chatting, the deafening roars of beasts could be heard from outside the city. The commoners on the street below were so scared that they ran away. Han Yan and the old Taoist were still drinking and chatting, talking about their experiences of traveling the world by themselves. Xianxia has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability level, 3 stars. Han Yan didn't care about this notification. After a while, Xianxia stood up and left, leaving behind a sentence: humans are born with shackles. To break free from these shackles, one must have no desires. His words made Han Yan feel a bit emotional. No desires, this was the realm that ordinary immortals wanted to reach, to stay away from karma. Han Yan was only enlightened, not moved. His Tao wasn't without desires. On the contrary, I want and I want. If he wanted immortality, then he would pursue it. In order to pursue what he wanted, he would have more motivation to cultivate. This was what many mortals did in their lives. This wasn't a bad thing. Didn't I hide from the world for so long to become the strongest? Once I become the strongest, I can do whatever I want. Han Yan's gaze fell on the commoners below again. He had a deeper understanding of his Tao and became more resolute. After being in the mortal world for so many years, he had seen everything that mortals had to go through. Birth, death, love, hate, life and death. Every mortal sought to be in control of their own lives. Han Yan was already a quasi-saint, but he was still pursuing this Tao. Once he became a saint, he would do whatever he wanted. Han Yan's gaze became resolute. My Saint Tao, I want and I want. Han Yan entered a meditative state and began to comprehend the Tao of extremity. He wasn't afraid of being disturbed. Forget the mortals around, even the beasts outside the city couldn't hurt him. Eastgard City's calamity lasted longer than before. The war was cruel and the killings were endless. 2 years later, Han Yan stood in the courtyard, bathing in the snow. His Tao fruit began to transform. It was transforming towards the Saint Tao fruit. Perhaps it was because his Tao heart had become resolute. Han Yan's magic power that hadn't increased for a long time began to increase again. A breakthrough was coming. Han Yan began to hesitate if he should return. He had a feeling that he would be able to break through in 100 years. However, when he thought of Qing Wan'er and Han Tua, Han Yan's heart softened and he decided to accompany them. As for Han Tua, Han Yan had changed his mind. Previously, he wanted to suppress Han Tuo's bloodline because he was afraid that Han Tua would cause trouble for him and form a lot of karma. Now, Han Yan had thought it through. If he cared too much, it would become a shackle and an obstacle. Han Yan smiled casually. Goddess Hudu has spoken to you in a dream, do you accept? A line of words suddenly appeared in front of Han Yan's eyes. He asked silently, is there any danger in accepting? 3 billion years of lifespan will be deducted, do you want to continue? Continue, no. Han Yan immediately chose to accept. Just because he wanted something didn't mean that he would act recklessly. It was always good to be cautious, especially when the other party might threaten his life. In the dream, beside the yellow spring, Han Yan cupped his hands and bowed to the Lady of Earth. The Lady of Earth said, the heavenly fiends are attacking. Killing the heavenly fiends will allow you to obtain merit. If the hidden sect wants to become the sect of destiny, don't miss this opportunity. Han Yan smiled and said, thank you for your reminder, goddess. Is the netherworld preparing to encircle the heavenly fiends? Yes, capture the heavenly fiends to be netherworld servants. Although these heavenly fiends are cruel, they are not scheming. In a sense, they are not terrifying. Where did the heavenly fiends come from? The actions of the demon saints can be considered as cooperating with the heavenly Tao. Through the heavenly fiend tribulation, a large number of people with great providence will appear. After that, it will probably be the battle for the saint position. The Lady of Earth revealed a worried expression and continued, no one in the netherworld is qualified to compete for the saint position. I hope that you can obtain it. If you are afraid of trouble, at least let the hidden sect obtain it. Regardless of whether the Tao sect obtains this saint position or the other saints obtain it, it will break the balance that has lasted for a long time. Han Yan raised his eyebrows. He had the great Tao purple qi and the primordial purple qi in his hands. It was enough to nurture two saints. Fight again. Apart from him, wouldn't the hidden sect have 3 more saints? I'm not fighting for it, but you're delivering yourself to me? Thank you, Your Majesty, I will consider it seriously. Han Yan nodded and made a mental note of it. Since Goddess Hutu was willing to support the Yin sect, he didn't need to worry too much about it. Once he became a saint, who in the celestial world would be his match, Goddess Hutu and Han Yan chatted for a while more. It was nothing meaningful, just a small talk. After the dream ended, Han Yan opened his eyes and found Qing Wan'er beside him. Qing Wan'er was used to Han Yan being absent-minded. She leaned on Han Yan's shoulder and sighed, "Husband, do you think Tu'er will survive?" Han Yan snickered. "Don't you know that you're the one who taught me?" Qing Wan'er wasn't an ordinary person. She had a special bloodline, but it wasn't passed to Han Yan. Her bloodline couldn't be compared to Han Yan's. Although her background wasn't simple, Qing Wan'er didn't have any cultivation. Han Yan had divined that she was cursed when she was young. The culprit was only a grand unity true immortal, and it wasn't her who was cursed, but her parents. If it wasn't for Han Yan, Qing Wan'er would have died in the blizzard. Han Yan said, "It's fine. I'll give birth to another one." Qing Wan'er glared at Han Yan and complained, "What are you talking about? I'm just teasing you. Don't worry, he's a good person. I'll protect him." Sigh, unfortunately, he doesn't have a spirit root. "It's all my fault," Qing Wan'er blamed herself. Han Yan didn't ask why. "It's all your fault." He knew everything about Qing Wan'er without even using his divination ability. Han Yan looked up at the snow outside the city. A little guy was approaching East Guard City. East Guard City was in danger. Boom, a huge rock fell from the sky and smashed into East Guard City's city wall. The city wall shook and debris flew everywhere. A dozen soldiers were injured, and 4 of them were turned into meat patties. Han Tuo's face turned pale and his body trembled. He inherited Han Yan's looks and stood out among the soldiers around him. But in the face of death, he was also panicking. Although he spent most of his time refining his body, he rarely had the chance to fight. He turned his head to look and saw a huge figure approaching through the flying snow. The blurry figure seemed to have come from the underworld, making one's heart palpitate and despair. A ferocious beast at the Earth's celestial stage. "Everyone, be careful. Its fire can burn souls." An immortal master shouted from the top of a tower in the distance. His tone was filled with fear. His words caused the soldiers on the city wall to panic. The cultivators in the sky also hurriedly dodged, afraid that they would be targeted. There was still an endless stream of ferocious beasts charging from below the city walls. These ferocious beasts were not large in size. It had been nearly 30,000 years since the heavenly axiom was reactivated. The first batch of connate lifeforms and ferocious beasts had already reproduced. The second generation of lifeforms was not as talented as the first generation. Their bloodline talents were in conflict, and each generation was wasted, resulting in the appearance of more and more mediocre lifeforms. Of course, the vast majority of living beings were very powerful. It was only because the human race was also very weak that the powerful ones disdained to find trouble with the human race. Or perhaps they knew that the human race had a powerful background. Those who found trouble with the human race were basically the ferocious beasts and innate races of the celestial world. Even so, the human race could no longer expand. Tragic situations like the one in East Guard City were common. Han Tua looked at the slaughter in front of him. He gripped the iron spear in his hand tightly and continuously knocked down the ferocious beasts that were charging up the city walls. As the battle continued, Han Tua gradually became numb. He didn't know how long this battle lasted. Every time Han Tua felt that he was about to die, the ferocious beast's attacks would coincidentally miss. Han Tua felt that he was in a daze. The long battle was torturous for him. Perhaps, deep in his heart, he wanted to die. When the battle ended, the city lord announced that the frontline soldiers could go home and rest. Han Tua returned home with wounds all over his body. Along the way, he only nodded absent-mindedly when the servants greeted him. Unknowingly, he arrived at the courtyard. He saw that his father was still staring at the sky, lost in thought, like a stone statue. Sensing his gaze, Hanju lowered his head and glanced at him, smiling at him. Han Tuo was dazed for a moment. His heart instantly felt warm. Why did he have to fight? It was to protect this family. Han Tuo came to Han Yen and knelt down. He cupped his fists and said, "Father, I came back alive." Looking at his excited expression, Hanju smiled and reached out to stroke his head. "You've worked hard," Han Yen said softly. Han Tuo couldn't hold it in anymore and started to cry. He was still a child after all. Han Yen pulled him into his arms. He didn't comfort him, only silently accompanying him. After a while, Han Tuo looked up and asked, "Father, you don't seem to be afraid of the danger of East Guard City." Since he was young, he had never seen his father panic. He was clearly a normal person without a spiritual root. How could he be so calm? He even felt that Han Yen was calmer than the immortal masters he had met. Han Yen replied, "What's the point of being afraid? Do you think your father can help humanity get rid of the ferocious beasts?" Han Tuo could only assume that Han Yen was being carefree. "Didn't you want to become an immortal? Why did you join the army?" Han Yen suddenly asked. Han Tuo was stunned. He said, "I did want to become an immortal, but East Guard City was under attack. I had no choice but to join the army." Han Yen asked, "If you want to become an immortal, why do you want to fight for this city? Cultivation is the path to immortality. You will encounter many similar situations. If you save everyone, how can you guarantee that you will survive until the end?" Han Tuo was stunned again. He really hadn't thought about this. But isn't it natural for a human to help another human? Han Tuo asked in surprise. Why is it natural? You might think that because you were born as a human, you have to save humans. But if something happens to East Guard City, won't you have to save a region? If something happens to the immortal realm, won't you have to save the immortal realm? If something happens to the heavenly Tao, won't you have to fight for the heavenly Tao? Han Yan's barrage of words left Han Tuo speechless. It did sound reasonable. Han Tuo followed Han Yan's train of thought and felt his scalp go numb. It was too tiring. Han Tuo might be kind, but he wasn't that great. Han Yan said earnestly, "If you really have the heart to cultivate, you should leave as soon as possible. East Guard City's calamity will never end. You are insignificant now. Why don't you go out and train? You can come back to protect East Guard City when you are strong." With that, Han Yen closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the heavens and earth. The so-called comprehension of the heavens and earth was actually peeking into 100 generations of the human world. Han Tuo stood in place for a long time, then left. 5 years later, Han Yen was drinking wine in his courtyard when he suddenly saw several figures flying across the sky. One of them was Xianxia. They were high above the sea of clouds. Apart from Han Yen, no one else noticed them. An old immortal beside Xianxia said, "The bloodline of the Blue Phoenix tribe runs in this city. Although it's weak, we can still recruit them. Besides, they have been through many wars and are suffering. If the heavenly ancestor is willing to help, they will definitely be grateful." Xianxia frowned and said, "The talents of the people in this city are too weak. I won't show myself. One of you can go and preach. The rest of you, follow me to the next city." Han Yen overheard the conversation between Xianxia and the others. He let it go with a smile. It seemed like the celestial continent was in a state of internal strife. Xianxia had even started to search for his own strength among the humans. "Unfortunately, you've misjudged. The strongest talent in the world is hidden here." Han Yen wasn't interested in Han Tuo, but he suddenly had the urge to promote Han Tuo after hearing Xianxia's disdain. After all, Han Tuo was his son. If he became famous in the immortal world, Han Yen would be proud of him too. Han Yen looked at Han Tuo. The kid had been cultivating in a small mountain in the city. He hadn't gone to the battlefield for the past 5 years. The main reason was that East Guardian City wasn't in danger in recent years. The beast hordes were the weakest. The body tempering art Qing Wan'er taught him was not bad. At least, no one of his age in East Guardian City, including cultivators, was a match for Han Tuo. Han Yan waved his hand. A ball of magic power flew into Han Tuo's body. The magic power would loosen the bloodline in Han Tuo's body by about 10,000. It was enough for Han Tuo to soar into the sky. He didn't fully unleash it because the primordial demon god's bloodline was too powerful. He was afraid that Han Tuo would get lost, or even alert the saints. That day, Han Tuo suddenly felt relaxed and full of energy. His cultivation became smoother. This year, a new body-tempering genius appeared in East Guardian City. His name was Han Tuo. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he could lift 1,000,000 kilograms boulder. 10 years later, Han Tuo had wiped out all the beast nests near East Guardian City by himself. His name had spread throughout the human cities nearby. One night, Han Yan, Qing Wan'er, and Han Tuo were having dinner. Han Tuo suddenly put down his bowl and took a deep breath. He looked up at Han Yan and said, "Father, I've decided to listen to you and leave East Guardian City to pursue the immortal path." Qing Wan'er's hand trembled slightly. She forced a smile and said, "Tuo, are you sure? You can only rely on yourself if you leave home." She knew what it meant to cultivate. By the time Han Tuo came back, she and Han Yan would be dead. Han Tuo took a deep breath and nodded seriously. He looked at Han Yan. Even though he was already a famous genius of the human race, his respect for Han Yan had not diminished at all. He had always felt that his father was not simple and had seen the world. Han Yan asked, "This meal may be the last meal for our family. Eat well and drink well. This time, when you seek the Tao, I only have 2 pieces of advice for you. Keep a low profile and stay away from trouble. If I don't offend others, I won't allow others to offend me." Han Tuo's heart was touched, and his eyes reddened. He also understood that if he were to return, the world would change. It was just that he couldn't restrain his Tao heart. Han Yan snorted, "Don't act like a girl. Remember, tears are the most useless thing. If you cry outside, people will only think that you're easy to bully." Han Tuo could only hold back his tears. That night, the lights in the Han family's residence were lit. The next morning, Han Yan and Qing Wan'er stood in front of the gate and watched as Han Tuo left. Han Tuo looked back every 3 steps, but finally disappeared at the corner of the street. Han Yan still felt a little emotional. He had watched Han Tuo grow up, and now his son had grown up and was pursuing his own life. This kind of feeling had never been felt before. Back then, when Yang Tiandong and Tengu left, it didn't bring him such feelings. As expected, biological children were indeed different. Qing Wan'er finally shed tears and snuggled in Han Yan's arms. Time continued to pass. Year by year, Qing Wan'er began to grow old. Han Yan also grew old with her. Just like a normal mortal couple. 50 years later, the old Qing Wan'er lay on the bed and looked weakly at Han Yan beside the bed. She raised her trembling right hand and said softly, My husband." Han Yan asked, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes?" "I have no regrets in this life, but before I die, I don't know about Tuo's situation. Don't worry, he will attain the Tao. If you and I have an afterlife, in the reincarnation, he will definitely come to visit us." "Okay." Qing Wan'er slowly closed her eyes, a kind and expectant smile appeared on her face, and she left the world with a smile. Han Yan's expression was calm, there was no sadness, no relief. Everything was going according to nature. The next day, Han Yan dismissed his family and quietly left East Guardian City. After leaving East Guardian City, he came to a forest, took out Qing Wan'er's body, buried it in the ground, and erected a tombstone. The white-haired Han Yan stood in front of the tombstone, which was carved with the words, "My wife, Qing Wan'er." In the future, if Han Tuo came back and saw the tombstone, he would definitely be able to feel relieved. At this time, a red fox came behind Han Yan and looked at him obediently. Although 100 years had passed, to the red fox, it was just a nap. Han Yan didn't seem to notice its arrival, and stood in front of the tombstone alone, reminiscing about this life. One had to admit, although life was short, there were both joys and hardships, and it wasn't necessarily meaningless. But to Han Yan, the true meaning was immortality. His feelings for Qing Wan'er were only for the sake of attaining the Tao, and it wasn't deep. Even if Qing Wan'er died, her life could be considered happy. That was the end of this karma. In the cycle of reincarnation, I hope you can still, Han Yan mumbled to himself, but before he could finish, he fell silent. Forget it. Han Yan waved his right hand under his sleeve, then turned to the red fox and smiled. You still recognize me? The red fox replied, I do. Han Yan's white hair fell down like cotton, and his skin quickly recovered, returning to his peerless appearance. His hair was as black as snow, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. The yin-yang protector and the life moon appeared behind him, shining with divine light, making him look like an immortal standing in the mortal world. The red fox was stunned. Han Yan looked at Qing Wan'er's tombstone and bowed, just like how a husband and wife bowed to each other in the main hall decades ago. Let's go. Han Yan turned and left. Step by step, he ascended to the sky, as if there was an invisible ladder beneath his feet. The red fox flew up and followed him. 100 Mountains Immortal River. Han Yan and the red fox quietly moved to the front of the Taoist temple. Through the heavenly puppet, he knew that the Yin sect had not changed much in the past 100 years. Everything was the same as before, and no disciples came to find him. Han Yan said, from now on, cultivate in front of the Taoist temple. Don't wander around. The red fox was still in shock. The immortal chi here, it felt that its cultivation was increasing with every breath it took. Immortal realm, it was definitely immortal realm. It quickly nodded and thanked Han Yan. Han Yan returned to the Taoist temple and sat on the 36th grade reincarnation black lotus of world destruction. He let out a long breath. These 100 years felt longer than 10,000 years, but it was not boring at all. Han Yan opened the mail and saw an email. Ying's experience in the past 100 years was real. Your son Han Tua has comprehended the Sword Dao and stepped into the Sword Dao River. Han Yan's eyes became determined, and he muttered, Sage Dao, I'm coming. Sages, are you ready to welcome me as a sage? After 100 years of tempering, the sage heart has been built. Today, I'm confirming my Dao, I want and I want. Before returning to the 100 Mountains Immortal River, Han Yan had already reached the level where he could validate his Dao. This feeling was very strange. He was only one step away. Han Yan seemed to see the door to the sage realm in front of him. He began to break through in seclusion. How could he break through? Of course, it was to comprehend the ultimate source great Dao. The Dao heart turned to the sacred heart, and the soul turned to the sacred soul. 50 years later. The 100 Mountains Immortal River was enveloped by a vast aura, shocking many disciples out of their cave abodes. This aura, it's the aura of a saint. I once listened to a saint preach about the Tao. I still can't forget this pressure. A saint is attacking? No. Is the sect master breaking through? The sect master is indeed a saint. The disciples discussed animatedly, and the news quickly spread throughout the hidden sect. As long as this pressure was not an enemy, the disciples were relieved. As for Han Yan breaking through, most of the disciples were not surprised. They even felt that it was normal. Han Yan's breakthrough speed had always been very fast. The personal disciples were stimulated and worked even harder in their cultivation. At the same time, Han Yan's consciousness entered a vast universe. It was the star world in the depths of his soul. Countless stars began to be born. The stars that already existed burst out with resplendent light, causing the entire star world to become resplendent. Above all the stars, boundless primordial aura surged over and condensed together. As time passed, a palace condensed. 49 demon god stone statues condensed around the palace. They were ferocious and terrifying, and their postures were different. The courtyard inside the palace was separated, and each had its own merits. Sacred Palace, this was also Han Yan's Dao fruit. After the primordial aura surged into the sacred palace, it transformed into a higher level of dermic powers that far exceeded before. Han Yan's phantom appeared above the sacred palace. It was the manifestation of his soul. The sacred power that flowed out from the sacred palace surged into the phantom of his soul, helping it transform. His soul body burst out with 7-colored light, illuminating the entire star world. Han Yan seemed to have understood something as his voice echoed in the star world. This world is called primordial chaos. The living beings of the reroll world and the star world heard Han Yan's voice. Everyone was in an uproar, and they did not understand who was speaking. In a palace. The white-robed Buddha, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. His expression was strange as his eyes were filled with shock. Primordial chaos. Primal chaos. Just what kind of existence is he? The white-robed Buddha had always been curious about Han Yan's roots. He felt that Han Yan's cultivation speed was illogical and that he might be the reincarnation of a mighty figure. Now that Han Yan wasn't afraid of karma and had created primordial chaos, he was even more surprised. Ignoring the white-robed Buddha's shock, Han Yan focused on breaking through. Meanwhile, in the 33rd layer of the sky, the sages in the various dojos opened their eyes, including Patriarch Shitian. Patriarch Shitian frowned as he calculated with his fingers. He actually couldn't calculate it. Who was confirming the Tao? Ancestor Shitian muttered to himself. He hesitated for a moment before standing up. On the other side, the 4 Taoist saints gathered together. Someone is confirming their Tao. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable said in a low voice, his expression extremely ugly. There was actually someone who had reached the height of Tao affirmation right under their noses. Most importantly, they couldn't figure out where the other party was. Li Muyi's eyes flickered. Could it be the master of the hidden sect? Sage Jinan said, even if it's not him, it's definitely related to the hidden sect. We sages can't enter the celestial world, and our disciples can't enter the 100 Mountains Immortal River. We can only watch him confirm his Tao. Next, we have to consider changing our attitude towards the hidden sect. The Tianjue sect master sighed. The 4 sages fell silent. Apart from the 4 Taoist saints, the other sages were also shocked. Qiu Shilai even sent a dream message to Han Yan. Han Yan ignored it. After a while, Qiu Shilai began to crazily send messages in his dreams. Qiu Shilai sent you a dream message. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai sent you a dream message. Do you accept? Qiu Shilai sent you a dream message. Do you accept? It has been detected that you are breaking through to the Tao affirmation realm. The significance is extraordinary. The system has activated the automatic protection mechanism and is temporarily immune to all dream messages. Han Yan was about to fly into a rage when he saw that the system had blocked it. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Previously, he could still think that Qiu Shilai's personality was the reason. Now, he felt that Qiu Shilai was not human. When I succeed in the Tao affirmation realm, I will definitely find you to repay the karma. Han Yan calmed down and continued to affirm his Tao. When his sacred palace was successfully condensed and his soul transformed into a sage soul, he would become a sage. Another 100 years passed. Han Yan successfully attained his Tao. His dermic powers had completely transformed into sage power and were endless. A sage soul was born. Han Yan was so happy that he wanted to explode. He even wanted to roar, but he held it in. He opened his stats interface to check frowny face name, Han Yan, lifespan, 35810/1209 9000 9999 999/9 9999 9999 race, primordial chaos fiend celestial, immeasurable the arch, cultivation, primordial chaos Daluo golden immortal, perfect sage, cultivation technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao, life and death great Tao, karma great Tao, ultimate Tao. Primordial chaos Daluo golden immortal, his lifespan had almost doubled, 120 trillion years. However, Han Yan was still a little puzzled. Even this could not make him immortal. On second thought, he was already immortal. Such a lifespan was extremely long. Moreover, he had been breaking through, and every time he broke through, his lifespan would be renewed. Perhaps this was the immortality of the primordial chaos fiend celestial. Han Yan did not think too much about it and continued to consolidate his cultivation. At the same time, in the entire hidden sect, all the cultivators who had stepped into the ultimate source great Tao had their providence and cultivation improved. This feeling was extremely obvious, and it shocked them. The personal disciples understood that it was because Han Yan was breaking through. The unnamed disciples thought that Han Yan was using a divine power. In a valley in the celestial world, Han Tuo was meditating in the array formation. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at his hands in shock. What's going on? Why did my cultivation speed suddenly increase? Han Tuo muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. He still remembered this feeling. When he was young, his aptitude suddenly opened like this one day. Could it be that he had broken through his limit again? Han Tuo was very excited. Just you wait. When I succeed in breaking through, I'll kill all of you. Han Tuo snorted and continued to cultivate. 50 years later, Han Yan's cultivation had completely stabilized. He had truly become a sage, detected that you have attained the Tao through strength and become a perfect sage. You have the following choices: 1. Immediately come out of seclusion, suppress the heavens, and become the strongest sage. You can obtain a divine power inheritance, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a great Tao fragment. 2. Cultivate in a low profile and stay away from trouble. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a sage-level dojo guard. Han Yan looked at the choices in front of him and directly chose the second option. A sage-level dojo guard, not too strong, you have chosen to cultivate in a low profile. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a supreme treasure, a heavenly Tao spirit stone, and a sage-level dojo guard. Congratulations on obtaining the Heavenly Clear Imperial Daoist Robe. Heavenly Clear Imperial Daoist Robe, a heavenly Tao defensive supreme treasure. It can guard against karma divine powers and withstand the strongest attack of an ordinary sage. A heavenly Tao defensive treasure, very good, I like it. Han Yan immediately took out this treasure and started to recognize it as its owner. He had already accumulated 6 Tao fragments. The new heavenly Tao spirit stone would definitely be given to the Book of Misfortune. After successfully recognizing it as its owner, Han Yan took off the heavenly constitutional Tao robe and changed into the heavenly clear imperial Daoist robe. As for the heavenly constitutional Tao robe, he naturally wanted to leave it to Xianxia. Han Yan was not in a hurry to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. Instead, he started to duplicate sage guards. The guards could only be chosen from the simulation trial. Han Yan could not be chosen. Han Yan chose Patriarch Xianxia first. This existence is stronger than an ordinary sage. Han Yan could not help but complain. An ordinary sage was not a sage, it seemed like the sage here was referring to the heavenly Tao sage. Han Yan asked silently, in the current heavenly Tao, which sage is the strongest? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? Continue, a face appeared in Han Yan's mind. It was Li Mui. Li Mui was not a heavenly Tao sage, but he was considered an ordinary sage. This was a little strange. However, Han Yan definitely had to target Li Mui. However, there was no data of Li Mui's original body in the simulation trial. It seemed like he had to head to the 33 levels of heaven. Before that, he had to become as strong as possible. He had to improve his sword Tao divine abilities first. A few months later, Han Yan's sword Tao divine abilities had all reached the sage realm. He started to cultivate the Tai Freedom Dharma idol. This time, he spent 50 years. Han Yan cultivated the demon god Dharma idol for 25 years. He had accumulated 74 demon god Dharma idols. As for the heavenly Tao Fiend Celestial and Samsara Fiend Celestial, Han Yan felt very regretful. They were still among the 3,000 Fiend Celestials. The heavenly Tao was not transformed by Pengu, reincarnation wasn't created by Goddess Hutu. Could they be chaos demon gods that were born later? If that was the case, then wouldn't the current heavenly Tao also be able to nurture living beings and become devil gods? Han Yan felt that it was very dangerous just thinking about it. However, he had already proven his Tao and become a saint. He had the power to protect himself. He began the simulation trial. The Fushi Tian suppressed him and successfully killed him after an hour. The main reason was because of the providence of the heavenly Tao. Han Yan's demon god Dharma idol could consume the providence of the Fushi Tian, but it needed time. Without the providence of the heavenly Tao, Han Yan could instantly kill the Fushi Tian. Han Yan decided to go all out. He challenged again. The 74 demon god Dharma idols were all displayed. The power of 74 great Tao blasted out. He finally killed him instantly. Awesome, Han Yan began to challenge Patriarch Xianxia. He was instantly killed. However, this time, it wasn't in a breath but a palm strike. In front of Patriarch Xianxia, his magic power was directly annihilated. The difference was too great. Han Yan didn't believe it and crazily challenged Patriarch Xianxia. A few days later, he gave up. The best result was that he lasted for 30 breaths of time. He was basically dodging. Saints were immortal and indestructible. However, that was only relative to all living beings. When encountering existences of a higher level, they would still be defeated. Han Yan sighed. He thought silently, if I go to the 33rd level to look for Li Mui, will I die? 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. If you don't offend Patriarch Xianxia, the saints won't be able to do anything to you. Han Yan fell into deep thought. There was still a risk. What if Patriarch Xianxia wanted to target him? Han Yan asked, does Patriarch Xianxia have any intention of killing me? 100 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? 100 billion years, as expected of you, continue. Han Yan gritted his teeth and made his choice. Not for now. Han Yan heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and directly teleported to the 33rd level. The Enyang protection moon burst out with divine light, illuminating his body. The heavenly clear imperial Taoist robe fluttered. Han Yan looked at the surrounding chaos and was extremely nervous. Patriarch Xianxia, don't suddenly think of killing me on a whim. At that moment, figures appeared in front of Han Yan. Li Mui, Heavenly Venerable of the South Pole, Saint Jinan, Sect Master Tianju, Xiao the Great, Qiu Shilai, Fu Shi Tian, and Goddess Hutu. Apart from Saint Fingji, all the saints had arrived. Han Yan immediately simulated the trial and copied all of them. Li Mui was the first to speak. Little friend, I didn't expect you to become a saint. Did you rely on our Dao sect's primordial violet vapor? It was his arrangement for Su Anqing to steal the primordial violet vapor. However, he didn't expect that he would lose control of it later on, causing him to be uncertain. Han Yan said, why do you need the primordial violet vapor to attain the Dao? The sages fell silent when they heard this. Goddess Hutu sized up Han Yan. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. Her bet had succeeded. She knew that Han Yan's potential was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be able to attain the Dao and become a saint. His Dao attainment speed was too fast, so fast that it was unreal. Han Yan said, I have no intention of competing with the saints for luck. I hope that everyone won't scheme against me anymore. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Han Yan disappeared. The saints looked at each other. Han Yan jumped back into the Taoist temple. He couldn't walk in the immortal world. He could feel a powerful repulsive force that could tear him apart at any time. The power of the heavenly Dao. After becoming a saint, Han Yan realized how terrifying the heavenly Dao was. No wonder the saints had to follow the rules of the heavenly Dao and didn't dare to easily violate it. Han Yan began to copy the guards of the Dao sect. Without any surprise, he chose Li Mui. Copying would take time. Han Yan could wait. He took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone and began to upgrade the Book of Misfortune. After a full 10 years, the Book of Misfortune was finally upgraded. The Book of Misfortune has been successfully upgraded to a Heavenly Dao treasure. Han Yan smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. With a saint's cultivation level and a Heavenly Dao treasure, he felt that he could kill a saint. The unprecedented feeling of power made him want to look down on the saints. Awesome, Han Yan decided not to curse first. Saint Fingji had already gone mad and was living a life worse than death. He was no threat for the time being. As for the other saints, he would wait and see how they reacted. Han Yan stood up and prepared to preach the Dao for the Yin sect. At this moment, Saint Jinan's hatred towards you has increased. Current hatred points, 5 stars. Han Yan was stunned. This guy, he was courting death. Han Yan didn't curse immediately. It would be easy to expose his identity. He would preach the Dao first and curse later. I am preparing to preach the Dao. Disciples of the Yin sect, come and listen. Han Yan's voice resounded throughout the entire 100 Mountains Immortal River. All the disciples were excited. The preaching was finally here, in the 33 levels of heaven. In a dark palace, a mirror floated in front of Saint Jinan. There was a figure in the mirror, but his true appearance could not be seen clearly. This new saint is indeed suspicious. He is also a variable decided by the Daozu. He will definitely obstruct our great cause. We have to think of all ways to lure him out of the heavenly Tao. It's best to invite him to the ruins of N deity realm. A slightly hoarse voice came from the mirror. Lure him out of the heavenly Tao? That sounds difficult. Saint Jinan frowned as his expression changed. He also wanted to get rid of Han Yen, but his intuition told him that Han Yen was very difficult to deal with. He might even be harder to deal with than Li Mui. The figure in the mirror said, even if it's difficult, you have to do it. Otherwise, don't even think about transcending the heavenly Tao. You'll always be its puppet. Saint Jinan's expression turned ugly when he heard this. He could only grit his teeth and agree. After 100 years of preaching, Han Yen quietly stood up and left. The saint's preaching was far more effective than before. A large number of disciples broke through during the process. Han Yen sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus. He took out the Book of Misfortune and began to curse Qiu Shilai. This fellow had previously affected his Tao attainment. He had to be taught a lesson, Han Yen cursed as he checked his emails. Your good friend Xianxia has stepped into the river of destiny. Your grand disciple Feng Liang's soul traveled to the primordial era and was blocked by the ancient master of calamity. He was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by Jiejiao cultivators, X7829. Your son Han Tuo received guidance from your good friend Zhang Guxing. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Daokong comprehended a mystical ability during the preaching. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Zhou Fan received a dream from your good friend Shikido Sei. His comprehension has increased greatly. Your good friend Jing Tiangong has stepped into the sage-to-be realm. Han Yen watched with relish. Feng Liang had repeatedly jumped around the primordial era and was finally punished. As long as he didn't die, it was fine. Who was this ancient master of calamity? Han Yen decided to calculate after the curse was over. Han Yen was filled with emotions when Han Tuo met Zhang Guxing. He recalled the past. He didn't expect that the father and son would have the same fate. Han Yen wasn't worried that something would happen to Han Tuo. If something really happened, he could predict that no matter how far away he was, he could save him. As long as his soul wasn't in danger, Han Yen wouldn't do anything even if he died. A true powerhouse could only rely on himself. Han Yen didn't want Han Tuo to think of him when he was in trouble. Han Yen liked Han Tuo very much and hoped that he would grow up well. It would be a good thing if he could become a great leader of the secret order in the future. Han Yen also noticed that Zhou Fan had received a message from Shikido Sei in his dreams. He had to be vigilant about this. Shikido Sei was in existence on the same level as ancestor Shi Tian. He couldn't be underestimated. 5 days later, Han Yen put down the Book of Misfortune. First, he tried to figure out who the Lord of Calamity was. 4 billion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? 4 billion years, this was Li Mui's net worth. Han Yen frowned and silently chose to continue. A figure appeared in his mind, and lines of words appeared before his eyes. God of Jin, perfected quasi-saint, the master of the ancient calamities. He controls the heavenly Tao's fate and is responsible for initiating the calamities. His cultivation has already surpassed that of a quasi-saint. Due to the fact that he is a perfected heavenly Tao saint, he has never been able to prove his Tao and become a saint. He hides in the dark forbidden zone all year round, spying on the celestial world. God of Jin, why haven't I heard of him before? He's actually the existence responsible for starting the calamity. Impressive. Then, Han Yen began to calculate Shikido Sei. Why is Shikido Sei guiding Zhou Fan? 14 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue? So high, Han Yan's eyelids twitched. He could only choose to continue. Shikido Sei is preparing for his tribulation. He's not just guiding Zhou Fan. He doesn't have any ulterior motives for you for the time being. Tribulation, what kind of tribulation is that? Han Yen was curious. Since Shikido Sei didn't want to harm him, he didn't care. After resting for a few days, Han Yan took out the Book of Misfortune again and began to curse Sage Jinan. Sage Jinan had a 5-star hatred for him. He would never stop until he was dead. Han Yan couldn't be bothered to figure out the reason. Anyway, this guy didn't know the Tao extermination divine power. He would kill him before he took action. 5 days later, Han Yan's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. Sage Jinan, who was far away in the Tao sanctum, frowned. He had suspected Han Yan of the Dark Forbidden Lord, but he had never harmed Han Yan. Why would Han Yan harm him? From the current situation, Han Yan was clearly afraid of karma and trouble. The Dark Forbidden Lord should be among the saints. This time, the Dark Forbidden Lord came aggressively. The power of the curse was far stronger than before. Sage Jinan had been cursed before, but it didn't affect him much. He wasn't even sure if it was the Dark Forbidden Lord who was cursing him. He did some calculations and found a book. According to the rumors in the celestial world, the real Dark Forbidden Lord uses a book. If I can't calculate this book when I was cursed, it means that the other party is not the Dark Forbidden Lord. It seems that no matter who the Dark Forbidden Lord is, there is indeed a saint among the saints plotting against him. Sage Jinan's eyes flickered, and killing intent rose in his heart. He felt that he had not offended anyone, but he had actually caused a saint to curse him. It could be said that it was an unexpected disaster. While feeling indignant, he circulated his energy to resist the power of the curse. The power of the Dark Forbidden Lord's curse was really terrifying, and it was still increasing. After a while, Sage Jinan couldn't take it anymore. He suddenly stood up and disappeared from the hall. He found Li Mui. "Senior brother. Someone cursed me." Sage Jinan appeared in front of Li Mui and said anxiously. He also meditated and continued to circulate his energy to resist. Li Mui frowned and immediately called the South Pole Heavenly Venerable and the Heaven End sect leader over. After the two saints arrived and saw Sage Jinan's situation, they both frowned. Li Mui stood up and used his own energy to help Sage Jinan. He said in a low voice, "We can conclude that the Dark Forbidden Lord is not us. We must let go of our suspicions." The South Pole Heavenly Venerable and the Heaven End sect leader's expressions were ugly. Who was it? If Li Mui hadn't called them over, they might still be suspicious of each other in the future. His intentions were terrible, too sinister. "Oh no, come quickly." Li Mui's expression changed drastically as he shouted in shock. Sage Jinan's face turned black and his entire body trembled. Wisps of visible black gas wrapped around him. The South Pole Heavenly Venerable and the Heaven End sect leader hurriedly took action. The three saints helped Sage Jinan resist the power of the curse. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Yan's expression was extremely ugly. His lifespan had already dropped by 40 trillion years. He was about to curse Sage Fengji. The key was that his cultivation level had increased, and the Book of Misfortune's level had increased. He had also consumed so much of his lifespan. Could it be that Sage Jinan was stronger than Sage Fengji? No, there must be other saints helping him. I don't believe it. Even if the Heavenly Tao helps this time, I will curse you to be half-crippled. Han Yan's eyes were vicious. He had already become a saint, but Sage Jinan still dared to hate him. A 5-star hatred point was definitely dangerous. As long as Sage Jinan was given a chance, he would definitely die. 45 trillion years, 50 trillion years, 60 trillion years, your enemy Sage Jin and Sacred Heart cracked because of your curse. Fortunately, your enemy Li Mui helped. Your enemy Sage Jin and Sacred Heart cracked because of your curse. Fortunately, your enemy Heaven End sect leader helped. Your enemy Sage Jin and Sacred Heart cracked because of your curse. Fortunately, your enemy South Pole Heavenly Venerable helped. Seeing these 3 emails, Han Yan still did not stop. He continued to curse. 70 trillion years, 80 trillion years, the curse cost too much. Even with the evolution ability, it was hard to exceed 1 trillion years of lifespan. Killing the enemy and gathering information were 2 different things. Han Yan gritted his teeth and persisted. Stop at 1 trillion years. These dogs were too vicious. Han Yan thought about it. 90 trillion years, 95 trillion years, your enemy Saint Jean and Saint Heart collapsed because of your curse. He became a mad saint. Han Yan immediately stopped. His forehead was covered in sweat. He was nervous. Fortunately, he succeeded, Han Yan cursed. He had used up too much energy. If he couldn't curse next time, he might as well do it himself. Han Yan recalled that he had copied St. Jianan's data. He started the simulation trial to challenge St. Jianan. Very quickly, Han Yan opened his eyes again. St. Jianan was quite something. He was stronger than Fu Shi Tian and was almost catching up to Li Mui. Han Yan continued the simulation trial to find a way to insta-kill St. Jianan. A few months passed. When Li Daokong came to find Han Yan only took 3 breaths to kill St. Jianan. Not enough, far from enough. If he couldn't insta-kill the enemy, he would be insta-killed by the enemy. Han Yan sighed and let Li Daokong enter the temple. Sect leader, my cultivation has improved recently. I think that no one among the quasi-saints can do anything to me. I can represent the hidden sect to fight for the saint position. What do you think? Li Daokong asked. He had a serious expression and stared at Han Yan. Han Yan said, "You want the primordial chaos purple energy?" Li Daokong nodded. Han Yan raised his right hand and a streak of primordial chaos purple energy appeared in his hand. He said, "I have it. You don't have to go out. But if you rely on it now, you won't be able to achieve much in the future." Li Daokong's eyes widened and he looked at Han Yan's right hand in disbelief. He rarely showed such an expression. This time, he was truly shocked. How could Han Yan have the Hongmeng immortal energy? Could it be that the Taoist sect's encirclement of Han Yan was not a slander? Han Yan didn't hide anything and told him about how Li Mui had helped Xianxia. Li Daokong sighed. He used to respect Li Mui the most. Now that he looked at Li Mui again, he felt that his master was really despicable. He was not as righteous as he seemed on the surface. Cultivate well. When you reach the completion of the Sage-to-Be realm, this Hongmeng immortal vapor will belong to you. On the other hand, if other disciples reach it first, you can forget about it, Han Yan said calmly. Indeed, he favored Li Daokong the most, but he couldn't make it too obvious. Li Daokong took a deep breath, bowed, and left. Han Yan recalled that he still had the great Tao purple chi in his hands. For the time being, he had not decided who to give it to. He wanted to see how his disciples performed first. After that, Han Yan continued to cultivate. After becoming a saint, Han Yan had yet to cultivate. A saint's cultivation was no longer about breathing in and out, but comprehending the great Tao. The deeper one's understanding of the great Tao, the higher their cultivation. Han Yan had grasped the extreme source great Tao, which was enough for him to continue cultivating. Primordial chaos Daluo golden immortal was definitely not his limit. When he began to cultivate, the primordial world in the depths of his soul began to churn with chaotic chi and primordial chi. His stellar world had already been renamed the primordial world. The fiend god chi was still being nurtured, and the chaotic origin stone was producing chaotic chi faster and faster. The reroll world seemed extremely small and could not keep up with the development of the primordial world at all. If not for Han Yan's Dharma powers isolating the reroll world, it would have been crushed by the primordial chi of the stellar primordial body. Han Yan had to think of a way to completely fuse the reroll world and the primordial world. What should he do? Han Yan thought of the white-robed Buddha. The white-robed Buddha controlled the current providence of the reroll world. Both sides coexisted. If the white-robed Buddha fused with the primordial world, the reroll world would naturally do the same. How should he fuse them? Han Yan thought of Su Chi again. Why not let the white-robed Buddha imitate Su Chi? Let's wait and see. Han Yan closed his eyes and did not say anything else. In the blink of an eye, 500 years passed. After Han Yan successfully attained his Tao, the saints did not come to find trouble with him again. Xiao Shilai did not even appear in his dreams. The 100 Mountains immortal river welcomed peaceful times again. Han Yan had also been cultivating. 5,000 members of the Nether race had already stepped into the deity realm. The Nether race's talent was outstanding to begin with. In order to ensure their talent, the Lady of Earth had even sacrificed their reproduction ability. Now, the immortal chi in the Tao field was definitely the densest place under the heavenly Tao. In addition, Han Yan would preach the Tao from time to time. Their cultivation levels naturally increased, and they almost did not encounter any bottlenecks. After attaining his Tao, Han Yan did not care about the deity realm anymore. His current standard for his disciples was Daluo. On this day, Xianxia came to find Han Yan. After half a year, Xianxia put on her clothes and sat beside Han Yan. She asked, "Husband, why do I feel that you have changed?" She felt that Han Yan was not as cold as before. There was a trace of humanity in him. Of course, she could not say it out loud. Han Yan thought for a while and told her about his experience in the human world. Xianxia was not angry after hearing it. Han Yan had more than one woman. In fact, Han Yan had few women in the same realm. Xianxia said with emotion, "Qing Waner is fated to be with you. Don't you want to help her cultivate?" Han Yan said calmly, "There is no need. She knows that I am just a mortal. However, I have kept her soul. I will make plans in the future." Han Yan originally wanted to let Qing Waner reincarnate directly, but his heart softened when he was dying. He thought of Han Tua. At least, he could leave a relative for Han Tua. "Yes, that is what I think." Han Yan thought silently. "Then what about your son? Don't you want to bring him back to the Yin sect?" "Husband, why don't you have a child with me?" "No, I want to have one," Xianxia asked. As she asked, she became jealous and raised her hand to take off Han Yan's clothes. Han Yan glared at her and said angrily, "What is your cultivation level? Why don't you cultivate properly? If you have a child, how can you cultivate properly?" Xianxia pursed her lips and asked, "Then what cultivation level do I have to be to have our child?" Han Yan said, "The meaning of having a child is to pass on the legacy. We have to live on, so having a child is not important. If you really want, when you reach the Daluo, I will leave a child for you." "Really? Really?" After receiving Han Yan's promise, Xianxia beamed with joy. Her mentality had changed a long time ago. She felt that the Daluo was not unattainable. Xianxia asked, "What about Han Tua? Are you really going to let him live? If you really can't, bring him back. I will help you take care of him. After all, he is your child." Han Yan shook his head and said, "After so many years, he has already grown up. Don't worry about him. One day, when he needs me, I will help him. However, now is not the time." Han Tua inherited his bloodline and was very likely to become the second primordial chaos demon god. Outside of cultivation, Han Yan still cared about Han Tua. Han Tua had just experienced a relationship not long ago. Unfortunately, it did not end well. Because he was not strong enough, he could not protect his wife. He began to cultivate diligently, which was a good thing. Han Yan hoped that after Han Tua saw the boundless world, he would have a pure heart of cultivation like him. After Xianxia left, Han Yan continued to cultivate and check his email at the same time. Recently, his WeChat moments had been very peaceful. Nothing special had happened. That's good. Long live peace. Han Yan thought silently. He then paid attention to Han Tua. With his current cultivation, he could see the entire immortal world. He could see Han Tua at a glance even without using his divine powers. This kid had been fighting with the Jia recently and had suffered a lot. Of course, he was only in contact with the low-level Jia minions, but it was enough to make him despair. Han Yan was expressionless. He waved his right hand quietly. A ray of saint power fell on Han Tua, loosening his bloodline restriction again. He would show more powerful potential, but it was still far from his true bloodline potential. In life, opportunities and benefactors are indispensable. My benefactor is the system, and yours is me. Han Yan thought silently. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. He was looking forward to the scene when Han Tua arose. In a palace on the 13th level of heaven, Xianxia sat high on the throne. His gaze fell on a person in the palace. It was the Jiajiao's Jing Tiangong. Xianxia asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me?" He didn't have a good impression of Jing Tiangong. Jing Tiangong came from the Jiajiao. Although he had stepped down as the leader of the Jiajiao, he still belonged to the Jiajiao. Jing Tiangong raised his hand and took out a golden token. It floated in the air, bursting with light and illuminating the palace. Xianxia frowned. Jing Tiangong smiled and said, "It's a little trick to prevent the saints from prying." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "Senior, it seems that you want to betray the Jiejiao." Jing Tiangong replied, "I'll tell you the truth. I believe in the dark forbidden lord, not Jiejiao." After the cultivation tribulation, the forbidden lord did not appear again, but he said that when the heavens fell into darkness, he would appear. Sky Ancestor, I understand your predicament. Aren't you looking for a backer? Why don't you join the Dark Forbidden Lord? Celestial was born because of the Dark Forbidden Lord's intervention in the calamity. The saints couldn't do anything. When Jing Tiangong mentioned the Dark Forbidden Lord, his tone was full of pride. It was as if he was the Dark Forbidden Lord. Xianxia asked calmly, "I don't even know who the Dark Forbidden Lord is. Besides, the Dark Forbidden Lord didn't win in the last cultivation tribulation. What's the future if we follow him?" Jing Tiangong asked with a smile, "You really didn't succeed? The cultivation tribulation should have lasted for many years, enough for the disciples of the various saint sects to rise. But because of the Dark Forbidden Lord's intervention, the cultivation tribulation only lasted for thousands of years. Think about the current situation. No saint sect can dominate. This is the power of the Dark Forbidden Lord. He doesn't want to fight for anything at all. He just wants to balance the immortal world." Hearing this, Xianxia frowned again. "I see. No wonder the Dark Forbidden Lord only cursed people and didn't threaten to fight for anything." Xianxia began to think about whether he should join the Dark Forbidden Lord. At present, the saints would not allow him to join because he was the Sky Ancestor. They needed him to face the way of heaven. If they absorbed him, it would affect the whole sect to face the way of heaven together. Since ancient times, the forces with the most prosperous way of heaven and peacetime were often the sinful forces that needed to be defeated in the next cultivation tribulation. Jing Tiangong said, "If you join the Dark Forbidden Lord, you need to hibernate and wait patiently. I will also use my power to build momentum for you and help you win over forces." Xianxia asked, "Your power is Jiejiao?" Jing Tiangong shook his head. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Jiejiao, I gave the position of the leader of Jiejiao to an idiot because I wanted to destroy Jiejiao. In the cultivation tribulation, I expelled many disciples of Jiejiao. In fact, those who were expelled were my confidants." Xianxia asked, "You were born in Jiejiao. Why do you hate Jiejiao?" Jing Tiangong said, "I can't tell you this. Your rise is actually related to a person called Han Yan. The celestial ruler favored Han Yan and supported you. The celestial ruler who is on good terms with you is Han Yan's grand disciple. Han Yan seems to be a member of the Yin sect. The saints targeted the Yin sect and you were also implicated. You can only rely on the Dark Forbidden Lord. Otherwise, you will have a hard time in the future and even become a joke in the celestial world." Xianxia was moved. He knew that Jing Tiangong was telling the truth. Han Yan's existence was the most important reason why the saints rejected him. But he would not blame Han Yan. If it were not for Han Yan, how could he be where he was today? Xianxia fell into silence. Jing Tiangong was not in a hurry. He waited patiently. Another 500 years passed. Han Yan's cultivation increased very slowly. He was far from the mid-stage golden immortal Daluo. After all, he was in the saint realm. In these years, the disciples of the Yin sect had all improved. The personal disciples had also stepped into the immortal state. Even Fairy Xixian and Changyu were the same. An immortal state cultivator who was less than 40,000 years old was considered a genius. It was mainly due to the training hall and Han Yan's preaching. Han Yan also paid attention to Han Tuo's cultivation. This kid had already stepped into the immortal state. It was not fast or slow. It was good as long as he was alive. On this day, I, Shi Dao, created the invincible Dao. Anyone who can kill enemies above their level can enter the invincible Dao. They can dominate the celestial world, compete with the saints for luck, and fight fate with the heavens. A domineering voice resounded throughout the celestial world. Han Yan could not help but open his eyes when he heard it. Invincible Dao, why did it sound so ridiculous? But it had to be said that Shi Dao's slogan was very loud. Compete with the saints for luck, and fight fate with the heavens. who would not be excited after hearing it? Han Yan was very interested in Shi Dudao. After all, he had replicated several of Shi Dudao's training hall guards. It seemed that Shi Dudao wanted to challenge the orthodoxy of the saints. He did not know if he could succeed. Training hall guards successfully replicated. Please give it a name. A line of words appeared in front of Han Yan. A figure appeared in front of Han Yan. It was Li Mui. As expected of a saint-level guard. He had been replicated for so long. Han Yan stared at Li Mui and fell into deep thought. What should he name it? If he gave it the name of the three kingdoms, it would make Li Mui seem to be on the same level as the other guards. Forget it. I'll just name it according to the three kingdoms period. I can't change the tradition. Han Yan thought for a moment and said, let's call him Xianxia. The training hall guard knelt down and replied, thank you, master, for giving me a name. Han Yan said softly, cultivate in front of my Taoist temple. Xianxia agreed and got up to leave. He walked out of the Taoist temple and meditated in front of the gate like a door god. Not far away, the red fox was stunned. Who was this person? It had never seen Li Mui before. When it saw Li Mui walk out of the Taoist temple, it was very surprised. It carefully approached Xianxia to strike up a conversation, but Xianxia ignored it. Outside the 33 heavens, Li Mui, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and had a strange expression. Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? Li Mui muttered to himself. He pinched his fingers and tried to divine, but he could not divine it. He could not divine it again. Ever since the rise of the dark forbidden lord and Han Yan, he often encountered things that he could not divine. Unreasonable, absolutely unreasonable. Could this be the great Tao calamity that Daozu mentioned, the sage's tribulation? End of chapter 522. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.